Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, friends. You know, there's an old saying that life is what happens when you're busy making plans, and I plan to do an entirely different show today. However, sometimes things come on my radar that I think are so important that they need to be addressed as quickly as possible. And so today's show is going to be a detour of sorts. And we're going to call it Truth Seeker's Special Report, Recent Bombshells about Emery Smith being exposed as a fraud and a liar. Imagine that. Friends, for those that don't know, Emery Smith has made many fantastical claims, including autopsying alien tissue samples at a secret base. He's also, at various times, I found at least several instances of him claiming that he was a NASA astronaut and was scheduled to go and work on the International Space Station, but it just didn't work out for him. These claims are ridiculous, and he's an idiot for making claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. Doesn't he know the very, very small amount of people who can make the claim of being a NASA astronaut? It's a tiny, tiny club, Emery Smith. And you need to be an extremely well-educated person. Near as I could tell, you only went to high school. And last I checked, NASA doesn't just let people with a high school diploma work on the International Space Station. But that hasn't stopped Emery Smith from making ridiculous claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. It's laughable, the claims that this person makes. He's been involved in various, let's just say, run-ins with the law, and leave it at that. He was once sued for basically embezzling money from funds from the company, one of the companies that he worked for or with. That company went on to remove him from their website and make a statement that he was not a representative of their company any longer. There have been various claims made by he and sometimes partner in crime, David Wilcock, to the effect, basically that the deep state was trying to silence Emery Smith and were attacking him and killing his dog and all manner of crazy, crazy claims. One of those events also included a GoFundMe. Imagine that, a GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. This is yet another GoFundMe where the information presented in the GoFundMe was fraudulent and raised a significant amount of money. Yet another GoFundMe scam that David Wilcock was involved with or helped promote. I find that a little concerning. After all, Mr. Wilcock has not been prosecuted for the Peterson GoFundMe, which was a scam, and every line in that GoFundMe could be proven to be factually inaccurate. Every line in the Peterson GoFundMe was a lie. Now we have substantial and supportive proof that David Wilcock lied around this GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. And there are multiple sources of information that can confirm that Emery Smith, David Wilcock, whoever started this GoFundMe, was not using factually correct information when they were asking people for money. It goes on and on with these clowns. They think that they can just lie in a GoFundMe and keep the money. Tens of thousands of dollars raised based on fake information presented in the GoFundMe text body. That's called fraud, you two idiots. It's called fraud. You don't get to lie about the reason for the GoFundMe and then just keep all the money. This is not legal or moral or ethical. but these are the kind of things that these clowns are often involved in. So recently, a, a really good insider came forward with the real story on Emery Smith and the various shenanigans that he's been involved in. This gentleman knew him very well, was there for these events that David Wilcock and Emery Smith concocted and faked in order to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get donations from stupid people. This person was there for those events. This person was there, had a good relationship, apparently, from what I've heard, with Emery Smith for quite some time. And this person's daughter was Emery Smith's girlfriend. Someone told me fiance for a while. So, you know, does this guy have an axe to grind? Maybe, but I think that the information that he's presenting is accurate based on other sources, which sort of corroborate some of the story that this gentleman is telling. I thought that we could dispense with our usual show format, and basically we're just going to have a watch party and watch Emery Smith's ass get handed to him by his one-time friend, and I guess almost maybe was going to be his father-in-law. Friends, the revelations are everything that you suspected about Emery Smith being a fraud, right? And we have other sources besides this gentleman that confirm and corroborate a lot of this information that he is presenting. So I thought we would basically just have this watch party, listen to this gentleman's testimony, and watch Emery Smith and David Wilcock's asses get collectively handed to them for both of them being lying fraudster assholes. Do you think, David Wilcock and Emery Smith, that nobody is ever going to come forward and tell everybody about all these scams you guys are running, about what frauds and liars and fucking fairy tale hucksters you assholes are? Of course people are going to. And, you know, this gentleman, near as I can tell, I'm no expert, that's coming forward with this information is not a very well-known voice in the so-called UFO or disclosure community. So I thought it would be appropriate if we sort of amplify his attempt to get this information out to people who are being scammed, who are being duped by both Emery Smith and David Wilcock. I'm going to do my part, and we're going to play his testimony on our show here and sort of do this watch party. And then we're going to discuss it. I'm not sure. He's got a non-monetized YouTube channel with, you know, not a lot of subscribers, but or views, but he was actually there for these events. I consider him a good source. And we're going to do our part to help spread this information and prevent more victims from being taken advantage of by people like Emery Smith and David Wilcock. So I'm going to cite fair use. Like I said, it's a non-monetized channel. I don't think this gentleman would mind, but I'm going to cite fair use. We're going to be discussing and critiquing the information that he presents. We're going to be educating the public about, let's just say, less than scrupulous UFO messiahs, alien messiahs, I suppose, who present themselves as being some sort of government former insider or whistleblower, right? We're going to educate the public so that they don't get taken advantage of and scammed or, you know, ripped off by these fraudsters. So we're citing fair use in order to educate the public. And this is kind of a long video. I'm not sure if we're going to skip around, but I skipped the first 5 minutes where he just tells the story of how he met Emery Smith and a few other things. You can watch the entire video yourself, but we're going to sample most of it. And this is called Emery Smith Exposed 1. And this gentleman has a whole bunch of videos, but I thought that the first one would be most appropriate for us to start with. And not only that, most of the information that I'm interested in as to David Wilcock's participation in another GoFundMe scam, this time with Emery Smith, is what I was most interested in. So this is the one that, honestly, I think has the best information. let's share this. I'm going to cite fair use. We're educating the public. And again, we're just going to sort of have a watch party here because this is so good that people need to hear this stuff. People need to know the truth behind some of these fraudsters. And here's an insider, good, close friend, right? Knew him very well. Let's get into it, friends. Okay.
We ended up making the trip over to Fort Myers.
Ooh, you know what? 1 second, friends. I'm going to stop that and do it again just to make sure that I, yes, indeed, click the stupid share audio. Okay. Here we are.
To a small industrial park. It was about a 3-hour drive from where we lived over in Stewart, Florida. We pulled up, and at the same time, Emery had pulled up in a black Range Rover. Big fan of those. Loves the earth, but drives a Range Rover and has for years. So we introduced ourselves. We went in, and the space he was renting at the time was looked like a low-grade medical showroom that was fairly dirty, disorganized, but had some interesting equipment, some stem cell equipment, centrifuge. I later found out all these were basically on loan, and the whole thing was basically an enormous front, and we'll get into that in later videos.
Emery Smith has famously been involved in a few different biotech companies and startups. How a guy with just a high school education is somehow an expert in medical matters and biotechnology is beyond me, but it is what it is.
And there are going to be many, dealing with everything from all of the phony front companies he set up to his dealings with Emsite, to all the court documentation.
Emsite's a company that he was sued by.
And Ken Mather, Emsite's attorney. I have every document, including all of the exhibits that I will be linking in that video to download for you to read, including the final summary judgment, where Emery was found to have misappropriated a significant amount of money. And by that, I mean it's over several $1 million. In any event, turning back to Fort Myers in the initial meeting, we asked Emery about the photograph of the light being, which I had brought, and he explained that it was something that he had photographed, which I found improbable, but he began talking about his involvement with CSETI and Greer, and we had all watched the 2001 Project Disclosure held at the National Press Club.
It's for those that don't know, Emery Smith was once heavily involved with Stephen Greer's disclosure movement and CE5 initiative. But near as I can tell, or have heard from several different sources, he was a bodyguard to Stephen Greer. Why does Stephen Greer need bodyguards? I don't know, but okay.
Introduced my children to that at a very young age, which was really, frankly, a remarkable event. I found it highly credible. Not a fan of Stephen Greer whatsoever, but I found that event was indeed extraordinary. So we discussed that. We discussed ufology. Emery did not have a good knowledge or even a basic knowledge of the history of ufology at all. Almost none. It was rather strange to me as a historian and researcher of ufology. Deep research, deep and heavy research. I have a pretty extensive knowledge about a lot of it. fact, most of it. And I always search for the facts and what could be documented and what could be proven.
Interesting that he did not have a good knowledge of ufology.
12. He told me he was a payload specialist on the space shuttle at that point in time, which is simply untrue. There are later instances where he claimed to be a NASA astronaut, another, frankly, just complete lie. I have audio recordings of that, as well as, you know, being scheduled to go up and work on the ISS. Not a chance.
I contacted a media relations person at NASA to try to verify or bust Emery Smith's claims. They never got back to me. I made 4 or 5 different attempts to go to NASA and say, was this guy a NASA astronaut? And I have been unable to get an answer from NASA, but I think that claim is totally ridiculous, especially coming from somebody that only has a high school diploma.
Emery's education is limited to a high school diploma.
Oh, there we have it.
And his DD-214 shows he was released as an E6. If you don't know what that is, go ahead and research it yourself, and you'll see that, you know, he was a grunt, basically.
Yeah, that's a low rank. He was a nobody in the military, basically.
Fort Myers. We talked and talked and talked about different experiences he'd had, and my children were and my children's friends were very curious about their experiences and asked him a lot of questions. And this went on for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. And there was a woman there. Her name was Angel. And there's a long history of misappropriation of funds that relates to her as well, and we'll get into that later on. But Angel Oliphant was her name. Rather unique looking individual, almost looked extraterrestrial. But in any regard, at the end of this exchange of ideas, Emery pulled out and this was the first time I'd ever seen this, a SLA, which is stereolithography. It's a very primitive form of 3D printing. I know because I used to do it in the early 90s using Alias Auto Studio and Silicon Graphics workstations. And I would send
SGI workstations
motors where they would output it into a physical 3D form. Now, again, this was a very primitive technology back then that we had access to, but the files were called SLA, stereolithography. And at the time I was working in New York and would output all different sorts of different things, namely fragrance bottles, Bath and Body Works bottles, beauty products bottles, different sculptures. And I knew the technology very well, and I knew that this Atacama SLA, or 3D print of this being, was exactly that. It had the same amber polymer that we always used. And you have to remember, well, you don't have to remember, but you should know back then, really the axes were limited back then. So most of the products I had to hand sand and finish myself when they came back because they were fairly rough. And the reason why was because there was a vat of polymer, a laser spun around and varied its amplitude to coagulate the polymer. So I took a look at it, we passed it around. It, to me, looked like a mummy. You know, it was very small. It's not big at all.
Yeah, and again, there have been various claims about this Amacana humanoid, and the DNA was analyzed and found to just be a deformed human. Stephen Greer, however, after making, I don't know, millions on the documentary, which conveniently, you know, at the end of the documentary, they're just going to start the DNA to prove that it's an alien. I believe that he knew that it was human. And, you know, if you include the information that the DNA is human in your movie, it's not going to sell very much. So you got to cut that part out. But shortly after the movie, it's revealed that that so-called alien is simply a deformed human.
It had an oblong head that came to a point, and it looked rather bizarre. It really did. It looked rather strange. It did not look of this earth. But there are other instances where things like this have appeared. Richard Dolan got caught in the trap back there in Mexico.
The Roswell slides, yeah.
8 years ago, where they tried to pass off a mummified infant as some, you know, extraterrestrial being, when it was clearly labeled in the case that it was a mummified human. And they built an entire event around that, tried to raise millions of dollars, and it was just a stain on the ufology community.
And we've covered that recently.
It was just a rush for money. You know, it was a marketing exercise gone awry, with you know, a fantastic backstory and all sorts of people supporting it, including Dolan, who began his career as a librarian, believe it or not.
Dolan's a librarian.
And
not that there's anything wrong with being a librarian,
but some interesting work over the years. But I found the Atacama being to be interesting, as did my children, who were very young at that age. They were 14, and well, my daughter and her friends, they were 14 and 16. The three of them that were there, two of them were 14, one of them was 16. And so it created a pretty big buzz, and with that, we kind of checked out and drove home the 3 hours. And of course, that ride home was fascinating. And that was where it all frankly began. Emery somehow was able to get my daughter's email and stayed in contact for her over the next 3 years, and asked her not to divulge to myself and my wife that he was in contact with her. And this went on and on and on and on and on. And apparently he had said some things that were disparaging about my wife and I, and really planted the seed in my daughter's mind that we were not good parents, and that she would probably be better off with him. And he continued to do this for years. And
that's a real problem. I'm not sure if you caught it, but I believe that he said that the two daughters that he took with him are 14 and 16. So what is a grown man doing, emailing, if this is the case, an underage girl, and disparaging her parents?
Found this all out much later, but yeah, pretty interesting. When I discovered this, I was, of course, upset. But he fundamentally predated on my daughter for years and years and years, until he finally ended up dating her. And they spent 4 years together. And the shit show that unraveled from all of that and what I saw is almost beyond belief. But it's all true. And with that, we kick off the very beginning of the Emery Smith disclosure, or project disclosure, or cosmic disclosure, or cosmic tomfoolery, or clownery, or whatever you want to call it.
I call it the Cosmic Con. It's the Cosmic Con, and Emery Smith went all chips in on it.
It's all fundamentally fraud and a bunch of lies that will shock and amaze you, I suppose. And I would anticipate there will probably end up being anywhere from 10 to 12 videos in this series at minimum.
He's got a lot to cover, this insider who was there for these events. And I, for one, applaud him for putting this information out in the public so that people get the real backstage view of the shit show and shenanigans that happens behind the scenes of these cosmic con men.
Plus a lot of supporting videos and audio files and documentation leading up to this past, well, really June, when Emery skedaddled. I had the Boulder Police, the Boulder Drug Task Force, the FBI, and the IRS after him for a lot of reasons that will become clear. And he left the state, somehow managed to cheat on his probation and then finally get permission, but ended up having an affair on my daughter with a woman by the name of Darla, and ended up moving to Las Vegas, to North Las Vegas, to live with Darla and her mother, because he's, due to his credit score and finances, unable to rent a house or dwelling. And to this day now, currently, as of August 18th, 2020, is now back out in Los Angeles, teamed up with his good buddy, Dave Wilcock, working on the next big moneymaker.
Yeah, and I just find it very interesting that a secret government whistleblower is in such dire financial constraints that he can't even rent an apartment for himself, so he has to go live with some woman and her mother. That'll teach you, Cosmic Cons. It's not all cash and free money. You know, these guys are not doing well, some of them. They pretend that they're doing great, but I think that a lot of them are in dire financial straits, which is why, you know, they got to keep rolling on with the next big thing, right? Emery Smith has recently been selling Q&A sessions. You can ask him some questions behind a paywall. Great.
Which probably will not happen. Wilcock has made a number of mistakes since Gaia, continues to make mistakes. He's smart, well-spoken, but not intelligent.
Well, he claims that he has 180 IQ, though. How could he not be intelligent with a 180 IQ?
And Emery predates on that as well, and has used Dave over the course of the 8 or 9 years he's known him to fundraise using David's base. And there are some fascinating stories regarding that as well. And I was there for every one of those instances. Wilcox highlighted the death of Emery's dog, Beowulf, as being overly dramatized into some sort of black op to kill Emery and his dog. It's simply not true. I was there. Emery was drunk, went out for a drive, let his dog out on the highway, and the dog was hit by a semi and killed.
So there's the truth behind one ridiculous whopper of a lie that David Wilcock told about Emery Smith being the victim of the deep state. They're going to try to silence him, and they shot and killed his dog. No, Emery Smith got drunk, let his dog out on the highway, and it was hit by a truck. Yeah. David Wilcock, you're busted lying again, you asshole. How many times are you going to get caught lying through your fucking fake teeth?
Absolutely tragic, but you know, you don't wish that on anyone, but it was his fault. As it relates to Wilcock's embellishment of the Mountain Air event, where black agents came into Emery's home, invaded it, cut open the walls, left a bullet behind as a message, and yada yada. Nope, I was there. I paid the last month's rent on that house and was living there when this went down, and I can tell you absolutely none of that is true. And that round is from an FN Herstall 57. It's an SS-195 round. I know because Emery had to pawn his 257s to be able to survive.
So a secret government whistleblower has to pawn his personal gun or guns just to survive. And by the way, all of this fake Emery Smith getting attacked by the deep state and his house invaded and they left a bullet. All of that is detailed on David Wilcock's idiot blog, right? So it's all out there. David Wilcock, you just lied and made all that shit up? Amazing, David Wilcock. I would have never guessed that you just make shit up.
And nope, all false. That event was used to raise like $50,000 to $70,000 through PayPal, using Wilcock's base to help get Emery back on his feet because he was dead ass broke.
Yeah, I guess I was incorrect. It was not. It may not have been a GoFundMe that they did raised all of this money, $50,000 to $60,000, but PayPal donations. So I'm not sure that that it's legal. Just as it's not legal to start a GoFundMe based on lies, I don't think you can ask for PayPal donations based on a bunch of lies and just keep all the money. That would be fraud.
I know. I was there. There was another incident at that time that involved Emery borrowing initially a credit card from one of the people he was working with at a site out there that was involved in an archaeological dig northeast of Mountain Air that was reported or reputed to have a lot of gold on the site. Now, there geologically is no gold in New Mexico, but there was a fantastical story about it. And it was interesting. My daughter worked with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Bakhtar, and she helped him run the ground penetrating radar. And there were some interesting things they found, but none of it was ever recovered. And Emery was kicked out of the program and fired summarily by a gentleman by the name of Scott, who was heading up the program for a gentleman who had funded it all. And it was fascinating. The other incident that sticks out in my mind with regard to, well, there are two actually, and we'll cover these in detail, was the car accident up off Old Topanga Canyon where black agents had apparently rammed Emery and tried to kill him. Nope, drunk. Read the police report, was there. His fault. Yep, his fault. Left the state.
So it wasn't the Men in Black. It was just him getting drunk. Great Emery Smith.
To a billionaire who lived up there and was running a scientific program, and of course that didn't pan out either, and left in ill repute and fled the state basically, and owed about 90 grand on the Range Rover that he had, and left it in a driveway on Old Topanga Canyon. Yeah. Moving on, the next event that Wilcock overly dramatized was the Palm Springs incident where Emery was reputedly poisoned or made sick or, in ill health or, bullshit. He'd gone on like a 5-day bender of just insane alcoholism and drug abuse. And, I sat him down and said, dude, you're going to kill yourself if you keep this up. You have to stop doing what you're doing. I'm concerned.
This is another one of those events that David Wilcock told this huge whopper of lies about this so-called event where David Wilcock claimed that the Men in Black or the Deep State had poisoned him. Massive attack against Emery Smith for being a whistleblower. And I found this and used it. This is from, I'm going to share my screen here. This is from Wilcock's website. So another fake story to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get PayPal donations that was told by David Wilcock. ET Autopsy Insider. Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. And look, there's a picture of him in a hospital. It must be true. No, friends. Emery Smith is an alcoholic. And he went on a 5-day drug and alcohol bender. That's what landed him in the hospital. You asshole, David Wilcock. Not the Men in Black. He did drugs and drank too much, got alcohol poisoning, and ended up in the hospital. You fucking lying asshole. Lying through your fake teeth. Ridiculous. All right, we're going to get back to the testimony of this gentleman. And remember, friends, this is just his first video on this. And look at all of this information that we're getting, right? Look at all of this information. Look at all of these revelations. We're finding out that David Wilcock just made all that shit up because this person was there.
For my daughter, I'm concerned for you. You know, this is not how you behave. It's the only time in 10 years I've ever seen him break down and cry and admit what a total douche he is about himself.
You call him a douche?
But then, you know, leopards and spots. Back to the old Emery. Right on back. Well, he wasn't sick. He'd given himself alcohol. Well, he was sick, but he wasn't sick from what Wilcock had reported. It was alcohol poisoning and dehydration, and another small event came out of that, which was pretty mindless, and I don't know what drama Wilcock decided was worth there, but reported that his dog was stolen. Now, this was his other dog, Raven. Nope. Drunk again.
Drunk again, Emery Smith, you asshole.
Park not far from our house in Palm Springs, and it ran away. And my wife ended up finding it through Facebook, and next door neighbor tracked it down. We went and picked it up, returned it to Emery.
Only David Wilcock could turn a lost dog into a story about the cabal and the deep state and the men in black coming and attacking Emery Smith and stealing his dog from him. Come on, David Wilcock. You got to try harder, you asshole, because there were people that were there. This person is a firsthand witness to that actual event, and he's telling us the truth, and you made up a bunch of bullshit lies to promote this fake narrative that Emery Smith is some kind of top secret government whistleblower and he's getting attacked by the deep state. It's bullshit, David Wilcock, you asshole.
And another lie, you know, just in the saga of what Wilcock would disclose as his friend, deep black project friend, Paul. Well, Paul is Emery, and it's all frankly just a bunch of BS.
Yeah, so every time David Wilcock mentions his top secret whistleblower government insider, he was really talking about Emery Smith, but didn't want to say Emery Smith for some reason, because he likes to attribute whatever fantastical stories that he wants to anonymous sources. You asshole.
I know. I was there. Lie after lie after lie after lie. And most of it was used to raise money for Emery. Through Wilcock's base. And it's just wrong on every level. And this is really just the beginning of it all. So I'll give you a little taste of what's coming, including all of the M-Site court documents where Emery pilfered just insane amounts of money.
Those court documents are public record, and anybody can search for and find them. I did, and they are quite revealing about the character of one Emery Smith and the past problems that he has had with his business relationships.
Use shell companies all over Florida, which I have documented, that never paid taxes, were opened and closed within the space of a year or two, and just fronts. And then number of women, because he's very good at predating on women, he's borrowed a lot of money from. One Deborah over $130,000, never paid her back, let her on, they had an affair. And then another Barbara for $90,000, and it just goes on and on and on and on. But yeah. Got some choice home movies too of Emery wasted out of his mind after 14 and 17-day benders. And then the event where he kidnapped my daughter as we were coming to move her out. This is how utterly codependent he is. And then all of the physical abuse, the black eyes, the bruises, the spouse beating. Yep, he's a spouse beater too.
Wow.
Hard to imagine, but all documented.
How love and light. These are the light and love people beating up their women. Great.
Well, that's enough for this round. Hopefully, I've laid the groundwork for what's to come. And you pay attention and follow the facts because they're out there. And I don't want this to become something negative because I'm all about being kind and compassionate to one another. But this human being has predated on people in such nefarious ways that he's a danger, not only to himself, but to others. In every sense of the word, he's a hazardous human being, very toxic, and someone who should be avoided and exposed for this toxicity. And as a father whose daughter was routinely abused by him and then left with nothing, including $8,000 debt on a bicycle Emery had her buy to establish credit and then stole the bike.
He stole a bicycle.
Yeah. Can't let that go. Can't let that go. And others need to be warned. And there are enough people in the community that are well aware of this that hopefully they'll start coming forward as well.
Wow.
That's enough for today. You guys have a great one. Be safe. Be kind.
Be kind.
And smile. Yeah, things aren't great. That's for certain. But they're not going to get a whole lot better either. We're in a big mess. And we'll get through it somehow. It won't be ideal. But we'll survive. We'll adapt. That's it. Have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. So that's our Emery Smith Insider. And you can find this on YouTube. It's called Points on the Curve. And this, my friends, is just the first in a series of many videos that this gentleman is making, exposing the actual and real truth behind one Emery Smith. And along the way, destroying the fake bullshit stories that David Wilcock has been telling about Emery Smith for years and years. So here we have more than ample evidence that David Wilcock is just making shit up about Emery Smith. We have more than ample evidence that Emery Smith is not who he says he is or claims to be. It's gold. If you ask me, this is gold. This is great to have somebody that was that close to Mr. Emery Smith tell the behind-the-scenes story of what actually happened when David Wilcock was making all of these ridiculous claims. So once again, David Wilcock busted lying through his fake teeth. It's gold, friends. It's gold. And you too can go read the bullshit fake stories on David Wilcock's website about Emery Smith. Just Google Emery Smith, David Wilcock website or David Wilcock blog, and you will find all of these instances where David Wilcock is claiming the deep state and the men in black are attacking him and poisoning him. He may have been poisoned, right? They killed his dog. They stole his other dog. It's all fake. It's all fake. And a lot of these events can be attributed, sadly, I suppose, to Emery Smith's problems with drug and alcohol abuse. And, you know, I just wanted to say, I would not wish the hell of that kind of a life, being an addict, on anyone. And if my hope is that he cleans up and gets some help for his substance abuse issues, because these may be the source of a lot of his problems. I for one hope that he finds help for his substance abuse, issues, because they can create hell. They can create hell. We are going to, I am going to turn my attention to the live chat, and we'll take questions and comments from the live chat. If you have questions or comments for me, please do put them in all caps. Collie Armstrong, truth seekers and paranormal hood restore my faith in humanity. I've made some misjudgments in this field, but the more you research, the more it becomes clear. I'm going to join Jiggy in a small sig. Well, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I appreciate that. The PayPal link to save Emery is still active on Wilcock's blog. Yeah, they're still taking donations, Vanessa Thor, for fake shit that never happened. Still taking donations. How are these guys not criminally prosecuted for this shit? Like I said, these guys go right to the edge of what's legal. They play in these gray areas. How much shit, fake shit, can we say and get away with and take people's money for it? It's ridiculous that they're allowed to continue in that. Why don't you take that down? David Wilcock, why don't you apologize for lying to everyone about all these events surrounding Emery Smith that never happened? We have proof now. And it's not just this gentleman. For those that don't know or know me, I generally won't run with the story unless I have multiple sources and corroborating evidence. And in this case, I do. Yeah, so it is what it is, friends. But David Wilcock, you should at least apologize for lying to everybody and making people feel sorry for him and donate their hard-earned money to a lie. It's a lie, David Wilcock. You're caught again, busted dead to rights, lying and making shit up about Emery Smith, you asshole. How many times are you going to get caught with your fucking pants down, David Wilcock, you asshole? How many times are you going to scam people for money or tell people they got to donate to one of your fucking fake whistleblowers because the government is out to get them? That's the narrative. You did it with Pete Peterson. You did it with this Emery Smith. I'm pretty sure that he's going to take donations for Daniel Brinkley because he's dying too. You know, they always want donations. And by the way, you too can donate to my Patreon and my PayPal, because here we tell people the truth. And you know, I'm not going to get discouraged, right? I told myself I'm not going to get discouraged about the way the world works. But it does seem funny to me that these guys that just make up shit, lie, tell totally bold-faced lies, lie through their teeth, they get rewarded, right? They get $50,000 or $60,000 worth of PayPal donations. And meanwhile, it's not just me. There are other channels, there are other news outlets, call them journalists, whatever, content creators that are out there with facts in hand, with actual evidence, showing people the truth. And what do we get? Well, we get some good people that donate, but not nearly as much as the fraudsters get. They get the big bucks, and I get the pennies. But I'm okay with that because I can sleep at night and I can live with what I do, which is to try to bring people the truth. All I can do is do my best to do that. It is what it is, you know. But, you know, speaking of those PayPal donations, right? Where is it at? Okay, here we go. Send us some money, you leeches. Make a PayPal donation. Yes. And by the way, someone here said that I should offer prizes for the PayPal donations. And several suggestions were made about what kind of prizes people would like to get. And let's see here. I'm trying to find it. It's dark in here. Actually, it's not as dark as it usually is because we're doing a rare daytime stream here, which doesn't happen very often. But I had the benefit today of having no children in my house, and thought it would be a good time to try and get a show in. And I do want to apologize. I got like 5 emails from people that were complaining. Well, not really complaining, just commenting on like, oh, you should soundproof where you stream from because we can hear children laughing and screaming in the background. You know, I have 2 children. These things are going to happen. I apologize. But, you know, I try to get muzzles approved, but my wife wasn't interested in that or didn't think that was a good idea. We try. That's why I do the show at 10 o'clock because their bedtime is 9. and at least they're settled down and not screaming and laughing in the background when I'm doing a live stream at that time. But other times, if I choose to do a stream early because I have to, you may hear children in the background. It's a live show. This is the things that happen here. You know, we just have to adapt and overcome. I do the best that I can with what I've been given to work with. I can't throw my children outside while I do a live stream. Oh, okay. 1 second, friends. Well, friends, I'm happy to say that we got a donation from I'm just going to say Paul. I don't want to say the full name. Through PayPal, a generous donation of $18.82. Not quite sure. Maybe that's a person that lives in another country, and sometimes they don't translate well. Or I've noticed that people have oh no, it was a $20 donation. PayPal took their fee from it. So yeah, I appreciate that. If somebody could tell me in the live chat if that was you, please let me know your user ID in the chat so that we can thank you. But for now, I want to thank somebody who gave me a kind and generous $20 donation by the name of Paul. I'm not sure of his user ID. I put here in the banner, if you make a PayPal donation, please include your chat room user ID in the note line so that I can shout you out on the show and thank you. And you can include any message from me that you'd like for me to shout out. Still trying here to find something. The fun and prizes. Yeah. I'm going to have to do this another way. So just bear with me, friends. One second. I was looking for an example of the fun and prizes, but had not been able to. I thought I had one here, but apparently not. 1 second. I'm just going to find pictures of that item. I'm going to try here. Of course not. Just please bear with me, friends. That's not it either. You know what, friends? I'm going to play a bumper and find that item because I want to show the fun and prizes, but I'm having a hard time now. So just bear with me for a moment. And 1 second. All right. I can play this. So I'm going to play the call-in line bumper, but I'm not even sure my phone is charged or here. So the call-in might not work, but this will allow me to get up and go over where I have these items, and because then I'll be able to show them. Just bear with me 1 second, friends. Well, well, that didn't work, did it? I don't know why that bumper didn't play. Okay, so for the PayPal donations, now we have fun and prizes. The first of which, gee, I don't know how well this is going to show up. The first of which is when somebody gives a $20 donation, we're giving away these lovely wood rosaries. And I believe that the string is cotton. There's a line between the beads is made from cotton. These are very high quality. They remind me of the rosaries that the Franciscan priests used to use. And I don't know, for my own personal sort of spiritual practice, getting back to praying, there's something about the beads in your hand. It involves one, more sensing, more senses. I'm no longer Catholic. I consider myself a recovering Catholic, but I will continue to do and use those things from the Catholic faith that I still find beneficial. So if you give us a $20 donation, please be sure to include a shipping address, and I'm going to give you one of these beautiful rosaries as a gift and thank you. And also a guide, my own guide that I wrote on praying the rosary, and some historical significance about rosaries and about praying the rosary, which I think you may enjoy. These are trying times for all of us, and a little bit of spirituality and prayer never hurt anyone, right? And somebody else mentioned that they would like Truth Seekers mood rings, right? And yeah, I found mood rings. This is a mood ring, which, yeah, it's supposed to tell you what mood you're in. And of course, these are heat sensitive, and they change depending on the temperature, really. But so these are Truth Seekers mood rings. Hey, I'm here to please the audience, and if the audience asks for mood rings for PayPal donations, I've got mood rings for PayPal donations. So these are, if you make a $10 or better donation, you get a free mood ring. Again, please include your shipping address so that I will be able to ship these free gifts to you. Also, you can sign up on our Patreon. It's as little as $1 a month, but I'm very pleased that many people are giving more than the $1 required. You're only required to give $1. That's the buy-in to get the Patreon benefits. But many people are choosing to give $10 a month or $20 a month or whatever they can afford, because they find value in this show that I'm producing here. One more bit of business. I'm not sure why, but the last few streams have looked horrible. They look like they were 144p or something. It looked like total shit. The audio was clicking and cracking, and there was a lot of technical issues in the last few streams. There's not much I can do to fix those. So we're just going to let it go. But I did a little bit of research and also talked to an actual live stream show producer who's worked in live television and other things like that, and is now sort of a freelance producer for people. Basically, he works for celebrities that decide they want to do a podcast, and he sets them up, makes sure everything looks great, sounds great. And anyway, I talked to him, sort of a friend of a friend, and he gave me some excellent advice. And part of my problem is lighting here. I like it dark. The cameras don't like it dark. So that causes all kinds of grain issues, and the camera focusing and unfocusing. We're going to try to light things a little brighter, like today's example. Today would be a good example of the way that we need to light it so that the stream looks better and doesn't look like shit. Again, it's kind of like that. Being your own producer is kind of like representing yourself, being your own lawyer. Only it's a fool's mission. Only an idiot would produce their own show, but it is what it is. I don't have funds or whatever to hire a producer or get lighting techs in here or really expensive lighting and this and that. We do the best that we can do. Is the ring adjustable or sized. They're very small, and actually, I believe that they are. Yeah, they're pretty small. For me, it fits on a pinky. But I thought about taking the ring and just cutting it in the center so that people with bigger fingers, or if you want it on another finger. So yeah, that's the downside to getting these things from China. It fits on my pinky, right? Doesn't fit, well, just about fits on my ring finger, but it would be a stretch to get it on and off. It's a little tight. So as for me, I'm going to wear one on my pinky to remind me everywhere I go of my friends at Truth Seekers and my willingness to give people, you got to give the audience what they want. You guys asked, oh, sorry. You guys asked for mood rings. I don't know if that was just a random strange request. Like, you should be giving out mood rings, Steve. But I said, okay, we'll give out mood rings. I have something called a ring light that works wonders. Sixth design, yes. Unless you have a low light capable camera, darkness will always produce graininess. I agree with you, but this camera that I have is supposed to be good for low light conditions. That's what, yeah, it's supposed to be good for low light conditions. And I have another camera that's much better, so we might try in low light. So we might try that one. Kind of funny to me it's just kind of funny to me that the cheap $40 webcam that I bought looks better than the very expensive Logitech, whatever, the C922, whatever that Logitech camera that everybody uses on their streams. That's what I'm streaming with right now. But this other camera I got looks better in low light conditions. So we may start switching to that. And I'm still trying to work on the multi-camera setup so that it looks better. It's just, I'm in too tight a space here. And I don't know, like, you know, I'm told that multiple angles is good, but the backdrop's not so big, and we're still working on that. I may get the same backdrop, but they sell one that's twice as big, and we might be able to expand, you know, put a camera that's further away and show that. But that would be bad, because then you're going to show this mess of a desk in front of me and all the junk here and shit and papers, and like, this is the one room of the house my wife will not clean. She refuses to, and I don't blame her. It's my mess. I got to, you know, I'm going to work on that later tonight. Stina Maria is here. I want a ring. I love mood rings. And her husband says it would explode, though, because I'm mad all the time. Yeah. Dark Raven says it was actually designed to be used for live streaming and video recording. Yeah, it does a good job most of the time. It's my fault. I'm not a lighting tech, and I don't want to be so bright. I don't want to be, you know, I see some of these other streams where it's so bright. And, you know, we're talking about strange and dark and mysterious subjects here. So I thought, you know, actually, you know what my inspiration was for this whole setup with the, you know, we have this sort of, you know, cloud lights and all this weird stuff. It was Robert Stack from Unsolved Mysteries. Robert Stack would come on, and he'd be in a trench coat in some dark alley, and there'd be like fog, and he would start telling you, you know, a woman mysteriously vanishes without a trace. Was she abducted? You know, it's just, that's the kind of vibe that I want to go for, this Unsolved Mysteries, sort of dark and mysterious vibe. Everything is a work in progress here. I agree, not too pro. Alexa Souza. I don't think that we have seen you here before, Alexa. And if you are new, then I want to welcome you here to our little spot on the internet. If you like strange and mysterious subjects, if you like conspiracy land topics, aliens, UFOs, all manner of strange and mysterious stories, you will probably enjoy being part of our thing. Please do subscribe. We're trying very hard to grow our subscriber base, and I want to take a moment to welcome each new person that I see here in the live chat. You will find our live chats are good people with good discussions every show. Oh, Pat said it would explode. No booty for him. God damn it. You know, you guys always win. You guys always win. You got the trump card. I basically, when I first got married, I used to argue with my wife, right? But then I figured out that, like, no matter how wrong she is and right I am, and there have been at least, I don't know, 2 times in 10 years when I was right and she was wrong, she's got the trump card. So she'll just get pissed and cut you off. You just got to do whatever your wife wants. That's what I'm learning. Pick your battles. You know, I once almost got divorced over instant mashed potatoes. Not a good thing for me. Yeah, so Stina's been away for a while. Glad to see her back. Vanessa Thor says, my eyes are light sensitive. I love the darker images. The darker image. Yeah, I like it lit darker, but I don't know. I got to mess with the cameras and do some work for that. Do I need to come there and get your lighting set up? Yes, Dark Ravens. By the way, Dark Ravens is my nephew, which is strange because he's like the same age as me, but it is what it is, you know. So my nephew, yeah, come over here. Fix this shit, right? You could be the new producer. I'll give you a title and everything. Cal Korf is on our Facebook live stream commenting, cool. And Cal Korf has got that book coming out. You guys, oh my God, it's a laugh riot of fake conspiracy destroyed, this new book of his. Do have some ideas for shows. We'll see. Yeah, it's not easy to keep pumping them out, is it, Stina? I'm getting an education in that myself because some days I'm like, Jesus, what am I going to do a show on tomorrow? I'm done. You know, I thought I had a lot, but we're up to, what is this, 36 or 37, you know? Lee Beltman says, I always advise good editing and graphic software for taking other clips and making videos to dual stream with. It is always a good investment for podcasters. I have a ton of Windows video editing software and a ton of Linux video editing software and 3D titling, all kinds of software. And I really have to invest more time. I don't need money for software. I got software. I need the time to sit there and learn how to manipulate that software to make good stuff. You know, like I made these bumpers for the show and I made the intros and outros. I think with Wilcock and Good, a fair portion of their subs are likely people that are looking to catch them in the next lie. Yeah, they probably got a lot of hate viewers, I'd say. Who is Emery Smith and David Wilcock? Victor Caliero. I hope you're being sarcastic. They are well-known personalities in the alien UFO conspiracy land community, I suppose. Yeah, somebody's Vanessa Thor's envious of him because he doesn't know who they are. Attorneys watching for the court cases. Yeah. What percentage of subs on hoax channels are actually people researching the hoaxers? Yeah, I don't know. Dark Raven says they are con artists. His words, not mine. They're con artists. I agree with I'm making mashed potatoes right now, so I got to hear your story. Okay, here's the quick story of me almost getting divorced over mashed potatoes. I was talking about how, like, you got to choose your battles, right? And I don't know what it is, but I have a pathological hatred for instant mashed potatoes. I think because my mom was kind of lazy and would give us those gross old instant mashed potatoes, those boxes, you know, and they were always too watery and runny and nasty. I never liked those. And so when I got married, I would cook half the time, and my wife would cook the other half of the time. I was a kicking bachelor. Like, I learned bachelor survival early, and I was poor, so I figured out that if I wanted to eat good, I had to learn to actually go to the supermarket, buy stuff, and make real food. Anyway, my wife's making instant mashed potatoes, and for like a year or two, I didn't say anything, and I hate instant mashed potatoes. Didn't say anything for a year or two, and then I guess we got in an argument about something else. And I was like, I'm not eating these instant mashed potatoes. If you're going to make mashed potatoes, they got to be real potatoes. I make real potatoes when I make mashed potatoes. You make instant. That's not fair. I'm not eating them. And we got in this huge argument. And we literally could have gotten divorced over instant mashed potatoes. And the long and short of the story is eventually I just caved because she always wins. And now I eat instant mashed potatoes, but only a certain kind. I think they're called Baby Reds. I don't know the brand, but they're the closest thing to real mashed potatoes you're going to get in an instant pack. And I continue to make real mashed potatoes as much as possible, but even I cave now. With kids, you don't have time to be peeling potatoes, so yeah. I think fake potatoes would cause World War III in my home. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Somebody is in the Twitch live chat, says, next time I need the call-in number, I need to shout out Lee Veltman. Well, I'll shout him out for you. From Vickius, Lee Veltman, there's a shout out for you. And thank you, Vickius. I'm not sure if you are a usual participant in our show here, but thank you for being in the Twitch chat. It's probably pretty lonely over there. We're still trying to get the Twitch chat going to be as lively and well participated and attended as our YouTube live chat is. Let's see, props on that. I won't even try to learn more about video production. Yeah, it's an interest of mine, though. If people don't know this, I was an early adopter of digital video because I was in rock bands at the time. And as soon as I figured out that, oh my God, you could digitize video, put it in a computer and make your own music videos, I was hooked. And I made some really early music videos. And it was funny because friends that didn't know better were like, you can't just make a music video by yourself on a computer, Steve. And I'm like, yes, you can. And now that's the way everything is done. So at least I was an early adopter. Victor says, I am relatively new to the community. Well, welcome, Victor. We're glad that you are here. I like to say that Truth Seekers is maybe best described as the second red pill. For all these people that think they got that red pill and now they're woke because they listen to idiots like Corey Good or David Wilcock or Emery Smith, and they think they know the real truth because they're listening to those guys. Truth Seekers is somewhat of a second red pill. Not so fast. You're not woke yet if you're listening to lies and fabricated stories from these assholes out there. Wilcock has been lying for decades and decades. What does it must be like for him to wake up every day and go, all right, I got to make up some new shit. Got to make up some new shit. And what do these guys do? Do they just like sit around in their $1 million basements? David Wilcock has $1 million mansion and I suppose $1 million man cave, right? So he sits in his basement watching too much, I don't know, Stargate, SG-1 and, Star Trek, Star Wars movies. Remember, after all, Star Wars is more or less a documentary, according to one David Wilcock. It's ridiculous. This guy just sits around in his $1 million basement watching sci-fi movies and making up shit. Instant taters taste like the box they came in, but given a ton of butter, they aren't all that bad. Salt and butter, yes, or good gravy. You got to have the good gravy, and then it's okay. And lately, though, I've been making just white rice. So, like, we had Salisbury steak, and instead of potatoes for a change, we just have white rice. I like that very much. With some, gotta have the good gravy, though. Yeah, Betty Crocker ain't bad. It might be Betty Crocker that I was referencing. They're called Baby Reds instant mashed potatoes, or the kind of potatoes. You know, sometimes they have like sour cream and onion instant mashed potatoes. These are just called Baby Reds, and they have a little bit of like red potato peels in them. Maybe that helps to fool me. I don't know. And Super Grover, I don't believe that we have seen you here before. If you are new, welcome to our community here, our spot on the internet. Please do subscribe. If you like strange and mysterious subjects like this, you have found a good place to come and hang out with like-minded crazy people. We're all crazy, just to varying degrees. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like them either. Same reason my mom always made them. Yeah. My mother was a notoriously bad cook. Just awful. Just absolutely awful. To the point where, like, my wife, well, she was my girlfriend at the time. My father died, and I had to kind of move back in with mom because she was a lifetime housewife, and she wasn't going to, like, get a job and pay the bills. So I moved home to help my mother. And eventually, Sharon, who's my wife now, she was my girlfriend at the time, she moved in with us. And after I told her how bad it was, how bad my mother cooked, and she didn't believe me. She ate like one meal, well, half ate it, and then told my mom, like, listen, don't cook no more. I'll do it. And so my mother, she only made like two. Her spaghetti wasn't that bad, and like she made stuffed peppers, but that's about it. Everything else she made was horrible. All the nutrient is in the peel. I let them fall off in the boil and keep half. Adds texture too. Now me needs mashed. Lee Veltman just hopes they don't find his hybrid mole kid farm. You're a better man than me, Lee Veltman, plowing through all that cute bullshittery. I can't do it. Sidvich wants a TV dinner. I'm flying solo tonight. My wife is at my mother-in-law's house with my children, so I don't have any dinner. I'm going to be doing the same thing, looking for something in the freezer. Generally, if I'm just by myself, I don't cook just for myself. Genocide. My father-in-law and me are arguing over Bigfoot right now. Yeah, those are funny. I don't know. I don't talk about any of this craziness with any of my family. Once in a while, like my mother-in-law or sister-in-laws or somebody will say, like, well, what's your show about? And then I try to explain it, but they just nod and smile like, okay, you know. Generally, I don't talk about this stuff with my family. Don Crazeface. Welcome, Don Crazeface. He's getting Chinese food as we speak. You know, I may go and do that. I may go and do that. Wait, is Lee saying there are more hybrid alien children than only Billy Myers? Yeah. He's talking about the mole children that they're digging tunnels and stuff, and the Q people are going to rescue those trafficked children that are mole children. The Truth Seekers Ultimate Mashed Potato Competition has arrived. Send in your mash before the end of the year. Yeah. If people start mailing me mashed potatoes, I'm going to be pissed off at you, just so you know. You know, I get enough crazy shit in the mail. Lately, I've been getting crazy Chinese electronics parts from China. I live rural, and the only thing about it I hate is no food or pizza delivery. Yeah, I was surprised. Nobody delivers anything at my cabin. You got to go and get it. It's a 20, 25-minute ride each way because it's in the middle of nowhere. So there's a downside. Absolutely, there is a downside. Melissa Kalek says, Q always says they are saving children, but never show evidence. Yeah, I've noticed that. Isn't that funny? They never actually have the evidence, but they're always talking about these elite pedophile rings. And yeah, there are some people that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein and this and that, but they blow everything so far out of proportion. I just saw some kind of conspiracy thing where, like, there is a symbol for boy lovers, and they try to connect that to a shawl that the Catholic Pope wears. I don't know. It's just crazy. We need their DNA. Yeah, Calcorth, we need their DNA. Remember Reagan and what happened when he mentioned jelly beans? Yeah, Ronald Reagan famously mentioned how much he loved jelly beans, and then people all over the world started sending jelly beans to the White House, and that's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Never been a fan of jelly beans myself. I think that's the candy that you eat when there's no other candy around, right? My kids like those and lollipops, man. We go through, my wife has to buy the big bag of lollipops, the dum-dums, and they eat 2 or 3 at a time sometimes. I don't know. So friends, I don't know if we should continue to cover this sort of Emery Smith whistleblower, but yeah, maybe we'll do another watch party and watch his part 2. I think he's up to like 8 or so parts where he is spilling the beans about this Emery Smith fraud fake whistleblower. As if we needed more evidence or proof. The guy said he was a NASA astronaut and he was going to be working on the International Space Station, even though he only has a high school education. Okay. And that's another thing. He apparently, the basis of most of his claims are that he worked at a top secret government biomedical laboratory, and first, the story was that he did autopsies on alien bodies, and it was some huge number. Somebody in the live chat, please remind me, how many alien bodies did David Wilcock say that he autopsied? And then it turned into, no. I didn't autopsy that many alien bodies. I examined that many alien tissue samples. It could have all come from one body for all I know. That's Emery Smith refuting the bullshittery that David Wilcock was selling, that he autopsied all these alien bodies. But again, why is a guy whose only life experience, high school education, and being a private grunt in the military, how did they pick him? Like, excuse me, Emery Smith, would you like to autopsy some alien bodies for us for a top secret project? Even though you're not qualified or educated to do any fucking thing like that, we're going to recruit you. The basis of his claims are fucking ridiculous. They're just fucking ridiculous. You don't get to autopsy aliens with a high school diploma, you asshole Emery Smith. Oh, I'm going to get upset. I get upset thinking about this stuff, and I get more upset thinking about how fucking stupid are people that watch this guy and believe him. How fucking stupid are these people? You know, some people just can't be helped. I see it all the time. And by the way, I'm going to check something real quickly. Just maybe we'll do a short update to yesterday's show where we ripped Michael Horn a new asshole for being a lying sack of shit as well. I don't know, friends. This stuff just, it grains on me. I can't believe. Oh, I was checking my email. Yeah, the last email that I got from Michael Horn was before the show, so he's probably still stewing in his anger, and seeking therapy for his pathological lying problem that he has. He has not started I'm telling you, Michael Horn's going to start an email deluge on me, sending me shit, telling me I got to read 7,000 pages of his so-called proof before I'm allowed to comment again and shit like that. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe Mikey Horn is busy, I don't know, helping Billy Meyer make some more fake fucking flying saucers out of trash can lids and hubcaps and shit for their new documentary. I don't know. Maybe he aced that game, Operation, which totally qualifies him for doing autopsies, I would imagine. Yeah, maybe he was really good at the Operation game when he was a kid. You guys remember that game with the guy with the red nose and you had to go in there with those tweezers and take those parts out? Yeah, that's his only qualification. He was good at the Operation game when he was a child. I love how his stories become more and more fantastical each season. I want the telepathic glowing alien pet too. Oh shit, I heard about that. Yeah, I want one too, Vanessa Thor. I absolutely want one of those alien pets that he had. Michael Horn, David Wilcock, and Emery are the third trifecta. I agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. Planet Lupus says he is buying a new green screen. Yeah, maybe. Jordan and Dave are buddy-buddy. They both hate it when people get the decodes all wrong. Yeah, I wondered about Jordan Sather when there was that big, purge of Q accounts. Why does he still have a Twitter? Why does he still have a YouTube? He's one of the hugest supporters of this Q bullshittery. And that's another one of those things. Every time I just had like a family friend bring up Q to me, and they were like, all the truth's coming out, man. Q's going to tell us all about the behind the scenes, effort to destroy the deep state and drain this. I'm just, my eyeballs glaze over and I just start shaking my head like, you fucking dumb ass loser to believe this shit. I don't know how people believe that shit. Driving Nail got my wife and kids listening. Well, Jonaside, I want to give a shout out to your wife and kids who are listening with you. It is nice that, yeah, I didn't know that, but Truth Seekers can be a family show. Geez, I'm sorry. I cursed a lot, Jonaside. I don't know how old your kids are. I'll try to not curse for the rest of the show since your kids are listening. Oh my God, day live chat. My phone, CalTruth77. Late as usual, but we're always happy to see you make your glorious appearance here on Truth Seekers. Shout out to CalTruth77. I was late to the show. Is it proven Emery has no biology degree? I'm not able to find any supportive evidence that he has anything other than a high school diploma. I did a good deal of looking into that. I can't find any proof of a college education other than a high school diploma. Okay. Cal Corf chiming in from our Facebook live stream. There actually was an alien autopsy operation themed limited edition release of the game. I saw it and bought one for Bob Kiviat. Oh God, you're a troll level maximum, Cal Corf. This chat just popped up on my phone. I'm at work. Oh, don't get yourself in trouble, Cal Truth. Oh, this is why Sather didn't get his accounts deleted, because Sather is deep state. Yeah, if he's a deep state agent, then I feel bad for the deep state. Need to hire a shmoo like him, an idiot like him. There was alien autopsy themed operation game released. Oh, sorry, we already got that one. Coming from my desk at work. Okay, let's see. Jordan Sather made a video called The Calm Before the Storm weeks before Q supposedly posted on 4chan. It is clear he knew before anything ever posted. Yeah, how does he get like a shout out by Q unless he's somewhat involved in that LARP? Bedtime, sleep well, live chat. I finally caught one. Yeah, good to see you here. Melissa Calick, Q stands for question, then wait, some more, still waiting. Oh, and trust the waiting plan. Yeah, where we wait one, we wait all. And none of this fucking predictions ever come true. The first one that failed was that Hillary Clinton, and one of the first Q posts was that Hillary Clinton, there's going to be this big operation next week, and Hillary Clinton is going to be arrested. And the minute that didn't happen, I said, well, this is fake. This is bullshit. And I stopped having any interest whatsoever in this. Where we LARP one, we LARP all. Take the oath already. Yeah. It's funny how much attention this Q crap is getting lately. And, like Trump seems to be okay with Q people because Q people like him. Even though the FBI said basically that the Q thing is a domestic, did they say declare Q like a domestic terrorist threat or something like that? Oh, I just finished listening to all the videos exposing Emery. He's screwed. Yes, and thanks, Cal Truth. Cal Truth was one of the people who sent me this gentleman's video. I've had maybe 8 or 10 people send it to me and said, you got to see this. And Kel Truth, I was going to do a completely different show today, but I thought everybody wants to hear this information and wants to hear me talk about it. So we ran with this today. We're probably going to do another one. Wasn't Bannon supposed to never be able to be charged per Q? Yeah. And that didn't happen. That did not happen. And I love that Q-tards only end up saying that current Hillary is a clone, one of many. They just keep digging deeper. Yeah, and let's not also forget that Q is mentioning things like Looking Glass, which the only sources of Looking Glass, which is supposed to be some kind of program the government runs to be able to see into the future, the only actual evidence for that was brought forth by Bob Lazar, UFO fraudster, and an even bigger UFO fraudster who took some of Bob Lazar's S4 bullshit information and ran with it in the form of Dan Burrish. Go watch a Dan Burrish video, and there is Q's sourcing on this top secret Looking Glass project. It's laughable. It is ridiculous. It's like bad 50s science fiction, but done today. Rodrigo Vieira gracing us with his presence. I'm not sure that I've seen you here, Rodrigo, yet, but I'm glad that you found me. Rodrigo is a friend from our old show, The Midnight Hour, and an excellent researcher himself. I believe Rodrigo is in Spain, right, Rodrigo? It's so fun sometimes, just the connectedness of everyone in the world now, where I can have friends, in all different countries with similar interests. It's amazing to me. I just talked to somebody in Russia earlier today, and here is Rodrigo from Spain, gracing the live chat with his presence, good researcher himself, and a person who is similarly obsessed with all of this stuff as I am. Jordan Sather is hooking up with Wilcock at some point, or was that good? Gaia, anyhow. Yeah. Okay, future proves past. A little disinformation is necessary. The stuff with Baby Q plus the Space Force might not be that funny soon. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rodrigo, this is the first time I've seen you in our live chat, but I remember, of course, I kind of met Rodrigo through the Midnight Hour show and our previous producer for the Midnight Hour show, who vanished. I don't know what happened to that guy. Richard Booth just vanished, Rodrigo. Yeah, he's in Portugal, not Spain. I'm just waiting for Q to finally expose who the Magic 12 are now. Yeah, Edge of Wonder at 6 Design, they broke off and went over there. Yeah, they abandoned Gaia, and Edge of Wonder was their new mouthpiece. Because nothing says truth seeker like going on a Chinese cult run fronted going on a show that's supposed to be two independent truth seekers, but is really funded and affiliated with a Chinese cult, Falun Gong. Nothing says you're a truther like deliberately taking part in a Chinese cult propaganda video. It's crazy. But this is the world that we live in. I lost track of who owned rights to what. I still think they both are still working together. Probably. Somehow I see Good and Wilcock inseparable. Well, isn't it interesting, though, that David Wilcock has made zero comment on Corey Good suing everybody, including the guy who officiated at his wedding. Corey Good is suing the minister, I guess he's a minister, Leon Isaac Kennedy, who married David Wilcock and his idiot wife, Elizabeth Wilcock. So, friends, I think we're going to wrap things up here. I have not decided, but we may do the normal scheduled stream at 10 p.m. It depends on how I'm feeling. I'm going to try to get something to eat, get a little bit of rest, and may go live again. It'll be the first time that I've done 2 shows in one day, but I have another show that was locked and loaded and ready to go. So we may get 2 in one shot. Who is this Wilcock nut? He doesn't even have a wiki page. The Greer of the New Age community. Ian Mendham, I'm not sure I've seen you here before. Welcome. You can look up David Wilcock on Wikipedia, I believe, or just Google David Wilcock and you will find all kinds of videos, information. He was the one-time star, if you could call him a star, of Ancient Aliens, and is generally just a New Age grifter. He's been selling fake shit and lies for 20 years. Nothing he talks about ever comes to fruition. He's made thousands of psychic predictions, most famously that in the year 2000, we were all going to get light bodies and superpowers. That didn't happen. And then he changed it to, no, it's going to happen in 2012. And that didn't happen. And he goes away for a little while, hoping that people forget his bullshittery and lies. And then he comes back with new cons and new fake stories. Oh, and yeah, Sixth Design gives the rational wiki for David Wilcock. Rodrigo says, if you go live again, I'll drop by. Good. That would be excellent. See y'all later. If I wasn't at work, I'd have a lot to say about this topic. Maybe tonight. Yeah, maybe we'll unpack more of that. So, friends, I'm going to. Rational Wiki is a source of a lot of UFO, aliens, and so on. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to try and. Yeah. Thanks, Stephen and Sixes. Yeah, you should educate yourself. He's one of the. I call him a cosmic con man. He's always selling fake alien stories and fake shit about the deep state, Q. Just a fascinating character to me that somebody could be living in $1 million mansion just making shit up and people buy it up. But hey, not that I'm bitter. You know, we try to do our best to tell people the truth about these things here. So, friends, I am going to wrap things up here. I appreciate you guys indulging me for a daytime stream. And I think we had 40-something people, maybe more, because there's people in the Twitch chat, maybe 50 or 60 between Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, which is probably one of the higher attended shows or streams that we've done so far. So that is telling me that daytime streams might be a good idea. And we will see if we can't do some more of those. As for me, I'm going to try to get some food in me. Haven't eaten all day. And I believe we will be back with a second show. I'm almost sure of it. Unless something major occurs to stop me. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at the time here. So yeah, we'll be back later tonight with another show, which I have locked and loaded here that we were going to, but I thought it was important to do this sort of special report on Emery Smith being exposed as a fraud and a liar, because it's about time. You know, that guy kind of got a pass, right? Everybody likes to beat up on Corey Good and David Wilcock and how ridiculous their lies are. Emery Smith's lies are just as ridiculous. Right? I think it's important that people know the truth about him. So consider this our first Truth Seeker special report. And if things, you know, if something's like a breaking story, we're just going to jump on and go live and cover it the best that we can. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us and welcome you to come back in a few hours for another helping of our show here, Truth Seekers. I want to thank each and every one of you who have been donating or becoming a Patreon supporter as well. It means a lot to me. Every dollar, friends, every dollar helps to keep the show going, to keep the show moving forward. We're going to be giving out fun and prizes, like I said, for $10 donations going forward. Just include your mailing address, and I will send you, for a $10 donation, you get a mood ring. For a $20 donation, you get this beautiful wooden rosary and my guide on praying the rosary. So friends, until next time, which should be fairly soon, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night and God bless. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. For today, we get a double shot of Truth Seekers. You know, some days I struggle for enough content to fill a show, to do a really good job, and just even to have enough things to say, enough things to talk about to fill a show. But today is quite different. There is a lot of breaking information, and that sort of gets me excited enough to do not one, but two shows today covering this topic. Earlier today, I produced a show detailing an insider's view into the lies and fraud and fakery of Emery Smith. Now, I should say that even in the few short hours since that broadcast, my inbox has filled up with people, some of which I'm sure are big supporters of Emery Smith. And we played a gentleman's video who said that his daughter dated Emery Smith for 4 years. They were living together as well. I checked into this gentleman before using him as a source and playing his testimony, and was satisfied that he is who he said he was. And yes, his daughter did indeed date Emery Smith and live with him for several years. I consider him a good source. I'm sorry if you don't. These people that are attacking him, and by extension attacking me for sharing his information, have not done that vetting, have not made phone calls to check into this person as I did earlier today. I don't know him, but I know several people who do know him, just from sort of the, UFO conspiracy land conventions and things. He's been at some and has been an interested party into these subjects for many years. This is how he got involved with Emery Smith to begin with. In the video, this gentleman details a great deal of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery perpetrated by Emery Smith. But he also implicates David Wilcock for just straight making fake shit up about events in Emery Smith's life. I suppose in order to garner sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on these fantastical claims that David Wilcock was making about Emery Smith. Also leaked by this gentleman is the fact that David Wilcock has cited a secret government insider known as Paul in talks, in videos, in appearances. He has talked about this Paul. Paul is Emery Smith. Why he would use Emery Smith to be two separate people is beyond me. But that's David Wilcock, dumbass extraordinaire, fake psychic, fake Edgar Casey, fake teeth motherfucker. That's David Wilcock. And of course, he's going to milk a fake source for all it's worth. Not only did he milk the fake source of Emery Smith, but he decided to make Emery Smith a whole different fake insider for himself. And this was revealed to us by this gentleman who created these videos, Emery Smith Exposed. His YouTube channel is Points on the Curve. I decided that, it's pretty rare, actually, that I have a bigger bullhorn than another content creator, and I happen to have a bigger bullhorn than this gentleman. He's trying to get this information out there to the public, so we here decided that we were going to basically have a watch party and play his first video and talk about the information that he presents. And it's very compelling, friends. And for those idiots who emailed me earlier today saying, you don't even know if this guy is who he says he is. He probably doesn't even know Emery Smith. He didn't know Emery Smith. He's just some guy that doesn't like Emery Smith, and he's just making all this. No, he's not just some guy. It's verified. He had a relationship for many years with Emery Smith. His daughter lived with Emery Smith. I would think that he's a trustworthy source about these events. And for those stupid people who think that I just accept a source and go, okay, let's run with this. We don't know if this guy really knew Emery Smith. I checked, okay? I checked the best I could, and I found several pieces of supportive evidence that proved that he is who he says he is. But further, in his video, he shares a Dropbox link with a great deal of supportive evidence for all that he is talking about, all that he is claiming. And in that Dropbox, there's actually a video of him and his wife arguing with a drunk Emery Smith. And you see them on the camera together. So yeah, the person is who he says he was. But for the benefit of stupid people, we are going to share the video from his Dropbox link just so that people know, that I didn't just accept any source, and that this gentleman indeed knew. He indeed knew Emery Smith. And this is the Dropbox with all these documents. Basically, this is a great data drop on Emery Smith. I'm going to copy and paste. I'm going to copy and paste the link into the live chat. So if you'd like to, you can have access to this tremendous data drop, proving what this gentleman says is factually, more or less, factually correct. And he has this data that he can, include. And here's a video. There's a video of him arguing with the drunken Emery Smith. And you see the gentleman from the video we played in this video. So no, I didn't just accept any source and run with it. This person is who he says he is.
They stole our money, Olivia.
Yeah. God, what a fucking moron.
Are you nuts?
Well, you
Ow.
did. You took our money.
Hey, Emery,
You
get
took it-
this
you took it-
on camera.
You took
Hey, Emery, did you not go to the Boulder court and tell them I was trying to kill you?
Well, yeah, you
Good.
Good.
Tell him to
We're
come
glad.
arrest Emery
Tell him
Smith.
to come on back.
Emery's fucking face right now.
So here is a drunk Emery Smith arguing with the gentleman from the video, which is, I guess, was his father-in-law for some time. In this video we played earlier, please watch the previous video to see that in its entirety. The gentleman here, Emery Smith's, I suppose, former father-in-law, detailed events in Emery Smith's life that were portrayed an entirely different way by Emery Smith and especially David Wilcock. Again, in an effort to create sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on fraudulent, fake information that David Wilcock posted on his website. And we're going to go through this. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery from David, the idiot Wilcock. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery. David Wilcock, how do you make this shit up? How do you keep making up such fantastical fake shit? Do you, I often wonder, does he just got flashcards and he just mixes shit up like Deep State, Men in Black, Cabal, Attack, right? That's David Wilcock for you. It is ridiculous. And equally ridiculous, David Wilcock, this fake shit is still up on your website, okay? This fake shit about all these fake events in Emery Smith's life is still on your website, and the donate to the Emery Smith Fund PayPal link is still live on your website, you asshole. We're going to go through that blog post, and we're all going to have a laugh at David Wilcock, the idiot, the fucking fake bullshit king, David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Busted. We busted you now, you asshole. How many times am I going to prove you a fucking liar, you asshole, David Wilcock? How many times am I going to show the public that you just make up fake shit? How many times do I have to do that? How many times do I have to do that? While you sit in your fucking $1 million man cave mansion, you asshole, collecting money from stupid people who believe you somehow. How can anyone believe you, David Wilcock? How many fucking times are you going to get caught lying just by me, let alone by everybody else that's out there catching you lie through your fake fucking teeth? That's it, Wilcock. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock. And we're going to read it all. and we're going to laugh at you, you fucking lying disinformation asshole. Let's share, shall we? Let's begin, friends, shall we? So we're going to share David Wilcock's blog, and the post is titled, let's see here, E.T. Insider, Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. Of course, it was David Wilcock who claimed that Emery Smith autopsied some 3,000 alien bodies. But later, I guess they had a falling out, and Emery Smith said, oh no, he lied about that. It was 3,000 tissue samples, not, I didn't autopsy bodies. No, I just examined tissue samples from aliens. Okay. So here we go. Emery Smith claims to have autopsied about 3,000 different types of ET humanoids. Even he refutes that. David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Why don't you take that down? When the guy you're talking about in your blog post says, that's not accurate, that's fake, I never said that, David Wilcock made it up, you should probably take that off of your website, you dumbass. The day after we announced his coming forward, he was hit with an attack that landed him in an emergency room. Right before his health collapsed, 3 black SUVs followed him and abducted his dog, Raven. Miraculously, Raven was found alive by a good citizen after the perpetrators dumped her off on the highway. However, immediately after the abduction, Emery developed pneumonia-like symptoms with a fever and skyrocketed up to 105. The ER in Palm Springs could not admit him until 7 a.m. the following morning. Okay, his oxygen level went down to 90%, which when coupled with the enormously high fever could easily have killed him. This all screams of foul play. As we were finishing this article, his health slipped and he had to go back to the hospital once again. We are calling for your prayers for his health and safety. Our last article shared the story of a dog's abduction in an update. First of all, David Wilcock, you asshole. Listen, if the deep state or the men in black were out to shut him up, wouldn't they just kill him? Why would they kidnap his fucking dog, you dumbass? Okay, the men in black in 3 SUVs came and they stole his dog from him. That's what you're claiming in this post. You asshole, David Wilcock. What a fucking douchebag you are to go, and you wrote this. It's preserved for all eternity, you dumb dickhead. Jesus Christ, David Wilcock, you dumb dickhead. I can't believe what a fucking dumb dickhead you are. But this is David Wilcock. It's par for the course. These attacks reek of desperation on behalf of the deep state. Why would they try to completely destroy his life if he was simply making up stories, as their paid trolls will assert? I guess I'm one of those paid trolls, right? Because I think he's just making up stories. The guy said he was an astronaut, you asshole. Hey, David Wilcock, you used him as a source, right? For years. Did you vet that he was an astronaut, you asshole? Did you check that he was set to work on the International Space Station, going up in the space shuttle? Did you check on any of that shit, or did you just believe him because you're a fucking dumbass? God, Jesus, I don't know. Look, we got to get through this. This blog post, by the way, is like, I don't even know how many pages. Look, we're only up to this little bit, and it just goes on and on and on. Think about the implications. When you have been lied to for so long, in fact, born into a world where all you've ever known is lies, it can be very difficult when the truth finally appears. Hey, David Wilcock, I'm still waiting for any kind of truth to finally fucking appear from you. You're talking about being born into a world of lies in a blog post that's now proven, factually proven. We busted you, asshole. Factually proven that everything in this blog post of yours is a fucking lie, you asshole. So, first of all, the story about him ending up in the hospital, well, his supposed one-time father-in-law told a completely different story, you asshole, David Wilcock. He wasn't attacked by the men in black or the deep state or the cabal. He had alcohol poisoning and had to be hospitalized because of it, you asshole. And as for the dog got away. Somebody found the dog and they returned the dog to him. How the hell are you seeing some kind of conspiracy with 3 black SUVs following him and stealing his dog over him? What actually happened is he got drunk and let the dog out. One of the neighbors found the dog. The father-in-law went, got the dog with his wife, and returned it to Emery and that gentleman's daughter. He was an eyewitness. He was also an eyewitness to this event that you're trying to claim he was poisoned or he was attacked, which really that gentleman was witness to. No, you asshole, David Wilcock. He had alcohol poisoning. Yeah, he was sick, self-inflicted sick, you asshole. How do you get away with making this shit up? It's ridiculous. There is a level of UFO secrecy that goes far above the U.S. military. The highest generals, even the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, same old shit from David Wilcock. Oh, Eisenhower wanted to invade Area 51. Who's your source on that? Oh, the fake CIA disinformation agent that we busted. You know, the one that Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan were trying to peddle as a fucking CIA agent that was never a CIA agent. That's your source on that. There you go, lying again, you dumbass. You make this too easy. Yeah, so he's citing Richard Dolan talking to a fake CIA agent about Eisenhower's wish to invade Area 51 if they try to hide secrets from him. David Wilcock, maybe you should start watching my shows. We busted that fake CIA agent. He was never in the military. He was never a CIA agent. And even Richard Dolan later said, yeah, I don't think he was credible. Yeah. Shit, I got caught with another fake fucking story because that's what we all do here in UFO land. We sell fake fucking stories. They all do it. Some more than others, but they all do it. Okay, let's get back to this. Allow yourself to speculate. Oh, I don't even want to. I don't even want to go there. Okay, how are we gonna get? David Wilcock he's got to take 85 pages to explain a 5-minute story. Oh, Emery never intended to come forward. Emery never wanted to come forward about any of his black ops experiences. You asshole, David Wilcock. Here you go, lying again. He didn't have any black ops experiences because you can get his DD-214, you asshole, and it proves that he was a low rank grunt. A nobody in the military. He wasn't special forces. He wasn't black ops. Those are his fantasies or yours. He never was in black ops or anything of importance in the military. He was a fucking nobody grunt, you asshole. And his DD-214 is the factual evidence that proves that. So here's another lie in your fucking bullshit blog. Boy, you should just call it the bullshit blog, David Wilcock, you asshole. Just call it the fucking bullshit blog because that's what it is. That's what I'm seeing. This is all bullshit. Every line of this is fucking fake. There were threats and attempts on his life since I started anonymously leaking some of his intel. You don't get intel. You get Fantasyland stories from LARPers and fake fucking people whose backgrounds don't add up. You asshole. You don't get intel. You don't have any intel or intelligence of your own, even though you claim to have 180 IQ. And by the way, Einstein only had an IQ of 160. So you're smarter than Einstein, David Wilcock. Then how do you keep fucking up trying to sell these lies? How is it so easy for a dumb slob like me to catch you lying over and over and over? How many times am I going to catch you lying to people and begging for money, you asshole? Here we go. There were threats and attempts on his life. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we heard about the so-called threats and attempts on his life. We heard the real story behind that earlier in our previous episode from this source who knew Emery Smith very well and claimed that he was a drunken mess. And that was the source of a great deal of his problems. It's not the deep state. It's not the men in black. It's that old demon alcohol, right? Apparently, Mr. Smith is such an alcoholic that he needed to get injections or he would have terrible withdrawal symptoms when trying to stop drinking. He'd get the shakes too. That's a bad alcoholism addiction. That's a bad problem. And I pray that he's going to get the help that he needs. But for David Wilcock and him to run around and allow, listen, David Wilcock, if David Wilcock made all this shit up or Emery Smith fed it to him, those are the only two choices, or they both worked in concert to make this shit up, to have something to talk about at conferences, in videos, on radio show appearances. They always got to have some drama to talk about. This is exactly what happened to Pete Peterson after coming forward on Cosmic Disclosure, which much more controversial information. And there's another fake source of David Wilcock. Pete Peterson has been blown out of the water as a complete and total fraud. We've done that for you. We've done that for you, David Wilcock, you asshole. Try harder. Get some real sources. You amateur hour clown shoes fucking bozo at this. Oh, he talks about David Wilcock's break sabotage. This wasn't the Dark Alliance. Always blaming the Dark Alliance. God damn it, David Wilcock. By the way, I'm supposed to be a member of the Dark Alliance. If I am, look, you motherfuckers in the Dark Alliance, you assholes, I didn't get a fucking membership card. I didn't get access to the super secret chat room where we all get together and plot, you know, how we're going to, you know, do Dark Alliance rituals and black magic against these truth-seeking spiritual gurus that were, you know, it's ridiculous. The Dark Alliance is a fucking fantasy made up by Corey Goode and David Wilcock to explain away their critics. That's what it's for. It's a propaganda piece. And any asshole that believes in something called the Dark Alliance, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Go seek counseling for your idiocy. Go try to educate yourself, you dumb shit, for believing this shit. Okay. Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. This included large crystals that had been completely smashed into worthless powder on the ground. How do you smash a crystal on the ground into powder? Okay, David Wilcock. Evidence was planted to make it look like the work of drug addicts. Well, there is substantial and supportive proof that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing in the form of selling psilocybin, right? So it could very well be that some drug addicts that he was involved with broke in his house and did that. Why does it got to be the men in black? But we heard the story from Emery Smith's at one time. I'm just going to keep calling him at one time father-in-law because he doesn't, you know, he doesn't clarify too much in his video, but he was the father of Emery Smith's live-in girlfriend. So yeah, he detailed this event as being a nothing burger. Nothing happened. And the bullet, oh, yeah. Oh, David Wilcock shows the bullet left on the counter. The same caliber of bullet for two guns, which Emery Smith owned, but had to hawk because he was in such dire straits. He needed the money to live off of. So he was hawking, according to this source we have, everything he owns. And that bullet is the same caliber. So is it just a coincidence, David Wilcock, you fucking dumb schmoo? Is it just a coincidence that the bullet that you say the Cabal, the Men in Black, the Dark Alliance left on his counter is the same caliber of bullet for the guns he just hawked? Is that a coincidence? That's a fake event. These events are fake. Yeah, he went to the hospital, but he wasn't poisoned by the deep state, right? He had alcohol poisoning. That's the truth of that event that you're trying to dramatize into some fucking science fiction fantasy story that you think you live, you asshole. And this event where his house was broken into, again, a big nothing burger. This gentleman paid the last month's rent on that home. I believe that he had intimate knowledge of this so-called event, and he says that David Wilcock made this shit up. So there you go, David Wilcock, you dumb asshole. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth again. You're lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock, in this blog post. Wow. Okay, let's see. The reason that this and previous articles have been lengthy is that's what the data will be scrutinized far more in the future if there comes a... What is he talking about? The alliance will make its moves regardless of whether I am involved in any way or not. Their plan does not revolve around me or my work. There's no alliance. You just made that shit up. There's no alliance. Every time this asshole says alliance, he's just making shit up. He doesn't know anything about this shit. This isn't real. It's fucking fantasy land. It's fucking fantasy land. This does seem to be interconnected. I have been telegraphing for 3 days via electronic communication that I was writing the big one, i.e. this article. You're so proud of this work of fiction that you created around fake events of Emery Smith's life that never happened. This is the big one. This is your big one. E.T. Autopsy Insider. Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. He was hit with a massive hangover, you asshole. He alcohol poisoned himself and had to be hospitalized, you asshole. There was no Dark Alliance. There was no Men in Black. There was no black SUVs following him. Nobody stole his dog, you fucking dummy. Jesus Christ, how do you fucking live with yourself selling this shit? When you go to sleep at night, do you think, man, I did a real good job lying to all those people today? I did a real good job. I had a good day of lies. Oh, and then he takes a moment to beat up Tom DeLonge for the soft disclosure. He's a fake disclosure person. Yeah, that's their narrative. Everybody else wants drip disclosure, not full disclosure. Corey Good says the same horse shit, and it's all fake. It's all horse shit. You might find your way into this through the military. Oh, here we go again. Emery, we're back to where we were. Emery never meant to come forward. So he says here, Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. Didn't happen. That did not happen. You made that up, or Emery Smith made it up and you just believed him without checking sources or vetting him, which is just as bad, I suppose. Oh, here we go. He starts talking about Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. Remember, this gentleman from the video we played earlier today said that David Wilcock just made up a pseudonym for Emery Smith called Paul. So every time in this article, when he's saying Paul, and most of the article is about Emery Smith, so it seems to reason that this dumbass, Paul is another one of his top secret insiders. But really, it's just Emery Smith telling him different stories, according to this gentleman. So we got you lying again about a fake source, you fucking dumbass. How many times do we got to catch you lie, David Wilcock, you asshole? Some of Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. I profiled his testimony on smart suits, which, as it turns out, are very advanced. I mentioned films like Spider-Man Homecoming, in which Tony Stark character gives Peter Parker a similar suit as himself was using as the Iron Man. Do you watch too much fucking science fiction and superhero movies? Is that your problem, David Wilcock? Is that why you think you have superpowers? Is that it? I'm confused. Only a half hour after this intel was posted, Emery suffered a head-on collision while driving his SUV in Topanga, California. The timing was very suspicious, to say the least. No. Here's where you're lying again. Emery Smith got in a vehicle accident while driving drunk, and there is ample and supportive evidence to prove that. You dumbass. Another lie in your blog. Another lie in your blog. How many times are you going to lie in one blog post? Well, the blog post is like 80 pages long. Okay, here's the bullet left for him. After I leaked his intel, and David Wilcock's brake sabotage wasn't the Dark Alliance. His house was burglarized to the bare walls. No, that didn't happen. You made that shit up, or Emery Smith made that shit up. The cabal is on the verge of mass public exposure. I am one of the people covering that story with intel most others don't have. You don't have intel. You have Fantasyland stories that you just fucking pull out of thin air. You don't have any intel. If you did, then some of this shit would end up being real. And 20 years you've been doing this, David Wilcock, and none of this shit is real. And people keep catching you lying over and over and over again, catching you making fake shit up. This seems to be interconnected. I went into more detail and the threats. Oh, I'm sorry, friends. I just can't even. One of our top insiders was almost killed just a half hour after we released part 2. Oh my God. He's claiming people were. Paul was nearly killed in a head-on collision. That wasn't Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. This is particularly significant because we had released more of his highly sensitive intel in that same. Again, he keeps using these terms: intel, briefings. No, you asshole. And here's supposed pictures of Emery Smith's house being burglarized. Oh, and here's the vehicle accident, which, by the way, right? That was not Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. That's what caused this very disturbing vehicle accident. And how do you turn, and the Range Rover, right? We heard that gentleman mention Emery Smith drove a Range Rover. Isn't it a coincidence? This man says that you lie and that Paul doesn't exist and Paul is Emery Smith. Paul also drives a Range Rover, a very expensive car, by the way. And here, you know, I don't mean to laugh. That's terrible if somebody gets in a big car accident like that. Paul's body collided with the windshield, leaving visible cracks, as you can see here. Blood was found on the window and the driver's side door. Lastly, he escaped with whiplash and a concussion, and nothing more severe than the final loss of everything he owned. Since then, we have taken elaborate precautions to ensure that his valuable information can never be lost. We still have more to say on that soon enough. Elaborate precautions meant getting him to come forward. Oh, geez Christ. So he talks about Emery and him filming his testimony. It just goes on and on. I'm trying to find, though, there's a PayPal donate button. Oh, proof of the dog's abduction. No, you asshole. This isn't proof of the dog's abduction. This is proof that somebody found a lost dog. You fucking dumbass. How do you get away with this? This is proof of the dog's abduction. We heard this gentleman in the video earlier today say it's a nothing burger. The dog got out because Emery was drunk. The dog got out, got lost. One of the neighbors found the dog. Him and his wife went and got the dog and returned it to Emery Smith. There's no cabal here. There's no black men, there's no men in black and black SUVs. And why the hell would you steal somebody's dog if you were a government agent anyway? This makes absolutely no sense. But this is proof to idiot David Wilcock, the guy with the 180 IQ. And I got to tell you, for having a 180 IQ, I would think he would be a better liar. Many things were left out of the update for Emery's own safety. It was a combined operation. What happened to the dog was only part of it. Simply put, he was already in the emergency room by the time I posted proof of his dog's abduction. You didn't post proof of his dog's abduction. You posted proof that somebody found a lost dog. You asshole. You never posted any proof that the men in black. Come on, David Wilcock. Up your game. I challenge you. Where is the proof that the men in black stole Emery Smith's dog? You asshole. Nobody stole his dog. The dog got out because he was drunk. You fucking asshole. This is David Wilcock. He'll take anything that he thinks he can use and he just twists the facts, pepper it with a bunch of lies, really do it up. Make this science fiction Buck Rogers, he's a government insider story shit seem legitimate, right? It's ridiculous. I don't want to keep saying ridiculous. I got to stop saying ridiculous so much when it comes to these clowns. Whoever did this may have hoped that the addict's shock of having his dog stolen would further weaken his health and cause him to actually die. One possibility, based on things Peterson has told me, is that Emery was shot with an ice dart by one of the SUVs that went by before grabbing his dog. Holy shit, the men in black Shot him with an ice dart. What was in that ice dart? Well, gee, this is what David Wilcock says. This might not feel like more than a bug bite, but it could easily be loaded with viruses and or pathogens that could make you develop a sudden huge fever. Okay, look how fantastical this is. Where the hell is he getting this shit? This is some crazy speculation. Maybe the men in black shot him with a dart that had a pathogen in it while they were going to steal his dog. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, sounds good. He wrote this shit out. Does he proofread this after he fucking writes this shit? How do you not read this and say, you know, this sounds too crazy, I'm going to take those lines out? Not David Wilcock, because nothing is too fantastical a lie for David Wilcock. Nothing, friends. There is no fantastical lie too big for this asshole to tell. And it's all documented. You wrote this in a blog, you asshole. It's going to be here forever. And my proof that it's all lies is going to be here forever. So who wins this game? David Wilcock, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. Sad but true that even with all this said, there are people who still deny any of this actually happened. Yeah, do you mean like the eyewitness that was there for most of these events who says you're full of shit, whose video we played earlier? He denies, and he's an eyewitness. He was actually there during these events. Were you there, David Wilcock? Because he was, and he says you're full of shit. And by the way, so do I. But now we have more substantial proof that you're full of shit. Another time that we've busted David Wilcock lying through his fake fucking teeth. He's lying through his fake fucking teeth on a public blog post. You asshole. No level of proof will stop the paid trolls from making such accusations, but my goal here is to reach the real people who might be on the fence. Oh boy, I guess I'm one of those. David Wilcock, I'm not a paid troll. And by the way, I just want to make a quick sort of disclaimer statement. The purpose of this video is not to slander, intimidate, harass, or damage the reputation of anyone. The purpose of this video is to educate the public on just how easily these people in the so-called consciousness or UFO community use deception and fake stories and try to profit from them. That is my purpose here, to show people that these people lie through their teeth and then they ask you for money, right? So all of this stuff is designed to make people feel sorry for Emery Smith, right? And after this big buildup, oh, look, he's got a hospital bracelet. It must be true, right? And here's showing some of his records. Like, okay, he had a blood test while he was there. I'm trying to see what they have a list of what medications he was given, because one of them might be for alcohol poisoning. I'm going to look that up. Update while writing. He has to go back. As I was writing this update, he had gotten to the point, Emery texted me and said his condition has worsened again and he is going back in. Oh, and here's a video that he took down. Oh no, Gaia took it back because Gaia and David Wilcock are on the outs. And here David Wilcock, pretty ballsy. We will not be intimidated. You know, David Wilcock, it's easy for you to say you're not going to be intimidated when you're making up fake shit like fake government agents, fake men in black. I have a feeling if you had to face a real federal agent that was coming after you, you would run like a bitch, okay? But since these are fake, yeah, I'm not going to be intimidated by these attacks because they're fake attacks, you asshole. None of this is real. The gentleman on the video that we played in our previous episode here detailed point by point that all the shit that you wrote in this blog is fake. It never happened. None of that ever happened. Most of it was just Emery Smith having alcohol-related issues, car accidents, letting his dog out. got drunk and let his dog go and get killed on a highway. All of these things were related to his alcoholism. And here we see, once again, David Wilcock taking advantage of somebody that has issues. Just as he took advantage of Pete Peterson, who was a senile old man, here, apparently, he's taking advantage of a man with very, very severe alcohol-related issues. And David Wilcock is, if this is how you use your friends, I would hate to see what you do to your enemies, really. Normally, the deep state would simply roll out a whole mess of troll videos trying to discredit Emery and make him look bad for whatever reason. He deserves to look bad from what I've seen. Doesn't seem like a very trustworthy or credible individual. Certainly not somebody whose crazy, fantastical stories we should just believe based on his past criminal activity that's been proven. I don't think he's somebody that can be trusted. And it's not trolling if people are out there telling people the truth about this shit. So, yeah, that's David Wilcock. Label anybody opposed. Okay, anybody opposed is, a big problem. I'm trying to find the PayPal link. It's here somewhere. I'm sorry, friends. I'm a little bit visually impaired, so. Oh, click here to donate to the Emery Smith Survival Fund. What are we trying to help him survive? His alcohol benders? Because that's what all this was related to, according to an eyewitness that was there at these events. David Wilcock, you asshole. And here is another time where you tell a whole bunch of fantastical stories and then want people to donate money to one of your friends. And by the way, the link is still live. People are still donating, I guess, to Emery Smith. The gentleman in the video we played earlier said that he raised between $50,000 and $60,000 through this PayPal scam. It's a scam. If none of those events happened and you're asking people to donate money based on those events, it's a scam. I'll say it again. This is fraud, David Wilcock. This is fraud. Now, I don't know what's going to happen next, but Mr. Wilcock has just a few plays here. He can ignore this and hope it'll go away, but it won't. Or he can address it. He can apologize. He can take that blog post full of lies down from his website. But will he? I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think that he's going to do that. I think that he's going to double down. And it'll be that gentleman who was an eyewitness is a member of the Dark Alliance and the Deep State. Isn't it funny how the Dark Alliance membership keeps growing as the critics against these fake fraud fairy tale hucksters increases? You know, I've seen somebody come literally out of nowhere. Nobody knew them in the UFO community, in the consciousness, whatever you want to call it, conspiracy land. And within making a few videos, they were suddenly a member of the Dark Alliance, according to David Wilcock, Corey Good, and their ridiculous narrative. And it's all an attempt to convince their followers that they're somebody special. They get intel. They don't get intel. They get fantasies. They get, they get ideas from Stargate and from Star Trek and run with bullshit fake stories. And people, yeah, I got to say, good for them, though, because people throw money at them for this fake shit. People want to believe it so desperately that they are willing to just forget about discernment, forget about logic, common sense, facts, or evidence, and just believe an asshole like David Wilcock. David Wilcock, once again, we busted you lying through your fake fucking teeth. You lie through your fake fucking teeth to people. Every time that you appear somewhere, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. Every time you write a blog post, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. It's ridiculous that you get allowed to do this. When is law enforcement going to step in and do something about what you do? When is that going to happen? Is it legal for you to just write a blog post full of totally fake, made-up stories about somebody in an attempt to garner sympathy for them and then solicit donations for that person based on 10 pages of lies and events that never actually happened? Is that legal? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Doesn't seem like it should be to me. It's certainly not ethical. It's certainly not the moral thing to do. And by the way, David Wilcock, you asshole, you have a spiritual foundation. I don't understand somebody that's supposed to be a spiritual guru lying through his fake fucking teeth so much. You want to be a spiritual guru? Here's how you start. Stop lying through your fake fucking teeth for a living. Go get an honest job, right? You got money. Go help the poor or something. Take a break from lying to people for a while. See what that does to your soul. Maybe you'll feel better about yourself, knowing that you don't have to wake up every day and make up more fake stories to sell stupid people. Maybe that would improve your mental clarity, David Wilcock. Maybe that would improve your karma, and you'd be able to win at something besides lying and making up fake shit. Maybe you ought to look into that. A spiritual guru who gets caught lying to people every time he opens his fucking mouth is not a spiritual guru. And any of you assholes stupid enough to believe anything coming out of this jackoff's mouth deserve to get conned. I can't help you if you're fucking stupid enough to believe him. How many times do I have to show you that all David Wilcock does is make up fake shit and lie to people before it sinks in and these people stop sending him money for fake shit? But this is where we're at in life. And people who tell the truth or try to tell the look, you can cover these strange subjects and these strange stories and not just lie to people. You can say, I don't know if this is real. You don't have to present everything as factual. But see, there's not much money in that. There's much more money in going, I talk to aliens. Really, I do. I don't have any proof that I talk to aliens. And again, on this subject of Emery Smith, why has he been getting a pass? He got a pass. And I think the reason may be that he comes across as much more genuine. And at least I've heard he's a little bit nicer to people when he meets them. He is not very accessible. If you want to ask him questions, you got to pay, right? Take part in my webinar where I'll be answering questions. It only costs $50. You too can get the disclosure truth about those aliens. Just buy my webinar for $50, and then you can ask me some questions. Bullshit. Bullshit. And, as far as his education goes, I'm only able to verify that Emery Smith went to high school. Can't find proof of any other additional education. That's not to say it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm a terrible researcher and I could not find it, but it does exist. I don't know. But one thing that I do know for certain is that you don't get to be a NASA astronaut if all you did was go to high school. You're going to need a college degree to be a NASA astronaut, Emery Smith, you dumbass. Okay, so we're going to turn our attention to the live chat. Rodrigo, it boggles the mind how people can't see through Wilcock's BS. Unbelievable. Yeah, or they just want to believe in this shit so much that they're willing to, give him a pass. Oh, maybe he lied about that, but this is probably real. I've heard people tell me that. Oh, well, yeah, he lied about the Peterson GoFundMe, but, that doesn't mean that all the stuff he talks about aliens isn't true. Yeah, it does. Once a liar, always a liar. David Wilcock is a fucking liar. And I got to say it one more time. He lies through his fake fucking teeth. Yeah, haven't they seen John Wick? Don't mess with a man's dog. I've never seen John Wick, but I've heard that reference, don't mess with a man's dog, from John Wick. I heard it's great. I just haven't gotten a chance to experience that whole series. But I'm going to binge watch that soon. It's on my list. So, friends, any questions or comments for me, please do put them in all caps. And, today's funny because I've never done 2 shows in one day, but I thought I'd rather get this all out in one shot. Let's cover this. And we're calling this Donate Gate. And here's why. David Wilcock has an entire page of fake stories about Emery Smith that never happened, and we have a source that's an eyewitness By the way, I'm reaching out to him. We're going to try to interview him here live on our show. I'm hopeful that he will participate. Seems like a good person, somebody that I want to know more, and somebody that I want to pick that guy's brain and see what else he knows. Apparently, as you go on in that series, and we're going to do that, he's claiming that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing, selling psilocybin and other things. And also in his Dropbox, there is a story about a Gaia director getting caught in Emery Smith's Range Rover with mushrooms in the car. So that's interesting. And maybe that would explain some of the behavior we see with some of these cosmic con artists, that they're running around doing mushrooms and psilocybin and smoking and drinking so much that they see aliens. I don't know. Okay, friends, let me just check in. Don Craze Phase earlier posted on our previous video, which is part 1 of this. If you haven't seen it, you might want to check that out. Don Craze Phase commented, "I am ecstatic Emery Smith is being exposed with documentation, arrest records, provable facts, etc. I have watched almost all of this guy's vids by now. His info specifically exposing Emery is great." Yeah, I agree, and that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to sort of amplify his message. You know, I happen to have a slightly bigger bullhorn than him, and I think we get more of the UFO community are tuning into us than maybe tuning into him. He just started this brand new channel. I thought it was important that we help him share that information and get the real truth out to people. And Don Craze Phase, I did read the rest of your comment, but I'm going to talk to you about that off air. Let's see, what do we have in the live chat? Went to school and he called Art Bell as a person from the future while on his other job. I think you're talking about David Wilcock. We started a drinking game. We drink every time you call David Wilcock an asshole or a schmoo. He's not just a schmoo, Keltruth77. He gets the distinction. David Wilcock is a super schmoo deluxe. That is a term, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've heard it in Philly for the first time years ago. And that is for a total fucking dumbass, dweeb, asshole loser. Like the lowest of the low is a super schmoo deluxe. I call David Wilcock a super schmoo deluxe. But be careful, because I might just start calling him an asshole, you know, over and over again, just to see you guys get plastered drunk watching my show. I have Wilcock books too. One, he brags about himself half the dang book. I think that's, yeah, and the other half of the book is copied from other people's books. So that's David Wilcock. I bet David Wilcock has never experienced a trip. I don't know. I've seen pictures of him, and apparently he had terrible drug problems at one point, but then cleaned himself up. I don't know if that's true. That's rumors and speculation. Take from that what you will. Not quite sure. Jeanette Krasenko, super schmoo deluxe. Yes. Keltruth77. Okay, super schmoo deluxe gets a triple shot. Yeah, it does. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to copy, let me get this link for you guys. I'm going to copy the Emery Smith data dump on Dropbox by this gentleman, and I'm going to put it into the live chat once again, so you people can, you too can experience the treasure trove of information that this person presents to support his sort of allegations and to support his telling of the story about the real Emery Smith that nobody gets to really see except people very close to him. And again, I will say that it is a sad thing, apparently, that Emery Smith has got some drug and alcohol issues, and I do wish that he gets some help for that. It is not a good thing to live with alcohol or drug substance abuse issues, or to live with somebody that has those issues. Out of Mind says, I might have to start drinking again. I think we're going to do a drunk show here one day. Maybe we'll do a drunk show. I was thinking of doing a show where we watch a David Wilcock video and we all have to take a drink every time he lies. But I'm afraid I could get alcohol poisoning and dying from trying something like that because I did a test run and I was 10 drinks in before 10 minutes. So that may not be a good idea. William Pixley, he's a grifting, lying drunk. Is that about the deal? Yeah, apparently that is the source of many of his issues is substance abuse issues. And all of these so-called events that the cabal were out to get him and the deep state were out to, kidnap his dog and burglarize his house. Every one of those events was really just involved Emery Smith having a drunken bender and getting himself into trouble while on a drunken bender. Is there a report fraud button on PayPal? Would PayPal then be obligated to warn all donators and authorities of the potential fraud? I don't know, Jean-Claude. I'm going to look into that, though. I know that several people reported David Wilcock for the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam to GoFundMe, and I don't know whatever happened to that. But we're calling this one Donate Gate, because the fact that these guys can just straight post 10 pages of fake information and then beg people for a survival fund for Emery Smith is, to me, that's fraud. It's a fraud, and it should be a felony. I would think it's mail fraud or wire fraud. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'll have to ask a law enforcement officer their opinion. But to me, it doesn't look good. And here we go. There is now 2 times where we've caught David Wilcock dead to rights participating in fundraising scams for his friends, where all the information that he presents and then begs people to donate to his friends is fraudulent, is fake, is fictional, and proven. We can prove that it's fake and that it's fictional. I remember reading that blog post when it first came out and thinking, man, this is such a whole lot of horse shit. And then I remember, if I remember correctly, I did actually take the time to try and find information on these events, and I came up really badly empty. And the reason for that is because it was way too long ago before I knew how to do these things properly. Like, I didn't realize you could just call the local police station and get reports of every vehicular accident that happened in the last few weeks or whatever, or I could have found more information on this whole thing. I didn't realize at the time that you could call and get every report of a burglary or break-in in the area. But this gentleman who's telling his story about Emery Smith is very specific and even gives like the addresses. So we may help this gentleman out and provide more paperwork to back up his claims. I'm inclined to believe him based on what I've seen so far. Okay, yes, there is a fraud thing through PayPal, but you have to write them. Use the evil G. I guess you mean Google? I don't know. Yeah, so here we are now with Donate Gate, a second time that I have exclusively caught David Wilcock writing a bunch of lies and begging people for money based on fake and fraudulent information. We're calling this one Donate Gate, friends. You can hashtag that shit on Twitter or Facebook. And by the way, I'd really appreciate if somebody gives some love to the hashtag David Wilcock Dildo Seeker. It is now, let's do a check, August 26th. We buried the big, huge box of dildos on July 1st. There was 31 days in July. Wow. Yeah, so David Wilcock, man, you've had 31 days in July plus 26 days in the month of August. For 57 days now, David Wilcock has not found a single dildo from the $10,000 David Wilcock Box of Dildos Challenge. For those unaware, I buried a huge box of dildos somewhere in the world for David Wilcock to find with his fake psychic powers. I challenged him to find that box, and if he does, I will donate $10,000 to his favorite charity, even his own. My viewers, there are viewers all around the world who have buried single dildos for David Wilcock to find with his psychic powers. If he finds any of my viewers' secret buried dildos, I will give him $10 for each single dildo that he finds with his fake psychic powers to his favorite charity. So far, friends, he has not found a single dildo. He's had 56, maybe 57 days now to find those dildos. I think his superpowers are failing him. His psychic powers failed him. His government insiders failed him. His secret Space Force friends failed him. He can't even find a box of dildos, but he's going to bring about disclosure, and he's going to save humanity from the coming apocalypse, right? Because he's a spiritual guru. He's a laughing stock of retardation, this guy. Just an idiot. He's an idiot. I can't believe that he can keep going like this. By the way, he's been a little silent lately. Maybe we know why, right? Maybe those $333 courses aren't doing so well, are they, David Wilcock? And God damn it, you got $1 million mansion to pay for. You know, good for him for owning $1 million mansion, but the bank owns $1 million of it. So I'm not impressed, you asshole. You know, I have a pretty meager house, not worth near that, but it's paid for. I do own it, you know, like these guys, right? He's living a millionaire's lifestyle out there selling fake shit. That's what he does. He sells fake shit. And, you know, wow. What more can you say? On a recent interview of Third Phase of Moon, Emery is now talking about alien pets, which is suspiciously sounds like a dog story woo update. Yeah, he's got glow-in-the-dark alien pets. That's what he's talking about. Somebody told me about that earlier. I bet he has found those dildos. I bet he has found those dildos and just wants to keep it for Beth to use on him and doesn't want y'all to know. Ooh, out of mind, did you just say that his wife likes to use dildos on him? Send the cease and desist letter to Out of Mind. We do not support or condone these comments, please. I support and condone those comments, and I agree with that comment. How scary would it be if Cambion checks on the dildo box and it's gone? Yeah, you know, that would be scary because I'd be out $10,000, and that'd be a hard one to explain to my wife why I got to pay some asshole $10,000 for finding a big box of dildos that I challenged him to find. Imagine an apocalypse, then whoosh, it's 25/25 and boxes of dildos are found buried around the world. Write that story. Yeah, archaeologists may someday find all these dildos and go, what the fuck was going on in 2020 with these people? Middle of a pandemic and people keep burying dildos? They won't. They are scared of me. Yeah, friends. Well, we're just over an hour now, and oh, I got to do something. I have to pull the begging bowl out, and I have to check. Well, first I'm going to check. So, friends, if you like these kind of strange and mysterious stories, and you want to see this show continue, I would sincerely appreciate some support from you. There's a few ways to support me. First, financially, you can become a Patreon supporter for as little as $1 a month. This month, I'm releasing another Mind Hack demo to the Patreon supporters. They also get a backstage view in the form of an audio journal monthly that is just for the Patreon supporters. There's lots of other goodies. I have a Linux operating system that's free for all Patreon supporters with support. So if you have trouble getting it running, I help you due to you helping me through Patreon. It only costs $1 a month, but you can give as much as you want every month. But the minimum is $1. I'm happy to see that many people were very generous and giving me 20 instead of the $1. Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate it. The other way is that you can send a PayPal donation. And the way that works, we're calling it the Not So Super Chat donations. And what you do is you go to our About section of our channel here, and in the About section, there is a PayPal donate button. You click that, and then please, please make sure that you add a note if you send me a PayPal donation. You can include your chat room user ID in the note line, and because I don't want to shout out your real name. And then just give me any message you'd like me to read on air for you, and I will graciously thank you for the kind donation and also read whatever message that you write to me on air. And there are fun and prizes now. Now, friends, we've got fun and prizes. I have to do an actual like commercial or some kind of video bumper for this, but somebody asked about, could we have Truth Seekers mood rings? And I'm here to make my listeners happy. So yes, we have Truth Seekers mood rings. And if you give me a PayPal donation of $10 or more, just include your address and I will ship out one of these Truth Seekers color changing mood rings. And yes, I tried this earlier and they do work, depending on the temperature of the room, of course. The color of the jewel changes. It's supposed to be with your mood, but I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is. People ask for mood rings. I'm eager to please my viewing audience, so we have free gifts of mood rings for a $10 donation or greater. And for a $20 donation or better, we are giving people these really beautiful rosaries. I have returned to the spiritual practice of praying the rosary. It's trying times right now. These are the rosary beads, and you see these are all natural materials. That means that the beads are wood, and the string between the beads is a braided cotton blend. And these remind me of the rosaries that the Franciscan priests wore on their belt, because they matched their robes. Their robes were brown instead of black like most priests. Anyway, I've returned to praying the rosary as a spiritual practice. And I include, if you get a rosary as a thank you for donating to the show, I give you the rosary, and then I also give you this sort of guide to praying the rosary and some historical background information about the rosary. And, it's just a good way, if you've never prayed a rosary, to start with a nice rosary and a guide to praying the rosary. And I may do either an audio or video recording of me praying the rosary, but I kind of feel like that's sort of a private thing, and I don't know that I want to share that in public. I'm a very focused prayer. I pray it out loud. Sometimes I pray it in silence, like if I'm stuck somewhere and doctor's office, waiting room, I could just have the beads in my pocket and silently pray. Mario Heat with a kind suggestion. Stop wasting oxygen and donate to Stephen, you lowlifes. Keltruth says, yeah, I'm getting that mood ring. Truth Seekers rule. I would be happy to send you one. Keltruth, I believe you already gave me a donation. So if you want, just on Twitter, DM me your mailing address, and I will get one of those mood rings out to you for being an early supporter. You sent me a donation when there was no fun and prizes. Just to be nice, you sent me a donation, which is very, very nice. So, yeah, I've got a bunch of these mood rings here. I will definitely get one out to you. And I do have to say that I get a little busy sometimes. So if you give me a donation and you don't see your free gift after a few weeks, then just contact me and remind me, because I may lose some. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Out of Mind says Parasite Lives Matter. Yeah, so listen, we did a whole joke thing here, for those that aren't aware, where There was another show host, and God bless him wherever he is. I hope he's doing better. But he kind of had a meltdown and freaked out and started yelling at people to get up off their ass and donate. So I sort of jokingly, started saying stuff like this: "Send us some money, you leeches. Make a PayPal donation," and started sort of joking that people just take my content, they leech, they never donate. And interestingly, I guess I don't know if I know people knew that I wasn't being serious, especially if they were familiar with that other show host. But we did a whole thing. Send me your money, you leeches. Come on, you bunch of leeches. Send me some money. And it was pretty funny. So send us some money, you leeches. Make a PayPal donation or become a Patreon supporter, and you get the benefits of that. I got off track here. So the other way that you could support me is to like, comment, and share. Like, comment, and share. And subscribe. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. And I'm asking everybody the same thing. Besides like, commenting, and subscribing, that costs you nothing to help us. Please, we all know people that like these strange and mysterious subjects, conspiracy land stuff, ghost hunting, UFOs, cryptid creatures. Please copy our channel address and send it to a few of your friends who you know may enjoy this kind of show, because we would really appreciate your support in helping us to grow the channel. And I guess the final banner: we need your financial support to continue the show. Please consider a PayPal donation or becoming a Patreon supporter if you want to see our show continue. The links are in the About section of our channel, or in the upper right corner, there's a PayPal donate button of the main channel, or a Patreon donate button. And I would really appreciate your kind support so that we can continue to grow the show. I still have plans. Out of Mine has got the Patreon link there. And the PayPal donate button is around as well. Yes. John is the Emperor Worm. And that's another thing. If you leeches donate, then I will raise your status in my eyes from a mere leech to a worm. And if you give me enough money, we'll invent new tiers. Like maybe you could be, I don't know. What's better than a worm? I don't know. We'll figure it out, though. We're going to have tiers. It'll be leeches, worms, whatever else. Jasmine Emery says, great hanging out with you all. Got to hit the sack. Good night, all. Be well, all. Yeah. And here's the PayPal link. So you can send me some money, you leeches. And listen, here's the thing. You got people like David Wilcock that are straight lying to people, getting paid thousands of dollars, living $1 million lifestyles. I don't need a lifestyle like that. But I would sincerely like to make Taco Bell wages here. Does that sound like a strange goal? Because that's my current goal. If I could make Taco Bell wages doing this, something that I love doing, well, that's better than working at Taco Bell, and at least it's minimum wage. And I have to say, there was a few shows where I got the Taco Bell wages and PayPal donations in one evening, and I felt great. Like, all right, I made minimum wage for the show tonight. That's honestly a great thing, right? To be able to say I made minimum wage doing something that I love, it's a good thing. Most of the equipment for the show is handled and paid for. I do need to get some new headphones. These headphones are literally falling off my head. They're all taped together on both sides, and I ran out of black tape. So this one is really like, I have 2 pairs of headphones that I left at the cabin. I got to get some more headphones. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I made Pennsylvania Taco Bell wages, and by that I mean $7.50 an hour, Cal Truth. Big money, no whammies. SBA Taco Bell wages. Yeah. Maybe I should just start a Light Warrior legal fund, Mario Heat. I don't know who I would sue, though. Probably nobody. I'll just take everybody's money. Yeah, so trying to monetize something like this is a little challenging. We've come up with the free prizes and gifts. I am going to have an actual. I am going to have an actual bunch, not a bunch, but a few commercials soon for products that we are going to sell here on the show. More details on that later. But well, friends, it's been a long day. We've actually done a first for us today, which is a double shot of the Truth Seeker show. We've done 2 shows in one day. And I got to say, it wasn't, I thought that this was going to be impossible. I couldn't possibly do 2 shows. Yeah, you can. I mean, if you have, I got a nice break. I got to make myself something to eat, and I took a little bit of a rest and then jumped right back on here. We may do this again. It's a good way to get sort of things off my to-do list. And I've got probably 10 shows that are like, I got to get this done. But they each need a little bit more research, a little bit more work. So I'll be diligently trying to peck away at that and get some shows ready for you guys. There will be a show tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet, because we may try to do an early stream. I believe, I have to check the numbers, but I believe we may have had the most people watching that we ever had today doing a show, a daytime show. So who knew? I thought that nighttime would be better, get more people. People are finished with their workday, but I always forget that we're in an international world here, and we have people watching in Ireland, and we have people watching in Australia, and there's all different time zones in China. So you never know. But earlier today did better than tonight's stream as far as the number of people watching live. So we're going to try that again as soon as possible and see how it goes. I want to thank you guys, especially those of you who came to both shows. You must really be gluttons for punishment to sit through, what is it, like 3 hours of me in one day. God bless you. Yeah, so listen, friends, we're going to continue coverage of this Emery Smith debacle too. I think we're going to do that tomorrow. So maybe I don't know, that guy's got like 5 more videos about Emery Smith that we can sit through. I'm going to check them out and make sure, because some of them, I did watch a few more, and in some of them he kind of rambles about ufology and the history of ufology for 15 minutes, and then he just gives a few nuggets of information at the end. So I got to timestamp them and figure them out. But we're gonna cover all of them. Oh, Mortimer James, Oh, here we go. Hi everyone. Did I miss it all? Yes, Mortimer James. So can I get anything? Oh, I can't even use my clock watch joke, because I didn't announce the time of the show. We just kind of jumped on. I seem to remember you from the Midnight Hour show, Mortimer James, and I'm happy if you found us here again. I know you recently subscribed. Welcome, Mortimer James, to our little place in the universe here at Truth Seekers. If you like, and I believe that you do like, these strange and mysterious and esoteric subjects, you would enjoy our material here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, Mortimer James. And don't worry about missing it. That's what the replays are for. We're going to be wrapping things up here shortly, but you will be able to immediately, I think, you should copy the show link right now, because it won't appear on YouTube for several hours after I end the broadcast. For those who have asked too, I always put the show links on my Twitter. It's just at Stephen Cambion, the name right here on the screen, but no space, at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. I always put the show links. I tried to put the show link before the show starts. Sometimes I forget. Yeah. Keltruth says, I watched every single video today. I skipped over the ones where he was rambling about ufology stuff. The Emery Smith stuff is great, though. Yeah, maybe I'll just pull them all down and make one video that we can play with all the good stuff. We'll see how involved that would have to be. I am going to check our... Let me just check one thing here, friends. checking in with our PayPal and with Patreon to make sure that nobody signed up that I need to shout out. We shouted out the recent Patreon supporters on a recent show. And again, I'm trying to come up with more ways to thank Patreon supporters. We're going to see about doing some additional content that is only for Patreon people. And also, I'm considering to try to grow the Twitch followers. I'm considering doing a few Twitch-only streams, which would mean that if you don't have a Twitch account, you should sign up for Twitch right now, because that is going to be upcoming sometime in the next couple of weeks. We're going to do a few just streams to Twitch. They will not be on YouTube, so if you want to catch those episodes, you're going to need a Twitch account, and you're going to have to follow me, because we need Twitch followers. Hopefully soon, people will be able to donate to me on Twitch. We're trying to get the Twitch stream going and the Twitch stream followers increased so that we can do that. Yes, don't forget to leave a comment. Please do like, comment, and subscribe. Engagement is engagement, and the more liking, commenting, and subscribing happens, the quicker the channel seems to grow and also increase in the search rankings. Unfortunately, there's some comedy show with the same name as us, so when you just search YouTube for Truth Seekers, sometimes you have a hard time finding our show. But we'll see what we can't do about that. Nicholas Karupas. Greetings from Campbell, California. Finally, the smoke has abated and the marine layer is coming into the Bay Area. Yeah, I hope that you're safe there in Campbell, California, Nicholas. I am thinking about many friends and family, well, not really family, more friends and acquaintances and listeners and viewers that I have in California. It's terrible what's happening, and I'm going to pray for those fires to be quickly, dealt with, and for the least loss of life and homes. Really, it's tragic that your house is in danger. So many people's homes are in danger of just being burnt. It's tragic that's happening. I wish the best for all those people. We should all, take a moment of silence or pray for those people, because that's a terrible situation to be in. 1 second. So, friends, we are going to wrap things up here, and we're going to wrap things up here. Hopefully, I'm trying to find a file here. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to wrap things up here, friends. 1 second. Okay. Nicholas Krupas, we are, for the time being, as Santa Cruz mounts about my backyard. Yeah, I hope that you're going to stay safe and out of the line of that fires and the trouble, Nicholas Krupas. I wish you the very best. I do. So, friends, I don't know what to say, except, I had a good day, because any day when I can catch David Wilcock lying through his fake fucking teeth is a good day. It's just a good day for me. Call me crazy, but, and I don't mean just catch him. I mean, this is a really great example of David Wilcock telling lies and begging people for money again. How many times, David Wilcock, are we going to catch you telling people lies and begging for money donations? I'd like to know. Why do I got to keep doing this shit? Why do I got to keep doing this shit? But, it is what it is, friends. Somebody's got to do it. And if no one else is going to, then let it be me. People deserve to have their eyes open to these con man, cosmic assholes out there telling alien fantasies and claiming they're real stories and taking money from people for it. Something should be done. I really think that we need new legislation passed to prevent these kind of grifts and cons from taking advantage of people. But I can only do what I can do. And, you know, today I think we did a public service. We did a good thing by letting people know, don't donate to this, because this is all, everything in this blog that, you know, everything in the blog that goes before the I suppose the pitch for donate to Emery Smith Survival Fund is a lie. People should know that before feeling bad for poor Emery Smith and donating money to him. And David Wilcock, if you had a conscience, if you weren't just a deplorable, despicable individual, right? If you were a decent person, you would address this, you would make a public statement, you would apologize for misleading so many people and having, what was it that gentleman said? $50,000 to $60,000 in donations for Emery Smith based on you begging for money for your friend. And in closing, Emery Smith, I'm going to ask you to do the right thing and give everybody a refund. But based on all I've heard about the way you handle your finances, geez, you've been evicted, right? Your credit is in the shitter. You can't even rent an apartment. So do I think you're suddenly just going to grow a conscience, you know, have a heart and give all these people their $50,000 to $60,000 back for donating to your fake survival fund? No, I don't think you're ever going to give the money back. I don't think that you're going to be man enough to even address this or talk about it. You're just going to try to roll on and hope that you have a bigger megaphone than me, so people aren't going to hear about this. But they will, Emery Smith. And I'm asking everyone, if you see Emery Smith at a conference, if you attend one of his webinars that you have to pay $50 for, or David Wilcock, right? Ask them about the Emery Smith Survival Fund Donate Gate. Ask them why they knowingly and willingly and deliberately told people a bunch of fabricated stories and then asked for PayPal donations based on those fabricated fake stories for a survival fund for Emery Smith. People, they need to answer people's questions about this. They need to be men and stand up and do the right thing. Do I think they will? Fuck no! They're going to keep the money and laugh at you stupid people that were dumb enough to donate to their con. But one can hope, can't we? One can hope. Well, friends, I'm just going to check in with the live chat real quick. And we will be wrapping things up here. So, friends, until next time, I'm Steve Cambion. Good night, and God bless.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
This is our show, Special Report.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
This is a Midnight Hour show, Special Report.
If you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Welcome back, my friends, back to the Midnight Hour, and welcome to the resistance. That's right, it's come to this. You see, my study of these strange topics have led me down some very strange rabbit holes. But lately, I've been realizing that most of those rabbit holes are full of bullshit. I'm so tired of wasting so much time while I'm looking for real information, having to sift through all of these fakes, frauds, charlatans, hoaxers, and yes, cosmic con men. Sometimes it feels like I'm thirsting to death out in the desert and I'm getting forced to drink from a fire hose, and then I do, only to find out that that entire fire hose was full of poison. So what are we to do? Just sit by and let all these fakes, frauds, and cosmic con men have their way? To destroy our own personal search for some kind of truth to these things? Or do we stand up and say, no more? Well, I've had enough, my friends, and I say no more. No more so-called researchers that are so lazy or so stupid they can't even do the most basic research to vet their sources, or so-called whistleblowers. I say no more. No more so-called paranormal talk show hosts who knowingly and willingly keep booking the same guys telling the same bullshit stories over and over and over again with no proof, no credibility, no evidence whatsoever, and no accountability whatsoever for doing that, for selling their soul to these cosmic con men. And for what? For likes, clicks, retweets, show listens? Is that what it's all about? I say no more. No more so-called scientific research UFO groups who are on the take, taking money from thousands and thousands of members and doing what with it? Paying a cosmic con man to come to a conference and tell a bunch of bullshit stories with zero proof and zero evidence? And what about the leadership of this so-called scientific organization? Getting away with that? Isn't there any accountability for doing something so corrupt and so unethical? I say no more. No more so-called journalists selling a story about a secret space program survivor that took pictures of a gray alien on the moon. No more letting a journalist like that put those pictures behind a paywall and make people pay money to see pictures of this genuine gray alien taken on the moon by a secret space program astronaut. And then the pictures turn out to be from a video game cover. I say no more. No more so-called investigative filmmakers making a film about a so-called government insider and leaving out 30 years worth of evidence that that person was a liar and a fraud and a con man. No more letting so-called investigative filmmakers like that get away with purposely leaving out all the evidence that the subject of their film is a fraud just to make money. I say no more. No more frauds, no more fakes, no more hoaxers, no more show hosts on the take, no more cosmic con men getting away with stealing money from people for bullshit. Well, my friends, I guess the start of our special report will kind of tell you where my head has been lately, and has been for some time. And maybe, just maybe, I've been meditating and contemplating these things and not really speaking out as much as I should about them. But that time has passed now, and I feel like it's time to move forward and take the gloves off. And oh, am I taking the gloves off. I'm done with pulling the punches, my friends. Because I do think we need a resistance to all these things. And who better to bring you that resistance than a man like me, a magician, a man trained in the art of deception and misdirection. Who better than me to see through the bullshit and lies and misdirection and half-truths? Who better than a man like me, a magician, to peel back all those layers of deception and bring you some kind of truth? You know, those guys on the take, the people making money from these bullshit stories, they're never gonna come clean. And some of these show hosts are never, ever gonna bring you the kind of truth that I'm gonna bring you. Because it's very clear, if you're paying attention, that some of these guys, they don't care about any kind of search for the truth. They don't care about evidence or facts or credibility. All they care about is getting a bunch of people to listen to their show so they can make ad revenue and make more money. It's all a con, folks. And yes, we've all been conned. Even me. But that time, I hope, is over now. See, the attacks on me and the hate mail and even death threats are kind of intensifying as of late, as I've taken these gloves off. But me, I think it's important that you know that I don't care about those things. These people can do whatever they're going to do. They can say whatever they're going to say about me personally, or about my show. But here's one important thing. My show's not monetized. I do not make a penny from bringing you my personal search for the truth. I don't make any money from revealing the truth behind these frauds, fakes, hoaxers, and cosmic con men. No, I'm not making any money. So when somebody says some negative shit about my show, just keep in mind that most of the people that are saying negative things are my so-called competition. The ones that are making money, doing this full time. They don't have real jobs. This is what they do. They sell bullshit. I do not have a financial motive here. I don't have a reason to sell you bullshit. I don't have a reason to have some fake fraud hoaxer on my show, or some guy that just made up a bunch of bullshit stories. I don't have a reason to do that. And a lot of those other people do. And you need to be aware of that. You see, this whole field is like a multi-layered onion, and you gotta start peeling back the layers of deception and seeing past their so-called reality. That's what I've been doing here, folks. I'm peeling that onion, layer by layer. I'm getting through it. And I gotta tell you, folks, when you start peeling that onion, here's an important thing you gotta remember. Follow the money. All these people telling fake stories are making money. All these other shows that are knowingly and willingly helping these cosmic con men spread their bullshit stories are making money. It's a money machine, folks. It's a big club, but you ain't in it. No, you're there to provide listens for them. And I say that part of this resistance should be to hit them where it hurts them most, right in the wallet. That's right, folks. So if you're listening to any of these fake, fraud, storytelling bullshit artists, stop. Stop clicking. Stop liking their posts. Stop listening to their monetized videos and putting money in their pockets. That is one front of this new war. That's going to be how we starve them of that which they want most, and that is your money and your attention. And you know, I'm not going to specifically name all of these hosts, but most of you know who I'm talking about. If there's ads selling bullshit in between the bullshit storytellers that are selling bullshit, that's a pretty good indication that that person is on the take. I have to be very clear, There's some people with monetized channels that do a really good job at researching things and aren't included in what I'm talking about. But those hosts and channels are few and far between, folks. There's nothing wrong with making money from monetizing content that you're creating. The problem comes when these people care more about the money than the content that they're creating. At some point, most of them sell their souls and just start selling bullshit. Anything to get those clicks, those likes, those views, those listens. So I say that a big part of the resistance is going to be to starve these people of that which they want most. And once again, folks, that is your attention and your listens, your views. So we can vote with our attention, our listens, and our views. If somebody's out there having guests on their show that they haven't vetted, that have fake educations, that are telling fake stories, that have no proof, no documents, no evidence, no corroboration, then I say we should turn our backs on those people. We should starve them of the attention that they crave. That is also connected to the money that they crave. This will be one front on this new war. This will be part of our resistance. And I have to say, my friends, recently I was listening to one of these so-called paranormal talk show hosts. And this is a talk show host that has the biggest cosmic con men in the world today on his show, more than anyone. And he was talking about, I guess, justifying why he had them on his show. And he said he believed in freedom of thought and freedom of speech. And he wants people to be able to speak their mind, and then the listeners can decide. That's a cop-out. That's a complete and total cop-out. He's trying to justify why he has these people on his show so very much, and he never, ever, ever confronts them with all the lies and deceit and deception and fraud that they have already been called out on by other credible researchers. He doesn't ask them the hard questions. And you know, if that show host truly believed in freedom of thought and freedom of expression and freedom of speech, and he wanted his listeners to, I hear this term, use your discernment. You know, if he wanted his listeners to decide whether they were telling the truth or not, then, hey, how about you show the other side of the coin? If you're going to have these fake, fraud, storytelling bullshit artists on your show, then why don't you have somebody like me, or Dark Journalist, shout out to Dark Journalist, or C.W. Chanter, or Joe from the Carolinas on your show with the fake, fraud, storytelling bullshit artists? Why don't you give your listeners both sides of the coin? Why don't you ask these frauds the hard questions that some of those people I just mentioned, along with me, are asking? You won't do that because you're out there selling bullshit. If you truly believed in freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and you really wanted your listeners to decide if they were telling the truth or not, you wouldn't just present their side of the story. You would show the listeners the other side of the coin, and you would let someone present all the evidence that they were frauds. But you never ever do that, do you? No, you don't do that. You justify why you have them on your show so much. You make excuses while you're selling, I don't know, coffee or vitamins or some other nonsense, and enjoying all that ad revenue that you're raking in, having these storytelling bullshit artists who do happen to get a good amount of people to tune in to your show. That's the reason you do it. Don't justify it and talk about freedom of thought or freedom of expression or freedom of speech or discernment. That's a cop-out. It's a coward's way of justifying being an asshole who sold their soul for clicks, likes, and listens and ad revenue. That's what it is. And let's call it what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's stop pretending. Come on. And another thing that this person talks about is, oh, I won't have personal attacks. I'm not gonna have somebody personally attack my guests or me for having my guests. Listen, proving that somebody is lying or someone's educational credentials are fake or some part of their story is not credible is not a personal attack. That's letting people know the truth. It's not a personal attack to say that this person is lying and here's why. But you don't have the backbone that it takes to have that happen. So you hide behind discernment and you hide behind freedom of thought and you hide behind, I just let people talk and let my listeners decide. Let's let your listeners know the whole story. Then let them decide. But you won't do that because you're a coward without a backbone that does not have the balls to do it. Some of us have those balls. Some of us are going to let people know the truth. And then, you, my friend, are going to be exposed for what you are. Just another guy on the take selling bullshit. And hey, you might have a bigger microphone than me, but that's okay. Because I'm on the side of truth and reality. And you're living a delusional life, selling bullshit. How long do you think that facade, that illusion, can be kept up? It's already starting to crumble. Pieces of that wall and that defense that you have built up around yourself are already starting to crack. And it won't be long now before that wall crumbles and you're left naked. And I gotta tell you, you're going to get exactly what you deserve. It's already started to happen, hasn't it? Because karma is the all-powerful governing law of the universe. And you've already started to get that karmic backswing, haven't you? Because one of those cosmic con men that you, for years and years, have done nothing but help and support and promote has turned on you. And man, it's like a Julius Caesar Shakespeare play, the way it all played out, isn't it? Just when you thought that the story couldn't get any stranger, this cosmic conman pulled his blade out and stabbed you so viciously in the back that everyone was shocked and amazed and horrified watching the truth play out. And what did you do? You somewhat acknowledged what happened. But you did nothing. And you, by and large, said nothing. And I gotta tell you, folks, where I'm from, I grew up on the cold, hard streets of Philadelphia. And where I'm from, if someone who was a loyal friend, co-worker, and confidant, and supporter of you for years, suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed you in the back and got caught doing it, and you said nothing, and you did nothing, I gotta tell you, folks, that, where I'm from, is what we call a bitch. That was a bitch move. A bitch does that. A bitch lets some guy stab him in the back and says nothing and does nothing. That's what a bitch does. A man with any pride, with any dignity, with any sense of self-worth would not say nothing or do nothing. Honor alone demanded that you do something, and you, by and large, did nothing. See, where I grew up, folks, respect was everything. And if you let someone take your respect, then you were a bitch. And now, to me, and to many other people, that other show host lost all respect, and he became just another bitch on the take, afraid and too cowardly to do something to defend himself when somebody stabbed him right in the back. And now, my friends, I guess I should say I'm not going to apologize for that opening rant, but I will explain that I felt like that was necessary, like I needed to get some things out of my mind and into the webverse, right? I needed to just put those thoughts out there, that stream of consciousness. I needed to get some things off my chest, and I have to say, having done that, I feel better having done that. I feel like I've purged my soul of this ugliness that I don't really want to hold inside anymore, and I'm not going to do it anymore. The truth is, somebody needed to say those things I just said, and I make no apologies for doing so. And I also should explain that my normal show format is a long format. It's 2 hours long with a guest every time, and this is something new for us. This is a special report, which really, I'm not going to have a time constraint here. I'm going to go until I've done what I need to do here. And so these new broadcasts, these special reports, are not going to have a guest. It's just going to be me presenting some things that need to be presented. Because, quite honestly, our long format show format is not good for time-sensitive research I'm doing, or for things that I need to get off my chest, or things that I need to put out there quickly. It's just not a good format for that, trying to jam a guest in there and give them adequate time. So I guess this is an experiment to see how things go with these special reports. And we're going to get into the subject of our special report, which I can't wait to present. And now, let's move on to the actual subject of today's special report. And that is Pete Peterson and the GoFundMe money scandal. And that's what it is. And I don't care what any defenders of David Wilcock and Pete Peterson will say. It's a scandal what happened. And I'm going to try to explain it from both sides of the coin. And I've given David Wilcock an opportunity to explain why he did what he did and explain where the money went, because still to this day nobody is quite sure where the money went. But David Wilcock has not responded to any of my tweets, and I have to say that those tweets are public record. I haven't deleted any of them. Every time that I've tweeted to David Wilcock, it's out there. People can verify that I did tweet to David Wilcock and say, hey, people are saying this, what happened to the money? Silence and the sound of crickets. That, my friends, is what you get when you ask David Wilcock what happened to almost $60,000 that he helped raise for Pete Peterson, the so-called whistleblower. But I gotta tell you, there are many sides to this story, and we are about to go deep with new, never-before-heard information that I'm going to present about Pete Peterson for the first time tonight. Now, I also do have to thank and acknowledge the research and support of Bill Ryan of the Avalon Forum. Project Avalon Forum has a huge database of information and research, and I pulled some of the best bits that I'm going to talk about tonight from the Project Avalon forums. Now, I'm not just going to regurgitate what people got as far as information on the Project Avalon forums. I'm going to show you, I suppose, where this journey took me. And I'm going to take you on that journey with me. Because I wanted to know, and I think you do too, did David Wilcock, or Gaia TV for that matter, do any research whatsoever into this man before putting him on a world stage and making a whole bunch of money off of him, calling him a top secret government insider and whistleblower? Did David Wilcock, or Gaia TV for that matter, do even the least little bit of vetting of this man's education or credentials or claimed accomplishments before doing that? Don't you want to know the truth? Let's find out. So before we get to the GoFundMe possible or alleged scam, possible or alleged federal wire fraud, I think it's important that we start at the beginning. We have to start with Peterson. Who is he? Where was he educated? Where did he work? What accomplishments is he claiming in the technology field? I think these are important starting points, so I wanted to start there. And I started with his online biography. And I gotta tell you folks, as soon as I read it, red flags started going off in my head. And here's why. This man claims to have an extensive list of accomplishments in the computer field. I went to college for computer science. I was a 4.0 student, by the way. And I gotta tell you, as soon as I read it, I immediately thought that everything in his biography was a complete and total fabrication. But I wanted to be sure. So, let's get into it. Now, I'm going to be providing links to my source material in the description box so that you can read, this stuff along with me. But we're going to start here, which is an announcement from a company called Media G3, which, by the way, used the hiring of Dr. Peterson as a public relations stunt, I would say, or at least as propaganda to attract new investors and new, I suppose, stockholders to invest in this company, Media G3. So they made a big announcement claiming that Dr. Peterson's solid track record of accomplishment expected to strengthen the company and contribute significantly to the company's expansion of digital projects and services. In this announcement, they talk about some of his accomplishments and his background. And I'm quoting directly, an experienced technologist, Dr. Peterson has over 30 years' experience in software design and architecture. Among Dr. Peterson's notable accomplishments are the design and development of the first commercially available microprocessor-based computer in 1977. In 1977, Dr. Peterson founded Cyberdyne. Does Cyberdyne as a company sound familiar to anybody else? Because it did to me. So Dr. Peterson in 1977 founded Cyberdyne, a company that designed, developed, manufactured, and sold the first commercially available microprocessor-based computer, which was created to include an alphanumeric QWERTY-style keyboard. His revolutionary design was also the first computer equipped with a built-in printer, a 16-segment character display, and a built-in operating system, and 3 built-in high-level programming languages. His computer design preceded the official release of the Apple I by 2 years, the Commodore PET by 2 years, and the introduction of Radio Shack TRS-80 by 3 years. Now, I gotta tell you folks, when I read that, having an extensive knowledge of computer history, especially in regard to early 8-bit computers, personal computers, I gotta tell you folks, as soon as I read this, alarm bells started going off in my head. Because I know about early personal computers and 8-bit computers. And I gotta tell you that everything that I just read to you is a complete and total fabrication and lie. Nothing in those statements that I just read to you is true at all. Nothing. First of all, my friends, anybody in the computer industry or that has studied computer science or that knows anything about personal computer history, anybody like that would know that the Apple I was released in April 1976. So that was before this man claims he even formed his company, right? So his design would need to have been done in 1974 and released in 1975 if the Apple I with an alphanumeric keyboard was released in April 1976. So what's the story? Did Gaia TV and David Wilcock not even go check Wikipedia to see when the first commercially available personal computer was released? And I got to tell you that the Apple I wasn't really the first personal computer to be released. Most people would say that would be the Altair, but that did not have an alphanumeric keyboard. So let's give him that. Okay, he's talking about the first commercially available personal computer with an alphanumeric keyboard. But the Apple I was released before he's saying that his computer was released. And anybody, you know, a grade school child could have gone on Wikipedia and read that and verified the Apple I was released before they were saying his computer was released. But David Wilcock, I suppose, he was either too stupid or too lazy to actually vet his so-called whistleblower. And so was Gaia TV. And I gotta tell you, folks, that we're only 1 or 2 lines into his bio. We're not even through the first paragraph really yet, and we've found a whole bunch of lies and fabrications so far. But it gets better than that. I was so, I suppose, kind of taken aback by these fantastic claims made by Dr. Peterson that I wanted to be absolutely sure that the information that I'm presenting to you, my audience, was completely and totally accurate. So here's what I did. First, I guess I gotta mention, look at the name of the company. Cyberdyne? Really? Cyberdyne is the name of the computer company in the movie Terminator 2 that created Skynet. Cyberdyne Systems, of course. So that should be a red flag right there. But I wanted to be sure that maybe I wasn't, wrong. Maybe, listen, ask anybody that knows me. I've got a big collection of old computers. I find them to be a curiosity. I've got old Commodore computers, Apple computers. I've got old Atari computers, all 8-bit, really old stuff. I've got TRS-80s. I've got Tandy Color computers, all 8-bit, old, early personal computers. But I thought maybe, just maybe, this was one of those weird little offshoot companies that I'd never heard of. So I wanted to be sure. And you should know, folks, that there is something called vintage computer museums around the world. People who collect these old, early 8-bit first personal computers, restore them, repair them, and sort of show the public, like, this is where we started. And that's a great and wonderful thing and service that these people do for humanity. So I called everyone that I could find. I stopped at around 8. 8 vintage computer museums around the world, and not one of the curators or, the people who ran those organizations had ever heard of Dr. Pete Peterson or his claimed first commercially available microprocessor-based computer. Not one. I called my old computer science professor who, grew up punching cards on mainframes. I mean, I don't want to say that old professor of mine is old, but he knows computer history. I sent him the bio, he looked at it, and he called me back and he said, "Is this some kind of joke?" That's exactly what he said to me. "Is this some kind of joke? Really? This guy started Cyberdyne? Did he create the Terminators too?" So that's an accredited actual computer science professor that looked at this bio, just the parts that I'm talking about so far, and said, this is completely and totally bullshit. This is all a fabrication. This man never created a company. There was never a computer like he described in this bio ever manufactured or sold. And let me be clear, In the bio, he says that that computer was bought by every major university and company. And no one that I know has ever even heard of his company. No one that I know in the computer science field, including vintage computer museums, ever heard of Dr. Pete Peterson or Cyberdyne as an actual real company from the 70s that ever created, let alone manufactured, a computer as he described. So where do we go from here? We go back to this point that I'm going to hammer over and over and over again. David Wilcock did not do any vetting of this so-called whistleblower. David Wilcock did not do the least little bit of, he didn't do 5 minutes of research into this man's background before putting him on the world stage, before running out into the UFO community and the conference circuit and making, David, you tell us, how much money did you make selling this man's bullshit? David never even took the few minutes it would take to check Wikipedia about this man's claims in the first few lines of his bio. He just ran with it. It's a great story. Let's not let facts and evidence and credibility and actual history get in the way of a good story I can sell. David the Cosmic Con Man Wilcock did nothing to vet this man's claims in his own biography that's out there on the internet. Now let's explore the other side of the coin. And that is that either David Wilcock did absolutely zero research into this man's biography and claimed accomplishments, or he did and chose to ignore that he knew that this man's entire, first paragraph of his biography was a complete and total fabrication. We're only up to the first paragraph, folks. I got a lot more to go. It's going to get good, or it's going to get bad and much worse, depending on your point of view, I guess. But settle in, it's going to be a bumpy ride, folks, because it gets even crazier. Before we get back to his crazy claims of having invented the first microprocessor-based computer that was mass manufactured and bought by every major university, let's talk about his education. Now here's the strange thing about Pete Peterson's education. He claims that he holds an associate's degree in science and engineering and a PhD in natural philosophy from Golden State College, now known as Stanford University. I gotta tell you folks, that set off another red flag, because you go ask any PhD student or graduate, anybody that's ever got a PhD, you go ask them if they got into a PhD program with just an associate's degree. I guarantee you, my friends, you can go ask 100 people and you're not going to find one person that got into a PhD level program with just an associate's degree, which is usually a 2-year community college degree. So where do we go from here? Well, I was unable to find any source for where his associate's degree in science and engineering came from, but this line that he has a PhD in natural philosophy from Golden State College, now known as Stanford University, that seems strange to me, because I assumed that Stanford University had just been Stanford University since its inception. So I called Stanford University, and what I can tell you after, spending a few hours on the phone to verify this, is that Dr. Pete Peterson, or Gary Peterson, that's his actual legal name, did not receive any PhD from Stanford. And I checked with the enrollment people. I checked with the yearbook people. He was never, ever enrolled there. And Stanford, and, they have like a person there that's in charge of the archives and history of Stanford University. It's a very prestigious university. And they confirmed for me that they have never, ever been called Golden State College or Golden State University. And I used, I did my due diligence. I used his real full name. I also had them check under Pete Peterson. So we've checked under Gary Peterson and Pete Peterson at Stanford University. Nobody has ever heard of either Gary Peterson or Dr. Pete Peterson at Stanford University. Now, I was able to find that there is a degree mill named Golden State University. And isn't it funny that someone like Bob Lazar, another claimed government insider whistleblower, had a degree from a degree mill, Pacifica University, and here we have another fake fraud, bullshit, storytelling, so-called whistleblower or government insider that's also perhaps, I don't know, but he said that he had a degree from Golden State University that is now known as Stanford University. Stanford University was never ever known as Golden State College or Golden State University. It has been Stanford University since the first day it began. So, I suppose it's just speculation on my part that maybe he got a degree from one of these degree mills. And to be clear, what a degree mill is you pay them $200 or $300 and they send you this really fancy framed degree that you can hang up and say you're a PhD now, you're a doctor. But it's bullshit. You don't go to one class, you don't take any tests, you don't submit any papers. You just give them a couple $100 and they give you a fake degree that you can hang on your wall and impress your stupid friends with. And now, my friends, that we have fully debunked this fake doctor's educational credentials as being most likely a complete and total fabrication. And by the way, David Wilcock, you owe me an apology because I had to spend a few hours of my day when I could have been at the playground with my son calling Stanford University for you because you were too lazy to do that before you took this fake whistleblower and ran with him selling his bullshit fake story. You could have called Stanford University. You're the guy that made the money. Maybe you should give me that money because I did the work for you, David, you lazy slob that didn't have a few hours to call Stanford University and verify that this man's educational credentials were completely and totally a fabrication. I did it for you, David. And you know what? I got a young son. He wanted to go to the playground today, and I'm an asshole because I was like, "No, son, I gotta call. I'm on the phone, son. Go play with your toys." I gotta call Stanford University and verify if this guy is a fake or not. I did that for you, David. I made the sacrifice that you were unwilling to make before you ran to a global stage and a multi-million-dollar media company and put this guy on a stage to sell his story so that you could make some money. I did the work for you, David, you lazy slob. Now, let's get back to his fake, fraudulent claims of having invented this incredible early personal computer. Again, I called vintage computer museums. I know a few people who run those things. Nobody ever heard of them. But I wanted to be sure. I wanted an expert witness. I wanted somebody that was beyond reproach as far as early computer development and history, as far as personal computers goes. I wanted an expert. I wanted to talk to somebody that everyone in the computer industry would know and respect and completely and totally believe as far as his opinion on this biography. So I went to Dave Haney. Dave Haney was a real and true early personal computer pioneer. He worked for Commodore and Commodore Amiga. Anybody in the computer industry can look up Dave Haney, and most people that know anything about computers or the history of personal computers, they don't need to look up Dave Haney, but he happens to be a friend of mine, so I went to Dave. I sent him the bio and I told him I need to know for sure that this guy's claims about inventing this computer or manufacturing this computer that every university bought is real or bullshit. I need to know for absolute certain. I need to know for sure. And Dave Haney, a real early personal computer pioneer who contributed to the Amiga computer. Look that up if you're not familiar with it. This is a guy who knows what he's talking about as far as computer science, computing history go. So I sent him the bio, and here is what he sent me back. He said, and this is Dave Haney in a personal message to me, he said, I have never heard of a personal computer company called Cyberdyne in all my years. Of course, that's the name of the company that created Skynet in the Terminator movies. It's also the name of a robotics company in Japan, but they took the name from the movie, of course. Now, in regards to Dr. Pete Peterson's claim, he said the MOS technology Kim1 was out in 1976. It was a single board computer, included an alphanumeric keyboard and multi-segment display. It was, as you might expect, intended for hobby use. And of course, Dave Haney worked for Commodore, and he said, the Commodore PET shipped in January of 1977. My best friend bought one that summer. So he's way off on that. And if he's claiming to have founded a computer company in 1977, he certainly didn't have product shipping by January of 1977. The Apple I was out in kit form in April of 1976. The Apple II shipped in June of 1977. A few guys at Commodore, particularly Chuck Peddle, were helping Woz work out the bugs on the Apple I and II in those days. The PET wasn't simply the 6502 like so many early computers, but the whole series of 6500 series chips that Peddle and company developed, Chuck had used a mainframe computer for with basic commands before coming to MOS technology. And that's why the PET needed I/O processing and, of course, BASIC. Commodore bought a one-time snapshot license for Microsoft BASIC on the 6502 for early development. And then he jokes and calls it the Trash 80 was introduced in August of 1977. Yes, the same year as the PET. And he said, if you expand your search a bit, you can look at the first hobby computers like the MIT's Altair 8800, which was first introduced in late 1974. The Intel 8080 and Motorola 6800 were just out then, while the 6502 microprocessor-based machines and Z80 processor machines didn't arrive until 1975. Now again, Dave Haney is a recognized pioneer in the personal computer industry, especially early personal computers. And this is what else he had to say. He said, if such a computer was actually being produced even in 1977, there would be evidence, photos, magazine articles, etc. I used to read Kilobaud Microcomputing back in those days. Nothing that happened wasn't covered. He gave me a complete list of the archive of that particular early computer magazine, and I did an extensive search. No mention of Dr. Pete Peterson or Cyberdyne or his claimed computer or manufacturing or creating that computer was ever mentioned in that archive. He gave me another source. Another is Creative Computing Magazine, and they were around starting in 1974. They also covered pretty much everything that happened in the personal computing industry at that time. Naturally, any company could have cobbled together a computer for their own use that no one knows about, but if this man is claiming that every university bought this computer, there would be evidence, there would be photos, articles, or information available even today about that computer. I thanked him, and then he also said, this is Dave Haney speaking again, of course. He said, and I'd ask for critical details before accepting the story, along with photos, ads, etc. I'd want the technical specs, what CPU did it use, what built-in high-level languages did it supposedly run, who made the display and the printer. And he asked about who made the display and the printer because lots of those things were not easy to come by in those days, and early manufacturers did not manufacture the display and the printer. They bought them as components and then put them into their computer. He said, This bio sets off my BS meter, and the only thing I found on Google in this guy is basically the same bio that you attach, nothing more. A good point that he made is he said, now Google me or some other person who was actually involved in this kind of stuff at the time and see what kind of hits you get. That's another big clue. And I did that. And go Google Dave Haney. Dave, D-A-V-E, Haney, H-A-Y-N-I-E, and see what kind of Google hits you get on him. There is an amazing amount of information on Dave Haney and his contribution to early personal computers. There is nothing on the supposed Dr. Pete Peterson or his claims of having founded a computer company in 1977, let alone having manufactured a computer in 1977 that was bought by every major university. I called the computer science departments of 10 different colleges that are well known for computer science. I spent a great deal of time today on the phone, and no one had ever had a computer as described by Dr. Pete Peterson. No one had ever heard of Cyberdyne or Dr. Pete Peterson. And I was lucky enough to talk to a few people that had been professors in the computer science department since, in one case, one professor was there since 1972. And he looked at the bio and he said, this sounds like a bad science fiction story or bio for somebody from a science fiction story. This is not reality. And I agreed with him and thanked him for his time. And again, my friends, we're only up to the first few paragraphs of this man's outrageous, crazy claims, and none of them have come true. And it's important to realize this, that he said in relation to this computer that he had invented and manufactured, that computer was 2 years before the Commodore PET was introduced, 2 full years before the Apple I was offered to the public, and 3 years before the introduction of the Radio Shack TRS-80. Go check the dates again. Those statements are absolutely, positively a fabrication. His claims are wrong. Even whoever wrote this fake bio for him, which I could speculate who I think may be responsible for writing this fake bio, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to say whoever wrote the bio didn't even do their due diligence in researching, because it was not introduced 2 years before the Commodore PET, or 2 full years before the Apple I was offered to the public, and 3 years before the introduction of the Radio Shack TRS-80. Rewind if you need to, but even his bio about that claim is complete. Even if he did invent this computer in 1977, it was not 2 years before the Commodore PET was introduced. It was not 2 full years before the Apple I was offered to the public, and it was not 3 years before the introduction of the Radio Shack TRS-80 computer. Lies. Lies and fabrications, my friends. That's what we have here in this bio full of bullshit. And again, all these things that I did to verify this so-called doctor's claims, this was not rocket science. This was picking up the phone. This is basic journalism, basic research, basic fact-checking. And I have to say, listen, I'm not an expert at this, but I got a telephone. I know how to pick it up and reach out to somebody to verify, to fact check if something is true or not. I'm not an expert in this. I haven't been at this for 20 years like David Wilcock. David Wilcock has been at this for 20 years. You would think that somebody like me who's just kind of starting out is really not as good as David Wilcock at doing this kind of stuff. So what is it with David Wilcock? Was he just too lazy to do the work to verify these claims? Was he too stupid? I can say a lot about David Wilcock and what I believe about him, but I don't believe he's stupid. I think that he either didn't do any research whatsoever, because look at all we've debunked so far with a few phone calls, right? A few hours of work, and we have totally ripped apart this so-called whistleblower as being a fraud. And David didn't do it. He just didn't do it. He could have done it. You know, I would think, just for my own credibility, if I was going to go on a multi-million-dollar media network with a guest and present his story, maybe it's just me, but my personal thing, you know, like my personal way of doing things would be that I would go and check all these things. And then, to be quite honest, I might still bring the guy on, but then I would gotcha him. I would bring up all these things I found and ask him all these hard questions. Like, if you did this, if you manufactured this computer that every major university and corporation bought, why has no one ever heard of it? David Wilcock didn't ask those hard questions. He didn't ask any hard questions. He just took this man's bullshit story and ran with it. That's what he did. That's what he does, folks. That's all he does. And I have to say, folks, there's another show host that I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast. And that's the same show host who has heavily supported David Wilcock, who has heavily defended David Wilcock, who has heavily promoted David Wilcock, and also helped David Wilcock promote this GoFundMe scandalous, alleged scam where people donated money to this man as a whistleblower. And this guy, of course, this show host says, oh, personal attacks. You can call this entire broadcast a personal attack. It's not going to change the fact that I just revealed that David Wilcock did absolutely zero research into this man before presenting him as a secret government insider and a whistleblower. And this show host supported David Wilcock doing that. Even helped him tell some of these bullshit stories related to this so-called whistleblower. And you know, this other show host, I'm sure, is going to say that this entire broadcast is just a personal attack on David Wilcock, and we don't need this kind of negativity. This is not a personal attack. This is me exposing that David Wilcock willingly and deliberately, apparently, did zero research on this man. Or he did his due diligence and did plenty of research and just failed to mention all of the facts and evidence that I am presenting tonight. So who's the bad guy here? These guys are not going to shut me up. I'm not going to play nice in your playground full of asshole UFO dickheads selling bullshit stories. I'm not going to do that. So you can say I'm making personal attacks. It's not personal. It's not at all personal. This is me getting to my personal truth about these things. This is me doing the work that the guy that made all the money off of this guy didn't do. I did the work. I'm asking the hard questions that this show host was too cowardly to ask. And that's another thing. Why didn't that show host go and do this research? He's got a phone. I think he knows how to pick it up. He's got hands. He's got a mouth. He's got a voice. We all know he's got a voice. Listen, this is not a personal attack. This is not me being negative. This is me exposing the truth. And if I'm the bad guy for that, then so be it. I'll take the slings. I'll take the arrows. Keep on sending your hate mail. I'm going to keep doing it. You're not going to shut me up. And my friends, like I said, we're only 1 or 2 paragraphs into the bio, and we're already into a treasure trove of bullshittery that I have exposed. Let's get a little deeper. Let's dig a little deeper and find out more. And the shocking details of what I'm about to reveal, I couldn't even believe myself. But let's go there. What I have found looks like a stock pump and dump scam or con. It looks exactly like something that a con man with a fake fraudulent list of fake fraudulent achievements in the computer industry would be involved in. And this, his fake bio, was posted. Yes, his fake fraudulent bio full of fake accomplishments in early computing history would be used to solicit investors and people to give money to a new startup company because he is going to use his knowledge, experience, and all of his incredible inventions to contribute to this new startup company and make those investors a shit ton of money. And in this article, they claim that an experienced technologist, Dr. Peterson, has over 30 years of experience in software design and architecture. Among Dr. Peterson's notable accomplishments are the design and development of the first commercially available microprocessor-based computer in 1977. And again, we get the same information from that bio that I was reading you, that in 1977, Dr. Peterson founded Cyberdyne, a company that designed, developed, manufactured, and sold the first commercially available microprocessor-based computer, which was created to include a QWERTY-style keyboard. And again, we get the lines about that he created this computer. His computer design preceded the official release of the Apple I by 2 years, the Commodore PET by 2 years, and the introduction of the Radio Shack TRS-80 by 3 years. So here is a technology multimedia computer company startup that is soliciting investors based on Dr. Peterson joining their company. And their CEO at the time, this is also in the article, said Dr. Peterson is an extraordinary pioneer in the history of computer development and engineering. He has blazed a trail of computer innovation with worldwide impact, and we are honored to bring him on board for participation in the advancement of our company. His undertakings have significantly impacted the evolution of the computer industry, and we expect that his contribution to the company will continue to make history. Folks, I gotta tell you, as soon as I read this, I could not believe it. First of all, any technology company worth anything would have checked this man's education. And apparently, this company, Media G3, did not do that. Any company would have checked his claims of being an early computer pioneer. And apparently, this company, Media G3, didn't do that. And let's present the other side of the coin. Maybe they knew that this guy was a fraud, but they got this great bio. And maybe, just maybe, and of course, I'm speculating, but here's the facts. They posted his bio as factual. But before this startup technology company, either knowingly or unknowingly, posted the fake fraudulent bio of an early fake fraudulent computing pioneer they just hired, they actually posted something else you should know about. They posted a notice to the Securities and Exchange Commission withdrawing their ability and their eligibility to sell stock. And in that notice, which is a legal filing given to the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, they valued their current stock price at 1 penny. It seems a little strange to me that just a few short months after withdrawing their ability to sell stock with the Securities and Exchange Commission, their termination of their eligibility to sell stock, and saying, gee, our stock is only worth 1 penny, they come out with this story that they hired this early computing history pioneer with all these amazing accomplishments, like creating the first microprocessor-based computer and beating Apple and Commodore to the market, and Tandy, Radio Shack with their TRS-80. He beat them to the market by years. And now he's joining our company. He's going to be on our board of directors. And we expect him to continue to make computing history. Now, I'm going to ask my listeners to use their discernment. I'm going to let my listeners decide. What does this look like? Does this look like something that was ethical or moral? This whole story of this company? What computer company in the world would not know that this man and his fake, fraudulent accomplishments in his bio that they posted looking for investors was not fake and fraudulent? The answer, my friends, is obvious. No computer company, no startup technology company in the world would not know that this man's bio was full of lies and fabrication. Why did this happen? I need to know. I'm going to look a little deeper. I've reached out to this company's CEO, but so far they won't return my emails or calls. Imagine that. And let's imagine what happens next. But we don't need to imagine because it's all public record. This company continued to try to solicit investment in their firm, based, I suppose, in large part on the hiring of this fake, fraudulent, early computing history pioneer. Now, I'm still digging, and I have to tell you that I'm not done yet. But it doesn't look good to me, folks, because shortly after posting that, if you look at their website, which has, they attempted to scrub from the web, but I've got copies of everything, they were posting a lot of information about sharing information with shareholders and investors and things like that. And then, suddenly, and without notice, the website was suddenly gone. Under construction for a long time, and then eventually completely and totally gone. So I ask you, what happened with this company? Did they knowingly and willingly and deliberately use a fake, fraudulent, early computing history pioneer's bio to solicit capital and investment from investors and then go belly up on purpose? Or did they do it by mistake? Did they just not check? The choice is yours, my friends, but I know what I believe at this point. I'm still digging, and any future developments I will report on here on the Midnight Hour. But just to recap, this company files a legal filing with the SEC saying we're withdrawing our ability or eligibility to sell stock, and our stock is now worth a penny. Then they post on the internet that they hired an early computing history pioneer who beat Apple and Commodore and Atari and Tandy to market with the first personal computer with an alphanumeric keyboard and a microprocessor by years and years. Except he didn't, because he was a complete and total fraud. And then they solicited money and capital and investors. And then they went belly up. Your guess is as good as mine as to what the truth is in regards to this. But I gotta tell you, folks, doesn't look good. This whole story about this startup technology company and their fake, fraudulent, early computing history pioneer that has all these accomplishments that were fake and fraudulent and fabricated in his bio, I don't know, folks. It kind of sounds like something a con man would be involved in. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. Leave some comments in the comments section here. I always love hearing from my listeners and getting feedback. Do you think that was a con? Does it sound like a con? Does this sound like something a con man would be involved in? What do you think? Okay, my friends, so besides all of these claims about being an early computing history pioneer that we've proven to be completely and totally fake and fraudulent in his bio, Dr. Peterson also claims that he was elected by the Russian Academy of Sciences as the 18th member of the board of directors of the Russian Astronautics Association for Mankind, the Russian equivalent to our NASA. I'm sorry, folks, that doesn't pan out. You can go do some checking, and I could talk for an hour about all the work that I did to try to verify that claim as being true. No. There's no mention of a Dr. Pete Peterson or a Gary Peterson ever working for the Russian equivalent to NASA, period. I did a great deal of checking. I called the Russian embassy, spoke with a very nice Russian embassy worker who told me that she would make a lot of phone calls and call me back to try to verify that. No, nothing of that came back as true. No, they had no records, no mention of a Dr. Pete Peterson or a Gary Peterson ever having worked for their Russian space program in the history of their Russian space program. Another claim from his bio is that he had previously been awarded the Gold Order of Lenin for his work in satellite antenna technology, speech clarification methods for astronaut communication, medical diagnostic technology, and in pioneering and assisting in the building of orphanages, orphan-specific educational systems, and orphan-built and run children hospices and medical care centers in numerous towns within the CIS, Confederate of Independent States, the old Soviet Union, after the fall of the wall. Well, my friends, when somebody claims that they won a really prestigious award like that in a bio, it's very easy to either verify that claim or prove that it's false. So again, I called the Russian embassy and spoke with someone else, and they got me in touch with someone who was a Russian historian and who had the complete list of everyone that's ever been awarded the Gold Order of Lenin award. And the Gold Order of Lenin is like our, I don't know, Medal of Honor or whatever the American equivalent to the highest civilian honor would be. And so after a lot of research and work, I got to a Russian historian who had the complete list of everyone who's ever been awarded the Gold Order of Lenin. And surprise, surprise, folks, there is no Dr. Peterson, Dr. Gary Peterson, Pete Peterson, Dr. Pete Peterson. No one like that is ever in the history of the Gold Order of Lenin award been actually given that award. So that's another fabrication, another fake, fraudulent accomplishment of Dr. Pete Peterson that no one has ever taken the time to, verify as true or false. I have now verified that as being completely and totally fake and fraudulent as far as an accomplishment. He never received that. Period. End of story, folks. And again, I suppose I'd like to ask Mr. Wilcock, why did you not call the Russian embassy? Why did you not find a Russian historian familiar with that award? Why did I have to do it? It's kind of ridiculous. You put the guy on TV. You put the guy out there as a secret government insider. And you made all the money, right, Mr. Wilcock? How much money did you make selling Dr. Fake Peterson's fake bullshit stories? How much money did you make, David? We have a right to know. And are you going to give all this money back? He's not giving any of the money back, folks, but I'm going to keep asking him to. Now we're going to move on to another claim in his bio, which is also listed on the GoFundMe page, and that is that he is one of the top scientist technology problem solvers and is widely considered as the single most valuable and prolific inventor, known as Mr. Do by President Ronald Reagan. So actually that's two claims. And also, not in his bio, but I have another source where he claims that he was a technology and science advisor to Ronald Reagan. So let's start with the first one, that he's a prolific inventor. Here's what I did. Another thing that David Wilcock was either too lazy or too stupid to do. I went to the U.S. Patent Office where you could do a patent search. I searched for Gary Peterson, Pete Peterson, and although I found some people with similar names, I did not find a single patent registered under this man's name, either of them. His real name, his fake name, I don't know why he would have a fake, first name for when he's a secret government whistleblower, but he does. But I looked under Gary and Pete Peterson. There is not a single patent listed under this man that I could find. So, is that a lie? Considering all the other lies that are on his bio, I'm inclined to believe that it is a lie. Now, on to the next claim that he made, that he was known as Mr. Do by President Reagan. And that he is one of the top scientists, technology problems, and considered one of the single most valuable assets to the government. Okay, so in a separate source, he claimed that he was a science and technology advisor to Ronald Reagan. And this, my friends, is another thing that's easy to verify. So what I did is I called the Ronald Reagan Library, where they have an archive of all of Ronald Reagan's papers and meeting schedules. Advisors would all be in that library. And I talked to a very kind archivist there. And that archivist was kind enough to do an exhaustive search through the entire Ronald Reagan. They have databases of everything. And he came back, called me back, and on the record would state that there is no Dr. Pete Peterson or Dr. Gary Peterson or Pete Peterson or Gary Peterson that was ever an employee, especially a science and technology advisor of Ronald Reagan. In fact, there is not a single mention of Pete Peterson or Gary Peterson in the entire Ronald Reagan library, folks. That means that this is another fabrication. He was never a science and technology advisor to Ronald Reagan. I doubt he ever knew or met Ronald Reagan. This is just another fabrication, folks. And to be clear, I went back to the archivist and I said, well, what if he worked on classified projects? And the archivist explained to me that even science and technology advisors that worked on classified projects, there wouldn't perhaps not be a mention in the Ronald Reagan library of what the conversation was when Ronald Reagan would have a meeting with that advisor, but there would be records of those meetings. So in other words, let's say John Smith is a climate control expert and he has a meeting with Ronald Reagan. There is a date and time, documented proof that that Dr. Smith met with Ronald Reagan at this date and time, and if it's not a classified subject, there may be meeting minutes talking about what was discussed between the President, Ronald Reagan, at the time, and that technology or science advisor. In fact, every meeting that the President has with any advisor, there is some record and archive made of that exchange. There is zero records of Dr. Pete Peterson, Gary Peterson, whatever you want to call this guy. There is zero records of any meeting with Ronald Reagan. I even asked him if he could search Mr. Do, and he did and said, I came back with nothing. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. So on this claim of, being buddy-buddy with Ronald Reagan, that's most likely another fabrication. Now, again, I want to ask David Wilcock, why could you not do these things? You didn't go to the U.S. Patent Office and search for any patents under this man's name. You just didn't do it. Or you did. And you didn't want the truth to get in the way of a good story you could sell. Right, David? So you left it out. Those are the only two possibilities. I mean, I guess a third possibility might be that you're so incredibly incompetent you didn't think to do any of this stuff. And again, David Wilcock could have called the Ronald Reagan Library and verified that this top secret whistleblower that he's out there selling knew Ronald Reagan and was so buddy-buddy with Ronald Reagan that Ronald Reagan gave him a nickname. He didn't do that. And folks, again, this is not rocket science. It's a few phone calls. David Wilcock could have picked up the phone and easily verified these two parts of this man's biography and story. He either didn't do it or he did it and decided not to mention that he found nothing on those 2 points in this man's bio. Because it's a good story, and David Wilcock always needs something to sell out there at the UFO conferences and in his books. Now, folks, we're kind of going fast and furious here, but I have a lot to cover. We're going to go into the next claim in his biography, and that is that he comes from a long line of inventors, including his grandfather, who was Tesla's right-hand engineer at the Colorado laboratory. From a young age, he was trained in the secrets of Tesla technology, maybe by his grandfather, right? Since his grandfather was Tesla's right-hand man at the Colorado laboratory. Wow. And isn't it convenient that they throw Tesla in there, since a lot of people interested in these strange subjects and conspiracies, are interested in Tesla too. It's always funny that they go at this like a fiction writer, because that's what his biography is so far, folks. It's fiction. I wanted to know for absolute certainty whether him and his family had any relation to Tesla at all. So here's what I did. I spoke with a Tesla biographer who has written books on Nikola Tesla. And he had never heard of anyone named Peterson who worked with or for Nikola Tesla. And this man who's written these books on Tesla is a recognized expert on Nikola Tesla's life and work. He said, and I quote, "There is no evidence of anyone named Peterson ever working for or with Nikola Tesla in Colorado or anywhere else that Nikola Tesla ever worked. There is no documents or evidence to support such claims, and I feel truly very confident in saying that this statement is absolutely untrue." So, again, let's keep hammering this. David Wilcock could have found somebody that was an expert in Nikola Tesla, and there's more than a few experts on Nikola Tesla, his history, his life, and his work out there in the world that you can reach out to, and you'd be surprised, if you're respectful in your approach and, ask nicely, that these guys would be willing to call you back and help you with some information. And that's what happened in my case. David Wilcock could have done that. But again, folks, he chose not to, or he did and knew that whole line about this guy's grandfather being Nikola Tesla's right-hand man was a complete and total lie and fabrication. Those are the two possibilities, or again, there's always the third possibility that he's just too stupid, or just too incompetent, or just too careless, or unethical to bother to do the research that I have shown you today. Now, folks, we have to move on to another line that is extracted from David Wilcock's book when he's telling these stories about Dr. Pete Peterson. And that is that he helped design some of the craft and other technology the secret space program used. This included advanced computer chips that are far more powerful than anything we have in the commercial world, featuring photon-based transistors instead of those using electrons. Pete's chips have a staggering 144 cores each, running at speeds vastly in excess of any current technology. Now, let's go back to that pump and dump scheme with that company that hired Dr. Peterson in order to try to solicit investor donations. And the fact that that company, after hiring him, went completely and totally belly up and out of business. Listen, folks, ask anybody you know in the computer industry. If somebody had a brand new kind of microprocessor that had 144 cores running at speeds vastly in excess of any current technology, remember there was a line in that announcement from that company that his processor designs and technology would be, used to advance their company. If he had 144 core processors and he was hired and his technology was going to be used to advance that company, there's no way it would be a company selling penny stocks. There's no way that a company with that kind of a technological leap forward over Intel, over AMD, over, you know, RISC and IBM and PowerPC. There is no way that a company with that kind of edge or advantage would be selling their stock for a penny. So I call bullshit on that. And I also call bullshit on photon-based transistors, because those, ask a physicist, ask somebody that's really, really well educated in electronics. There may be something called a photon-based transistor, but it's sort of theoretical. It's not practical. There's no way that this guy is 20 years ahead of all the leaders in those industries, that those physicists that are working on that kind of stuff. There's no way. And there's no way that he would get, you know, join a company and here's my 144 core photon-based microprocessor that's 10 or 20 years ahead of what AMD and Intel and everybody else has, would just go out of business suddenly. And here's another point I want to make. That company that he joined was making these announcements like they were this big technology leader. They were a little storefront in a strip mall. A little tiny storefront in a strip mall. That's what that company was. And I suspect, and again, I'm going to state, quite honestly, it's speculation, that that whole thing was a pump and dump scam. And what a pump and dump scam is when a company will make a bunch of announcements on the internet to try to lead people to believe that their stock's going to go through the roof, and then they get people to buy stock or invest money in them, and then they just take all the money and go out of business. And I think it's very telling that this so-called secret government insider was definitely involved in something that really looks like a con or a scam, exactly like that. Now, again, I reached out to a few people I know in the computer science field and told them about this claimed processor that Dr. Peterson invented or had, you know, and all of them just kind of laughed. You know, they said, this is science fiction. And I'm talking about high-level people that are, you know, really on the cutting edge of processor technology. They would know, and I trust their judgment. And they said that a claim of a 144-core processor made years ago, now, by the way, these claims were made years and years ago, that has never surfaced, never, you know, shown the light of day, is science fiction. That's what it is, folks. The claim of any kind of photon-based transistor microprocessor with 144 cores, it's science fiction. If it existed, this guy would have patented it. He didn't. Okay? He didn't patent it. That wouldn't be classified, would it? You know? Especially not if you're going to give it to a company that just hired you. You couldn't give a classified thing from the government to a company that just hired you, could you? That would probably be illegal due to NDAs and all of that. So it's bullshit, folks. There's no 144-core photon-based transistor microprocessor that this guy invented. If he had that, he would be a billionaire, folks. He would be a billionaire. He wouldn't be on GoFundMe begging for money to save a house that's not even his. And now that I've mentioned that, it's time to wrap this thing up as best we can, and let's get into this GoFundMe and the actual text that was involved there. Wilcock is also so lazy that he doesn't realize that when he says things in his posts, anybody can call or, you know, write and verify some of the things that he's saying is either true or complete and total bullshit. Now, the big problem that I have with the GoFundMe is this. They're on a GoFundMe soliciting donations for a secret government insider. And my friends, here's what they said, and because I want to be very clear, I have the actual text of the GoFundMe in front of me. It says, Pete Peterson is a well-known figure in the Exopolitics Full Disclosure Project and Stillness in the Storm communities as one of the most important whistleblowers of our era, who has shared with us his wealth of information via David Wilcock's narrative. Multiple members of our community would like to show Pete that we stand with him in lieu of recent events which took place at his home. 2 weeks after 2 Cosmic Disclosure episodes featuring Pete aired on Gaia TV without any explanation, armed police surrounded and entered into Pete's home, taking everything he owns, including tools, equipment, and his mother's and wife's ashes, to be buried into a bulldozed hole. Pete was then threatened and guaranteed 90 days in jail if he came within a mile of the dump site. Okay, friends, so first of all, I'd like to ask why no one from the Full Disclosure Project ever did all the research that I've presented tonight to prove that this Pete Peterson was a complete and total fraud. No one from the Full Disclosure Project did that. Aren't you interested in disclosure, or are you interested in pushing lies? Whoever's running that Full Disclosure Project. And what about, oh, and by the way, that's Corey Good's manager runs the Full Disclosure Project, as far as I know. And Stillness in the Storm community. Why didn't anybody from Stillness in the Storm go and do all the research that I've presented tonight and prove that this Pete Peterson was a complete and total fraud and not a real whistleblower? They didn't do that. Are they only interested in pushing lies? Why didn't they do the research? And, of course, David Wilcock. Again, I'm going to say it again. Either David Wilcock did not do even 5 minutes of research into Pete Peterson, or he did and knew that he was a fraud, but he knew that he could sell the story, or he's completely and totally incompetent as a researcher. Now, what they're doing is they're saying this man is a whistleblower when they either knew he wasn't or never took the time to verify that he was or was not an actual secret government insider. And they say that multiple members of the community would like to show Pete that we stand with him. And they also say recent events which took place at his home. I take issue with that because there are various reports that, number one, the home that this whole GoFundMe is based on was not his. It was never his, period. That home was not owned by him ever. His name was not on the mortgage. He had absolutely zero claim to that. And in court, he had some kind of claim saying, you know, that was my common law wife's home and she died and now it's mine. And the court said, no, you have no claim to this home. So in the GoFundMe, they're saying these recent events took place at his home. There are also various reports that Pete Peterson did not live in this home for a year. Before before the GoFundMe, he has been living in an apartment, not in this home. He was just storing things at this home that they're mentioning in the GoFundMe. So even that line is deceptive and fraudulent to say these recent events which took place at his home. You know, when I think of home, I think of where someone lives. He didn't live there. That's a lie. That's the first lie, you know, in this text begging for money for this fake whistleblower. And now let's go to the next line. 2 weeks after 2 Cosmic Disclosure episodes featuring Pete aired on Gaia TV, without any explanation, armed policemen surrounded and entered into Pete's home, taking everything he owns. These are lies, folks. These are total lies. First of all, without any explanation, you can go, and it's public record, and I want to thank Project Avalon forums who had archived the PDF file, which have all of the documents related to this property that Pete Peterson, you know, is claiming all of this stuff about. And in those documents, you will see 5 writs of eviction, five court orders that are telling him you have to remove your belongings and vacate the premises. 5 times prior to the GoFundMe page being posted, he was given these notices by law enforcement. He had to be served each of those in person. He had to get those papers in person in order for the court to recognize that he was notified. And I got to tell you, I talked to some people that work in mortgages and foreclosures. Usually people get 1 writ of eviction and then the sheriff comes and tosses them out and all their stuff out. Pete Peterson got a writ of eviction 5 times. So this line in here where they say, without any explanation, armed policemen surrounded and entered into Pete's home, taking everything he owns, is a lie. It's not without explanation. He got 5 notices. 5 times he was served. You ever been served papers? It's really kind of scary. A guy in a suit will sort of creep up on you, ask you if you know, are you Stephen Cambion? You've been served, and hand you these papers. And then he has to go back to the court and swear to the court that he saw you in person and handed you this paper. So 5 times Pete Peterson got these writs of eviction ordering him to remove his belongings from a home that he did not own, that he had no claim on, and vacate the premises, but he wasn't living there, so that's not really relevant. But he was told, you have to get your things out. You have to take your things out. They say it happened without explanation. That's a complete and total lie. He got an explanation 5 times before he went to David Wilcock crying and had David Wilcock help him with this GoFundMe con. The next line, armed policemen surrounded and entered into Pete's home, taking everything he owns. Again, I can't stress enough how incompetent David Wilcock must be, because he's making claims against the local law enforcement in that line. And I got to tell you, local law enforcement don't like to be dragged into some Men in Black bullshit conspiracy if they had nothing to do with it. So here's what I did. I called the local police department, and I was actually surprised because, you know, I'm a little, let's just say, distrustful of law enforcement in general, but I had to do this. So I called the local police department, explained the situation. I sent them this GoFundMe and the documents and the claims that armed policemen surrounded and entered into Pete's home. I got back the answer from the local police department, which was this: no armed policemen from the local police department local to this home ever surrounded or entered into Pete's home, period. No armed policemen ever took anything from that property. And in the GoFundMe, they say that they took everything he owns, including tools, equipment, and his mother's and wife's ashes. I got to tell you, folks, the local police department kind of laughed at this, and they said that would never, ever happen. There was all these court orders in place. We wouldn't go into a home, even if it was a foreclosure, and take somebody's mother or wife's ashes. That would be crazy, and we could be sued out the wazoo. We would never, ever do it. It's ridiculous. So the local police department is refuting David Wilcock's own explanation, which he posted on his Twitter, on his YouTube, and going on Jimmy Church, saying this stuff, that armed policemen surrounded and entered into Pete's home, taking everything he owns. The local police absolutely refute that, and, you know, I gotta say that it's really stupid of David Wilcock to accuse law enforcement officers of illegal acts on a public internet forum like Facebook or on his public Twitter, going and posting these things. Like, I'm really starting to think that he is stupid, because only a stupid person would go accuse a bunch of cops of doing something completely and totally illegal in order to scam people into donating to this GoFundMe. That is a stupid, stupid thing. Then we get this voicemail message. You know, I heard it. I'm not even going to bother to replay it. If you want, you could go onto the Avalon forums. Just, you know, Google Pete Peterson, the truth about the GoFundMe, and you'll be able to listen to that. And it was on an interview with Jimmy Church on Fade to Black that they played this, you know, oh, the police are here and they're taking everything and all this stuff. And Wilcock goes on to somebody's show and promotes that as truth when it never happened. So Pete's lying about it, and David Wilcock is going out on public internet forums accusing the local police of absolutely illegal things. It's not very smart to do that, folks. You don't accuse law enforcement officers of doing something illegal. It's not in your best interests to do that. Let's get into this next part, which I think is very, very important. David Wilcock has publicly stated that he's going to inherit all that stuff, and it's worth millions and millions of dollars, all the contents of the house that the police came in, the armed guards came in and stole. Okay, whether he's going to inherit it or not, it's nothing in that home was worth millions of dollars, and here's why. On the Project Avalon forums, you can go there, like I said, and check out all this information. Somebody, a curious forum member, decided to go. They were local, and they decided to go that day, or, you know, during that time frame, to the actual property. And what they found was 2 people in hazmat suits from the bank cleaning out a very hazardous condition inside that house. That house was filled with dead cats and bottles of piss and mold and all manner of, you know, you don't go into a house for the bank with a hazmat suit because it's safe in there, folks. And the local neighbors described Pete Peterson as a hoarder. So you can imagine what was in this house if you've seen those hoarder shows on television. That's what the bank was dealing with. This was not, tools and equipment and scientific laboratory stuff worth millions of dollars. So that's another David Wilcock lie. I gotta tell you, it's not looking good for David Wilcock and Pete Peterson here. To me, this is looking more and more like a con. And let's get back to the multiple statements that David Wilcock has said that the police were going to take all these possessions and bury them into a bulldozed hole. He's also said the bulldozers are there, this is going to happen. Nobody saw any bulldozers at the site, folks. All they saw is two people from the bank in hazmat suits trying to clean the tremendous hoarding mess that Pete left inside this home that he did not own and had no claim to. The next line, Pete was threatened and guaranteed 90 days in jail if he came within a mile of the dump site. And this is in relation to those armed police officers. And again, the local police completely and totally refute this statement. They never threatened Pete Peterson. They never guaranteed him 90 days in jail if he came within a mile of the dump site. In fact, there was no dump site. And the local police refute that there was ever any plan to bulldoze anything. There was never bulldozers there, not from local authorities, not from the bank. The police did tell me the bank sent someone after Pete Peterson never, responded to those 5 writs of eviction to get his stuff out of there. Eventually, the bank sent somebody there to clean out the hoarding nightmare mess with dead cats and bottles of piss and all manner of things that Pete Peterson had filled this property with. Pete Peterson, according to the local police, was never threatened, or they never even spoke to Pete Peterson. They never guaranteed him 90 days in jail, and there was no dump site. There was no dump site, folks. There was people from the bank cleaning a hoarding nightmare mess out of this property. There was no dump site. And these are all things that are in the GoFundMe that are completely and totally not factual that David Wilcock was pushing in order to get people to donate to this GoFundMe. Now the next line, simultaneous seizure of his truck and trailer left him without transportation. I don't know anything about that. I haven't looked into that. That line might be true. Maybe his truck and trailer got confiscated. But let's get back to the actual home. This home was not owned by Pete Peterson. He had no claim to it. He was storing all this stuff in there that by most accounts was completely and totally worthless and worthy of a dumpster. It was just a huge mess inside there. At least that's what the local police told me. It was a huge mess, and the bank paid somebody to clean it up and clean it out. Now, this whole GoFundMe was predicated on the police were coming in and stealing all of his property, and we got to help him. The police didn't do that, folks. That's a lie. Okay, that never happened. And I even have a problem with this GoFundMe where they say his home. It wasn't his home, folks. It wasn't his home. It was never his home. His name was not on the mortgage. It wasn't his home, folks. And another important point that I want to make is that there was other rumors floating that the bank's trying to take his home, so we have to contribute to this GoFundMe and help him, Maybe he can pay the bank back with the money we generated. He could not pay anything because his name was not on the mortgage, folks. There was no saving that home because, in fact, that home was foreclosed on and sold by the sheriff. It's called a sheriff sale auction. And that happened at, 2 p.m. on January 15th, 2015, according to all the foreclosure documents that I have here in my possession. It says, and whereas said sheriff did at the hour of 2 o'clock p.m. on January 15th, 2015, long, my friends, long before the GoFundMe was ever even posted, January 15th, 2015, after due public notice had been given as required by the laws of this state and the course and practice of said court, duly sell at public auction at the main library of the Boise County Courthouse, Idaho City, Idaho, pursuant to said decree and the provisions of law, the premises in said decree mentioned, which is the home in question. And I gotta tell you, folks, that happened a long time. The house was sold at foreclosure a long, long time before the GoFundMe. And then they started sending him writs of eviction because they wanted him to vacate, I guess at that point would be just his belongings from the premises. He was no longer living there. For at least a year, by all reports, he was in an apartment and just left some of his possessions there. That's crazy, folks. The house was foreclosed on in 2015, and all this time later, after he got 5 notices to get his stuff out of there, he never did. And now, you know, he's calling David Wilcock saying armed police are here, you know, with bulldozers and are going to destroy all my stuff. He had 5 notices to get his stuff out. And there's another important part in these foreclosure documents which prove beyond any doubt that his possessions were never in danger of being lost. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, folks, there's another legal part of this, and this is included in this foreclosure documents PDF. And I'm just going to read this to you. It says, "Now, therefore, in the name of the state of Idaho, you are hereby commanded to cause defendants and their goods and I think the word is chattels to be forthwith removed from the inside residence," and then it gives the address, and the plaintiff is to have restitution of the same. In other words, the bank is ordered to remove the contents of the property and give restitution of the contents of the property to Pete Peterson. In the event the goods and I hate this word, I don't know what, chattels, or is it chattels? chattels inside the residence are not promptly removed thereafter by the said defendants, you are authorized and empowered to cause the same to be removed to be a safe place for storage. And many people have commented on that. This legal mumbo jumbo means that the bank was told, yes, you can remove the contents of the property, but the property belongs to Pete Peterson. So you have to allow him, you have to remove the contents of the property and give that property to Pete Peterson. You have to allow him to go inside and take his property. And if he fails to do so, then the court authorized them to do it for him, but place the contents of that property, the property that they're talking about in the GoFundMe, into a safe place for storage. So what we have here is proof in legal form in these PDF documents of all the foreclosure legal stuff in relation to this home and this property. Here is proof that his property, right, his belongings that David Wilcock is on, you know, is saying are being bulldozed was never in danger. There was never any danger that his property or belongings were going to be bulldozed. The court ordered that his property, that they give him an opportunity to go and get his property, and if he failed to do so, they could remove the property, but they had to place it into a safe storage area. You know, this is another lie then, folks. The property of Pete Peterson contained in that residence, in that home, was never ever in danger of being lost. All he had to do, this Pete Peterson, is go and get his stuff. He didn't own the home, he had no right or claim to the home, but he had all this stuff in there. All he had to do was go and get his stuff, and he could have it. Failing that, if he failed to do it, the bank could remove it, put it into a storage space, and then he could go to the storage space. And I talked to somebody that works in mortgages. Oftentimes, maybe the bank will say, well, you have to pay storage by the month. So if it takes you 4 months to come and get your stuff, you have to pay the 4-month storage that we had to pay. They have the legal right to do that, but still, you have the right to go to the storage and get your belongings back. His belongings were never in danger of being lost, period. That's a fabrication, folks. That's a lie. So now we have more proof that this GoFundMe was started and predicated on a lie. You know, and it's also important to mention that the people that talked to people on the site there said that the property was all worthless. because Pete Peterson was a hoarder. And David Wilcock's running around going, oh, you know, this is my inheritance and it's worth millions of dollars and it's going to make me financially solvent for the rest of my life and I'm going to lose it. So he's not just appealing to everybody to feel bad for this whistleblower. He's appealing to all of his fans. Like, I'm going to lose millions of dollars worth of inheritance if we don't, you know, save his property that I'm going to get when he dies. I don't know. I'd like to ask David Wilcock, like, what was worth millions of dollars? Was it the dead cats? Was it the bottles of piss? You know, that's what was at the site, according to people that were actually on the site and were witnesses. David Wilcock was too lazy to go to the actual site and see what was happening. David Wilcock was too lazy to do a public record search and find all these foreclosure documents and legal notices that we have here. He didn't do that, folks. He could have done that and known the truth. So which is it? We've already proven that he was just too lazy or too stupid to vet this man's background, and we've proven that this man's background was a complete and total lie and a fabrication. David Wilcock could have done that research. He didn't do it. He just took the man at his word, I guess, and ran with the story. Or he knew it was fake, folks, and he ran with the story anyway. And in the same way, David Wilcock could have verified this man's claims about armed police destroying his property and bulldozers. He could have done a public record search and got all of these foreclosure documents and found out that the house was foreclosed on in 2015. He could have found out that this man's property was in zero danger of being lost because the court ordered that he could get it, or that the bank had to remove it and place it in storage and he could get it. He could have done that, folks, and he either was too lazy and too stupid to do that, or he did do it and went ahead with some kind of scam with this GoFundMe thing anyway. Those are the only two choices, folks. You know, I've been saying for a long time that David Wilcock is the world's worst fake psychic. That's another thing. He's supposed to be a psychic. Why didn't he know that this whistleblower was actually a fraud and a fake? He's psychic. He's intuitive. He should have known this stuff. Why didn't he know that the stories about the armed police and the bulldozers was all a lie and a fabrication? He's psychic. He's an intuitive. He's Edgar Casey reincarnated. He should have seen this stuff coming, folks. Now, I guess we really should focus on the money. Follow the money, folks. That's what you do in an investigation. And I wanted to follow the money. I wanted to know who posted the original GoFundMe request for everybody to donate to that thing. And so far, I've been unable to find any real person that did that. In his social media posts asking people to donate to this cause, David Wilcock does give this sort of weird name of somebody, Coco La or something like that, that, you know, posted, and it said they're a fan of Pete Peterson that want to help him. I have my own suspicions of who is actually responsible for writing the text of the GoFundMe, especially because it was about a 50% copy and paste job. And as previously reported, all of David Wilcock's books are 50% cut and paste jobs. So that made me suspicious. And since I have been unable to find any real human person that will speak to me and admit that yes, I wrote that text or yes, I posted that GoFundMe, I have serious suspicions about who actually did that. But again, I have no proof, so I'm not going to speculate here, but you can probably imagine who I believe wrote that text and posted it to the GoFundMe, who I believe truly and actually started that GoFundMe fundraiser. And oh, don't worry, folks, I'm still digging, and I'm sure there is more dirt to be dug up on this. And as developments arise, I will report them here on the Midnight Hour. Now, the final point is that in the GoFundMe, it states that all of the money will be given to David Wilcock, who will distribute the funds to Pete Peterson. But so far, I have not been able to find one human individual who can confirm that the money actually went to Pete Peterson or where it went. That is, except for Corey Good, Blue Chicken Cult Leader, Secret Space Insider. I'm sorry, I don't trust him. I have not been able to find one credible person who will tell me that David Wilcock actually did what was stated in the GoFundMe text and received the funds and distribute them to Pete Peterson. And so far, David Wilcock has not provided any proof of what happened to those funds after he was given them. So folks, if we follow the money and we follow the evidence, here is what we have. We have a GoFundMe fundraiser that was started by an unnamed fan of Pete Peterson that no one has so far been able to speak to directly at all. We have a GoFundMe fundraiser with a body of text that is filled with lies and fraud. So far, that's what we have. We have the proof through GoFundMe that almost $60,000 was generated from that GoFundMe, and per the text body, that those funds were given to David Wilcock. And so far, we have zero proof, zero evidence whatsoever that Wilcock, as described in the text body of the GoFundMe fundraiser, actually distributed those funds to Pete Peterson, as was its intended purpose. But it's important to point out that even if he did get the money and give it to Pete Peterson, the entire GoFundMe, the text body that was in this fundraiser, was filled with fraudulent information and lies about Pete Peterson. This is not looking good for either David Wilcock or Pete Peterson. So many of the people that contributed to this GoFundMe, who I've been privately sharing information with, are starting to get pissed. And they want to talk to David Wilcock, and they want their money back. Because so far, no one has been able to verify with conclusive proof or evidence where the money went. And like I said, I don't know. Where did the money go? I have to tell you, David Wilcock, if you're listening, people are starting to get pissed. And when people get pissed, they start taking action. So, you know, the window that you had to explain yourself or to calm the people that contributed money to this cause that are now pissed, and you know, rightfully so. Anybody that contributed any money to this should be pissed. Because first of all, nobody knows where the money went. Where's the money? And secondly, all of this money was generated based on lies. All of it was based on lies. All the things described about what was happening to Pete Peterson were lies. So people want to know, where did their money go? Where did almost $60,000 just suddenly disappear to? And listen, folks, I did my due diligence. I tried to find out where the money went, but I can't follow the money if people block the trail. People for a long time have said that nobody knows where this money went. I want to ask my listeners, do you remember that scandal with GoFundMe where a couple and a so-called homeless veteran got together and colluded to do this GoFundMe scam, and then they raised all kinds of money? And then they got caught because what they put in the text of the GoFundMe to try to raise the funds was not factually accurate. Now, remember what I've just told you about all the lies that were told in this GoFundMe soliciting people to donate. That's all lies, folks. It's all not true. So they're asking people to donate money based on lies. And that, my friends, I believe, is fraud. I think that rises to the level of the technical and legal definition of fraud. But I gotta say, folks, I have to reserve judgment because I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave the lawyering up to people that are real lawyers, like C.W. Channer. Shout out to C.W. Channer. Maybe, maybe C.W. Channer can investigate this a little more and give us some more information about whether this is fraud or not. And I encourage him to do so. Now, to the true believers who still want to believe that this man is somehow a secret government insider who's giving you all this top secret information, I want to recap some of the lies that we've already caught this man in. First of all, being an inventor, he has 0 patents. Those are probably lies. Forming a company called Cyberdyne, I forgot to mention this. When you form a company, you have to file paperwork with the state. And it took a great deal of time, but they said they formed his company. He formed the company Cyberdyne in 1977, so I did a public records search. There is no company in any state in the United States called Cyberdyne formed in 1975, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80. I checked for all those years. No such company called Cyberdyne. So forming a company called Cyberdyne, that was a lie. Beating Commodore, Apple, and Tandy to market by years with the first commercially available microprocessor-based personal computer. We called vintage computer museums. And we had Dave Haney, a recognized early pioneer in early computing history. A person who is beyond reproach as far as being trustworthy, and he says that is a lie. The vintage computer museums all say that that statement is a lie. They never heard of Cyberdyne, and he did not beat it to market. Every major university buying his computer. I called 10 major universities that are all known for being somewhat focused on computer science. Nobody ever heard of Cyberdyne or buying his computer. They've never had a computer from Cyberdyne or the computer that he's describing. That was a lie. Being a Ronald Reagan science advisor, we called the Ronald Reagan Library. There's no mention of Pete Peterson anywhere. He was never a Ronald Reagan science advisor. That's a lie. His grandfather was Tesla's right-hand man. We spoke with one of the biographers and an expert in Nikola Tesla history. And that man said that that statement was a lie. Let's see. He worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA. We called the Russian embassies and got definitive information that no one named Dr. Pete Peterson or Gary Peterson ever worked for the any Russian space program, period. That was a lie. He said he was awarded the Order of Lenin Award by Russia. Again, I got a list of every recipient of the Lenin Award that has ever been given the Lenin Award. There is no Dr. Pete Peterson. There is no Gary Peterson. There is no Peterson ever got a Lenin Award by Russia. They said armed police entered his home and took his belongings. That was a lie, folks. We talked to the local police. That never, ever happened. They said that police took everything he owns, including tools, equipment, and his mother and his wife's ashes, to be buried in a bulldozed hole. That was all a lie, and we confirmed that with the local police. It never happened. This was a fantasy and a fabrication. Pete was threatened and guaranteed 90 days in jail if he came within a mile of the dump site. Again, the local police say that was an absolute lie. Never happened. They just can't go and do things like that, folks. So, I'm going to ask you, if all of these things in his bio and all of these things mentioned on the GoFundMe and that David Wilcock has been going around stating as fact are all in fact lies, what are the chances, folks, that he really worked on top secret projects for the military or the government? If he's lying about all of these things, what are the chances that he's telling the truth about that? I'm going to use a line from another show host. Use your discernment, folks. That's what you got to do. You decide if he's telling the truth or not. I know what I believe. I believe he's a complete and total fraud and a con man. And I believe that there should be consequences for this. You can't go on GoFundMe and post a bunch of lies, raise $60,000, and then just keep the money. You can't do that. That's a crime. You cannot do that. And Pete Peterson is not above the law. David Wilcock is not above the law. There are laws in this country. You can't just post a bunch of lies on GoFundMe and collect a bunch of money and keep it under false pretenses. That, my friends, is a crime. And they're going to have to answer for this. They're not just going to walk away from this. It's not going to happen. I can't really say what's going to happen next, but I can say this. I have so far talked to 10 different people who donated to that GoFundMe, and all of them are going to GoFundMe and filing complaints, or going to their banks and filing fraud complaints, and they want their money back. So I'm advising people to, contact David Wilcock. Nobody knows where Pete Peterson is, but contact David Wilcock and let him know that you want your money back. Because this money was raised under false pretenses with a text plea asking for the money that was filled with lies. And they can't just keep the money, folks. You can go to your bank. You can go to GoFundMe and say, I want my money back. I got scammed. And listen, really, I don't care if you gave $1, $10, $50. I don't care how much money you gave. Don't write it off. Because if you do that, you're just enabling criminals to be able to get away with this. So even if you gave a single dollar, take the time to go to your bank, laugh about it to the bank people if they, say, well, this is just $1. Yeah, and I got scammed and I got conned, and I'm not going to let these people do this to me even for a single dollar. I want my money back. File the paperwork. It only takes a few minutes to go to your bank and do that, or to go to GoFundMe and file a complaint. And I encourage each and every one of you who gave money under these false pretenses to do that. Now, I want to take the time to thank Bill Ryan and the people at the Project Avalon forums because they helped provide some of the information. I was having real trouble trying to verify Peterson's, whose legal name is actually Gary Dean Peterson. I was having a real trouble trying to verify his military service. So there's a member of the forum, Stefan Looney, Looney, who was kind enough. I reached out to Bill Ryan, who said he was kind of in the middle of something, and he asked these other forum members to help me, and they both reached out to me, and that was great. And in regard to Pete Peterson's claimed military service, now he claims that he got all these, medals and all of these things, and something really does not add up. I suspected that he had 0 military service, and I was kind of shocked that I was wrong about that, because Stefan Looney from the Project Avalon forums, he placed requests with the National Personnel Records Center, and he got back a letter in regard to Pete Peterson's military service. And it says, thank you for contacting the National Personnel Records Centers. We are providing the releasable military service information based on restrictions imposed by the military services, consistent with the Department of Defense regulations and the Freedom of Information Act. And it says, Gary Dean Peterson served on active duty in the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve from November 25th, 1962 to May 10th, 1963. From March 27th, 1967 to June 1st, 1967, from June 2nd, 1967 to September 13th, 1970. And the veteran served in the U.S. Marine Corps from September 14th, 1970 to 1972. So he did some actual military service in the U.S. Marine Corps as a member of the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve on the dates listed that this Stefan Looney got back from the National Personnel Records Center. But I still have a lot of questions about his military service, because if you look at his bio, he's saying that he did all these incredible things, and it doesn't add up, folks. It just doesn't add up. And I guess I have to go to somebody that's more familiar with the military, because I'm not sure, that somebody that was in the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve would be getting all these foreign medals from foreign countries, as he's claimed. Considering he said that he got the Russian Order of Lenin, award that he never received, I'm not sure that he received any military awards. There will have to be a tremendous more amount of research. Now, usually, if somebody is making fantastic claims, one of the things that you would do is say, well, can we see your DD-214s? And apparently somebody did try to get his DD-214 forms, and they were denied because they didn't have a legal right to them. And the DD-214 would show whether what he's saying in his bio, full of fraudulent information that we've proved tonight, is accurate, or if that's more fabricated, nonsense. I don't know. Now, at the request of Bill Ryan, there was another person who helped me that I want to thank, and that was Gemma13 on the Project Avalon forums, or maybe it's pronounced, or he would prefer that it's pronounced Gemma, Gemma 13 on the Project Avalon forums, because he did send me some notes regarding the military service and the DD-214. What I would say is this. He said he requested a DD-214, and the DD-214 will provide a lot of information, including medals and citations awarded. Had we been able to get his DD-214, we would have more information about his military stint, including citations and medals awarded. But apparently we cannot get the DD-214 unless we have a legal right to it, such as a veteran or family member who needs a DD-214. And that form is a very important document for the veteran and family. We do not fit the class of people who can get the DD-214. So there's a distinction between veteran and family and personal representatives and so on, and others who are not in that class. So we can't get the DD-214. If we could, that would prove that he got his medals, that, all these medals and awards and citations that he is claiming. And I have to say that I reached a complete and total dead end trying to verify some of this man's military claims. And I gotta say, big huge shout out to Solar Marshall, the man who knows. That's what I call him. He's like the oracle. Whenever I get really stuck on something, I go to him and he gives me all these new avenues. Whenever I get stuck or hit a dead end, he gives me some new ideas and things I can do. So I was talking to him about some of this stuff that I was trying to verify, and we went, he was trying to help me, like, let's find the yearbooks and verify this stuff, but unfortunately the Marines only show pictures of graduating classes. They don't show the names of the people in the class, and the Air Force does, so that's a little easier. So I was kind of hitting dead ends. One of the points that he makes that I think is very important is that basically Pete Peterson is claiming that he became an officer somewhere in the middle of his military service. First of all, you needed to go to college and to officer training school to be an officer in the military. You don't suddenly, in the middle of your military service, just drop everything and go to college. That doesn't happen. So I think that's a fabrication. I would be very interested to see what his rank in the U.S. Marine Reserves was, or while he was active duty for that two-year period where he served as an active actual Marine Corps member, not a reserve member, from September 14th, 1970 to October 2nd, 1972. I don't know what else I can say about all his claims of his grandiose things he did in the military, because we couldn't verify any of them. But I want to thank Solar Marshall once again. Big shout out to him for really trying to help me and pointing me in all these different directions and giving me things I could try. All his grandiose claims about all these things that he did in the military, including being a nuclear demolitions expert and all these other things, I don't think we're ever going to be able to verify. But considering all the grandiose claims he made about being an early, personal computing pioneer, those turned out to be completely and totally a fabrication. I'm pretty sure, and I invite everybody to read the grandiose description of himself as a U.S. military man and all the medals that he won and all the things that he did, again, including being involved with nuclear technology. I really am suspect of it. I don't believe it's true. Now, the next thing I'd just like to talk about is what happened to all that GoFundMe money. Almost $60,000. Nobody is quite sure what happened to it because nobody has been able to talk to this Pete Peterson to verify that David Wilcock indeed gave him the money. There's all these rumors swirling around about what happened to the money. And I considered compiling the rumors and reading them just so people could say, just so people could see, here's all the things that people are saying happened to the money. And, I am very, very suspicious about where the money went. Because I tweeted directly, as I said, to David Wilcock saying, listen, I have to be fair. And, I know I was really aggressive and hard in this report, but I felt I have to be. But when I tweeted to David, I'm just kind of like, here's, people are saying you did this with the money instead of giving it to Pete Peterson. Is that true? People want to know where the money went. David Wilcock, can you explain where the money went? Crickets. Silence. He's never responded. And I gotta say, I know it's not an indication of any kind of guilt on his behalf, but if someone was accusing me of stealing $60,000 from an old disabled veteran that is apparently has some, mental problems right now, I certainly wouldn't let those rumors continue. I would set the record straight. And I don't know why David Wilcock won't just come forward with some kind of statement about what happened to all this money. So, a lot of people on Twitter talking about this, and I'm sending requests to another show host who has David Wilcock on a show more than anyone, saying, why don't you ask him about this GoFundMe money? And of all people, Corey Good chimes in on Twitter. And this was April 17th at 5:30 p.m. And Corey Good says, good old Pete got every penny. I am told he promptly put it all into silver as he doesn't trust banks after they took his house. So here's Corey Good saying, yeah, Pete Peterson got the money and he promptly put it all into silver. And there's a few things that just popped into my head as soon as I read that tweet. And the first is, isn't it convenient that good old Pete got the money and he put it into silver? Because if he did that, then, then it's just some guy running around with $60,000 in silver coins in a big bag or something, and no one can get their money back if GoFundMe comes after him for fraud. And also, if he truly did convert this money to silver, then it's convenient. There's no paper trail. And the authorities will not be able to, say, seize a bank account of either Wilcock or Pete Peterson where the money is. I think it's very suspect, and until I hear it from Pete Peterson himself that he got the money and converted it to silver, I'm sorry, I'm not going to believe that, especially from the Blue Chicken cult leader, Corey Good. And I also think that it's a little suspect that David Wilcock is too cowardly to respond, but he sends the Blue Chicken cult leader, Corey Good, to explain what happened to that money and tie up those loose ends for him. So as I start to wrap up this investigation, I'm really left with the feeling that there's going to be some consequences here in one form or another for the people involved in this GoFundMe, because it was all based on a lie. More than one lie. It was all based on a page full of lies that they told to get people to click that donate button. And I have to also say that this fake whistleblower of David Wilcock's is only one of a long line of his fake whistleblowers, whose background is extremely suspect. And, I really think that it says everything about David Wilcock, that he could have done all the research that I've presented to you tonight, but he either chose not to, or he did, and he didn't want to screw up the ability to sell a good story. So he ignored all the evidence that man is a complete and total fraud and ran with it. And I gotta say, I think he should have to give the money back. How much money did Gaia TV pay him to go on Gaia TV and help tell this man's story? He didn't vet this man at all. He didn't do an ounce of research, not 5 minutes, or he did, and he didn't care that the guy was a complete total fraud and just took the paycheck anyway. In either of those cases, I think he should have to give the money back. So I challenge David Wilcock, give the money back. Give it to charity. I challenge David Wilcock on the GoFundMe money. Come on, this is not right. You run around preaching about karma and love and light, right? And this is what you're doing? You're going on a GoFundMe? You're posting to an immense following on social media begging people to give money to a GoFundMe for a guy that's a complete and total fraud and not a real government insider? You have zero proof the man ever worked for the government except for the Marines. That's it. And you don't have that proof, and you probably never took the time to get that proof. Somebody else did that for you too, David, because you were too lazy to do it. And I gotta say, it's not just the Gaia TV money and the GoFundMe money that David Wilcock generated in relation to this fake whistleblower that he's been promoting and supporting and selling. It's not just the money from all the conference appearances where he's talked about this guy. He also has been selling Pete Peterson's bullshit made-up fake stories in one of his books for a long time now, and that book is The Ascension Mysteries. David Wilcock, I gotta say, like, I can't decide. Is he stupid to put a book on Amazon filled with stories from this fake fraud, early computer pioneer and government insider, and he didn't vet the guy? His book is filled with stories about this Pete Peterson person. And I gotta say, like, I think he should give the money back from that book, because that book is filled with stories of Pete Peterson and all this government insider stuff that he got from Pete Peterson. But look, folks, we've shown what a fraud this Pete Peterson is. How come David Wilcock went to the trouble to write an entire book that's got tons of stories of Pete Peterson and all this stuff in the book, and he didn't even bother to check the guy's education? He didn't bother to check the guy's military service. He didn't bother to figure out that this guy claimed to work for the Russian equivalent of NASA but never did. He didn't bother to figure out that this guy claimed that he got, you know, the Russian Order of Lenin award, like their highest civilian award, but that he really didn't, that was a fake story. He didn't bother to do any of that. He just wrote a book filled with stories from this fake fraud asshole and went on selling it at UFO conferences, lecturing on it, going on Gaia TV and selling this guy's story. He should have to give every penny of the money that he has generated connected to Pete Peterson back. He should not get to keep it, because it's all lies, folks. It's all lies, based on what I can only describe now, having researched him, as a complete and total pathological liar. I don't know if any of you have ever been unfortunate enough to know or encounter a pathological liar, but read this guy's bio. He makes himself out to be this big, grandiose figure in history, and all of it is lies. That, my friends, is the mark of a pathological liar. That a pathological liar will always make themselves out to be the hero of the story. They're this big important person, and here's why, and here's all these fake accomplishments. And David Wilcock didn't check any of this stuff. He sold the story of what can only be described as a pathological liar for years and years. Then he goes and writes a book full of this guy's fake stories, and has been selling that book for years and years. And by the way, you can go buy that book yourself for it's $12.33 on Amazon. You can go and buy this book for $12, and it's worth $12 for the laughs. But I really don't want to encourage anybody to buy a book full of lies and put more money in this asshole David Wilcock's pocket. You know, somebody sent me a really nasty email that I got to stop saying that people like David Wilcock sell bullshit. I mean, I don't know what else to call David Wilcock's profession except a bullshit salesman. He's been running around taking money from UFO conference organizers, talking about this fake fraud storytelling bullshit artist, Pete Peterson, and he took their money. And what he gave them back was bullshit. It's all fake, folks. I've proven that this guy is complete total fraud. He took their money. Then he writes a book filled with stories from this idiot. And that's more money that he's taking from people, and everything in the book related, at least, to this Pete Peterson is bullshit. Then he goes on GoFundMe and begs everybody to give this guy a whole bunch of money, and he raises $60,000 with a bunch of bullshit stories that weren't accurate at all about this guy. What else do you call David Wilcock but a bullshit salesman? I don't know what else to call him. He sells bullshit, folks. That's what David Wilcock does. He sells bullshit. And it's not just this Pete Peterson thing. Listen, let's say he was a good researcher and he actually presented, factual information and found some kind of evidence once in a while and lectured on that and wrote books on that, and then maybe he made this one mistake. He was too trusting and he didn't take the time to vet this guy or do enough research to figure out that he was a bullshit artist. I would give him a pass. I would totally give him a pass. But that's not what you get with David Wilcock. Pete Peterson is just the latest in a line of fake whistleblowers that David Wilcock's been running around and selling. And I gotta say, it's not just David Wilcock that's responsible for this fraud stuff happening. There are other people just as guilty that have enabled him and helped him. And those people know who they are. And a lot of people are, really sending me nasty stuff about other show hosts and saying, you should say this, and I'm not going to say anything. That guy knows who he is. That guy has enabled David Wilcock to sell this bullshit for years now. And that show host also enabled David Wilcock to sell this GoFundMe scam. And that's what I'm calling it. It's a GoFundMe scam. So, if you have a show and somebody's going to come on and say, like, oh, these armed police officers are they're attacking my whistleblower and they're digging holes and dumping all of his personal belongings into it and they're riding over it, with bulldozers and destroying all of his property. I gotta say, as a host of a show, I'm gonna check that out before I let a guy tell those stories. But that show host didn't ask any hard questions, because that's not what he does. And that show host, he's actually worse than a bullshit salesman, because he's not even good enough to be a bullshit salesman himself. So what he is he's like the guy that's pushing the cart full of bullshit down the street. While the bullshit salesman stands in front selling all the bullshit, he's pushing the bullshit cart for the bullshit salesman. He's a lackey, a puppet of the bullshit salesman, which is even worse than being the bullshit salesman. And of course, all these people that enable David Wilcock and Pete Peterson and people like them to sell bullshit, they like to absolve themselves of any responsibility. No, you're helping the guy sell his bullshit stories. That's what you're doing. Stop being a coward. Stop copping out. Start taking responsibility for the people that you're hurting, letting this guy on your show do these things. Because you helped this person steal from all the people in the community. You helped him tell the bullshit story. You gave him a platform. Directly or indirectly, you helped this GoFundMe scam happen by giving this person a platform and free advertising to get that story about those bulldozers and the armed police. And all these fake stories that you let this guy on your show tell somehow ended up on that GoFundMe page. And you're just going to wash your hands and say that you're not responsible for what happened at all? That you weren't involved in this? No, I don't think so. There's going to be consequences for anybody that has helped this asshole take this money under false pretenses. And I gotta tell you folks, this broadcast is just the opening salvo, the first round of the fight. I'm done sitting on the sidelines. I've taken the gloves off. The gloves are off, folks. And it's going to be a bumpy ride for these fake fraud storytelling bullshit artists going forward. Few people have asked me what's going to happen next. And the truth is, I don't know. But I can tell you this. I mentioned the resistance in the beginning of this broadcast. The resistance has started. It's begun. Because yes, there are these fake fraud storytelling bullshit artists out there selling bullshit, stealing from people for lies. And it's been going on for years. But lately especially, there have been more voices of resistance being raised against this happening. And those voices are getting louder. And I also have to say that lately, there has been a tremendous amount of what I can only describe as synchronicity. Throughout this investigation, which I've presented my findings tonight, I have found new allies. Everything just sort of fell into place like a perfect puzzle. You know, like dropping a 1,000-piece puzzle out of a box, and that puzzle just mysteriously comes together as it falls onto the floor. I could not have asked for better help. Something felt strange. I got this feeling of deja vu while I was running through this investigation, because everybody that I called for help, you know, sometimes you go and you try to research these things and people are not very helpful. They don't really want to get involved. I can't tell you how, nice and helpful everyone that I reached out to was in this investigation. And it felt strange to me because that's not the way it usually goes, folks. Normally you make 10 phone calls, nobody calls you back, you hit dead ends. This went differently. and I had this weird feeling of deja vu or synchronicity the entire time I was doing this investigation into this fraud Peterson. And some time ago, I also recently happened to meet a retired federal law enforcement officer who is now doing some private investigation work. He is somewhat interested in these topics and some of the things I am doing, and he has offered to help me with some of the investigative work that this work requires. I am going to avail myself of his excellent experience and help. We may also have some legal help, because when one of these fake fraud storytelling bullshit artists slaps a legal threat letter on someone speaking out against them, we're going to need legal help to stop those people from trying to intimidate people with legal threats and silence them. We may have access to that. I'm hopeful that there will be new allies and new weapons will be brought to bear in this battle. This, my friends, is just the first battle, and the war is going to rage on. But what about you? What are you going to do? Are you going to sit on the sidelines like I once did and let these fake fraud storytelling bullshit artists continue to steal money from people, selling lies? Or are you going to find your courage, find your voice, and get involved and help to stop them? Now, in regard to this fake fraud Peterson, I also want to mention that somebody sent me a 20-page document about their own investigation into Peterson and all of the lies and fraud, which is a treasure trove of information, but I just got it right now as I'm doing the wrap-up for our show. And I've taken a little bit of time to look at it, and I got to tell you that if you thought all of the things that I presented tonight make him look like a fraud, just wait until I have time to digest this 20-page document full of more evidence of his fakery and fraudery. Maybe we'll do a part 2 of this, because I think this information is important and people deserve the truth. And as far as David Wilcock, who is perhaps either the world's worst researcher or a con man, and is definitely the world's worst psychic or intuitive, all I can tell you, Mr. Wilcock, is you better buckle up, because it's going to be a bumpy ride going forward. Soon, I am going to have new and exciting things to share about Mr. Wilcock. So the battle continues. And as for me, and for everyone listening to this broadcast, know that you can always contact me as Stephen Cambion on Twitter or on Facebook. You can reach us at themidnighthour.home.blog, our website, to check out our previous episodes and keep up to date with what we're doing here with the Midnight Hour show. I want to thank each and every person that has helped me with our investigation into this fraud Peterson and Shady Shilcock, David Wilcock. I can't thank those people enough for taking the time to help me reveal these things about these guys. And I want to remind my listeners that this is a war, and the war is going to continue and rage on. And I guess I would close this broadcast with something a much wiser man than I once said, and that would be William Sherman, who said, "War is the remedy that our enemies have chosen, and I say, let us give them all that they want." Good night, folks.
my former insider, Pete Peterson, did pass away. This happened in July of 2019, and it was a very sad thing for all of us. Pete Peterson was widely regarded as the most genius inventor in the history of the military-industrial complex. There are at least 50 different unique patents that he came up with on his own, many of which probably evolved into multi-billion-dollar industries within the classified world. We have all kinds of amazing stuff that he's done. I was his friend from 2009 up until his death, talking to him an average of twice a week. And I also met many other insiders through Pete Peterson who I am still in regular contact with. And he had said that this is something he had just told me, that if this had gone down within the next 6 months, all the D-class stuff that's getting ready to happen, if we could make it through the next 6 months, he was going to be able to talk about anything he wanted.
All right, well, let me get together with Uncle and see what I can and what I can't say.
Okay, that sounds good.
But I think I'm going to be able to say a lot within 6 to 8 months. I'll be able to say everything.
Really? Why 6 to 8 months?
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. If Trump re-wins the election, I'll be able to talk about anything.
Wow. Okay.
And as much as, all this stuff that's going on Trump, daily, you got all the damn shows are like half plus, positive for Trump and half negative.
Right.
All the news shows.
Right.
And the news shows have to admit that there's stuff that they had that was negative for Trump, and this Russian thing and all that stuff, all absolute bullshit.
Yep, that's true.
He spent like $400 million revamping the military base we have at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba.
Right.
Which is a military prison.
Right. Yeah, I know.
He's revamping that to put all the banksters and gangsters into prison.
Right.
And I'm telling you this right now in July 2019. So basically, what Pete was getting from his insider briefings was that by 2020, he would be able to share any information that he wanted to share. He could say anything he wanted to say. It was all going to be accessible to us. So we were really looking forward to that. They were fixing up his teeth. They were getting him ready for some kind of public debut. And he had given us so much information. He was the main insider contact teaching us about the alliance. So let's talk about that a little bit. Pete went through all this White Star Ranch training, and he is one of very, very few people you would ever actually find. We've had LARPers try to say this, but it's very, very rare that you would actually have somebody work for the CIA and the NSA and the DIA. Nearly impossible, okay? But that did happen in Pete's case, which is one of his very unique aspects. Remember that even before 9/11 took place, there were films going on inside all these places like Bohemian Grove and the Oval Office. They have all this damning video footage, all this documented evidence, and that evidence is going to come out. So we are right on the threshold of getting the freedom that we deserve and the freedom that we've worked so hard to achieve. I honor Pete Peterson as our fallen hero. I honor Ward. I honor Ross Perot and the work that he apparently did in making this alliance happen and making it possible. It has been a very low-funded operation for a long time. The current president was not a politician. He was brought in because it was either that or they were going to do a military coup against the president of the time. And this was all decided about 3.5 years ago now, to approach him and to say, can you self-finance your own campaign? You already have a public figure presence. People know who you are. We're gonna tell you, what's really going on. He was given a 2-week briefing. He was shown all kinds of horrible stuff, and he agreed to do it. So I don't usually get too excited about presidents. I was really hoping that Obama could do some good for the country, and a lot of people got angry at me about that. And now I'm talking about the current president, and I'm saying, you know what? Maybe there's more to this than just the negative view that the media gives us. Maybe there's something else. Oh, people get so upset. What you see there is that they are going to make this all public. The public is going to learn everything. So the next stage, you know, Uncle Jeffy's just the beginning. Ordinary people are going to be learning about horrible things that are going to make them very upset. It's important that we work together with each other to stay happy, to keep going to work, to keep taking care of our kids, to get out of bed, to get past the grief, because this is really going to upset people as they learn these things. Anyway, it is upsetting that we lost Pete. I am not going to be deterred. We are not stopping. We will not respond to threats and intimidation. And I want to speak to one last thing while I still have our beautiful set here. Yeah, I'm calling it a set. See, on mine, I'm like a filmmaker, right? So anyway, I can come over this way a little more. It is also very important to point out that when all these attacks started online, talking about Pete Peterson and that I had stolen his money, which is so ridiculous. I'd given him $18,000 of my own money. I didn't even create the fundraiser. It was created by somebody calling themselves Coco Luau. And Coco Luau handed it over to me, and the amount of BS that we had to go through with GoFundMe just for me to be allowed to transfer money to Pete's bank account was crazy. There's no way that GoFundMe would have ever allowed me to transfer it to any other account but Pete's, and it took us a lot of work even to get that done. So anyway, those attacks started happening right after Pete got transferred from Genesis Center to Cascadia of Boise. And we didn't know where he went, and in fact the people at Genesis told us, we can't even tell you if he's still alive, and we can't tell you where he went. One of Pete's friends, who's the guy that called me and told me that he had died, actually was able to talk to somebody at the center and get them to admit to where Pete went. But all the attacks started after Pete was missing, presumed dead. So I'm very, very grateful that we tracked him down. He was at Cascadia. He was in the Alpine Wing. I talked to him on the phone in his room, recorded it, and got him to say that I did not steal his money, talking about, you know, him coming forward, these new disclosures he wanted to do, and in 6 months he could say anything he wanted. So I think we are on the verge of the most stunning events in human history, disclosures like we never could have imagined, and I am really, really excited about that. It's getting cold, and so we got to go. And again, Pete, I want to honor you as a soldier, as an American hero. Thank you for your service. God bless you, Pete Peterson. And we will see you on the other side.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion.
please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Through his Q&As, you know, those Q&As that you got to pay for. And suddenly, Emery Smith is the love of her life, and they get engaged without ever meeting, I believe. Of course, later meet. And it all goes south. And this poor girl, you know, I feel sorry for her in some ways, but in other ways, I don't. In some ways, I feel sorry for her because she truly believed that all of this bullshit that Emery Smith was peddling at her was real. And he psychologically manipulates her, you know, acts like he literally tells her that he's going on secret missions. And that's why he can't call her every day, because he can't take his secret missions. He can't take his cell phone on the secret missions, you know. Just hearing this girl detail some of the stuff that Emery Smith put her through and told her leaves me with even more disdain for this guy. And it should be reminded that Emery Smith has been involved in multiple scams. First of all, he was a big backer of the Atacama humanoid scam. Remember that one, right? He helped Dr. Stephen Greer pump that scam. And we have previously covered the PayPal donation scam, where he pretended that the deep state attacked his home and left a bullet on the counter and ransacked his house. It turns out, according to his father-in-law, or, you know, pseudo-father-in-law, I don't know what the proper word for it, his girlfriend, his longtime living girlfriend's father, according to him, points on the curve, Emery Smith wasn't attacked by the deep state. And he wasn't hospitalized because of an attack from the deep state. He was hospitalized because he went on an alcoholic bender for 2 days straight and ended up in the hospital with alcohol poisoning. Didn't stop him and David Wilcock from collecting those PayPal donations, though, did it? Interestingly, I couldn't find the timestamp, but one of my notes here, which is the most really damaging evidence against him as far as a criminal nature, I believe, is that this girl, who would later become his fiance, details that during the first Q&A that she attended and paid for to attend with Emery Smith claimed in the Q&A that he was working for Donald Trump developing treatments for the current health crisis. I'm going to say that again. He takes money from people who want to ask him questions. Like, you can't ask Emery Smith questions unless you're a special person. You know, it's so funny to me, the common traits of these narcissistic assholes. And that's what they are. They're narcissistic assholes. A lot of them do some of the same stuff. You know, you're paying for access because I'm so special and I have all this secret information and I'm going to share it with you for just $49.95. Join my next Q&A. He doesn't have any information. He's a fraud, a fake, and a liar. And the damning criminal information, or, you know, criminal evidence of criminal behavior that I just mentioned, he's literally taking money from people. And once he has their money, he tells them that he's working for Donald Trump, developing treatments for the current health crisis. Later, he would go on to tell this girl that he was also going to be working for the UN, you know, when he wasn't on secret missions. This thing gets crazier and crazier. It's a few hours listening to this girl, which is largely a lot of complaints of a relationship gone bad. I don't want to bore you with those details, so I've queued up a few things that I think are really funny and worth hearing from this girl, and we're going to go through it. So I'm going to cite fair use. We'll put up our fair use banner. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public and critiquing the video we are sharing. This is covered under fair use and allowable by law. We'll also be discussing the contents of the video that I'm sharing with the live chat and the live audience. So this is indeed fair use, friends. All right, so I've got one part queued up that I think is particularly interesting. But boy, this girl could turn a 10-minute story into two. She already did. She turned a 10-minute story about him being a fraud and a liar into a 2-hour diatribe. There's 2 parts to this girl's story. And she's nowhere near done telling stories of Emery Smith being a fraud, a con artist, and a liar. Can't wait to hear the rest. All right. We're going to see if we can't share this. Oh, but I got a few. Hold on, friends. Let me... All right. So really, there's 2. I'm going to play one part from the beginning and one part from part 1 and the part at the end, and maybe we'll get into something from part 2. Yes, I've got 3 portions that really, there's not much here. One of the most important things that she said that I think looks terrible for him from a criminal perspective or possible criminal perspective, alleged criminal perspective, whatever you want to, however you want to diplomatically say it, is that this guy is literally taking money from people for Q&As and then lying through his teeth and telling them that he works for Donald Trump developing pharmaceuticals. Folks, that's called fraud, Emery Smith. Just in case. But see, Emery Smith thinks that because he's behind a paywall, the contents of the information that he is sharing for this paid Q&A is never going to leak out. Well, here you go. It's leaking out, Emery Smith. Are you telling people during your Q&As that you work for Donald Trump? Are you really doing that? I have no reason to disbelieve this girl. Now, sure, she's a jilted lover, whatever, ex-girlfriend, ex-fiance, which is not always the most, reliable, but she seems genuine. And I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and believe what she's saying, that you're telling people while you're conning them out of money until I'm proven otherwise. Now, Emery Smith, bro, it's truthseekershow@gmail.com. You could send me any proof that you actually worked for Donald Trump developing pharmaceuticals, and I'll apologize. But I'm betting that you're full of shit, Emery Smith. I think you're full of shit. Emery Smith is a fraud, conning liar who's full of shit. After all, this is the same guy who claims that while he was, working for the deep state government, he had access to 3,000 alien tissue samples. Well, really, David Wilcock said that he autopsied 3,000 aliens. Emery Smith would later walk that shit back and try to make it not as grand of a story. No, it was 3,000 tissue samples that I did. I didn't autopsy. Okay, so he didn't autopsy 3,000 aliens. He had tissue samples from 3,000 aliens. And there is ample and supportive evidence that Emery Smith basically embezzled from the company that he worked for before he worked for Gaia. And, this thing is crazy to me. Doesn't Gaia do criminal background checks or do any kind of background checks before they hire somebody to work for them? Let's see. They've had former convicted burglars, right? Now they have Emery Smith, who was basically thrown out of a company. I don't believe that he was criminally prosecuted, but he was basically thrown out of the company he worked for embezzlement. Basically, allegedly. Allegedly. I love allegedly. There's ample and supportive documentation and proof of that. And anyone can go on the internet and see that he basically stole money from the company that he worked for, and then they shut him down. They said, you don't work here no more. You can't have access to our funding or whatever. And we have the PayPal scam. His father-in-law basically ratted him out that he was doing PayPal scams, making up fake shit with David Wilcock. Now we have him lying through his teeth to people paying for his behind the paywall Q&A sessions where he's telling them, I work for Donald Trump developing pharmaceuticals right now. Of course, he tells this poor girl an incredible amount of other bullshit stories. Like he's off on secret missions. He was on a secret mission to Antarctica. And then his manager trips up and forgets to tell Emery that the manager told the fiance that Emery was on a secret mission in Antarctica. And then she asks him, and Emery's like, Antarctica? Was I on a mission? Oh, yeah. I was on a secret mission to Antarctica. Yeah. This is horseshit. Why doesn't Gaia check on the people that work for them? Do they just like con artists? Because they hire a lot of them, allegedly. In my opinion. They have a lot of people with criminal intent and criminal backgrounds that are supposed to be some kind of rock solid super information source. But we see this time and time again in the so-called conspiracy land or UFO community. We see people who claim many, many fantastical things. And then when you dig in, you find out that they're a former convicted criminal before they decided that they were a super secret alien information source or a whistleblower or an insider. Before they were that, they were a common criminal, many with felony convictions, some with convictions for things as heinous as child molestation. And people with big platforms platform these criminals. A few days ago, we covered this medbed scam. Why are people platforming somebody who's scamming people out of money, selling access to med beds, taking them through a Stargate to a starship that doesn't exist? Why are big shows bringing these people on as guests and helping them find more victims? I'd like to know. Now, so we're going to share this poor girl got involved with Emery Smith. I started saying, in one way, I feel real sorry for this girl, but another way, I don't, because she was a letter of the alphabet person, right? Believe that shit 150%. Claimed that she was getting shadow banned and that the cabal was after her because she was sharing too much truth about that letter of the alphabet. No, you weren't, honey. That letter of the alphabet is bullshit, honey. It's bullshit. That letter of the alphabet is bullshit. It's all fake. And you were on that train, right? And you were making all kinds of content related to that garbage, right? And then she talks about David Wilcock introducing her to Emery Smith and acts like David Wilcock's some kind of big star. This is the level, these people are good at fooling stupid people into believing that there's something else. They're not. Most of these people are losers, right? Couldn't make it in Hollywood as an actor. I'll pretend I'm an alien insider. Okay, I gotta figure this out. So just bear with me. I think it's this one. We're going to share this video and listen to some of this poor girl's story. And again, I do feel sorry for her, but if she's gullible enough to fall for the letter of the alphabets and be all chips in on that, then it stands to reason that she would truly believe that Emery Smith was a fucking secret agent, because that's what he told her and that's what she believed. Like, oh, and she's telling her friends, like, my fiance is off on a secret mission right now. It's fucking ridiculous. This is a stupid story. This is ridiculous. And I don't know how any girl could fall for this shit, because it just sounds childish. Like, he's literally telling her that he's going on secret missions for the UN, right? And he works for Donald Trump, and she believed him. I don't know. I have mixed emotions about this. I do. But, let's see what she has to say. Oh, wrong one. Try that again. Sorry, folks. I have 3 videos queued here, so we're going to see We're going to see which one. No. I'll get it right eventually. Just please bear with me, members of the audience. I really need a frickin' producer to do this stuff. Yes. But I still got to do it again because I didn't share the audio. I need a producer. We really got to get a producer. All right, I've shared the audio. Now we should be able to do this. One moment, friends. How come I can't get the right one? Let me fix the background first. First things first. I always forget that too. Okay. I keep getting the wrong one. I think that StreamYard is confused. Now we got it. Just bear with me, friends. I apologize. This is like a nightmare. It keeps pulling up. I keep getting the wrong one. I have 3, and they're all on the same video. So let me see if we can't fix this. Yeah, we'll get it eventually. I like to say that you do get, this is a live show. You get the show warts and all. Why? You know what? We're just going to play. We're just going to play the first. We're just going to play the first one, whatever it is. And then I'll X that one out and be able to find the other one. I have too many tabs open, apparently. All right, we're just going to share this one first. So poor girl, engaged to Emery Smith. Then she finds out that he's a fraud, a scammer, and a liar. Poor girl. Love hurts.
But anyways, sorry, like it's really hard for me to wrap my head around all of us till this moment. I literally thought that I was going to share with you guys this magical dream story like the one that I'm sharing right now. I just didn't think it was going to be under these contexts. But anyways, so we're falling and fucking madly in love with each other. He's like, you know, we have to get married. We have to have kids. I'd like to marry you publicly. I hope you're okay with that. My life is very public. And I asked him, like, is it safe? You know, you have a very dangerous life where you're working on top secret missions still and on projects. And, you know, like you've said that everyone that you've ever, you know, everyone in your family and everyone that you've known has been killed by the cabal because you went public. Like,
so we see here, friends, this is some of the stuff that he's telling this girl. And it leads me to wonder, is he telling everybody that he's a secret agent going on secret missions? Or is he just telling this girl in order to get in her and somehow impress her and get in her pants? Either way makes him a fucking terrible person. But, you know, actually, I don't know which one is worse. Telling everybody, lying to everybody and telling that you're a secret agent on secret missions? Or just lying to a girl whose pants you're trying to get into? And what is this? Emery, are you in high school? Right? You got to lie to a girl to impress her to get in her pants? This is crazy. And did you hear that line? She mentions it several times. Emery Smith told her that the cabal killed his entire family. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's some bullshit. That didn't happen. But again, Emery Smith, you can email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and send to me the proof that your entire family was murdered. You don't even need to prove that they were murdered by the cabal, but if you could show me, you know, news articles or something about your whole family getting murdered, then I'll apologize. Otherwise, you're a lying sack of shit. And you're lying to this girl. Is that to gain sympathy? Oh, I'm a loner. My whole family got murdered. Lay down. You know, like, this is some next level scumball trying to get in a girl's pants move shit. It really is. I don't know if, like, you know, what is it? Like his I'm a Celebrity on Gaia TV is not enough to get in the girl's pants. He's got to pile on the garbage and the bullshit to try to impress her or get sympathy from her to get in her pants. This is Yeah.
Is it safe for us to have a family? And he said that it will be in March. He's working on a very serious project right now, or like a very serious mission that he said at the time. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna tell you what he said at the time. Again, like everything in my head is like, well, what if the, everything. I don't believe anything he's ever said to me, but I'm just gonna say it how it was at the time. But he said that he didn't think that this mission that he was on, that he was gonna come out alive from.
Not only is Emery Smith going on a top secret mission, that mission is so dangerous, he's not gonna make it out of there alive. Lay down. Take off your blouse. This is some horse shit. And, I'm sorry if this girl actually believed this, but like, come on, honey, really? You believed that he was going on secret missions and worked for Donald Trump?
And the moment he met me, it's changed everything for him. And that it's like he thought he was going to die trying to get out of, I don't know how to word this. He thought he was going to die during this mission that he's on right now. And he met me and it changed everything for him. He had also shared with me at the time that like the reason why I was so significant and why I was so important to him was because he had asked for the Galactic Federation. He asked for their assistance because he didn't think that he could survive and live trying to I don't know. He never told me what the mission was. He said, like, it's top secret. But he said,
I'm sorry, honey. I'd like to tell you all about the mission, but I can't. Lay down. Take off your pants. And did you hear this? Emery Smith goes to the Galactic Federation for help so that he can get married and have children and lead a normal life again. This guy is either like a grade A bullshit huckster, liar, or he's got delusions of grandeur. And this is very common in some of these narcissistic people. They think they're so important that if people don't believe they're important, they will literally invent things, right? Like their famous friends. And, this guy's inventing top secret missions that he's going on. He's telling this girl he's talking to the Galactic Federation of Aliens for them, asking the Galactic Federation of Aliens to intercede on their behalf so he can marry this hot blonde chick and pop out some babies and live happily ever after.
He asked for the Galactic Federation's help, and the next day I showed up. And so he trusted
he wants to feel important, Dark Sky.
that I was important and that I played a significant role in his life for whatever reason that may be. And
he says, what a total predator piece of crap.
He said that he asked the Star people if it was safe to talk to me, and they said yes. So he proceeded in doing that because normally he runs background checks on people and is very sketched out on who he could trust.
Okay, so he didn't have to run a background check on her. He just asked the aliens if she was safe to talk to, and they said yes. Maybe the aliens think she's a hot blonde chick too, right?
Very interesting, by the way, considering the truth about him. But anyways, I'm going to continue with this magical love story.
V mentioned what a predator piece of crap. Remember that his former live-in girlfriend's father detailed how Emery Smith basically groomed her through email when she was underage, telling the girl, not this girl, another girlfriend of his, they started talking to when she was underage, not to tell your parents that you're talking to me. That's a predator move.
So me and Emery continuously dream about each other for 2 weeks, and we're just like goo goo gaga over each other completely. And Emery decides to, add me to his, he does a Q&A every Sunday for 2 hours, and he tells his manager, Tori, to add me on the VIP list. That way I don't have to pay for it. And because he wanted to see my face, obviously, every Sunday.
Oh, so Emery put her on the VIP list. You're now a VIP list. You're on the VIP list to come to my bullshit sessions, right? This is equally ridiculous. There's VIPs that get to attend Emery Smith's bullshit sessions where he talks about aliens and the Galactic Federation and working for Donald Trump, right?
what a bunch of horse shit this is.
And so like we are already talking wedding, and I know that that might be really soon for people. I don't know, but like this magical love story, like I really fucking believed it. I mean, call me fucking crazy, but I've tested Emery numerous times where he would tell me about his dream, and it was just like mine. I would play these like little games where I would ask him what it was like, and then he'd tell me, and I'd be like, what? And then weird things would happen. A lot of my close friends started having dreams about me.
Yeah, and this is where this girl just loses me, because she starts talking about her superpowers. She's empathic, and she has prophetic dreams, right? So she's kind of made for a fraud, conner, new age, conspiracy UFO guy like this clown.
In December, where I believe I did a survey on Instagram, and like over 36 people had dreams about me in December. And every single day, one of my close friends would DM me and be like,
"Hey, dude is watching this girl's. She's an Instagram model. So if some dude is watching her Instagram every day, drooling over her pictures, then I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that dudes would randomly start having dreams about this girl who they're watching on Instagram. I don't think there's anything to this, but she seems to think there is."
Hey, now nobody knew that I was even dating anybody at this time, and a lot of my friends were like, "Hey, Kim, like, it's so weird. I had a dream about you, that you were with the love of your life. Kim, I had a dream about you." Like, and it was literally what was happening. I was like, "Oh shit, Emery. Like, people are having dreams about us. My followers are having dreams about us. My close friends are having dreams about us. Like, and nobody knew it was him, but people saw me with like really happy with the love of your life, with the love of my life. People saw, people had these dreams that I was with the love of my life. People were like,
here's where I start to feel bad for her, because if she truly thought that this guy was the love of her life, and then it all comes crashing down when she realizes that he's a fraud, a con artist, and a liar, and he probably made up half this shit just to get in her pants, that's terrible.
With this man, and it was like a mystery man, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? How do these people know this? And everybody's like, oh, well, they tapped into our morphing field, and that's how they're downloading this information about us.
They tapped into our morphing field. Well, Emery Smith, please email me. What in God's name is a morphing field? I would like to know, and I don't. I never heard of a morphing field in my life. I don't think that's science. I think that's made up gobbledygook nonsense.
And I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. So anyways, guys, this was such a magical time in our relationship. I never thought that any of this would happen, but I was on cloud 9, you guys. Like, I was talking to the moon and the stars about Mr. Smith. And, we were talking about our children, and, Emery would send me pictures of himself when he was younger. And he's like, this is what your son looks like. And
that is some garbage right there.
I know this is really long, and I'm sorry. I just need you guys to understand why I was so brain fucking fooled. And we would talk about it. And then there was like a day where Emery called me out of nowhere, and he's like, listen, I need to talk to you right now. Like 11:30 at night. He's like, I have a notebook and a pen. I need to know the information about our children. And we had literally like a 2 to 3 hour conversation where Emery wanted to know like how many kids we were going to have, how far apart they were going to have. It was very specific. He's like, I'm writing down notes. I have everything written down. And, he wanted us to have our kids in certain coordinations because of the energy field that they would create in these certain what's the word?
I think the word is word salad nonsense, honey, but okay.
Latitudes of the globe. So he wanted us to have them in certain areas, to conceive them in certain areas, and to have them in certain areas. With alignment with the stars and the moon and all of that. He wanted to know what signs we were going to make them, like what zodiac signs. So we decided to have like all 4 zodiac signs, and we were really planning this shit out, you guys. And, and like how we were going to raise our children, how our children weren't going to go to school. And like, I was like, I'm not giving fucking birth in the hospital. Like, I'm going to do a home birthing and our children are not going to be part of the system and like part of the cabal world. And, you know, we've gone so fucking deep, but it was Emery who was like asking me these questions and taking down notes. He's like, okay, I got it. Okay, so we're going to have them like this. Okay, so after March, we're going to do this. And I'm like,
my God.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. And he kept saying after March, it will be safe for us to go public. And that he wants the world to know about us.
Yeah, he can't go public with his girlfriend or his fiance because he's a secret agent. This is ridiculous, but this is the world of Emery Smith. Welcome to the crazy land of make-believe of Emery Smith. You're not a secret agent, bro. You're nobody important. Just so you know, you got to check that ego.
That he wanted to ask for my dad's hand in marriage and how to do that, and he wanted to convert to Judaism because of me. And you guys, I mean, there's so much details to this story. I'm trying to keep it brief, but I also want to give you guys enough information that way you understand like how real the shit was to me. And then we started talking about our wedding and when we would have our wedding, where we were looking at dates. He's like, I'm going to ask my friends, like my spiritual, people, like to look at like days that would align with the stars and the moon. And so it's on, Mercury retrograde.
Throw in some astrology horse shit to impress her. Good job, Emery Smith.
And we were going to get married in Tulum, and we picked out a location. We were sending each other pictures and how we wanted our wedding to be like. And, like when I say a lot of this, I mean like 90% of this was fucking coming from Emery. Like I was like, I'm all for it. Like, and I, at a
so
point.
Emery Smith is a big fan of fancy frilly weddings with a new age twist. I bet you he was at David Wilcock's new age twist wedding.
Where this just got so fucking serious, and it did get serious real quick. I call my mom and I'm like, Mommy, listen, I met the love of my life and I'm going to get married and we're going to have babies and children. And, by the end of the year, like this is our plan. That was our plan, you guys, that we were going to get married and have babies by the end of the year. Fucking crazy shit. And I was so excited and I couldn't fucking wait to tell you guys, the world, like I met the love of my life and it's the coolest fucking magical dream story ever. And at this point I didn't meet him physically, but I'm like,
yeah, they do all this, plan to get married, plan to have children, all this stuff before they even meet in person the first time. This is crazy. This is definitely crazy. So, I have a few more to share. A few more. I'll take some comments from the live chat as well. Vilkanaru says, I have a new age twist for you. Ryan Morphy Richards says, she's more fun than the Mormons you send over. Mario Heat is here. Long time no see, Mario Heat. I'm glad to see you. I hope that you are doing well. And Mario Heat says, I want to date her in the ether too. Ryan Morphy Richards says, love your work. I love having you here, Ryan Morphy Richards. Missed you. You haven't been around very much, right? We got to get back to covering this. We have a few more clips of her to share, which is funny. Matt R. I'm fending off $1 billion cabal with $60 worth of Chinese Wi-Fi cameras. I'm sure it will all work out. Yeah, this is just crazy. He wanted to marry her dad. I'm confused. No, he wanted to marry her, right? Yeah. V says, gross. Let's just pray and send intentions. Yeah, I do feel bad for this girl. I really do. I'd like to get her on the show. If she wants to come on the show and talk about this, I could fill her in. I could fill her in a lot about the so-called love of her life and what he portrays to the world that is fictional and fake and who he really is. I could give her some insights into that. And if she's willing, if she's willing to come here, I'm willing to interview her. Yeah. Success says, damn notifications. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hear that a lot. The best thing to do is to just check in. 9 p.m. is our usual, start date here. Let's see if we can get, Yeah, we're going to go to the beginning of this, which is the one I wanted to share in the beginning. I don't know what happened, but we'll just adapt and overcome. So this is again from her part 1 video. There's 2 parts to this. I can't believe it's like 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we're not even. I don't even think she's halfway done telling the story. It seems like a long story, but we're going to delve a little deeper into this and share a little more of what she has to say about one Emery Smith. This is fair use. We'll be critiquing the video, discussing what she's talking about with our live chat here. This is fair use.
This is not going to be an easy story to tell, and I'm going to try not to have a nervous breakdown 1,000 times in between. But I think it's a very important story to tell. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not sharing this story out of revenge or to get something. I'm sharing this story because people deserve to know the truth, because people truly trust this man. And I trusted this man with my heart and soul, and people trust him with their heart and soul. People trust him with their medical health. People trust this man so much for the future of humanity, and he's a fraud. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. And it's something that I never, ever, 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 ever thought I'd ever have to do. But you guys know who I am. Truth to me is everything. For those of you who haven't been following me for the last 1.5 years, that's what I've been covering, is uncovering the truth of what's been happening in the world. And I feel like this story has to be told, and I have to speak the truth, because what you've been seeing and what you've been experiencing with Emery versus what's actually happening behind the scenes are 2 completely different people. Completely different people. And it's hard for me till this very moment. It's been a month. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. I've asked 1,000 questions and I've gotten answers to them, and to those I have 1,000 more, and I can't wrap my head around whys. I have a million whys that I don't understand. So I'm going to share with you guys what I know to be true. I'm going to share with you guys proof and evidence, obviously from the closest source to him, which would be me. I've asked my close family and friends who have been with me in this journey the last half a year, and everyone believes that I need to do it. And there is a side of me that really wants to stick up and tell the truth, because that's who I am, and that's where my morals and values and heart is like won't make sense currently. But I know that this can affect his career, and that's something that has come up for me many times, where I would never want to harm someone's career. I would never
What
want to take
career?
someone's
He's a con
finances
artist.
away from them. That's not who I am. It's just not. I think that's horrific. Again, that's God deals with that karma and stuff. That's not my job to ever do that. Unfortunately for Emery, he chose his career. I didn't choose his career.
Yeah, his career is that he lies to people about stories about aliens. That's his career. So what are you're not damaging, it's not like he is a respected, I don't know, business person or author or, you know, I don't know, community member. He's known as a con artist and a grifter selling fake stories about aliens, right?
And Emery chose to be a whistleblower on a TV show called Cosmic Disclosure, where he speaks the truth.
Yeah, he speaks the truth. He lied through his teeth to you every chance he got. But she's still saying that he was telling the truth on Cosmic Disclosure. Honey, you need to sit back and think about this. If he lied to you every single chance that he got, right? He pretty much proved himself to you to be a pathological liar. What are the chances that the stories he's telling on Cosmic Disclosure about being a whistleblower about aliens, what are the chances that shit is true? So what? When he's on film, on camera, on Gaia, he tells the truth, but when he's talking to you, every single time he talks to you, he's lying? No. A liar is a liar. A fraud is a fraud, honey.
About hidden technologies, ETs, the future of humanity. And he comes off as a superhero, which I thought he was.
Yeah, and he even mentions before he meets her, he's got to get back into super soldier shape. So he also claimed to be a super soldier to her, to have enhanced everything, right? He's a superhero. He's got superpowers like a lot of these frauds, right? Even her, she's an intuitive empath. Sure she is.
And the fact that he has a TV show where he preaches the truth on, and in reality, he's a completely different human being. That, like, I didn't choose that for him. He chose that. So I don't know how this is going to affect him, but it's something that I've definitely taken into consideration.
You know, I don't know how this is going to affect him either, because I thought Emery was finished when the Points on the Curve guy came out and told detailed stories about all of his fraudery and forgery and fakery. And it didn't seem to faze him one bit. He just kept right on conning people with these Q&As, right? Great.
Before creating this, but again, I didn't choose his career. Emery chose his career and his path and his pathological.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, friends.
Lies
Hold on.
of.
All right. 1 second. I'll fix that. One second. I hate that button. Sometimes I forget. 1 second, friends. Let me share this again. Make sure I share audio. And again, fair use.
Just who I am. Truth to me is everything. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You guys have seen me cry, laugh, cuss, say the truth. I'm blunt as fudge. That's who I am. And I know that that's why a lot of you guys say that you like me, because I say the things that most people want to say but don't. What I had experienced was, in the last half a year, I have been secretly engaged to a man named Emery Smith, who is a whistleblower. And
no, who claims he was a whistleblower, honey? There's no proof that he was a whistleblower of any importance. Whistleblowers have consequences, right? They don't get TV deals.
And I went in a week from being engaged to the love of my life and living in my dream apartment to finding out that the love of my life has been cheating on me and has a secret relationship for the last year and a half. And I lost my house because of him. And on top of it, I thought I was pregnant. I know that's all really fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's really a lot to take in, honey.
And it all happened in like a week and a half max. I can't.
Yeah, and through this video, she details all of these times where he won't answer his phone. And I just want to tell everyone, especially the ladies, if a man won't answer his phone when you're calling him, it's probably because he's with another woman. Or it could be because he's with another woman, right? Why would he not answer his phone? According to him, he was on secret missions and he wasn't allowed to take his phone with him. Sure, Emery Smith, sure. But here we detail that she was being cheated on, and she has evidence and proof of this. Great.
You know the days? I don't even know dates anymore at this point. I'd have to look it up. But that was too much for me to handle, to say the least.
And we're going to stop this one. There's really not much there. But I have one more clip to share that I think she says some fun stuff in, right? Mario UFO with a kind and generous super chat of £2, is that pounds? Emery in chat, threaten lawyers. Why, I don't know. Really? Is Emery? I don't think he's in the live chat. I didn't see him there. Yeah, I'm looking through. I don't actually see him in here. So please don't say things like Emery's in chat threatening lawyers. That's not a funny joke. Six Cents says, my Lord, Gaia is sure loaded with frauds. Yeah, I agree. But anyway, Mario UFO, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Anybody else who wants to throw money at me, there is definitely a money button down there in the live chat. And you can buy a super sticker to support the show or send a super chat donation to support the show. You can also you can donate via PayPal. And there is a PayPal donate button link in the bottom in the description of this video, and also a link for how to support us on Patreon. But I just want to thank Mario UFO for the kind and generous donation, and I'd like to thank you, Mario UFO. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, because the cash makes this show go. And Mario UFO is helping us continue in this adventure. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support, Mario UFO. I appreciate it. Thank you for blessing me and my show. And my wish is that God will bless you and your family and friends equally. Thank you. All right. We'll go back to some comments from the live chat. Then we'll get to Mario is Emery's love hugger. Yeah, I agree with you. Adam Mine says Gaia dips these human feces in Teflon, I heard, which is why all the shit just slides right off of them. Yeah, it's like no matter how many people come out and say they're frauds, even with evidence and proof, they keep rolling on with their con games, right? It's amazing. Matt R. says Emery drinking could have been PTSD. What is not explainable was the bullet left as a threat. It was a civilian caliber tipped 5.7. Why not the military restricted AP 5.7 round? They'd carry that one. Yeah, and his father-in-law, his points on the curve guy, Matt R., explained that bullet that was left on his counter was from a gun that he had that caliber of bullet, and he had those bullets in his home. So what's more likely, that the men in black broke into his house, ripped through his house, ripped the walls open trying to find something, and then they left a bullet on the counter that just so happens to be the same bullet for the gun that Emery Smith owns, or that Emery Smith just put on the counter and took a picture and sent it to idiot David Wilcock and claimed he was under dark cabal attack, right? Mario Heat says this girl has an only whistleblowers. I bet she has. I'm not sure if she has an OnlyFans. I haven't checked. Yeah. Hollis Herbert says Chelsea Manning is a whistleblower. Yeah. Solar Warden says, who was he cheating with? I wonder. And V says, oh, lost my house. Yeah, this girl lost her house over Emery Smith. I hope she didn't give him any money, right? She didn't detail giving him any money, but Gaia, the channel meant to dupe New Age California hippies. Yes, I believe that you are correct. Yeah. 1 second, friends. She talks a lot about the letter of the alphabet. I'm going to see if I don't want to play anybody talking about that letter of the alphabet because we know it could be detrimental. The AI algorithm gods don't like it. And by the way, praise Google. This is my daily prayer to the AI algorithm gods. Please find favor in us and rise us in the search engines. In Google's name we pray. Amen. My life is in the hands of an AI algorithm god owned by Google Corporation. 1 second, friends. And by the way, in this video, she also talks about Corey Good's a fraud, right? But Emery Smith was the real deal. So Gaia took down all of Corey Good's material in favor of Emery Smith's real information. Sure. All around Arbiter says, praise the cash. Yeah, I say praise the cash almighty. Somebody help me praise the cash by sending me some. All right, we're going to get to the section from the part 2 of this soap opera drama. It's what it feels like. It's like he was lying to me and sleeping with my sister. Well, she didn't say that, but yeah, this is terrible. So this is from part 2, and again, we are going to site fair use will be discovered to educate people on Emery Smith being a fraud and a liar, at least according to many people, including this girl who he was engaged to for a time.
After we were basically, we decided that we were going to get married, we were going to have kids. Emery's like, okay, listen, like, in order for us to make that possible, I'm going to have to kind of like rearrange my entire life, because I had created a life for myself where I thought I was going to be single for the rest of my life. And all of a sudden you came along and you changed everything. Aww. So Emery tells me like that, he has to finish this important mission before we meet. And
again, he's on secret missions. He can't meet this hot girl he's engaged to because he's on secret missions. Okay, you're on secret missions, Emery Smith. Sure you are. Sure, you're a secret agent with superpowers and you're a super soldier and a whistleblower. Right? Sure.
And because it was dangerous for me to meet him prior to that, it would put my life at risk. And also, he would have to find us a place to live, which he was starting to look. But on top of that, he also lived with his team. Oh my goodness. Okay. So he said that he lives with his team.
She's laughing here because it becomes very apparent to her that there is no team. And she basically catches him talking to himself, pretending that he's talking to other people at his home or residence, wherever he's, FaceTiming her from. And she basically challenges him. And it becomes quickly apparent that he's talking to a fake team that doesn't exist. Isn't that some shit? So Emery Smith is telling her, me and my team, and the team doesn't exist. There's no team, Emery Smith. It's just you and your delusional fantasies that you have a team.
And that, he has this entourage and that everybody has, a job and they count on him for a job. Like he has security and he has, all this, like this, what's it called? Like this entourage. And so, he didn't want me and our children to live this like kind of crazy life where we can't even go to the market without security, because everyone's always out to kill and get Emery and like,
Yeah, all these people are out to kill him. This is another delusional fantasy. And we see evidence of this in this PayPal scam he ran, where he and David Wilcock ran, where he claimed that the deep state and the dark cabal broke in his house and they tried to kill him, right? And he ended up in the hospital. Turns out it was an alcoholic bender that he was on, and he ended up in the hospital over alcohol poisoning. But this is the fantasy land of Emery Smith. He's a secret agent. He's got security because everybody's trying to kill him. And according to him, he tells this girl that the dark state, deep state, whatever, the men in black, the cabal, they murdered his entire family. He's all alone now. Horseshit.
Want our children to have this kind of a life. So he had to finish this crazy mission and then had to pick up certain jobs, one of which was, jobs like the science department of the UN, which was a lie. And he said that he did that. So.
Oh, wait a minute. I missed that. He tells her that he's going to be working for the UN.
Entourage. And so, he didn't want me and our children to live this like kind of crazy life where we can't even go to the market without security. Because everyone's always out to kill and get Emery, and like he didn't want children to have this kind of a life. So he had to finish this crazy mission and then had to pick up certain jobs, one of which was, you know, jobs like the science department of the UN, which was a lie. And he said that he did that.
Yeah, so he tells her he's going to be working for the science department at the UN. Boy, that's some bullshit. Like, and you know what I wondered about is, like, if he did start living with this girl, what's he going to do? Just like go for a walk for 3 hours a day and tell her he's going to work at the UN? The UN's in New York, right? I guess he can remote in while he's doing his science, work. I guess he remotes into Donald Trump's team, right? Because according to him, not only was he going to work for the science department of the UN, he was already working for Donald Trump, developing pharmaceuticals and treatments for the current health crisis. Sure you were. Sure. You were going to work. Jesus Christ, what a bunch of bullshit.
So, I don't know, to like have better protection from the government, some shit like that. And so he was going to take less dangerous jobs, but he also had to figure out how he was going to let go of the people that were living with them and help, kind of let them know that, they can't live there anymore and that they have to find a new job. And, this whole thing was going to take time and preparation for us to find our perfect home and to rearrange everything so that we can live this beautiful, magical, safe life. So every single time I would, be like, okay, but when am I going to see you? When am I going to see you? Emery would be like, listen, babe, like, let me finish this mission. I'm doing, you're not appreciating all this stuff that I'm doing, for our future. But so he had told me he's so busy working on so many projects.
Yeah, he's on secret missions. I can't hang out with you now, baby, because I'm on a secret mission. In my imagination, maybe. Emery Smith is on secret missions in his imagination. Come on, Emery Smith. You can email me. Show me proof of your secret missions. You don't even have to tell me. Just show me some plane tickets. You claim that you went on a secret mission to Antarctica. Show me a plane ticket to Antarctica. Show me proof you actually ever stepped foot in Antarctica. You can't, because this is Emery Smith's land of magical make-believe.
And, gosh, I feel like such a fucking dumbass, but hey, I'm not the only one who believes this shit, so whatever. Anyways, so Emery is like, listen, I'm like super, super busy all the time. I'm working on all these projects. I'm obviously trying to save the world. I'm trying to clean the oceans. I'm working with Trump. I'm working with the UN. I'm working on Gaia. I'm doing my Q&A. I have secret projects that I work on that, I can't tell you because I have NDAs signed with them. And I have to, I'm trying to keep my job. I'm trying to find.
Baby, I'm trying to save Earth, baby. Come on. You got to be patient till I can come there and give you a little bang bang, okay? Right now, I am saving Earth, okay? I'm working with the UN. I'm working with Donald Trump. I'm working with Gaia, because Gaia, they're really dedicated to saving the planet, right? This is amazing.
Healing medicines, and I'm trying to do this, and I'm trying to do that, and I'm really busy, and I'm like booked 2 months in advance, and I'm like, don't you want to meet me? Like, what? So I'm like your fiance, but like, don't you want to meet me?
Yeah, and this is a bizarre part of the story. So they're planning a wedding. They're planning to get married. They're the love of each other's lives, but he can't take time off to go fly out and meet this girl. Doesn't make any sense unless maybe, just maybe, he's already in a relationship with a woman and he can't explain to that woman why he's going to fly to meet another one. That's my opinion, and that's my speculation, and that would also cover why he doesn't answer the phone when this hot blonde girl calls him up, right? He's on a secret mission. Sure you are, Emery Smith. Yeah. You're on a secret mission trying to not get caught having a side piece of ass, maybe, but that's about it for your secret mission.
And he's like, of course I want to meet you. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I have to ask my manager, and I have to tell my manager. And like, we have to set some time for this to happen. I'm like, okay, cool. These guys, so let's start talking about the weird red flags that were constantly happening and I clearly dismissed.
Red flags? Him telling you that he works with Donald Trump and the UN wasn't a red flag enough for you to go, this guy's full of shit? You needed more red flags? But hey, again, I feel sorry for her. She was all chips in, thinking that this guy was saving the world, right? he was a super soldier and he had superpowers and he was trying to heal the world's oceans and work for the UN and Donald Trump. God.
Because of my naiveness and because of my belief in Emery. But there were so many. So weird things. Okay. Everything was amazing in December and January, the beginning of January. And then shit got real weird. Real weird. I don't know till this day what the fuck happened during that time, but I can only assume, like, I would try to call Emery and he wouldn't answer. And most of the time when you call Emery,
Emery's actually married out of context.
And it's very annoying and irritating that, you know, I'm engaged to someone who never fucking answers his phone. You know, I can never get a hold of him when I need him or I want to tell him something. He never answers his phone.
Says, didn't they kill his dog?
He doesn't reply to text.
Actually, he claimed the deep state killed his dog, and it turns out that the dog got hit by a car after Emery Smith let him out while he was on a drunken bender. That's what really happened. The deep state didn't kill his dog. His alcoholism is responsible for the death of his dog.
Text like the normal person. Sometimes it takes him like a long time to reply to a text. So, you know, it'd be very weird that like I can't get a hold of him. It just a lot of times really weird. There was a time, till this day, this shit I don't understand, but there was a time where I did not get, I know this is going to sound so fucking nuts. Like, I feel like a dumbass when I reshare this. There was a time where...
But, you know, she's saying, oh, I feel like a dumbass. Maybe, you know, getting engaged to a guy that you've never even physically met is kind of a stupid thing to do. That's just my opinion. And you know what else? I don't want to sound shallow, but look at this girl. Fairly attractive girl. Is she so hard up for a dude in her life that she's gonna go through this shit? Why wouldn't she just meet a guy in the real world, right? And start a relationship? I don't understand it. But then again, maybe she's crazy. You know, she was a letter of the alphabet nutter, and maybe guys meet her and go, well, she's attractive, but she's a nutter, and they run. I don't know.
Where I did not hear his voice. He did not call for a month. A fucking month. I don't know why. Okay. He said he was on top secret missions, talking through text and through voice notes, and through videos.
I'm sorry, I cannot stop to talk to you today, honey. I'm on a secret mission, but I want to send you this text. Love ya. Back to my secret mission now. And she fell for this. You know, I would think most women, when their guy won't answer the phone and then they get told that they're on secret missions, would say, horse shit. I'm sure my wife would. I'm going to try that with my wife. I'm not going to answer any text for a month. And then if she asks why I'm not replying or, you know, answering my phone, I'm going to tell her I'm on a secret mission and see how that goes for me.
But he didn't fucking call me on the phone for an entire fucking month.
Hello. Don't be sad. The future is bright. I'm always with you, whether you feel it or not. Of course, I'd like to feel.
Right, love. Just deal with this mission. Be back in 5.
Circumstances right now, it is a little difficult. I don't have lots of time on my hands because of a lot of the crises.
I'm thinking she was way too hot for him. I was thinking that too, but I didn't verbalize it. I agree with you,
But at
Terry.
the same time, I do value our relationship.
Our mind says, I'm sorry. Shame on her for being so stupid.
I don't have a day or time to even give you. Could be tomorrow. Could be next week.
Yeah, she's definitely a little bit of a woman scorned, but you can't blame her. She got lied to for a year and a half.
That the universe brought us together, regardless of when we meet.
Yeah, I can't. I love you, but I can't take the time to meet you. This is something that a married guy does. That's my opinion. Or a guy that lives with a girlfriend and he's trying to get a side piece and he doesn't want the new side piece to know about the girl he lives with. A lot of this story boils down to he is lying to her and he's already got a girlfriend, right?
I'm right here.
Maybe this was some fantasy of his to escape, you know, a relationship he was already in with another woman. I don't know, but this is kooky.
always and forever. I love you, Kim.
I love you. I'm on my secret mission.
I'm sorry
now.
You're sitting there crying.
Yeah, and this is where it speaks a lot about his character. She's saying in this video that she'd call him crying, that she's lonely, she wants to meet him, she can't do this anymore, and he's just stringing her along. Sorry, honey, I'm too important doing my super secret missions for the UN and Donald Trump, so we can't meet for a little bang bang time right now, but I'll talk to my manager and try to free up some time so we could have some bang bang time.
It's definitely a difficult thing to explain when you're not face to face with someone who wants to share a lot more information with you, which will happen. But I also don't want you to suffer. I hope this puts a smile on your face, because every time I hear your voice, I smile, and it puts me at ease.
Oh,
you're probably going to be up pretty late. The moon is full and is reflecting back a picture of you that I see when I look up at it.
What a bunch of horse shit this is.
I hope you feel the same. Sweet dreams, and see you again.
And I kept asking him, and every day he would have a different excuse as to why he can't call me. And he would always say, I'm going to call you tomorrow. I'm going to call you tomorrow first thing in the morning. And then I'd wait first thing in the morning.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm on a super secret mission. I'll call you tomorrow, honey.
I wouldn't fucking call. And he's like, I'm calling you in an hour. And then he wouldn't call. And he's like, sorry, babe, got really busy. I was on a conference call. I'm in a really important meeting. I'm in a really important mission. There was always something.
I'm on a mission, baby. Don't bother me while I'm on my super secret missions. You can't be calling me. I'm on a super secret mission, honey.
Fucking happening. That was always, it felt like, more important than me.
Hey, it's me. Everything is fine.
I'm
Nothing
here
has
to
changed.
farm with
I love
pumpkins,
you very
honey.
much. I'm part of a lot of projects. Some of these projects, I'm not allowed to bring my phone on. 24, 48, 36 hours sometimes. But it's okay. I'm safe. I'll contact you as soon as I can. Okay? I will see you in dream time.
Yeah, and this is another thing. He convinces her that he's seeing her in dream time every night, and she believes him. Great.
I will be with you, always there. Okay, you got this. It's just part of it, okay? We're all going through a little transition. But not one day do you not go through my mind. The sun rises with you in my mind. The sun sets with you in my mind. I hope you get that.
I love you, baby. But I'm on a secret mission. But don't worry, the sun rises and sets with you. You are the love of my life, baby. But I gotta complete this secret mission for Donald Trump before you and I can have some bang bang time, okay? So just be patient. We'll get to the bang bang time. Don't worry.
I love you. Bye-bye.
I would start panicking. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what is happening? There was a lot of times. Most of the time, I did not know what the fuck is happening. And I would make up 2 billion fucking storylines in my head trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. Now, I do want to rewind.
Emery lays good pipe.
About what is happening. Because randomly, Emery would send me videos
if she believed any of this.
Of him sleeping with a gun and telling me they are trying to kill me. I'll play one right now.
All right, Kay. Here we go. Going to bed. Undisclosed location. This is my sleep partner. Yep. I gotta sleep with that. Absolutely insane. All right, bye.
Emery sending me a video of himself sleeping with a fucking gun and telling me that they're trying to kill him really fucked with my head, to say the least. I don't know anybody in their right minds that wouldn't fucking fuck with your head. I mean, this is like your fiance and he's telling you he's sleeping with a gun because people are trying to kill him. You know, it's kind of like, Jesus Christ, is he okay?
I don't think she has reason to lie, Sway, but
And
you know,
am
I'm
I
open to
gonna
all
be
possibilities
okay
here.
being with you? Are our children going to be okay being with you? Scary shit. But like, from the day that Emery sent me that video, like,
No commercials. Hold on, friends. I always forget that I should rip these videos and put them on an alternate YouTube channel so that I don't have to worry about these stupid commercials. Like I said, if I'm not playing commercials on my shows, I'm sure not going to play somebody else's. Please bear with me. We'll be right back to this. We're going to share the video again, and I'm citing fair use. This is transformative work. We're discussing the information she's presenting about Emery Smith being a fraud and a faker and a liar. And yeah.
don't understand. Like, I am so fucking visual and I'm detailed as fuck. And that video, amongst others similar like it, fucked with me so bad because every single time Emery would not answer his phone or would disappear for like a day and a half, I would be like, holy shit, what if he's dead? What if they killed him? What if they got him? What if he dies and I don't get to meet him? Like,
yeah, and this is where we see that some guys who are already in a relationship and are trying to manipulate a second, you know, side piece do a lot of harm because, you know, I would say I do feel bad for this girl because she fell for this hook, line, and sinker, and this is a lot of emotional trauma to deal with. If she was truly in love with the guy, and meanwhile he's like, everybody's trying to kill me. I'm off on secret missions. I got to sleep with a gun. This is crazy. People are trying to kill me because I'm trying to tell everybody the truth about aliens. And then he doesn't call her for a month at a time, disappears on her. She's going to go through a lot of psychological trauma worrying about all this shit. But, you know, Emery Smith is looking for a peace, right?
Like, continuously, all the time. These were like this, and I would freak out, and I would cry constantly. I would cry to, you know, all my close friends who knew about us. You know, if Emery said he's calling at 5, I'm like, I'm not fucking leaving the house at 5, or like the hour after. Even if I needed to get groceries, even if I needed to do important shit, I'm like, no, like, I need to make sure that he's okay. And that's how my life became. My life turned into, is Emery okay? Is Emery okay? What the fuck is happening? Is he okay? Is he alive? Like, crazy. That was my fucking 24 hours of the fucking day. And, you know, sadly for me,
I'm surprised Emery didn't say he was a Power Ranger.
Sometimes tend to care way too much. Like, I'm very compassionate.
Yeah, and he's talking about his secret missions on
to be a part of my life.
Lines.
Like, I will protect you and be loyal as fuck to you, and I will care about you and do everything I could to help you in any shape or form. And like, I have like some crazy loyalty, and the people that are in my life are so fucking important to me. I don't care like what happens, like they come number one. And so when Emery would tell me that he's on a top secret mission that he's fucking could die from, and he's gonna call me at 5, like, I can't leave the fucking house. Like, I need to be fucking there, present, to speak to him, because I never knew if it was a 5-minute conversation or about to be like a 3-hour conversation. I never knew.
I don't know what message you got, but it's just
again with the pumpkins.
Number one, that condition to do anything, and I can't do anything on those evenings anyway because of work-related stuff that I'm working on. And I'm also in and out of the hospital getting preparations for my 3 surgeries.
She let him not call for a month. Class, what do we call
that? So I'm in tip-top super soldier condition when I see you. And
she looks good, but
I do want to make a good impression on you and your family. Yeah. I know it's really frustrating.
We're gullible. Maybe not stupid.
But at the same
time, not dumb.
It is what it is for right now. In these different times, I don't have much downtime, and when I do, I'm so exhausted I just go to sleep. This full moon is kicking my ass, though. Maybe it's just the Saturn thing. Oh, whatever thing it is.
Yeah, he's got to get in top super soldier condition.
and the relationship that has formed because of the universe. So we definitely met for some reason. And I think that is important. It's important to me.
Maybe
I hope it's
Meador.
important to you too. I don't have the answers to everything, Kim. I don't have the answers to why this is even happening. I've never experienced anything like this.
She's waiting for a med bed. Yeah, maybe.
It's quite eccentric, to say the least. But I do know what I feel. And I do see different parts of the future.
Yes, he carves secret pumpkins.
I wish I could sit and just talk to you all day in bed, or on a beach, or in the mountains.
He speaks
I love
so
you very
scripted.
much.
People don't talk like this
I never
when
knew
they're being
shit.
honest and real.
That's like
She didn't
the
know
bottom
shit.
line to all of this. And that became very unsettling for me. I like to have, I'm a control freak, and I like
I'm
to
not
have
holding you.
full control of my life.
No.
And there was so many things that I didn't
May
know.
hold.
I didn't know what was
I may
happening. I didn't know
either.
so much, and it would just drive me crazy, and it would make me depressed, and it would make me sad, and I would cry about the shit every
Conspiracy.
fucking
I
day.
used to call it
Is he
conspiracy.
okay? Is he
Conspiracy.
okay?
Looks like Emery is going with the art.
And like, I
dark
can't do
horse
this
image.
anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Sure.
And I tried breaking up with Emery 3 times, to which she completely disregarded as though it never happened.
Yeah, and I don't understand this. She goes on the details. She tries to break up with him 3 times, and Emery Smith is just like, no, we're not broken up. We're still good.
And he wouldn't let me break up with him. He just kept telling me how important I am to him, and how he's going to see me, and how he's going to meet me, and how I'm the love of his life, and how he can't wait to marry me, and how he can't wait to have babies with me.
Hey, babe. I know it's been really hard in the world. It's been disastrous, very heavy the last couple of months. Losing jobs, losing funding, losing people. It's been hard for all of us. You, me, the world.
Yeah, and this really gives us detail into this guy's fantasy life, because this is private shit that he's sending a girl he's trying to bang, basically, right? And he didn't mean for any of this shit to become public, right? But it really does give us a window into his land of imaginary make-believe, where he's a super soldier and, he's so important. He's got all these secret projects. He's going on secret missions. He's working for the UN and for Donald Trump. Sure you are, bro. Sure you are.
You have to realize that I love you very much, and I meant everything I said. I see you in my dreams every night.
I love you, baby. I
our
see you in my
daughter
dreams.
In my dreams every night. It's very special to me. You're special to me. But maybe it's just not the right timing. Whenever it does happen, it will happen. I understand, and I don't want you to be unhappy. I want you to be happy with or without me, preferably with me.
And I was curious too. I wonder if this is gonna mess with his banging new age chicks game, right? I'm a celebrity. I'm on Gaia. Come here, new age chick. Take off your pants. This has got to mess with his game, because girls are gonna, Google him if they meet him, if they don't already know who he is, and see this shit that he did to this girl. Might be kind of hard for him to pull this again in the future. So I kind of applaud this girl for telling her story, because at least maybe she may prevent him from victimizing another woman like this.
It really hurts my heart every day that I didn't make the time and couldn't make the time. I know you think it's such a simple thing, but in my life, it's not.
I'm complicated.
I've been really under the weather.
I'm very complicated.
For a long time. And inundated with many things to help the world. So when that time comes, I don't know when it will come.
Honey, you just got to have patience, baby. I'm trying to save the world, baby. I'm trying to save the world here. So our time will come and our love will sprout. But right now, I'm trying to save the world, baby. Baby, I'm just trying to save the world, okay?
But when it does, I will be there for you. I want you to be happy with or without me. I love you and wish you well.
And he would leave these like
his heart
such heartfelt messages that like stole my fucking heart and soul. Like he's like, you're significant, and I see our daughter every single night.
Yeah.
And it would be such a mind fuck, and it was so confusing because I didn't know what top secret missions this man was on, if his life was in danger, because it seemed like it was. But he kept saying like how important I am and how he loves me and how he can't wait to marry me and how his fucking wife. And you know, I didn't know what the fuck to do with myself. But it was making me very sad and very depressed and very upset that I was so far away from him and that I couldn't be with him and that I didn't know what was happening. Not to, you know, to top it all off, I mean, he would say that he was in the Philippines working on a top secret mission. He would say that he's all over the fucking world. He would never tell me where he is, which was also something that was really fucking annoying as fuck. He would never tell me where he is.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm on a top secret mission in the Philippines right now. You're going to have to call me later, honey.
But he would fuck with me continuously and make me believe that he is in different places around the world in different coordinations. Now, another red flag. This is like the one that should have gave it away, but didn't catch my eyes. Emery would do this very strange thing, where many times in the middle of the night, he would start sending me songs on repeat, like start like kind of like Shazam songs. And then he would call me and then he'd hang up, and then he'd call me and then he'd hang up. And I'm like, the fuck is happening? And then he'd say like a sentence and then he'd hang up. And then all of a sudden he'd FaceTime me. And all of a sudden he'd talk to me for like 2 or 3 hours. However, this was a different Emery.
Uh-oh. Well, she saw Dr. Jekyll. Now she's going to meet Mr. Hyde. This is where it gets kind of good. And also, we have seen ample and supportive proof of, well, at least we've heard from someone very close to him in the form of his live-in girlfriend's father, that Emery Smith has massive drug and alcohol problems. And it appears that that is continuing. I, for one, hope that he at least gets help for his substance abuse problems. I wish a road to redemption for all men, including him. And it is not the point of this broadcast to belittle or make fun of him being an alcoholic and calling this girl drunk, slurring his words, or being high while he's calling her, or any of that. We hope that he gets the help that he needs. But this, you know, I don't understand anybody that watches this guy and listens to him telling everybody that, you know, he's so important, that he's working for the UN or Donald Trump, right? He's so important. And meanwhile, he's literally a falling down drunk. And I can say that because I grew up with alcoholics in my life. Very familiar with these type of episodes.
And yeah, this was a different version of Emery. This is a type of Emery that would only basically come out at night. But that's not, it's kind of true, but it's kind of not, because I've also seen this type of Emery come out during the day, but mostly at night.
He looks drunk and like weird in these, and she does share some with audio.
And this Emery was, how do I explain it? I mean, I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. Sorry, friends. We're going to let the commercial pass. We're not going to go very much further. Then we'll have some time for interaction with the live chat. We'll be right back to the video. Just let me cue it past the commercials. Like I said, I don't have commercials. I don't have commercials on my show, and I'm sure not going to share somebody else's. So please bear with me. Share audio. There we go. And fair use. We are critiquing the video.
Was Emery PTSD. And I had a lot of compassion for him in this state. This is Emery slurring his words, being silly as fuck, being crazy, blasting music in the house, can't hold the camera straight, wearing weird fucking goggles, masks, talking to himself. But excuse me, like now I realize that he was talking to himself. At the time, I thought that there's actually people in the house and that they're interacting with him, even though I didn't hear them, but he would have these conversations with people who were not there. And I have footage of this. And it's really weird and it's really disturbing. There was a
Hey baby, I got my mask on. It's time for pandemic sexy time.
time where I thought, and I told Elizabeth, maybe he's schizophrenic. Like, I feel like sometimes
yeah, maybe he's crazy.
Things that are not there.
Maybe he's crazy.
Specimen 12094.
He's sanitizing a stuffed animal. It's a sanitizing unit. This is bizarre behavior by any account.
Come back. You can do it.
He's trying to resuscitate a stuffed animal after it was just sanitized. This is definitely the behavior of someone with some kind of mental illness or substance abuse issue, I would assume, but that's my opinion and speculation. I'm not an expert on these matters. You should get some help.
Star volume. This is code 078945. You got star volume.
And Elizabeth had shared with me that back in the day, because Elizabeth also does counseling and stuff for trauma victims and stuff like that. So she was explaining to me that back in the day, PTSD was misdiagnosed for schizophrenia until somebody came, I don't know, some dude, I guess like some doctor or something diagnosed it and said that no, this is something that happens to a lot of people that were, vets, like a lot of people that
I want to take a moment to thank Tony Z for kind and generous. I think that's $20 in Australian dollars. And I love getting international help for the show. We have an international audience and this show is viewer supported. Tony Z, I want to thank you. That is very, very generous of you, my friend. And I want to thank you for blessing the show. It is my wish that God will bless you and yours as well. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It really does help move the show forward. And if anybody else would like to throw money at me, I would highly encourage you to do so and remind you that we really do like to praise the cash here. And praising the cash helps us keep this show going. So Tony Z, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank God Almighty that we have generous people all around the world who are helping us continue with our show here. Praise the cash, hallelujah, friends. Thank you, Tony Z, for kind and generous $20 Australian donation. That really does help move the ball forward here. Thank you. You have my gratitude. I have an attitude of gratitude towards anybody that gives. Really, it means a lot to me that so many people, especially people all around the world, we get Mexican pesos here. We get Australian dollars. We get English pounds, and of course we like American dollars. I don't know for how much more we'll like American dollars. We'll see how inflation goes here, but that's a story for another day.
We're in the military that experience severe trauma, and that it's actually called PTSD. Now, I myself have PTSD. For those of you who don't know, I have shared this multiple times, but for those of you who don't know me, I do have PTSD. I was born in Israel. I had to go to school with gas masks. We came to America because of, like a chemical and nuclear war, the Gulf War. I've experienced war. I've seen bombs fall from the sky. I've had to run and save my life and my sister's life. The shit that I saw is very traumatizing. Running to bomb shelters, it caused me to have severe PTSD. So I, amongst other things in life, but this is kind of what triggered my PTSD. And I had a lot of compassion for Emery when he would go through these cycles, these midnight crazy phases.
He's wearing 2 snorkeling goggles in the middle of the night. Yeah, and I think she's mistaken drunken, druggy behavior for PTSD. Again, I'm no expert, but it doesn't appear to me to be like a PTSD episode. But again, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, and neither is she. So we're both speculating, but if I had to guess, I'd say I had a little too much drinky, and now I'm calling people on my phone, I kind of have a rule against use of the internet or phones while getting plastered. That's just my personal rule, because stupid shit can happen if you're that drunk or that high or inebriated, but is what it is. She believed that he was suffering from PTSD or some other mental illness that was causing him to do this crazy shit and call her in the middle of the night with 2 pairs of snorkel goggles on to tell her about his secret missions, right?
Because I know how hard having PTSD is and how you can't control it. And Emery always told me, I have a lot of PTSD. I have a lot of PTSD. He always told me that. He's like, why do you like me? I have a lot of PTSD.
Yeah, no pics
just
when
say
you're
that
pissed.
Sometimes. But I just had so much compassion for it.
And this poor girl's FaceTiming
him
thinking that they're like engaged.
From afar, again, right? Like I'm far. I don't know what is happening. But it was sad and it was disturbing, but it was also funny because I didn't understand what was causing Emery to have the switch of
Bring
character.
back and
It was
Emery
like a
in the
whole different
garage.
person. He's very silly and funny and dances around the house and does really silly shit and says really funny stuff, but also like to me
trailer park
that Emery
dumpster
is
fire
like
is getting out of control.
how do I explain
Better
it?
send the crew to
It's
put it
very
out.
like guard down Emery, who's not being, who has like no, I don't know, like no barriers or walls or, does that make sense? Like it's like a version of Emery that's like, has no filter, but like in a good way.
I have PTSD
when he
from
tells me how
watching
much he
Emery
loves me
Smith
and
fit
talks about
Christ
our
from the
children.
Argentina. Yeah.
And Emery's ran like DNA, he has my DNA signature and he's run algorithms on how our children were going to look. And he sent me pictures.
Oh, this is where we get into some bullshit. He tells this girl who he's telling that they're going to get married and they're going to start a family, that he's going to be able to edit their children and make their children perfect. They'll never get cancer. They'll never get sick. He can modify their eye color and all this stuff. And I know he has somewhat of a pseudoscience background, but this is some bullshit. He's telling the girl that he can genetically modify and enhance their children in utero.
Pictures of it, and he's talked to other doctors about it, and he would send me this shit in the middle of the fucking night. But anyways, like this weird ass version of Emery sometimes was like my favorite Emery because he was so silly and bubbly and funny, but it was very strange the things that he would do.
Girl, have you never seen a drunk dude calling a girl in the middle of the night? I don't understand her lack of like acknowledgement that he was just drunk or high and fucking around calling her up with this garbage. But okay.
He wasn't very coherent in this state, and he would say really weird shit. He would say really weird shit. He would do really weird shit in this phase. And again, I always operated with compassion towards it. I didn't understand what was happening. And these sort of phases in the middle of the night, in the beginning, they were very like minimal. And then they started to appear more and more and more and more and more. To the point where it was like out of fucking control. It was like on an everyday base. One of the days was, and this is
look, he's like showing her crystals in the FaceTime session. Look, baby, I was on a secret mission and I got you a super secret crystal, healing crystal. I'm gonna bring it to you when I meet you for bang bang time.
Again, one of the days Emery was in Costco and he said that he was there. He was getting paid to spy and get some fucking product or something to see if they had it. And he was like, this is like during the day. And
so now we hear the extent of his super secret missions. He's a secret shopper at Costco.
And then I was like, yo, like your fucking forehead is bleeding. Your forehead is like gush. Like, are you aware? And he was being
and he's got a ninja outfit on at a place where, what is that, P.O. boxes? He's picking up his mail with a ninja mask on because, everybody's trying to kill him.
Crazy Emery, like weird Emery. And he's like, well, huh? Yeah, 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 I was on this mission and I was attacked by two
McNutter Central
agents. And that's what happened. And I'm like, what? Like, people attacked you? Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, are you okay? Like, he's like, oh, you should have seen them. And like,
he's definitely a super soldier. He's got a ninja mask.
Change the subject. Then he sent me another picture of him, and it was fucking bad.
You need a lot of crystals,
Mario. What is this? Like, what happened to you?
A lot of crystals.
And like the next time I asked, he had a whole different story about what happened to his face, and it was very weird. Now the scar is a very important factor in the story, but anyways, everything was leading up to Emery's surgery. Like he said that he might come before to Miami if he could find some downtime, but he had the surgery and he wanted me to see him in his best. I don't know, maybe he was insecure about how he looked with, you know, the 3 hernias that he had. Who knows if that's real? I'd like to believe in the story is real, but who fucking knows at this point? Anyways, so Emery tells me that this is like one of the biggest, hugest fucking red flags that just drove me out of my fucking mind at the time. Emery had told me that his surgery is on March 25th. Okay.
Yeah, so he can't even get straight when he's having surgery with this girl that he's supposed to marry.
So here I am, like, and then he's like, and then just give me a week to heal and we'll see. I'll see you right after that. Tell me when, tell me where, let's pick the dates. We can do the first week of April. I was like, Emery, hold on one second. If you're actually going to go through this procedure and actually have 3 surgeries at the same time, which apparently you said that the doctors didn't recommend, like nobody does 2 together, let alone 3. I'm like, you're going to need more than a week to recover. He's like, no. Like, I got it. I know what I'm doing. I've done a lot of these procedures before. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, he likes to pretend that he's some kind of like high-tech doctor that knows all about medical science and all of this crap. He doesn't, but yeah, it is what it is.
Let's meet. Where do you want to meet? Like April 4th? Like, I'm like, just maybe let's see at least 2 weeks. Let's see how you feel. Let's be realistic. And Emery was like, no. Like, it's okay. Like, everything's gonna be okay. Like, I already know it. Let's just start planning it right now. And I insisted, like, go through your fucking surgery first. So leading up to the surgery, I'm very excited and nervous for his well-being.
Yeah, she hasn't even met the dude yet. This story is crazy.
Emery kept telling me that he was he was in and out of the hospital doing so many tests that he can't talk because he's so busy doing all this like surgery examinations. He said that he was doing a plastic detox, which is something I've never fucking heard before. And he's like, yeah, and he spoke about this in the Q&A, how like every single time you touch plastic and you drink things out of plastic, you have plastic in your stomach. So you need to do a detox. Anyways, leading up to the surgery, I was like,
and it wouldn't surprise me if he sells a detox product. I believe that he sells a lot of snake oil. That may be one of his snake oils.
Out, but I was like excited and scared, right? I was like, I just want him to get this over with so he feels good, because he said that he's been needing to do this for like 1.5 years now, and it's been causing him a lot of other health issues. And also I was like nervous because like, what if something went wrong? And obviously people are out to kill him, so there's that. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna need special security.
Nobody is out to kill him. This is so stupid. And it's so stupid that this girl believed any of this shit. He's going to have surgery, so he has to have special security while he's, I suppose knocked out, because, the men in black could come in the room and kill him, right? Sure.
In there because they're scared that I might speak up while I'm under anesthesia. I might say something I'm not supposed to, so I need to have, okay, like stories from here to San Francisco, which I don't fucking buy any of them at this point.
At least he's starting to wake up from this horse shit salesman.
So the surgery, March 25th, would have been a Thursday. So I was supposed to fly out of town to work that week, but I was kind of iffy about booking a trip because I'm like, I'm probably going to have anxiety the entire time and I won't be able to focus, and I probably should stay home. So I don't go on this trip, this business trip that was supposed to make good money from. But Emery always came first. And
yeah, so she's losing income because she's following this Piper Nutter and his fake stories. Great.
Wednesday, I spoke to him Tuesday. Wednesday, like, I think I had written him in the morning and he wasn't answering. Okay, whatever. Typical Emery weird shit. Where the fuck he's at, right?
He's on a secret mission, honey. He told you that. He told you already. He's on a secret mission to save the world.
Then I kind of felt really tired. Like I woke up, I don't know, I did some shit and I got really tired. So I was like, I'm going to go take a nap. I go take a nap. And I never go on Facebook, okay? I go on Facebook. And the first thing...
I'm going to read this. For those of you who know, my surgery is now complete. I had 2 inguinal hernias and 1 umbilical hernia. They also found a nodule on my large intestine and had to biopsy it. I am waiting for results.
Pops up on my fucking feed is I just woke up. I'm not a fucking morning person. It's Emery. After surgery. It's supposed to be on the 25th. And I see it. And I'm like, wait, what? What? And I'm like, what? What? Wait, what? Like, I thought I slept a day and I missed it. I didn't know what the fuck is happening. And I'm like, I don't understand. Wait, what? What does it say? Wait, he had a surgery? Wait, thank God he's alive.
Oh. Yeah, I think we're going to kill it there, friends. I think we're going to kill it there. The story doesn't get any better. Basically, she details lie after lie after lie after lie that she sort of wakes up and starts catching him in. Yeah. AJ says, show us your scars, Emery. Yeah, wouldn't put it past me for that dude to sit in a fake chair and do that on a green screen. After all, he did get caught faking lab photos of him on a green screen. I think I could find that for you. It's funny. He got caught because somebody found the green screen, you know, like the background image that he used of him in a laboratory. But he's not in a laboratory. He's just standing on a green screen, acting like he's in a laboratory, right? Yeah, it's great. Absolutely classic. No, can't find it easily. But I did find David Wilcock's post, which I am going to share because this is another scam that these guys did together. 1 second, friends. Let me see if I can't find this. This one's difficult because yeah, I'm going to have trouble sharing that because I'm blocked by, I'm just going to read it. Yeah, let's see if we'll just, yeah, urgent. And this is David Wilcock who tweeted this. Insider Emery Smith is in the emergency room for the second time now in the last 2 days. He has a flu, high fever, and shortness of breath. Please read this article immediately. We are calling for your prayers. And that I can share. Yeah, let me get back to that. I just got to get off of his Twitter. I can't share anything from his Twitter because he blocked me. Imagine that. I wonder why. Yeah, I'm going to share this. ET Autopsy Insider. Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. Emery Smith claims to have autopsied about 3,000 different types of ET humanoids. The day after we announced his coming forward, he was hit with an attack that landed him in the emergency room. Now remember, this guy's live-in girlfriend's father came out and said that he wasn't in the hospital over any kind of attack. He was in the hospital with alcohol poisoning. Take from that what you will, but David Wilcock starts a PayPal donation scam over this. And according to his one-time father-in-law, they collected over $60,000 in this PayPal donation scam. And that, according to him, also, Emery faked this entire thing. And this incident is attributed to a second whistleblower named Paul. But according to Emery Smith's father-in-law, Paul was also Emery Smith, and he showed proof that this is Emery Smith's SUV. Paul had just pulled out of a grocery store onto a busy double-lane road. The driver of an oncoming car steered directly into Paul's lane. Paul had a brick wall to his side, leaving him with nowhere else to turn and no escape. It was the perfect trap. I love how melodramatic David Wilcock writes this shit. Turns out, this is Emery Smith drinking and driving. Okay? Doesn't have anything to do with aliens or the Men in Black. David Wilcock's full of shit. So is Emery Smith. According to Emery Smith's one-time father-in-law, points on the curve guy, Emery Smith got into this accident while driving drunk. But according to David Wilcock, that's not Emery Smith. That's a different whistleblower named Paul. But it's Emery Smith's SUV for sure. See, the scam just gets scammier, friends. The scam just gets scammier. Okay, so we're going to stop this. We're going to take some time. I will take some comments, questions from the live chat, and we're going to wrap things up here shortly. We're going on 2 hours here, and I planned on this being an hour. But, you know, when you start getting into this stuff, take some time to cover it all. Most importantly, from this, girl's experience, what I think we could take is that Emery Smith continues to suffer from drug and alcohol problems. Emery Smith is a pathological liar. Emery Smith lies to her and other people who purchase his Q&A, telling them false information or claiming false, employment, like working for the UN or working for Donald Trump. That's a criminal act. You can't take people's money for some kind of class or Q&A session and then just lie through your teeth, telling them that you work for Donald Trump. Show us the proof you work for Donald Trump, Emery Smith, or you're a scammer. Those are the only two choices. And you can, for sure, you can email me at Truth Seeker Show and show me, like a pay stub from working for Donald Trump, and I will apologize. But I'm guessing that you're full of shit. I would put money on it, Emery Smith. From the track record of bullshittery and fakery and fraudery that I have seen from you, I'm betting you never worked for Donald Trump. Then that's just bullshit that you tell your stupid followers. Sorry, gullible followers. But there you go, Emery Smith. If you have proof that you work for Donald Trump or proof that you worked for the UN and you want to not look like a fraud, a liar, and a con artist, you can email me the proof and I will show it on my show here and apologize. But I have a feeling that when I look in my email box, I'm going to hear crickets from Emery Smith. He has no proof of any of this shit. He knows he doesn't have proof of any of this shit. It's horse shit. Yes. Genocide says, even a mustache can't save Emery Smith. He's too Wilcock. Ryan Murphy Richards asks, hi, Steve, what is your belief in the nature of consciousness? I see you come at it from a Christian perspective. Yes, I believe that the consciousness carries on after our death. And consciousness may also be, to a religious person, interpreted as the soul. And if you're Christian, we believe that consciousness and that soul is immortal. And we will live in the next world as well. Okay, so comments or questions for me, please put them in all caps. Not my rabbit hole. Well, Terry Joyce is here. You should go subscribe to her channel. I'm seeing that she's producing a lot of shows, and I don't like that because I'm lazy, right? Terry, if you keep this shit up, I'm going to have to produce more shows, right? She is putting in a lot of shows, putting in a lot of work over there at her new channel, Not My Rabbit Hole with Terry Joyce. Please go over there and hit the subscribe button. It really does help. She says, I'm seeing a pattern here. Kerry Cassidy does the same kind of stuff with Sean David Morton. Yeah, they grift together. Every sentence he changes camera view angles. Yeah, like that somehow makes the bullshit more believable, Jeanette Kuzenko, right? It definitely. Thank you for mentioning me. My pleasure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is a crazy story. If she does a part 3, I'm going to listen to it. But maybe we'll just do notes and we won't spend quite so much time because this girl tends to talk for a half hour and you only get one really interesting piece of information. And I don't want to sit through it, but I'm going to because I'm hooked now into this Emery Smith drama fest. And we have covered con artist, grifter, Emery Smith, fake alien, autopsier, right? He was also involved with the Atacama humanoid scam. He helped Stephen Greer pump that scam. He was involved in this PayPal scam.
If we were to believe the witnesses of this, if we were to believe this girl, and I see no reason why we shouldn't, he's straight lying to people during these Q&As and lying and saying that he works for Donald Trump and he's going to be working for the UN, the science department at the UN. Okay, right? Jim Bold, King of the Debunker Soldiers. I love that avatar. And you are most welcome here, King of the Debunker Soldiers, Jim Bold. Jim Bold says, imagine being spooned at 3 a.m. by Emery after he's been on a top secret mission. Yeah, imagine that, right? He asks if there footage of Wilcock on benders anywhere. No, I believe that Wilcock does not drink or do any drugs. At least that's what he says. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what he claims. I've never seen any footage of Wilcock on benders, but we see plenty of videos of Emery Smith on benders. There was a famous video not long ago that he put on Twitter where he was like getting in the mud and putting mud all over himself and talking about his Q&A or something. It's really weird. Indigo Ginzo asks, who do you think is the worst fraud of all in this new age alien community? I think I could give you my top 10. Okay, here's my top 10. And we have Corey Good, total fraud. I'd put Emery Smith in there, total fraud. David Wilcock for sure, total fraud. Let's see. We have Linda Moulton Howe. She never heard a story about aliens that she couldn't sell, whether it was fake or not. She's a fraud. You know, there's a lot more people that I simply don't trust. I don't know necessarily that I would call him a fraud, but all of a sudden Richard Doty is getting popular, and I got to remind people, you know, he was literally a paid government disinformation agent. And now you guys are believing him about what he has to say about UFOs? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Stephen Greer, definitely a fraud. After all, he made millions of dollars pumping that fake Atacama humanoid thing that he swore was an alien. And isn't it a coincidence that he couldn't wait for the DNA results before he put the documentary out that proved, you know, those DNA results that proved it was just a human fetus, right? With genetic abnormalities that probably caused it to be strange, right? He couldn't wait to put out the documentary. Couldn't wait a few more weeks to put those results in there. He put out the documentary before the results so that he could make millions of dollars claiming it was an alien. Later comes out and says, the deep state and the men in black must have got to those lab guys. This is still an alien. He still swears it's an alien. It's not an alien. You know, I don't know. What I see in the UFO community is frauds, fakes, liars, con artists, grifters, straight fraudsters, and you know, most of the top guys in this thing are fake, or they got caught selling fake stories, or they, you know, it's all about the money. It's all about the money. Ryan Morphy-Richards says, thoughts on Grant Cameron. I interviewed Grant Cameron on my previous show. I like Grant Cameron. Grant Cameron is somewhat of a true believer, though. He believes a lot of stuff, and it seems that he puts his critical thinking aside sometimes. But somebody said, I think, Chris Johnson says, I think Grant believes his bullshit. I do, too. But I think that Grant has some interesting takes on some of this stuff. And one of the things that I found out about Grant Cameron is he spends all of his time listening to people talk about UFOs. He has a list of people that he thinks are good information sources, and anytime they talk anywhere, he listens. And then he's trying to put the puzzle pieces together. And I hope someday that he does. You know, he, like me, had his own experience, and that caused him to go down this rabbit hole. Ooh. What sense does it make that UFO disclosure and COVID stimulus are attached together? Yeah, I don't know what that's about myself. Oh, yeah, in just a few more days, we're supposed to get this report, right? We're supposed to get this report. Oh, and in my list of frauds, I should also include Sarah R. Adams, definitely one of the big grifters. Simon Parks, definitely a fraud and a con artist. Charlie Ward, Robert David Steele. You know, you can look at the history of these people, and see that they don't have any real information. They don't have anything of value. They have fake stories. Oh, Kerry Cassidy, definitely. Kerry Cassidy, did I get up to, I think I got up to 10 or near 10. Kerry Cassidy is definitely a big scammer. You know, look at her sources. Kerry Cassidy uses sources like court-martialed child molesters, convicted felons, convicted murderers, but she believes them about, they're convicted murderers, they're convicted felons, court-martialed pedophiles, but she believes their stories about aliens are true and accurate. Sure they are. Philip Blair, what was your experience? I saw something that can only be considered a UFO. It was metallic, it was huge, it was hovering above the tree lines. And on my previous channel, if you search YouTube for Stephen Cambion, you'll find this channel, Truth Seekers, and you'll also find my previous channel just under the name Stephen Cambion. There's a video there called, Philip Blair, called Encounter in the Forest. And it's kind of long-winded for what was a very quick, strange experience, but I tell the whole story there. Someday I'm going to convert that and put it here because many people ask me what got me started in this game, and that's really what it was. Out of Mind says all of them frauds, every last one of them. Yeah. Effluent for you. Do you have her phone number? I don't know. Do you think are you talking about the girl that we were covering tonight, or are you talking about Kerry Cassidy? Whose phone number? Yeah. Sarah Edna Adams, barf. Yeah, I think a lot of people might agree with you, right? Yeah, and I put all of these letter of the alphabet people in the fraud category too. Anybody, especially that got rich off of that, right? Chris Johansson says Grant is a good guy. He's just wrong. I personally like him. I think he's a good person. He's not trying to mislead people, but he may be wrong on many of the things that he asserts as being factual, right? He's a little biased. He wants so much to believe that I think he's lost some of his objectivity that he had earlier. Earlier, he had a lot more objectivity, I believe, right? Yes, don't forget the audio podcast, people. Yeah, and thanks for reminding me, Jonaside. First, and Jonaside, happy birthday to Jonaside, right? Happy birthday. Look, I don't have anything really good to that I could do for you except this, and I hope this will suffice. We're all going to celebrate today is Jonaside's birthday, so happy birthday, bro. Yay. It's Jonaside's birthday. Happy birthday to Jonaside, longtime show supporter. I hope you have a really good birthday with you and your family. I hope you eat some cake and ice cream, and they sing you happy birthday, and you have a memorable and really good birthday. That's my wish for you. Thanks for supporting the show, and happy birthday, Jonaside. Boy, that's a terrible overlay. I got to get better ones. You know, you would think that somebody would make cool stuff for the software that I use, but really there's not much out there. You're going to make it yourself or find it, and, you know. Oh, Out of Mind. I never knew that. I worked for Alfred for a minute. This was over a decade ago. He's totally a user not to be trusted. I think you're talking about Alfred Lambermont Weber, that guy? Yes, but back to the podcasts. Sixth Sense is kind enough to share the audio podcast. I want to remind everybody, if you're listening in audio podcast land, that you're missing half of the fun. The root of our show really is our YouTube channel, Truth Seekers. So come on over to YouTube. Just go to youtube.com, hit the search bar, and search for Truth Seekers, one word. You'll see me, the weird guy with the sunglasses, and hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll know about the live shows, and then you can come here and participate in our live chat. If you're listening in audio podcast land, you're listening to the replay. If you want to get in on the live show and be in the live chat, we are a very interactive show. You are most welcome here. Please do come and find us. Also, please do follow me on Twitter. That's the best way to know about upcoming shows and events. We had a special event yesterday called Interview with an Exorcist, where I interviewed a Catholic priest. I put that on Twitter for a week before the special event, letting everybody know about it. Be sure to follow me on Twitter. It's just at Stephen Cambion. Philip Blair saying, happy birthday, Jonaside. Yeah, I almost forgot, Jonaside. Yeah. AJ, John, I've been saying happy birthday for 3 days, so happy birthday for the last time, bro. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough, okay? That's enough. that's enough with Jonaside birthday wishes. But everybody's in the live chat is wishing Jonaside a happy birthday. I gotta check in with my email. I wanted to take. All right, yeah, we did not get a reply. Somebody sent me a PayPal donation, but I don't want to use their real name. So what I'm going to do is I am going to use their initials just to thank them for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. Remember, besides the super chats, which is that money button down there in the live chat where you can send us a few bucks, you can support us on Patreon. I have just given a 2 songs so far this month, 2 brand new songs I have posted on our Patreon. And this week, hopefully, I'm going to be posting some really great behind-the-scenes Truth Seeker stuff. We're doing a screen test of a new character. I'm going to tell you about that character because it's going to be a fun one. I'm doing a character called Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. Linda Moulton Howdy Doody is going to be on our show as a guest host. And so I'm doing a screen test with the appliance all, with me all done up as the character Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. And I'm putting that on Patreon. Everything we do here, we give people on Patreon. It's only $1 a month or more. You can give whatever you want. The buy-in is only $1, but you give $1 or more a month. And what you get for that is a backstage pass. That's what we call it. I post everything that I can, I share with the Patreon people before it gets to the public show. So if I'm working on a new character, I do some tests and things, screen tests to see how it looks or do some adjustments, take pictures of it while we're making the masks and things like that, or, gluing on the wigs. And I put that all on Patreon. So if you really like the show, you can, for as little as $1 a month, you could get a backstage pass. But I want to mention, that's my email right there, truthseekershow@gmail.com. And I know it's a tough economy right now, so if you really like the show and you'd like to get the benefits, just email me and put Patreon benefits and put a note in there like having a rough time right now. I will add you. We have a list of people actually that are having, a rough time. It's a rough economy out there, but I don't want anybody left out for lack of $1. So there's other ways that you can support the show. And one of the best ways, of course, I always try to remind people, is to like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help. Hit that notification bell. Smash that like button. Leave a comment if you like the show or a certain topic. Ask questions in the comments. I try to reply to questions in every video. If you ask me a question, I will try to reply to the best of my ability. Some I may miss, but I always try to catch up with the YouTube analytics that lets you see each comment. So interaction is key here. The YouTube algorithm god loves it when people interact, when they leave a comment, when they smash that like button. Hell, smash the I don't like button. I'm fine with that too. That's okay, because that just like a like to me. It doesn't. The YouTube algorithm doesn't care if you like me or dislike me. It only cares about the actual interaction. So be sure to hit that like button. We got amateur numbers tonight. We've only got 1 downvote. The downvotes, I love it when the downvotes come before the show even starts, like when the thing's waiting to begin. But God bless you, whoever downvoted me tonight, because you actually helped me. So thank you for taking the time to do that. The other way that you could help us is that you could share some of these videos on your social media or retweet my tweets of these videos from my Twitter account. Post some of these videos or our channel address on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, wherever you can, and help spread the word. It really does help us. And sometimes I think that's more important than somebody giving me $1 or a couple of dollars through Super Chat. And of course, I want to check. Oh, 1 second. I got so sidetracked. So we had a kind and generous PayPal donator with the initials KW. They know who they are. On June 16th. I have not been checking this because most people are now just using the super chats. It's easier for most people. But I will remind you that there's a PayPal donate button in the description of this video or in the about section. If you'd like to do that, I actually get to keep a lot more of the money if you send it through PayPal. So for all you people sending very generous donations like $20, you might want to go and just do the PayPal donation. And you have my commitment. I'm going to check in with that every night now.
So thanks, KW, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of Truth Seeker Show. It really does help move the ball forward here and help us produce more content. I have an attitude of gratitude. You guys really are helping to keep the show going. I have money for materials that I need to create these characters. I have a little bit of money if I need headphones. By the way, I do. I've been using these. I'm down to like earbuds, which are not my favorite. I'd rather have regular headphones, but you know, I buy these cheap headphones and they bust or they wear out really quick. So I got to get some new headphones, but hey, here's the good news. I've got some PayPal money that I can withdraw and go get some new headphones. It really does help keep the show going. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Indigo Ginzo says the Greer mask was creepily good. I think this Linda Moulton Howdy Doody may be my best one yet. It is good. Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. Indigo says the one dislike is from Emery Smith. Maybe. Yeah, and he was probably in the live chat. They like to lurk. They never, some of them, they're such narcissists, they got to see. They got to see what people are saying about them and hear what people are saying about them, but they don't want to comment, so they lurk in the live chat. One secret astronaut is kind of famous for that, I think. Ryan Morphy says I might just downvote for the giggles. Yeah, like I said, it helps. All interaction helps us. So friends, boy, I had a great time tonight, kind of laughing at this, but I do have to say that there's a human part to this too. I'm human. I feel bad for this poor girl. She thought she met the love of her life. She met a con artist. You know, and what a disappointing thing that is. Like, oh, I met the love of my life. No, shit, he's a con artist. And Jonaside, for your birthday, I will read this. Please, bro. This and the slides, man. David Wilcock would look so cool with a mustache and be more believable, too. This is Jonaside's theory. Can't say I disagree with him. Out of Mind says Linda Howdy Doody. It's Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. Or, yeah, maybe we should shorten it to Linda Howdy Doody. I'll have to think about that one. Out of Mind. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on that. I got a wig and everything. I got to glue it on. But it's coming along great. I'm going to put some stuff from that on the Patreon. Rogue Status wishing Jonaside a happy birthday. Yeah. 6 Cent says, how do we know she isn't a con artist too? Yeah, we don't. I think she's a gullible girl that got caught up with, some fantasy of like living with super secret agent Emery Smith, and she believed that he was really on secret missions and stuff for a time. So maybe she got caught up in the fantasy of being like the wife of a super soldier secret agent or something. I don't know. But, you know, what really the gist of this story is that Emery Smith is a predator. He lies to women. He lies to people that pay him for his Q&A sessions, lying and saying that he works for Donald Trump or works for the UN. Let's see. He lied about getting attacked by the deep state when, in fact, you know, he was on an alcoholic bender that landed him in the hospital with alcohol poisoning. And I believe that he lied about all of his bullshit alien stories, like the 3,000 tissue samples or autopsies he supposedly did. I think that's all horseshit. Yeah. Okay, and we are back. Boy, that is, if nothing else, it's extremely artistic and interesting. That's what I will say, and it's fun to watch. So if you're just joining us now, we have been covering the strange saga of Emery Smith's ex-fiance coming out and spilling the beans on all his fakery, fraudery, and bullshit
he literally lives a life of bullshit, and she nails him for it throughout 3 videos now. She's up to 3 videos now. I think it's something like 4.5 hours now. But don't worry, I listened to all of it, so you don't have to. And we're going to share her latest video and talk about it tonight. But I have to cut the first 40 minutes or so, or we're never going to get through it. Well, actually, we're going to come in at right around 30 minutes. So I'm going to bring you up to speed. In the first 30 minutes of the video, she details, after a year, I think, of speaking to him on the phone constantly, them becoming girlfriend and boyfriend, and then engaged and planning children over the phone before ever meeting, she finally flies out and meets Emery Smith at some very nice hotel in a college town somewhere. She wouldn't say where. And while she was there, her and Emery Smith did the boom boom. Yeah. They got busy. Yeah. So I guess after talking to him on the phone for an hour, she flies out to a nice hotel. He's saying things to the hotel staff like, can you get my wife's bag, calling her his wife as soon as she gets there. Very strange. You know, but they're there for a weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I guess, you know, I guess he gave it to her, friends. He got to give it to her. Yeah. They did the nasty. They bumped uglies. They did the boom boom in this hotel room. But sometime around Sunday, she begins to be suspicious. And she mentions that in the first half hour that Emery Smith, who she thought was all natural and wouldn't take any chemicals or drugs, had to go to CVS. And somebody joked on Twitter earlier, be right back, gotta go pick up my super soldier super secret pills at CVS. She would later find out that those were anti-anxiety medicines he was taking. She also mentioned in the first half hour that his hands were shaking the whole time she was with him, which for those who are perhaps naive or unaware, as she was, that is the shakes, and something someone gets when they're a severe alcoholic and they don't drink. Now, you know, I don't want to share too many personal things, but I will say this. I grew up with an alcoholic in my home. It was, in fact, my mother. Irish. Yeah. And boy, she drank. And if she didn't drink, she would get the shakes. That's the level of her alcoholism, which would eventually, unfortunately, kill her. She died from alcohol-related illnesses. So while I'm well aware that if you see somebody shaking, it's a good, you know, indicator that they're probably with an alcoholic in withdrawal. And it should be noted that when you are an alcoholic to the level that you get alcohol-related tremors, you can't just stop drinking. You could literally die, which means that his level of alcoholism is truly a medical problem at this point. He cannot stop drinking or risk serious illness or even death. So while it may be perceived that we're sort of making fun of Emery Smith and his misfortune of this girl coming out and spilling all his secrets about what a con artist he is, but at the same time, I have some empathy for his apparent addiction. And what I would hope for him is that he gets to a medically sponsored detox and rehab program. He needs that. He cannot just quit drinking on his own. He needs medical supervision and an inpatient rehab to beat this thing, or it could kill him. And, you know, so while it's you know, we joke around a lot here, but I truly do feel and hope, you know, I would hope that somebody close to this guy gets him in a real program so he could finally get some help. We've heard we've heard other people sort of turn on him and talk about his alcoholism in the past. His former father-in-law, this John McKenzie, points on the curve. You know, it's not
it's not a laughing matter that somebody is that much of an alcoholic. And while I do have sympathy for him, I don't have sympathy for how he has conned people, lied to people, and literally stolen money from people for making up fake shit. Like the deep state attacked him when he was actually in the hospital for alcohol poisoning. You know, a lot of things are becoming more clear as more and more people are coming out and telling the truth about Emery Smith and this double life he's leading. In one, you know, in his public persona, he's some kind of hero and he's saving Earth, right? And he's special and he's important and he's got, what is it, 2 or 3 PhDs? I forget. I think he contradicts himself, right? She even says that on this video. Sometimes he says he had 3 PhDs. In the Q&A session, he said he had 2 PhDs. Where are they at, Emery Smith? Where's your PhDs? From where? Right? And he likes to pretend he's some kind of like doctor doing surgeries, but he's like just wearing a lab coat or something. He has this weird narcissistic sense of self-importance, like he's going to save Earth. He's telling this girl he's going on secret missions for Donald Trump and the UN, right? The UN Science Department, and he's developing treatments for the current health crisis for Trump, right? His whole life is literally a lie, when the truth is that this guy is a drink from the morning, from the minute he gets up till the minute he passes out for the day, alcoholic, falling down drunk, alcoholic, literally falling down drunk. As she will detail in this video, he busted up his head and his face because he got drunk and fell over into a fireplace at his other girlfriend's house. So I was detailing this weekend, this girl spends with him, you know, doing the nasty. She was doing the boom, boom, boom with Emery Smith, right? He flew out someplace, had her fly in just so he can get in her pants. After literally lying through his teeth to her for about a year on the phone and FaceTime, telling her he's going on secret missions to Antarctica and shit. Right? He's working for Donald Trump. He's working for the model UN. He's saving Earth. He's saving the oceans, right? After all that, he finally goes and meets her and gets in her pants. Good for him. Good for her. If it was good for her, I don't know. She doesn't talk about the quality of sex, just that they had sex, and also that Emery Smith wanted to begin having children right away. And she was just like, well, okay then, why not? Maybe he just wanted to bareback her. I don't know. I mean, it could have been that he just wanted to bareback her. I'm not a fan of condoms. I can't say that I blame the guy, but to tell a girl, let's have a baby just so you can bareback her seems a little bit dishonest to me. I don't know. I know. Oh, I almost missed it. I want to take a moment to thank Ann Chirashi for a $10 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. This is a viewer-supported show, and every dollar does help keep us producing these shows. So if you want to see more and better shows, there's a money button down there in the live chat, and you too can throw money at me. But for now, I want to thank Ann Chirashi, and I also want to thank All Around Arbiter, who I somehow missed a $2 super chat yesterday. So thank both Ann Chirashi for this very generous super sticker purchase of $10. I think that's $10 Australian. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. And thank All Around Arbiter, a longtime show supporter and continuing show supporter, for a kind and generous $2 super chat donation. It really does help us to keep the ball rolling here. Your generosity is much appreciated. I have an attitude of gratitude for both of you. Thank you both. And you too can donate and throw money at me. And when people do that, you know, every time somebody sends a super chat, it makes a Stephen Cambian smile. And it makes a Stephen Cambian hater get pissed off. Don't you want to piss off my haters? Don't you want to make me smile? Don't you want to make me and help me to properly praise the cash? That's what it's all about, friends. Right? Sometimes it's about praising the cash. So I want to thank Ann Chirashi and All Around Arbiter as I praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank God, hallelujah. People all over the world are sending me money. And as they bless me and my show, I send blessings to them and theirs. God bless all of you helping us to move the show forward. You can also become a Patreon supporter. Just released a couple of songs. the links for that are in the About section or down there in the description of the video, or send a PayPal donation. All right, now let's get back to this story. So she does the dirty with the dude, her and Emery, you know, bang, bang, bang. And I guess he's barebacking her because he tells her that they're going to start having children right now. The first day he meets her, he's going to start having babies and barebacking. I mean, yeah, because that makes sense. But anyway, she lets him bareback her, I guess. Yeah, she basically says she lets him bareback her. So she gets barebacked, right? Raw. And, you know, I found it interesting that she made no mention of how anything went. Just that they, you know, like very matter of fact, like we had sex and he said he wanted to have children. Okay, so you have sex. So I guess they had sex a couple of times between Friday and Sunday. And then on Sunday, she starts digging around and looking at Instagram posts of people that she knows are on Emery Smith's so-called team, right? And it turns out that some girl on his team was posting like 50 pictures of her and Emery Smith on a beach in Hawaii, kissing on the lips, together like a couple. She loses her shit, shows Emery Smith this, and he claims that that's some crazy bitch. Yeah, she's just a crazy bitch. No, I might have been drunk. I don't know. That's not my girlfriend. This girl asks him, is this your girlfriend? No, that's not my girlfriend. I'm not in a relationship with her. No. Yeah. Turns out, even before I heard this third part that she just put up today, that I was right. And in fact, the reason that Emery Smith wouldn't return her calls or texts or pick up the phone when she called is because he had a live-in girlfriend. Not a wife, but a live-in girlfriend, which is just about, you know, the same thing, I guess, almost. So it turns out that Emery Smith decides that she's a crazy bitch and he's going to get a restraining order against that crazy bitch posting these pictures of him kissing her, even though the truth is that's his live-in girlfriend and had been his live-in girlfriend that he's been living with for a year and a half, right? But he tells the side piece girl whose videos we've been sharing, he tells the side piece fiance that that's a crazy bitch. I'm not banging her. That's not my girlfriend. That's just some crazy bitch. But don't worry, because yes, she works for me, but she's a crazy bitch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get her a restraining order, and I'm going to order her to get the fuck out my house. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Emery Smith says this crazy bitch got to get the fuck out my house, okay? We got to get this crazy bitch out because I got this new hotter side piece fiance that I want to keep. So he tells the side piece fiance that he just barebacked. He tells her, I'm going to get a restraining order. I'm going to fire her. I'm going to throw this bitch out my house. Tell her to get all her shit out. Yeah. That did not go well for her. For him, as we're going to hear. Because as it turns out, the house belonged to her. It was in her name. And he's telling side bitch that he's going to throw out main bitch, while main bitch actually owns the house and he has no legal right to throw anybody out of anywhere. Oh, it's great. It's a great story. So typical cheating dude, he just tries to lie his way out of it. Yeah, that's not my girlfriend, even though he lives with her. Yeah, we're not in a relationship, even though he had been for a year and a half. This shit is crazy. So I'm going to put my fair use banner. I think I got us caught up to the first half hour. Into as the alien globe turns here, right? Oh, where is the fair use? Oh, and you know, I have some other fun stuff to talk about tonight if we have time. Lots going on. Okay, so fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. We are going to be discussing the video that we're sharing, and we're educating the public about Emery Smith, the con artist. So this video that we're sharing is entitled, I Was Engaged to Emery Smith, Part 3.
We finally meet, and the real truth comes out. Oh, wow. All right. At least she's easy on the eyes, guys. What can I say? All right. So we're going to go from here. I think we're pretty much caught up, but if we're not, I may stop and explain further. But I think we're good. Yeah.
Not going to be pretty. Listen, I've been having a relationship with this woman, but I was secretly planning on being with you, and I was going to leave her for you. I don't know what, but if he would have told me the truth, things would have been maybe different. But instead, the entire conversation, Emery denied ever having relationship with this woman. He kept saying that she's crazy. He kept getting mad at me for even accusing him of such a thing. That he loves me.
Hey, side piece bitch. How dare you accuse me of having another bitch? A main bitch. Even though I do got a main bitch that I live with, how dare you accuse me of that shit?
And he would never be with this person, and that this person's crazy, and this is his girlfriend, right? And I was so fucking confused. But the fact that Emery was not answering questions and was just denying it, and then randomly saying like, oh no, we kind of, we slept together a long time ago, but we were never, ever, 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 ever in a relationship. And he just kept changing shit. And it was not, no, I was not, like, the blinders have been taken off. I am not fucking blinded anymore. I am woke as fuck, and I'm interrogating your fucking ass, and you are fucking
and what I love about this is that Emery Smith, he did the gamble. He's like, I'll just lie and say my main bitch is not my main bitch. And since there's some distance involved between these two, she's in Florida, he's in Colorado, I believe, he figured he might be able to pull that off until he figures this out, I think. And he did not anticipate this girl's tenacity because she goes after him.
So at this point, his answers were just not what I was looking for. I was like, he's fucking lying. And especially towards the end of the conversation, he kind of flipped everything on me and was blaming me. And maybe you were doing something. Maybe you were having sex with your ex. Maybe you were, I don't know you. And I'm like, what? Yeah. And like, just literally flipping it. And if you think that I'm with her, then I want to break up with you. It like made absolutely no sense, you guys. Okay. I'm so detail oriented. I'm sorry. Everything's so.
Yeah, you're a little too much details, honey. Move the story along. Come on, man. I don't want to be here until like next year with this.
So Emery was, being really sketchy. So I decided I'm gonna fucking send this girl a message on Facebook. Sorry, on Instagram. So send her a message on Instagram. And funny for me, she didn't get to see that message because Emery had taken her phone and deleted this message.
Oh.
Anyways, so then I started.
So poor Emery Smith is monitoring his main bitch's phone and deleting messages from his side bitch to his main bitch on Instagram. This has got to be a very stressful time for one Emery Smith trying to keep his main bitch and his side bitch from getting together and comparing notes on his dumb ass.
People that were close to her. And I'm like, hey. And I went back to that woman who, he had told me that this is her best friend. And I'm like, hey, like, is Blink and Emery together? And she's like, yeah, like, who are you? And I'm like, I'm his fiance. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They've been together for 1.5 years. And I was like, what? Like, and when she said they've been together for 1.5 years. And when she said that, I was speechless. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I don't understand what the fuck is happening. And she's like, who the fuck are you? And I'm like, I'm his fiance. She's like, what are you talking about? And all of a sudden, all these things started to reveal themselves. And all my mysteries about Emery started to come to light. And I had
boy, it takes a lot, but once she finally hears that she's the side bitch and Emery already had a main bitch, she is not happy about it. Not happy at all.
To this woman for 2 hours, and she was speaking to the girlfriend and communicating, and the girlfriend had told her that she wanted to talk to me and give me her, to get my number, and they want, how do I explain this? I don't want to say her name. So the girlfriend wanted my number and wanted to have a conversation with me so that we can understand what the fuck's happening.
Yeah, they're gonna get together, compare notes. Emery Smith, you are fucked, bro.
And you know how he always called me like Special K. Well, he called her Princess D. And all of a sudden, really fucking weird shit that wasn't aligning is all of a sudden aligning. So so the girlfriend calls me on FaceTime and talks to me for 2 hours, and we're both in utter shock at what we're discovering. And it started to all make sense, you guys.
Yeah, I guess talking to his live-in girlfriend, things would start to make sense. And that, I don't understand her not understanding or suspecting, that he had a girlfriend when he wasn't ever answering her phone calls, or he took way too long to respond to texts and things like that. I don't know. Most women that I know would be suspicious and immediately suspect other girl, but she didn't, because she thought Emery was off on a secret mission. But now she's talking to the main girlfriend and suddenly realizes, gee, maybe that's why he wasn't calling me back.
Everything that I questioned, everything that was fucking weird, all of a sudden started to make sense. This is where shit takes a serious, unexpected turn after me and Emery's girlfriend start talking and finding out what's really been going on in the last half a year. And this was mind-blowing, mind-fucking, like, it was just the most insanest shit I've ever heard, but it also made so much sense. It was so hard to believe, but it made so much sense. So I am going to now be revealing all the fucking bullshit that you guys have been sold and that I've been sold. So, for starters, she's like, excuse me, I'm gonna get fired. The house is under my name.
Oh no!
Everything is under my name. So he's gonna remove me out of my house? And I'm like, what? I thought it was his house. I thought there was a team. She's like, there is no team, Kim.
There's no
the team is me, his girlfriend, and his manager. That is the team. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I know where the house is. I've seen the model of the house. I know that it has multiple rooms. And it...
Wonder how the firms do. 1 second, friends. Let me let that go by, and we will continue. Bear with me, friends. All right, 1 second, friends. I got to share it again. Again, in the future, I will take these and put them somewhere, like download them and put them somewhere where they won't have ads, so we won't have to deal with this. Again, citing fair use. Let's go back to the video. And by the way, she told Emery Smith that aliens live in his house in the backyard. I'm not kidding you. He said that he had aliens living at his house in the backyard.
And his manager. That is the team. And I'm like...
Yeah, and he's telling her the whole time that he's got a security team, a medical team, a research team. He's got all these teams. He's got a whole team of people living with him, helping him save the world. And it turns out there's no team. There's his girlfriend and his manager.
What do you mean? Like, I know where the house is. I've seen the model of the house. I know that it has multiple rooms. And I was like, what do you mean? But like, there's ETs that live there. And she started to burst into tears, cracking up. She's like, what are you talking about? And Emery always used to tell me too that he doesn't remember what happens sometimes, and his team needs to remind him. And I said that to her, and she's like, yeah, I'm the team. And I'm like, what? But like, Emery has a security team. She's like, yeah, no. I do security for him sometimes, but like, I'm his girlfriend. And I'm like, what? Like,
even when she's told straight to her face, she still is not getting it, because she so believed this grifter con artist about all his bullshit. It's kind of sad.
To get real weird, you guys. And I'm like, I don't understand. And so then what had happened was she had explained to me that the reason that she had uploaded these pictures was because Emery was supposed to be in a rehab center. And remember how he told me that he was like on this mission in an underground facility saving children with scorpion venom, and not to contact his manager, not to contact anybody because he's on this top secret mission. He's not going to have a phone and blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was Emery in rehab.
So it turns out that the top secret mission that he was on was going to detox. And I can't say that I blame him. If I had to go to detox, I guess I'd prefer to keep it a secret. But I wouldn't tell people I'm on a secret mission while I was there. I would tell people I'm on a vacation or visiting family or something.
And his girlfriend was like, you know, he basically was there for 2 days, which clearly not trying to get better. But he was there for 2 days and he had checked out early and went to meet me. And I had absolutely no fucking idea that this was happening behind my back. And so he didn't want to tell her or his team where the fuck he was and who he was with, and they were very worried about him.
Yeah, so it turns out he checks out his main bitch at home thinks that he's in rehab. I don't want to keep saying bitch. I apologize. But it's kind of funny and comical, you know, main bitch, side bitch, main fiance, side fiance. Okay. So his main girlfriend thinks that he is in rehab, even helps him get into a rehab. He checks himself out after 2 days and then immediately goes and flies someplace to meet her and bang her. Great guy, Emery Smith. Just a cavalcade of lies, this guy. He's lying to everyone in his life. So is it any surprise that a guy that would lie this much in his personal life would make fake stories and fake shit up about aliens?
And so his girlfriend thought, you know, it's or he's partying again, or he's with somebody and he's cheating on me. And if he is, I'm going to post these pictures and that person's going to find me, which is literally what had happened. Now,
yeah, this one went stalking for her.
Also, weird red flag is like the first night we were, you know, in this college area, I'll call it, this college city. Emery had said, "Hey, I really want to go party and dancing tomorrow," and I was like, "What? Like, what do you mean?" Because I didn't think that he does normal people shit, right? And like, you're, what do you mean you want? Like, this is a college town. And I don't even fucking go out.
Maybe he wanted to go to a super soldier dance-off. Did you ever think of that?
The clubs and party, you guys know that. And he's like, I want to go out and party and you know, let's go party, let's go dancing. Like, we didn't end up doing that because we ended up getting really tired on Saturday, and we ended up doing like this crazy hike at night under the stars. But it was so weird. And so all these things start to like make sense to me. He wanted to go party, you know, and get fucking wasted. And then he told me, right, you know, when I was looking at the pictures, he's like, oh, maybe I was wasted. I was like, but you don't drink. What are you talking about? You were wasted. And all of a sudden, all these things started to make sense as I'm talking to his girlfriend. And she's like, Kim, Emery is a heavy, heavy alcoholic.
Yeah. And I kind of do feel bad for this girl because she must not have had any experience growing up with alcoholics in her family or in her life, because anybody who did would recognize some of these signs very quickly. And apparently, even after seeing him shaking, she didn't recognize that he was an alcoholic. But then in other areas, she says that she read like stuff on Reddit about him being an alcoholic. So I don't know.
And I was like, what are you talking about? But he's like holistic and healthy and like healing energy and everything natural. And like, what do you mean? And then she started showing me, we were FaceTiming, and she's showing me all of his bottles. And like, I've seen his whole fucking house because I FaceTimed him only 2,000 million times. And all of a sudden, everything started to make sense. All those weird middle of the night phone calls that I thought were PTSD where Emery was being fucking crazy, slurring his words, couldn't fucking speak, falling, eating peanut butter with his fucking hands, like dipping it and like all over his face, being insane, sending me weird messages that made no sense with letters.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't want to say this girl's a dizzy blonde or anything, but Jesus, like most people would recognize that as drunken behavior. But okay, she didn't. It never clicked to her. She thought it was PTSD.
Thing that happened after his surgery. All of a sudden, I was like, "Oh my God, what the fuck is this?" And you guys don't understand. Like,
she's woke now.
The most spiritual, clean, healthy person I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I think she's just a ditzy blonde, bro.
She's like, not only that, like Emery does a lot of heavy drugs, and some of them are cocaine and Molly and ecstasy. And he also takes a lot of painkillers, and he takes some of my painkillers and a lot of anxiety pills and Oxycontin. And she starts showing me everything. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like the reason why he was fucking hiding the CVS medicine. I don't know what the fuck, right? And just everything started to make sense. Now, you guys.
Yeah, it turns out he went to CVS to get anti-anxiety medicine, which is a very common medication that is given to somebody who is suffering from alcoholism and attempting to quit. They'll give you an anti-anxiety med to kind of take the tension off, you know, a little bit. It helps some people.
Guys, I've never done drugs. I don't drink, like, never. Like, if I drink, it's like a fucking glass of champagne, and I'm like, I'm drunk from that little glass, I'm like buzzed, you know? Like, I wouldn't be able to even know the symptoms of a person. And it was interesting too, because I had sent Elizabeth a picture of me and Emery, and she's like, you know, like, and she had said this to me, she's like, his pupils are very, very, very small in this picture, like he is on something. And I was like, well, mine are. I mean, the sun is facing us. She's like, no, Kim, his pupils are like, she's pin drops, and yours aren't like that. She said only people that take Oxycontin or antidepressant or something have this stuff. And all of a sudden I was like, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And my world and my fucking life came tumbling down.
Oh, that's a shame for her.
Learning who the fuck this person is. And his girlfriend's like sending me like, you know, like a happy Halloween card from Emery that says like, to my Princess D, and like all this stuff. And it says her name and his last name. And she has 2 tattoos of his name on her body. Now, they're not legally married. But I was like, what the fuck is this crazy shit? The shit is fucking crazy. It is crazy.
Too
and all
bad.
of a sudden, it made sense why Emery can't remember things. Everything started to make sense. Now, to top it all off, I didn't even believe her that he was...
Yeah, I would think that your memory really goes to shit when you're drinking that heavy every day. When you drink to an alcoholic blackout almost every day, your memory centers are shot. It's worse than pot for you, I would think.
He was going to a rehab center. Like, she started sending me text messages from him, and you can tell that it's him because I know how he speaks and how he writes, saying, thank you so much for getting me into the clinic. I love you so much. And he's like writing this while he's like in the bathroom, and I'm in the living, you know, in their fucking area. Thank you so much for helping me get clean, and, you know, for the...
So he's with the side girl, texting the main girl, pretending to still be at rehab while he's doing the dirty with the side girl in a hotel suite. Nice.
Detox center and all of that. You guys, like, what the fuck? So anyways, we talk on the phone for 2 hours, and, you know, I tell her and her best friend, like, wait, but Emery was working with Trump, and they like bursted into laughter. Like, he never worked with Trump. And like, I'm like, what about the UN? And like, laughing. Like, they were hysterically laughing at all of this nonsense that he had told us and me. And then just everything unfolded.
You know, I wonder what it's like for the main girlfriend. Like, does she know that he's out there on the internet making up fake shit? Like, he goes on secret missions, or he works for Trump, or he works for the UN. Does she know that he's doing that?
And if she does know, how, I don't know if I could live with somebody that was outright conning people on the internet as a job, right? Strange.
And his girlfriend's like, I'm like, but he's always working on missions, like, you know, and she's like, Kim, there is no fucking missions.
Oh no, Emery's not going on secret missions. I am so disappointed. I really believed Emery Smith was going on super secret missions to save the world.
And I was like, what? She's like, Emery hasn't been on a mission since we started dating, and he hasn't been on a mission in many, many, many years. And he's not working on any projects.
But that would imply he went on missions before, and I don't believe that either.
Is drink every single day. And when I say drink, I mean drink. I mean, I know that this sounds dramatic and like I can't even fathom this, but she says that Emery drinks a gallon of vodka a day, and mixes it with drugs. And for those of you who are wondering why Emery hasn't had a Q&A in a very long time, I think it's like 7 or 8 weeks at this point, it's because he is not sober. And his manager won't allow him to do one until he gets clean. But he can't because he fucked it up. Remember that time where I told you that he was being crazy on there? Yeah, I'm sure she doesn't want another episode of that.
Apparently, and Emery Smith was drinky on one of his Q&A sessions that people pay big bucks for, and his manager was very upset about that and decided he couldn't do more Q&As until he cleaned himself up. But to show you that birds of a feather flock together, his manager is just as much of a con artist as he is, because she starts sending out emails saying that Emery Smith is on secret missions to Antarctica, when really he's just too drunk to show up and do the Q&A sessions. Great.
Another episode of that. I don't think anybody wants to pay for something like that, but she's been covering for him through emails, you know, writing that he's in Antarctica and working on some serious projects, which is all fucking bullshit, covering for him, which I understand. I understand that this is her client, and that's what you got to do.
That's what you got to do? You got to lie to everyone? No, it's not what you do. You know, I don't know. I would hope that somebody that's just suffering from alcohol addiction or any other addiction or any other, you know, problem like that would just be honest with the audience. And, you know, I don't know.
But the reality of all this is that what's been happening is literally insanity. So Emery doesn't fucking work on projects, and he doesn't work on missions, you guys. He hasn't in many years. I mean, she's known him for, I think, like a year and a half or 2 years, never worked on a mission. She also says that there has never been a day where Emery has been clean. Like, he drinks every single day, and if he doesn't, he starts shaking, which makes sense why he was shaking when he was with me. Anyways, it is so hard.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that it's quite common for some alcoholics to be able to put on a front that they are okay and they're not, you know, suffering from alcoholism. They can do it for a day or two, but it's not easy for them. In my case, we used to call my mother's version of that Sober Sally. You know, some school event or something, she would sober up. Sometimes. Sometimes she wouldn't. But most of the time, when there was some family event, social event, you know, a graduation or something going on where she had to put on a front, she would become Sober Sally for the day and act like everything was fine. And then as soon as that was over, she'd get out the vodka, right? Or the wine or the beer. My mother wasn't really a vodka person.
Hard for me to wrap my head around this stuff.
Whiskey. She was a whiskey lady. And that's weird, especially as she was an old lady, you know, you know, finding her at a local bar with like 4 shots lined up of whiskey. It's a strange thing. It's a strange hell I don't wish on anybody. But I just wanted to mention, you know, these people with alcoholism can go pretend for a little while, but then they usually have a binge right after because they laid off for a day, or God forbid 2.
You know, for months I've been lied to that he is on secret.
Sorry, friends. Hold on. There's not much left of this. And we'll have some time for comments and questions, and I'll get with the live chat. Let me just cue this again. Get past this, get past these stupid commercials. 1 second. Yeah, so sad story so far for this girl, you know? Okay. So Emery's not going on any missions. That was all bullshit. And, you know, I hope that people who buy his Q&A sessions and send him money and believe in his bullshit alien fairy tales are watching this. Because this girl was very close to him, as was his living girlfriend. And there was no missions, okay? He's not a super soldier. He's not a whistleblower. He's not a government insider. He's a con artist alcoholic.
Planet, cleaning the oceans, saving the world. You know, I've been lied to for months, and I've allowed it to happen because I thought that I have to sacrifice because he's sacrificing for the world and saving the world and working on all these missions, and it was all a fucking lie. The man couldn't save himself.
Yeah, that's very sad.
That's the truth. I don't know what fucking crazy mission he was on in, you know, leading up to March. There's days in me that I think that maybe his real mission was maybe to try to get clean, and maybe break up with his girlfriend. Maybe he wanted to put that chapter behind him. I don't know. I really don't know what was going on in Emery's head this entire fucking time. I have no idea. I don't think I'll ever understand. But this is beyond PTSD.
I don't get why she doesn't understand. Like, you got conned, just like he conned you out of your $50 to start attending his Q&A sessions, which is where you met him. And just like he cons all those people, lying to them, telling them that he's working for Donald Trump and the UN and he's going on secret missions, he conned you too.
This is sociopath, pathological liar who is a heavy drug user and a heavy alcoholic who hides behind this image that he created, and he literally lives a double life. And it's sad, you know, it's like the Emery on TV and the Emery that I fell in love with is this like amazing charmer, charismatic, intelligent, compassionate human. And then there's like the reality of who Emery is, which is a person who literally stays at home every single day and gets wasted from the moment he opens his eyes to the moment he goes to sleep. He doesn't remember what happens to him, and his girlfriend has to remind him every day. And that mark on his forehead happened because he fell into a fucking fireplace, and she was fucking pissed at him that he fucking ruined his face. And like, there was something so sketchy about his whole fucking forehead thing. He told me so many different stories about what had happened, and when I saw him in person, like, I'll never tell you what happened.
Yeah, and again, I just want to mention, growing up with an alcoholic, my mother would sometimes drink too much and fall down, and she would cut herself or bash her face in. You know, it's a very common thing. When that's literally where the term falling down drunk comes from, because people who drink to the point of extreme excess, especially to the point of an alcoholic blackout, they're going to fall. They're going to get up to do something. They're going to fall. My mother would fall, smash her face up, you know, or cut herself. And she always had some lie or excuse for what happened. But we all knew. We knew she got drunk and fell. She got drunk and smashed her own face. This is exactly what Emery Smith did. This is a very common trait amongst so-called, and I'm not saying I condone the term, but it's a term people use, falling down drunks.
I'll never tell you the real story. And she's like, yeah, he fucking, you know, he was so drunk and he fell forward and he hit his head into like the wood or like the metal of the wood. And I know that he has a fireplace in the backyard. And, you know, it's all too much for me to handle and for anyone to handle this sort of information. It's really unfortunate. It's really fucking sad. And I have compassion for him because I don't understand what went so wrong for this individual to have such a high level of lack of self-love. A person who is truly conscious and aware and soulful and compassionate and all of that would not be literally killing themselves every fucking day.
Or the facade that he's compassionate and spiritual and intelligent and knowledgeable is a trick and an illusion, and who he really is a drunk. Take from that what you will, but you know, maybe I'm biased by my own experience, but alcoholics put on false fronts all the time. It's very common, and I've experienced it. You know, and I just want to say about this girl, you know, it's easy to make fun of her. We can call her a ditzy blonde for not realizing what a con artist this guy was, or, you know, whatever. But I give her a lot of credit because this guy lied to her for over a year, right? He talked to her on the phone every day, right? He told her he loved her. He wanted to have children. He wanted to get married to her. And really, it was about meeting her at a hotel room and banging her for the weekend. He laid all that groundwork just to go and cheat on his live-in girlfriend with her. And even after she was lied to and, you know, had sex with this guy under pretty false pretenses and all of this damage that Emery Smith did to her, she's still compassionate because of his alcoholism and his problems. That probably says a lot about this girl.
That part is really sad for me. It's very unfortunate. I never want anything bad to happen physically to Emery, even though he's done fucking horrible things to me and fucked with me for a whole half a year and lied to me about,
I'm sorry, half a year.
Endless, countless things that I literally try to make a list, but it's just insane. It's insane. You know, the amount of things that he has lied about. I would never want anything bad to physically happen to him ever, but the reality is that Emery is portraying himself one way, and in reality, he's a completely different person.
And again, that is, she has probably zero experience with alcoholics or drug addicts. It's very, very common for them to portray themselves one way and be a closet drug addict or a closet alcoholic. Some people suffer that in relative silence and they hide it away. They compartmentalize it. Right? It's like, it's literally like having a demon on your back and you don't want people to see the demon. So you got to hide the demon somehow. Right? But sometimes that demon's going to get out, whether you, whatever you do, sometimes that demon is going to get out.
But he's also really good at fooling people.
There you go.
Like fooling me and fooling his girlfriend and fooling his manager and fooling everyone around him into thinking that he is one person when he's not that person. I just keep wondering constantly what dramatic thing had to have happened in order for Emery to do this to himself and to be this way. Like something fucked up must have happened because people just don't wake up and just go fucking destroy other people's lives and their own without giving two fucks about it. Like that is very concerning to me. So a lot of,
I just want to stop it right there. You know, that's another thing. If somebody's an alcoholic, I did it myself. You try to say, you know, like in my case, to my mother, who I had to take care of my alcoholic mother for 20 something years after the death of my father. And it was very troubling. And it was it was one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do. Because she just would never stop drinking. I sent her to rehab, paid for it, you know, because her medical wouldn't cover a 30-day, I don't know, whatever. We did everything that we could possibly do to help her. And I would even try to talk to her and say, you know, like, what's so terrible that's making you drink like this every day and try to kill yourself with this? And she would never really give me an answer. And, you know, the truth is that an alcoholic is an alcoholic. They're going to drink. They're going to drink when things are tough. They're going to drink when things are good, right? Let's celebrate. Things are great. Let's drink all night, right? They're going to drink when things are bad or when something bad happens. Any excuse to drink. There doesn't need to be you know, I've seen it in more cases than in my own family. Sometimes there's just no reason. There's no rhyme or reason. They're just going to drink like that. But what I will say is imagine Emery Smith's situation, right? Imagine being Emery Smith and knowing that every day, in order to make a living, you have to lie to people. Not only do you have to lie to people, but you have to keep coming up with new lies because the old lies are getting found out, or because people are boring of your old fake alien, you know, stories. You need new ones. So you got to invent new fake stories every day. Emery Smith has to. We've said it about other people. This would apply to Corey Good. This would apply to David Wilcock, and every other fraudster who is knowingly making up fake stories to sell to stupid people. And I apologize. I actually have the wood stove going. I'm loading it here. I have it on super low, but it was like 48 outside earlier, and the temperature's dropping. We're up in the mountains here. Yes, it gets that cold at night, even in the middle of summer. So I apologize. I'm loading this wood stove. So my point is that every day Emery Smith has to get up in the morning and know that he has to lie to people and make up new lies and, you know, tell new lies to cover the old lies. His entire life is based on lying to people and making up fake stories about aliens, right? And conspiracy garbage. That's got to be a difficult thing to live with. And maybe, just maybe, knowing that he's lying to people every day to make money would wear on his conscience. It would wear on any man's conscience, I would think. Any decent human anyway. Some people are so, you know, sociopathic and use people so much they don't feel empathy. They don't feel sorry for lying to people constantly, right? But if he is feeling the effects of, you know, feeling guilty for lying to people every day, that could be driving him to self-medicate. This is my opinion and my speculation. I'm certainly not a psychiatrist, psychologist, or mental health professional. I'm just speaking from my own experience, and you know, this is my speculation on what may be going on with him. Maybe he's trying to escape from the world of lies that he has created around himself. You never know.
A lot of things don't align with Emery's stories. There's times where he said he had 2 PhDs. There's times where he says he had that he has 3 PhDs. He's told me he's had 3. In the Q&A, he says he has 2. Never says what they're where he got them from. I mean, I'm guessing it was the military. You know, him wearing scrubs and pretending like he's doing surgery when he's actually drawing someone's blood. There's so many things that just don't fucking make sense with this man and his story. They don't. Anyways, guys, I talked a lot today. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll probably continue filming this tomorrow because it's like too much for my brain. I need to go eat something. I'll be back tomorrow. Finish the rest.
Yeah, and now she plays a phone conversation. And I don't know that we're going to listen to that because it's like 36 minutes. Like, it's long. Here's the gist of the phone conversation. She records herself confronting him about the girlfriend. But what Emery Smith doesn't know is that she's already talked to the girlfriend, and she knows that that's his girlfriend. She owns the house, that there's no way that he's throwing her out. And Emery Smith doubles down on all his lies, claiming that he's serving that crazy bitch with, you know, the main girl, who he's claiming is just some crazy stalker that works for him, that he doesn't have a relationship with, even though he's living with her. He claims that he served her with legal paperwork, and she's gonna get evicted and fired, and all this shit's gonna happen to her if she doesn't get the fuck out of his house, even though it's not his house. So this girl kind of she set him up. knowing that she's already talked to his live-in girlfriend and knows the truth. They've been in a relationship for a year and a half. That he did indeed go to Hawaii with her and spend 2 weeks there kissing and hugging her on the beach and taking selfies, couple selfies, right? She knew the truth and confronts him, and he doubles down and lies and lies and lies and lies some more about everything, not realizing that his main, I'm going to do it one more time and I apologize, his main bitch and his side bitch have been talking. Emery Smith is so dumb, he doesn't realize that his live-in girlfriend, who he's been with for a year and a half, and this girl who he lied to for 6 months, told her he wanted to get married and engaged, and then flew her out somewhere to bang her, have been talking and comparing notes on fraud, con artist Emery Smith. So she confronts him, he lies, and then at the end, he kind of breaks up with her. Like, well, if you don't believe that I'm not banging her, then we're done. And she's like, well, okay then. Yeah, it's really, I cannot believe this entire story. First of all, this story really does. Yeah, so we're gonna end this here. We're not gonna play the whole phone conversation, but you can just put in the YouTube search bar, I was engaged to Emery Smith, and you'll find all 3 of these videos if you want to watch the whole thing. Which I don't blame you for. This has been better than a reality TV show so far. This shit is better than Jerry Springer shit. We got a side bitch and a main bitch, and a side bitch and a main bitch get together, and they kind of plot against the asshole that was banging both of them. Yeah, it's good. It's great. But we've covered enough of this, I would think. Oh, and I want to thank Aquarian Grace for a kind and generous donation of $5. Very generous of you, Aquarian Grace. I thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We are a viewer-supported show, and the best way to help a viewer-supported show is to click that money button down there in the live chat. Money makes the world go round, and our show is no different. So it is through the kindness, the generosity, and the support of our viewers that we're able to continue doing these shows. If you want to see more and better of these shows, please do support us financially. So thank you, Aquarian Grace, for your kindness, your generosity, and support. I'm going to check in with the YouTube analytics just to make sure, because last night I missed one, and I want everybody to be aware that I read and profusely, I read every super chat, and I acknowledge every super chat, and I thank every single individual personally that sends us a super chat. I know that some shows just take the super chat and don't even thank anybody. I always found that strange, and God forbid our show ever gets so big that I can't read them all. I'll find a way. I will read them all. We're not going to not read a super chat. Every single person that is kind enough to throw a couple of bucks in the hat, we want to acknowledge and respect and thank, right? Let me see. I think I got it. Yeah, just bear with me, friends. I'm checking in with the YouTube. I'm checking in with YouTube because sometimes I miss a super chat, and we sure don't want to do that. Yeah, so we got him. Ann Shirashi with a kind and generous donation of $10 Australian. Aquarian Grace with a kind and generous donation of $5 US. And we had All Around Arbiter with a kind and generous donation of $2. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It is truly much appreciated. I'm going to put that fair use banner down now. We're done with that. Yeah, and people have asked me to reach out to this girl and get her on as a guest. So I'm going to do that. I have no idea how to contact her, but I'm going to put our videos in her videos as replies. And then I'm going to ask her there. She'll come on and talk to us because I think I could inform her of some of Emery Smith's past cons and scams that we have previously covered here. Like the time he and David Wilcock got together and ran a PayPal donation scam claiming that Emery Smith was under attack by the deep state and he had to be hospitalized. When it turns out, according to his own one-time father-in-law, he was hospitalized with alcohol poisoning, right? And let's not forget that Emery Smith was also involved in the Amacama. I can never say it. Anaconda. Whatever. That little alien of Dr. Stephen Greer. He helped push that con, right? The Out There channel. Did you see Tyler's cousin, Secure Team, out Tyler calling him a liar and a fraud? It was so funny. It was taken down the next day, but I got a copy in the live show. No. Boy, isn't that the kettle calling the pot black, though? Somebody from Third Phase of Moon is calling Tyler from Secure Team 10 a fraud? Okay. Those guys had more hoax videos than him at one point, I believe. Those are the two biggest UFO fraudster hoax channels on YouTube. And by the way, probably the two biggest UFO channels on YouTube. Funny how that works, right? Funny how that works. So, yeah, I'm going to do some shout outs. And I apologize if I don't get all of you, but I can only go so far back. So I'm going to say welcome to the show and shout out to AJ. Welcome to the show. Aquarian Grace, All Around Arbiter is here. Shout out to Out of Mind is here. Lee Veltman is here. But of course, Lee Veltman is in every single YouTube stream live chat. Everyone I've ever been in, Lee Veltman is there. I don't know how he does it. Someday he's going to have to explain it to me. Jolly Bridge Burner is here. Shout out to Lee Veltman and Jolly Bridge Burner. Nicholas Karupus. KB is here. Haven't seen you in some time, KB. Good to see you. All Around Arbiter, I mentioned. Ann Shirashi is here. Bernard Conkin is here. Shouldn't you be doing some alchemy shit, bro? What are you doing here? Don't you got some experiments going on, right? It ain't easy turning lead into gold, Bernard Conkin. You should be working on that. And by the way, message me. We'll try to do that show again next week. But I'm telling you, if you don't show up this time, then fuck you, bro. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you right now. For those that don't know, Bernard Conkin scheduled to be a guest, and then I was on air for an hour, and he never showed up. Yeah. But he was in traffic or something. I don't know. I forgive you, bro, but not twice. So we're going to schedule another try at that. And if it doesn't work, then fuck you. You're off the guest list forever. Okay. Tangible Block of Wisdom is here. I mentioned Jolly Bridge Burner. Shout out to those guys. Let's see. Renee Miss Jonaside is here. I hope you helped Jonaside have a good birthday yesterday. Tangible Block of Wisdom. The Sixth Sense is here. Let's see. I did see Terry Joyce earlier. Solar Marshall is here. And by the way, I just want to mention that I mistakenly credited something to Solar Warden when I meant Solar Marshall. And I don't want to say his real name, even though everybody knows it, whatever. I lose track of whether you're allowed to use Solar Marshall's real name or not. Sometimes you are, sometimes you're not. But what had happened is that there's another person in the live chat named Solar Warden. And so I kept seeing Solar Warden in the live chat. And once during the show, I mentioned something. And I think it was the show with, it was the show with Michael Schratt maybe. And I said, oh yeah, Solar Warden's done a lot of great research on this. I meant Solar Marshall, Dan. So I apologize because I don't want anybody's panties in a bunch, Solar Marshall, over credit, right? Okay, FGraph72 is here. Shout out to FGraph72. And shout out, of course, to Solar Marshall. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see who else we got. Conspiracy is here. Welcome to the show. Let me see if I got everybody. UFO Gandalf is here. Aquarian Grace is here, who I mentioned, I think. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, UFO Gandalf. And Bry is here. Bry is here. Welcome to the show. And Bry with a very good comment. Who cares about his alcoholism and the two-timing? Why does this woman not address the fact that Emery Smith is a UFO con artist? Yeah, it's pretty clear that he's a UFO con artist at this point. And how this guy still has a career, I'll never know. But the same can be said for David Wilcock, and the same can be said for Emery Smith. You know, these guys just fool enough stupid people to keep the con going, right? And the Out There channel is here. Shout out to the Out There channel. Welcome to the show. Adam Bonafate is here. Welcome to the show. Pragmagic is here. Welcome to the show. AJ, who I think I mentioned, but welcome to the show. Let's see if we can get everybody here in the shout outs. Chris77 is here. Welcome to the show. I think I got all of you guys. And if not, Jonaside is here. And Chirashi is here. Shout out to Jonaside and Chirashi. Welcome to the show. Okay, we got all the shout outs out of the way. I want to make sure I acknowledge everyone. I saw somebody mention it's 52 where they are. It is 46 or 47 outside here. And one of the things that I really hate is I don't want to waste firewood in the summer. So if I could put on a sweater and be comfortable, I would. But I tried that earlier, and I said, no, I'm cold. I'm just going to light a fire. Right now, I have a lot of firewood out there because I started processing firewood for the winter. But I hate to waste it, right? I hate to waste it on a summer night. You might need that on a winter night, right? So I kind of hate to use that, but okay. How does anyone fall for Emery Smith's BS? He was talking nonsense from the beginning. Yeah, it seems like they are. Is it Adamine's birthday? Is it Adamine's birthday? Adamine, is it your birthday today? Or is somebody just messing with me? Don't mess with me. If it's somebody's birthday, I want to acknowledge that, right? But if it's not, I don't want to look like an asshole saying happy birthday to somebody that's not their birthday. KB says 98 today in Texas. 80, meow. Oh, I hate you. I would much rather be hot than be cold, right? And by the way, KB, that's one of the big upgrades that I'm here for this weekend. My wife let me come up here because there's some more stuff that needs to be done at the cabin. Here's what happened, because I'm in trouble for this, KB. I finished the kitchen. She loved it. She loved the kitchen all finished. The ceilings are all finished. The walls are all finished. Everything in the kitchen is finished, with the exception of a few little things. Like I got to run an outlet still, and I have the drains working in the sink, but I got to put a pump and a tank in so that this kitchen sink works fully. But other than that, kitchen's fully done. But here's what happened. You know, I put insulation in the walls and the ceilings, and then I covered all that with wood. And now it's a little stuffy in there at night, especially. So I got to cut a hole and put in, you know, like a room air conditioner in for her. That's my mission this weekend. Out there channel says the cabin is pretty nice. Or I'm sorry, Adam says the cabin looks pretty nice. Yeah, it's an adventure. I built this place out of trees and trash, Adam, because we didn't have any money. So even though people want to slag on me, like, you don't need to send Stephen Cambian a super chat because he has a cabin. He must got lots of money. No, I got lots of passion for building a cabin, and I built this place out of trees and trash. Truly, that's what this place was built out of. The window behind you, this huge window, I have two of them here on this wall. It's like these are picture windows, and it's great because they face the side of the cabin, and there's almost always deer walking through there. There's like a trail. So it's nice to sit in here and just sit in here in front of those windows and see the deer and other animals. But that window was actually a sliding glass door from, you know, a sliding glass door. So we recycled the glass and turned it into a picture window. And the stuff you see in the walls is really just logs. So lots of trees. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, my wife jinxed us. She got me this shirt for Father's Day. It's a Papa Bear shirt, right? And right after she did that, neighbors started sending me pictures of this huge male Papa Bear, big bear, the biggest that we've seen up here on the road right near my cabin, the dirt road that leads to my cabin. And boy, that's scary, because I had quite an encounter with a bear half that size and almost shit my pants. So I don't want to see that big bear. In fact, I'm putting in some bear alarms and some other things. I'm going to put a siren on we have sort of a utility pole outside, you know. I'm going to put a siren up because they don't like loud noise, and generally they'll go running if they hear loud noises. So I'm going to put a siren up, and if I see him, I'm going to blast him with the air horn and an electric siren. Hopefully that will be enough to dissuade him from hanging around my cabin, right? The key is to kind of get them to move to less populated parts of the forest here where we're at. Tangible Block of Wisdom says, Dr. Stephen Greed reporting for money. Yeah, that's kind of the point. And isn't it funny that Emery Smith got his start as a so-called bodyguard for Dr. Stephen Greed. And I think that hanging out with Dr. Stephen Greed, who is a very successful UFO con artist, Emery Smith's wheels started turning, and he started thinking, if this dude's making all this money, maybe I can make all this money if I make up some UFO shit. And boy, did he make up some UFO bullshit. Greetings and salutations, friends. We are back for a double shot today because I got so far behind taking a short sabbatical at the cabin, which turned into somehow 6 days. 3 with my younger son, and my wife came up later with my older son for the rest of the weekend. So I'm way behind. I had some things planned that I just couldn't get to when the children won't go to sleep in the cabin. But not their fault. I was feeling lazy too. You know, you get out in this nice mountain air and you just kind of relax. And I feel so decompressed when I'm there that it's easy to do that. But I'm glad I got to go hiking and fishing and riding a boat with my son. And sort of got to step back from the canvas for a while and think about some things and what character he is. So, yeah, that's kind of where we find ourselves. We started covering this, and she says this is the last one. So we're going to take a listen. And again, this is her YouTube channel is Vanilla Sky Dreaming, and she is a travel blogger. Right? Well, she was until the pandemic, I suppose. Then got into some other things. Getting back to that now, or so I hear. And boy, what a strange story. This is like As the Flying Saucer Turns, right? Here we are. As the Flying Saucer Turns. She's the side girl, and Emery Smith had a main girl, but he told the side girl he wasn't with the main girl, and he was going to throw her out the house, even though it was her house. Shit. And she detailed his severe alcohol problems and drug problems, and how he was supposed to be in a rehab, and his main girlfriend put him in a rehab that he lives with, put him in a rehab, helped him get into rehab, and he left after 2 days to go visit this girl, Kim, who's was his second fiance. I'm not quite sure if he was engaged to the other one, but I think he might have been. As the Flying Saucer Turns, friends. So we're going to cite fair use, and I'm going to put up my fair use banner. I also have some musical guests tonight and some other fun. I did want to mention, people are a little confused about what happened with the Richard Dolan show. Because I said that Richard Dolan said he had classified documents. However, I posted the same time I did that show about misdirection, the definition of misdirection, and that deception is a part of war. I knew what Richard Dolan said. He said he had notes from classified documents, but it's still illegal. But I wanted to get him to chime in, and I got what I wanted, and he replied to that video, claiming that I need to clarify things. Because he didn't say he had classified documents. He said he had notes from a third party that gave them to somebody else that then gave them to him. So great, he has a fifth-hand source. But he's going to make a monetized video as if he has real classified information he's sharing. Which, by the way, would be a federal crime and land him in prison. So do we believe Richard Dolan has access or notes from classified materials and documents? I don't. Because if he did, the feds would be knocking down his door. But I'm so glad that he chimed in and clarified things, that he doesn't have the actual classified documents. He has notes that somebody made who read the classified documents and then gave somebody else the notes who then gave them to him. Sure. Love that chain of custody. But anyway, it is what it is. I have a show on Richard Dolan, the Wilson documents, and this ridiculous claim that he has notes from classified documents. But somehow he doesn't get prosecuted by the federal authorities for being in possession of classified information. Funny that. Funny that. Isn't that funny? That's funny, right? Richard Dolan's land of make-believe. That's where we're at. We're at Emery Smith's As the Flying Saucer Turns, and sometimes we got to go to Richard Dolan's land of make-believe, where you can just talk about notes you got that somebody made from classified documents on the internet and not get federally prosecuted for it. And the person who leaked those notes for you, who risked 10 years in prison for doing that, doesn't get arrested, right? Sure, Richard Dolan's land of make-believe. It's beautiful. It's Richard Dolan's land of make-believe. I think I'm going to make a song parody just for Richard Dolan. But back to tonight's topic, Emery Smith's fiance. She came out. We've covered everything she said so far. So I've advanced it just a little bit. I'm going to play my fair use banner here. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public about all the dirt that his one-time fiance is dropping about him, Gaia TV, Cosmic Disclosure. Oh, it's great, friends. This is some dish, right? I love drama. I must have, I grew up and my mother would watch soap operas. And I liked them. I remember most specifically All My Children, right? My mother loved that show. And we'd watch it every day. This was before I was in school, of course. So I guess, and then later, if I wasn't in school, I'd be watching Jerry Springer. That's some drama. This is Jerry Springer level drama. This guy goes out on the internet claiming that he, had access to alien technology and he's developing medical technologies based on alien recovered stuff, right? Or knowledge, right? Secret alien knowledge. And he's saving the earth and he's working for the Model UN and he's working for Donald Trump. Sure he is. Sure he did. No, turns out that was fake. Yeah, and if you haven't yet, I just want to let everybody know that I did do an earlier show today on Stephen Greer's latest scam. I'm calling it a scam. I'm just calling it a scam. I'm not even going to say alleged scam. It's a scam. So let's get back to Kim, though. So she meets him and then thinks that he's really out there doing secret missions, and then it all unravels on the poor girl, and she finds out that she's the second woman, and we get to where we're at right now. Here's that fair use. You can never find this fair use. I gotta change this. I gotta change a lot of things here. I need a producer. I really need a producer. Now we'll just put up this. This is transformative work. That's good. I got two of them. Yeah. So let me share my screen here. Please bear with me, friends. And this is this girl, Kim. I was engaged to Emery Smith, part 4, the last and final part. I'm glad, because I like this soap opera, but I'm getting a little sick of it. I want to know if Luke marries Laura or what. Let's get to the good part. I hope no, but I have previewed this, and this is the good part. She drops a lot of stuff about a lot of things in this, and so this is a fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public about UFO con artist, alien hoaxer, Emery Smith, and his land of make-believe. I guess lately, friends, I'm just into people's land of make-believe. I love to visit, but I won't want to live there. That's how I feel about Emery Smith. All right, and I just queued it up a little bit because this is long, but we're going to do our very, very best to get through it all.
And then there's like a part of me that sometimes wonders, now that I know what I know, like, I'll be honest, I don't think he's trying to get clean, like, at all. And I still get intel of what's happening there every single fucking day, and it is a shit show of a zoo. So I don't think he's trying to get clean, and like, I've seen the proof that it is the furthest thing from it. However, like, sometimes I wonder, like, what was his mission, right? Like, was the mission to get clean and so that I don't see him like this crazy lunatic?
The mission was to go get some side tail, honey. Listen, I thought you knew this. He had a girlfriend he lived with. He was off on a mission to get you in bed. That was the mission. Was he was trying to get you in bed, and it worked. Sad for her.
Like, it's I'm so conflicted. I don't know how to fucking word this shit because I have compassion and then I know the psycho shit, the sociopath, pathological liar, alcoholic, druggie, crazy person.
As the UFO turns.
And then I have the other Emery, and like I have to say this, like it's different.
Yeah, at least you see all the eyes.
And his girlfriend says that there are 4 different Emerys. She says she calls him Emery 1 and Emery 2 and Emery 3 and Emery 4. And in the past, and she's explained to me what all these.
Oh, this is great. So Emery Smith has various levels of drunkie, and his girlfriend has named them Emery 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Emery himself blames things on Emery 4, who is the drunkest version of Emery Smith. And all the evil in his life comes from Emery 4, which kind of stands to reason because all his DUIs, his alcohol poisoning, financial problems, criminal history, criminal problems, drug problems, all stem, I suppose, from bad decisions and things he does when he's in that totally inebriated state.
Different characters are like. Emery 1's like the best version of Emery, and then Emery 2 is like arrogant and crazy, like starting to get like arrogant and like kind of talking not nice to her. Emery 3 is like just, you know, this is like drunk phases basically. You know, he wakes up in the morning, he's normal and he's sweet and he's kind and he's nice, and then it just kind of drifts into like a crazy
the green dancer girl, yeah.
Person, which is Emery 4, which is like the worst version of Emery. And it's interesting because Emery has made references in the past like, oh yeah, maybe that was Emery 4, and I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I'd be like, but you said this, and he's like, oh, maybe that was Emery 4.
A mission with no ambition.
I mean,
oh no.
You know, I think that there's different versions of Emery, literally, and so does his girlfriend, and it's really wild. It's definitely like, you know, personality disorder. Like, I'm not a doctor or anything, but there's something definitely crazy going on over there. Anyways, my point is, I don't know what the mission was. Was the mission, because there was no top secret mission.
He succeeded in his mission. He got in your pants, honey. He got in your pants.
Was the mission to get clean and break up with her and secretly, you know, get us a place? Like, we'd get a place and, you know, he'd break up with her and we'd never find out about each other. Like, that's...
Ladies, I'm going to tell you something that you should already know. First of all, they never leave the wife. They never leave... The guy never leaves the main chick for the side chick. Well, I won't say never. Occasionally, it could happen. But more often than not, the guy's lying to the side piece, telling the side piece he's going to leave the main piece for the side piece, but he never gets it. He never does. He just gets the side piece, you know. Why would he upset his living situation? Maybe end up in court. You know, well, everybody's not married, but you know my point. They don't generally, they just tell you that, honey. You should know that as a woman.
What I think, if any of our...
Oh, I forgot to do it again. So bear with me. Just going to cue past that. If I'm not getting paid for commercials, nobody is. And by the way, does anybody with any kind of subscriber level near mine and view levels near mine know how much money you actually make from the ads? Because I tried to turn some on and it didn't really. I looked at AdSense and I don't see any money, or I saw 9 cents or something. If that's the case, it's really, really not worth dealing with ads and making people sit through them so that I'm going to get 9 cents after 2 weeks of ads being on. No. I need the money, but not that bad.
I think that that's kind of the route he was going at, because a lot of it doesn't make sense to me, and maybe things were taking longer than expected for whatever reason that was. Maybe he was trying to quit and just couldn't. You know, maybe he didn't want it bad enough. Maybe he just couldn't. But I do want to like reiterate that this isn't something that just happened. Emery's girlfriend has said that their entire relationship, Emery has been doing this. From the moment that they met, he has been drinking over a bottle a day. Never a break.
Yeah, that's a heavy alcohol. That's a heavy alcohol, for sure.
Never a day that's sober. And
for those that didn't, for the benefit of those that didn't watch part 1 and 2, what happened is that Emery's main piece and his side piece got together and started talking. And this is not working out so well for one Emery Smith, as you can imagine.
You know, interestingly enough as well, he was doing this with his previous girlfriend, Olivia, that was even before this girl. And sorry, I keep trying not to say her name. And what's interesting is that while Emery was dating Olivia, he all of a sudden started talking to his current girlfriend and started to kind of, you know, get to know her. Basically the same fucking thing that he did with me. He already did with his current girlfriend.
Maybe he was ready to jump ship. A lot of guys will do that. They'll get a new piece ready to go before they get rid of the old piece because they're terrified of being alone, I guess. I don't know. I've never done that. If I was ready to break up with a girl, I broke up with the girl. And then I worried about what came next later. I think that's the more ethical and moral way to do it too. But what do I know? You know, I'm not a space hero like Emery Smith. You know, I'm not a NASA astronaut like Emery Smith. I didn't work for Donald Trump like Emery Smith. I didn't work for the United Nations Science Department like Emery. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. That's all fairy tales from the land of Emery Smith's make-believe imagination. He didn't do any of those things either. So, you know, I guess you can't really measure. My point is that these UFO celebrities put themselves up on a pedestal like they're some kind of good people. And then you hear the stuff that happens behind the scenes and you go, really? Mr. Love and Light? Mr. High Vibe Diet is popping antidepressants and drinking a bottle of vodka a day? Really? Mr. Love and Light, you know, medical expert, nutrition expert, right? He's an expert in lots of things. Is really just a raging, falling down alcoholic on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medicine. Great.
Current girlfriend. And so apparently, like, you know, him and her slept together and they were, you know, kind of in like this relationship, but it was a secret. And then eventually, you know, when they became kind of official, then like, I don't know, I guess. So like as he was kind of dating Olivia, he was also kind of starting this thing with this new girl. And now he's literally done the same thing twice. And she, you know, she admits to that.
Folks, just bear with me 1 second. I gotta check on something and read off these super chats. I'm sorry I missed them. I'm watching her in the main video. I should be watching the live chat. I apologize. Just so everybody knows, we read each and every single super chat. And super sticker, we announce, we recognize everybody that supports our show, answer any questions that you put into the super chats, of course. Yes. So, kind and generous Australian super chat from Alter Bridge. I went to sleep at 2:30 a.m. after listening to your last show. Now I wake up and you're at it again. Praise the cash. Yes, praise the cash, Alter Bridge. Wait, let me see if I can still. No. It's not letting me go far enough back to get your comment on the screen, so I apologize for that. I'll owe you one for sure. And 1 second. Let me just check, make sure. And then we also have Moose 1911 sent a super chat. $2.99. Very generous of both of you. Thank you both for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Which of your videos is best about the Wilson docs? That would be the Dirt on Richard Dolan, part 1. But really, I have yet to do a complete and thorough breakdown of these Wilson docs. And that's on my list of things to do. And I promise you, Moose 1911, I will be doing that soon. I have lots more material to go through and really some legwork to do. And I've got interview requests in with different people involved in this Wilson document. They're trying to get them on the record, answering questions. And imagine this, I'm having a hard time making that happen. But thank you both for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. 1 second. Okay. So I want to recognize our super chat donations and thank them for helping our show. There's a money button down there. That's the best way to do it. That really is the best way to do it. But you can also support us on Patreon or on PayPal. You can make a PayPal donation from the About section. So, folks, what can I say? We're all about praising the cash here. I want to thank our kind and generous super chat donators tonight for helping us to praise the cash. Hallelujah, friends. Praise the cash.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
So there's a little thank you from my mini you, you kind and generous donators. And we have different ones, so hopefully they won't be getting very repetitive. Let's go back to the video and try to continue now. And I'm going to I'll watch the live chat. If you have comments or questions while we're going through this, please do put them in there, and I will share them on my screen here.
You shared that, which makes total sense, but it's just very fucked up on so many different types of levels. I don't know what his plan was with me. I don't know.
I found altar bridges.
I don't know why he did this. I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't know it was down the chat. I thought it was up the chat.
But like, still like a year and a half. I've been fucking following this person like a hawk for a year and a half. You know, watching every fucking thing that he ever releases, going to his Q&As. Like for a year and a half, I believed every fucking word that came out of this person's mouth. So let me clarify a few different things. So the truth of the matter is that Emery pretended to live this life of a superhero, heroic, humanitarian, world savior.
This is a good breakdown.
But the reality is that he's nothing like that, with high clearance security and all this fucking crazy shit that he's been selling and telling. And the truth of the matter is that Emery is, you know, just your average guy who does average fucking things. And in reality, with all the crazy shit that I have learned about him, it's like even below what the average person does. And, you know, like, after speaking to his girlfriend for quite some time, she is not the most sane person either. And, you know, you gotta question it, right? Because you're like, if he's so fucking crazy, what are you doing with him?
Well, I think the same could be said for this girl, but at least this girl, after finding out, you know, the side piece here, found out that all of his fake stories were fake. And I feel bad for her because she really believed that he was going on secret missions and, you know, he had top secret clearance. Why do did all these guys just like watch too many James Bond movies and they want to be James Bond, you know, and have top secret clearance and stuff? It's kind of childish. And there's so many of these guys that are out there that are like this. I can think of 5 off the top of my head.
You're saying all this crazy stuff about him, but what are you doing with him? And, you know, she thinks that she can fix him, which is, you know, sad and nuts on its own. But, you know, I don't think that any person that's completely sane and not out of their fucking mind can handle the insanity of living with him.
I apologize for the language.
And experiencing crazy every single day, like, you know, and I'm not gonna lie, like, you know, I've definitely caught many red flags just by speaking to her. And it's not, I'm not saying this like out of jealousy because I don't fucking want him.
She definitely is.
Like that. He literally stands for everything that I'm against. Everything.
BG's is here. Haven't seen you in a while. Shout out to
lying,
BG.
cheating, drugs, alcohol, like just everything. It's insane to me. But, you know, so I don't want him, and there's no jealousy factor. I'm like, honey, take it. Take him. It's all yours. It's all yours, man. I'm good.
Take the second red pill.
I just kind of want to go back and kind of explain what happened after I spoke to the girlfriend and the best friend. So
so she's been talking to the girlfriend, the main girlfriend, and the best friend, and getting even more juicy dirt, I'd say, about what's going on with him and behind the scenes stuff at his TV show, right? This guy does not sound like that he is capable of like even navigating daily life without a job. So I can't imagine being that, you know, addicted to alcohol and trying to work on top of it. Yeah.
I spoke to the girlfriend and the best friend. Jaw dropped. So Sunday I find out Emery, the whole thing with Emery, that he was cheating. Tuesday we speak on the phone. He gives me shitty answers that I don't buy. It was like supposed to be his big reveal, and he did not. Wednesday and I think Thursday was the day that I spoke to the girls. So
right, all around
we FaceTime, we talked. The next day, she texts me, and she went from being really nice to a psychopath, which was totally expected. That's how girls are.
Oh, that's the comment of the night, Rogue Status.
The wild thing about all of this is that Emery is such a good pathological liar that this girl doesn't actually believe that we had a relationship. Not only that, she also doesn't believe that we've ever slept together. And that is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane to me. But anyways, something that I did definitely notice was like this broken record between Emery and his girlfriend.
Oh my God. Frank Magic wants to know, what about his side pieces in different space sectors? Do they have videos? And Rogue Status also with an excellent comment. You must meditate and raise your vibrations. That really means I have a giant coke problem. Oh, goodness. I want to remind everybody in audio podcast land, please find us on YouTube and come. You're hearing us. We have a great live chat. Everybody that participates in the live chat, we put up comments, questions. We talk to our audience. Just find us on YouTube. Put Truth Seekers, one word, in the YouTube search bar. Look for us. You will find us. Come and join our live chats. If you're listening in audio podcast land, you're getting the show, but you're missing the live chat interaction, which I think is a great part of the show. And you would probably enjoy hanging out with the live chat. Please come and find us. Truth Seekers on YouTube. Just look for the strange guy with the sunglasses. That would be me.
Storyline in his head that he is the victim of every and any situation. That's the card that Emery plays. He plays that everyone's trying to kill him. Everyone's out to get him. He is the poor sweet guy who did like nothing wrong, and everyone's out to get Emery. And Emery literally blames everyone for his shit except himself and never takes responsibility for it.
Yeah, that's a narcissist or a sociopath. Not that I'm a psychologist. Let me say that. But I did. I've got some psychology books, and you can check off some boxes. Some people, some types of people, like sociopaths and narcissistic personality disorder kind of people, do not take the blame for anything. Nothing is their fault. They have no conscience. It's everybody else's fault when they fail, not theirs. They never take responsibility for anything. I got a person like that in my family. So I recognize it well.
Now the girlfriend is a very interesting character because what she does is she literally blames everyone for the shit that Emery does and puts her through except Emery. Do you get that? So she will blame me and his manager and his best friend and his other friend and these people and this people, but never, ever, ever blame Emery. So they have this very interesting toxic dynamic where he blames her and he blames his manager and me and everyone and his exes and all these people that fucked him over. Everyone's bad. Everyone's bad to Emery. And he even blames her, and never blames him. It's like the most, they have a very psychotic dynamic, most definitely. It's really sad.
We got to bring Jerry Springer back just for this story. We got to put them all on the stage together. Let the side chick and the main chick punch at each other a little bit before you break them up, right before you go to commercial.
Unbelievable, honestly. But now, meanwhile, Emery's pretending like everything is. He didn't know that I was speaking to her. He was pretending like everything is totally fucking normal and fine. Like, hey, babe, like, I was like, are you coming to see me next week? And he's like, yeah, I'm coming to Miami. Like, oh my God. Like, and now he doesn't know that I know about his alcohol problems. And I'm trying to test him to see, like, does he even remember that we're, like, not talking? And he didn't fucking remember. And
yeah, this is very common in alcoholics. They'll totally, and when they're blackout drunk and they say something, they'll not remember any of it.
And he's like, yeah.
Or do stuff.
I'm coming to see you, next week. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm like, this is fucking weird, man. Like, he's just trying to, like, pretend like I didn't just catch him cheat and everything is normal and he's just gonna come to Miami and he's just gonna see me.
Yeah, because you're not a creep.
Now I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of this, and so finally on Friday I'm like I can't. I'm just gonna tell him that I fucking
Mario UFOs here. Shout
so
out.
I tell him, and the moment that I tell him, again,
Yeah, let's see what he does. Rich from Goofon is here. Shout out to Rich from the Goofon radio show.
He's still trying to make fucking jokes about this shit. He's making jokes about it. He's being sarcastic. And then he talks to her. And the moment that he realized that I actually talked to her, he loses his shit. And he tells me that he can't handle the insanity between.
F is for it's time to go back.
Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. I always forget. I'm never going to forget this again, but I really should just, download the video and make a version of it without the commercials so we don't have to deal with this. Sorry about that. But I just, if I'm not getting paid for the commercials, I'm not playing them. And we want to keep our show as commercial-free as possible, right? So far, those YouTube pennies are not really adding up for us, so I don't really care about the YouTube pennies. All right, let's get back to the things.
And then he needs some time to work on himself. And then he just like kind of disappears. And I'm like, oh, hell no. Anyways, you tell me, you be the judge. Could it be that everyone's always out to get him? And, his girlfriend is the crazy one, and that everyone's out to get him, everyone is bad to this person who is good. I'm curious. I'd like to know. It's interesting. Like, I get it. Everyone has enemies, and everyone has people that like him and don't like them. But the fact that everyone, seems to have a problem with this individual, it's kind of very interesting. Okay, so I'm going to take it now to what ended up happening. So I end up finding out all this stuff about Emery. I kind of do this insane amount of research. I start reaching out to people. I went deep. And while this was happening, I was just trying to literally wrap my head around this. Meanwhile, I think that I'm possibly pregnant, right? But, I'm still trying to decide if this stuff was real, and how do I wrap my head around all this madness, and what is real and what is not real, and were we real? Did he actually love me? What the fuck is happening? Is he telling the truth? Are they telling the truth? What the fuck is happening? I could not understand. Now, interestingly enough, again, I'm going to go back to my lease and my rent and my house.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
I didn't know where I'm moving to, anywhere that Emery.
I have it. I just haven't installed it on this workstation.
So my lease was up on June 13th, and so when signing the lease of my building, there's two different kind of arrangements that you could do. One is you do your entire lease.
Really got to do your homework.
One contract, and another contract was if you wanted to opt out of your lease earlier, and they found someone, then they can take your place and it doesn't go on, doesn't ruin your credit, and you're good.
Shout out to Mr. Certified.
Just taking the rest of my lease and adding another lease to it, whatever. So I had told my building, I want to move soon, I'm engaged, and I'm going to be moving in with my fiance. So they basically put my house on the market. And while all this shit was happening, I didn't know what was actually happening. A couple days later, on a Tuesday, I get a knock on my door from my building, and they're like, Kim, we sold the apartment. You have 2 days to leave. Somebody signed a lease.
Oh, no.
And
So she thinks she's knocked up. She just got bareback banged by Emery Smith, who she thought was a secret agent. So I guess this girl has a rule, that secret agents are allowed to bareback bang her. And she did. And then she thought she might be pregnant because she was ovulating when Emery Smith bareback banged her. And now she's getting thrown out of her house. This is terrible part of this soap opera. This is the sad part coming.
Lost my shit, because at this point I was like, do you guys understand? At this point I was just trying to understand what is real, and does he love me, and do I love him, and what do I believe and what do I not believe? And I was researching and trying to piece the things together, but I wasn't even letting him know that I know all this fucking crazy shit about him. And trying to decide what am I going to do now? I need a new life plan, and all of a sudden
I do, KB. I'm sorry, okay? I like stories that involve banging. Yes, I do.
And I was like, wait, no, like I need more time. They're like, we're sorry, like, and I already signed the paper, so it was like too late. So this day, I went nuts. I cried like 6 or 7 times. Like,
Rip says she's a secret agent.
Emery. Now I don't know where I'm gonna live. I'm fucking homeless. I don't know where I'm going, what I'm gonna do. I haven't even thought of a life plan. You know, I was supposed to release my book like, you know, like 2 weeks prior to that. Like, I was gonna release my book like a couple of days after we met, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my god, what? Like, I couldn't fathom what was happening, and on top of it, I thought I was pregnant.
Yeah, this is a downer. Come on, honey. You're like blonde and hot. Like, you know, like, it's not that bad. You're blonde and hot. You're gonna be okay because you're blonde and hot. Like, I'm trying to feel sorry for her, and I do. But then I think blonde and hot. Like, she can knock on any apartment manager's door tomorrow and say, this is what's going on, can I get an apartment? And she wouldn't be homeless, but, you know, I'm pretty sure somebody would let her stay with them.
I was very, like, sleepy, tired and sleepy that entire week. And I was having weird symptoms. And I was looking it up with my girlfriends, and we're like, okay, what does this mean? What does that mean? So we were looking up, and I was also nauseous in the morning, and
oh no, she's got signs of pregnancy. No,
you know, it could have been a mixture of different things. God knows what it was. But I was like a lot. I
think so, a little bit. Yeah.
I would like wake up, and 2 hours later I'd be tired. And it was like
she really can. Rich says she can F her way out of murder.
I can't handle this. You know, and literally
Trump will call any minute to help.
And I was like, that is the last fucking thing I can handle at this very moment.
It gets better, V, but I understand.
Finding out
V's out. She's tapping out already.
A pathological liar,
almost halfway through, V.
And a million other things that I'm just going to keep private from this very, you know, for right now, is one thing. Meeting him was another thing. And now I'm losing my house, and I don't have a plan for my future because this wasn't my future. I thought by the end of the year we were going to have babies and get married and move in together. And, like, what the fuck? Like, I can't take a fucking pregnancy test right now. That would have just, like, I think I would have lost it. I would have had a full-blown meltdown, panic attack, which I was already having, but no way. No fucking way. I was way too scared. I was, like, trying to avoid the fucking living shit out of it. So I was like, listen, like, let me pack my house. Maybe I'll get my period, but, like, I need to pack my house. I have a 3-bedroom. I need to pack my house. I need to figure out a storage. And I was losing my mind. I was like, I don't even know how to explain this to my parents. I didn't know how to explain this to my family or parents. I was so embarrassed. I was so humiliated that, like, you know, and my brother many times was like, what if you're getting catfished? And everyone's like, Kofit, you have to meet him. You have to meet him. I was like, you won't know until you meet him. And then I'm like, oh my god, like, what a shit show. So I didn't even tell my family at the time.
She might have made out better if she was catfish, because then she wouldn't have had to let some dude bareback bang her, right?
And I just had to, like, fight and flight, right? I was like, okay, I have to pack my whole house. So Tuesday,
you know, you would think that secret agents, you know, they got all those cool gadgets. They gotta have some condoms, right? I guess not, because Emery Smith wanted to bareback bang her. And did.
I cried like 6 or 7 times. I was having a meltdown. I'm like, I could be pregnant. I just lost the love of my life. I'm going to be homeless. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. Where am I going to live? What am I going to do? What am I going to tell my family? Just crying. Meanwhile, I'm like, you know, renting a storage, buying boxes. Like, what the fuck? What am I doing? Insane.
Yeah, we're going to face
so I packed my whole
house.
Literally, like, on Thursday. And I had to get that out of the way. Once I got that out of the way, my friends were like, Kim, you need to take a pregnancy test. And I was like, no, like, I'm scared. I can't. I'm scared. I was literally scared.
You need to get Space Force on the case.
I could have been pregnant.
Yeah, you need Space Force.
With, like, an alcohol baby in my stomach. Like, that was, like, you know. Eventually, what had happened is my best guy friend bought me a test and had to beg me to take the test, and I was not pregnant.
We're here for the
Yeah, I'm definitely getting an ad blocker. I apologize, friends. 1 second, friends. Just bear with me. Okay, let me share that again. We'll get back to it. Wow. We're coming back now to as the flying saucer turns. Oop, wrong one. 1 second, friends. Let's try that one more time. There.
Does Emery work with Trump? Does he work with the UN? Lies. Does he have a team? Does he have this like high crazy clearance, crazy fucking life of like a president? Lies. You know, just so much of who
he told this poor girl he was a secret agent on secret missions to save Earth, that he worked for Donald Trump and the science department of the Model UN. Dude, if you have to lie that deep to get in a girl's pants, I feel bad for you. I really do.
who he is a lie. And it's sad. Does Emery have a drinking problem? Most definitely, yes. Does Emery
well, she works on Instagram, I suppose. She's got a lot of deals and books.
It's just PTSD that hasn't been taken care of, and is I don't know. He's trying to cure it with alcohol. But is it 90% PTSD? No. You know, this is a grown-ass man. Another thing that I want to like throw out there that might confuse people is Emery always drinks lots of waters on stage. He has these big bottles of water.
Here comes the dirt.
He always look like he's hydrating himself. Well, those bottles of water do not have water in them. They have straight up fucking vodka in them. And so if you've seen him on the Q&As or in any fucking speaking programs where he's drinking fucking water, it's not water, it's fucking vodka. Just I thought I'd throw that out there.
And apparently Mr. Smith got drunky on one of his live Q&As, and then his manager wouldn't let him do any more live Q&As until he cleaned up. Is he actually drinking water or vodka when he appears to be drinking vodka? I don't know. This is coming from his girlfriend that he lives with, who said he does that. She's at all his live events. I'm inclined to believe that just based on what I know about alcoholics.
Because when we were together, I bought all these water bottles thinking that he, and he wasn't even drinking them. But I was like, what? I thought that he drinks so much water. This is what I'm talking about. So much of the shit is just out of control. It's the fact that this man preaches one thing and is a living lie. He does the complete opposite constantly. Does Emery eat healthy? No. It's just everything about him is a lie. Now I do want to talk about Gaia real quick, and I guess what I think that I could say. So between you and me,
she's gonna start spilling the beans on Gaia TV now. Oh no, Emery Smith, your employers might be not so happy with you for bareback banging this girl and pissing her off while you bareback banged her, because now she's gonna dish all this dirt on your employer.
I do want to say one thing that's very important for me to say. From what I know, literally,
looks like a good Coke shelf.
80 to 90% of everything that Emery said is a lie, to me personally and to the world. That's what I believe to be true, and I'm very iffy with my 80 and 90. Is it 85, 95? Is it? I don't know. But I'm just gonna kind of throw that percentage of what I think is accurate.
I agree with you.
I know a lot of people have this question, right? Well, is everything a lie? And is everything a lie? Is everything 100% a lie? I don't know. There has to be some truth, I believe, to some of the things that Emery says. Some truth. Okay. No. Emery does like to
the 90s and early 2000s is a blur.
Before that I'm making this YouTube video, he was telling people that I'm making a documentary about him. It's like he changes things and make them sound fancier and wilder than they actually are. So is Emery's military ET stories real? That I will be 100% honest and tell you that I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things that I really want to know, and I don't think I'll ever know, and I don't think you guys will ever know if it's real or if it's not real.
Honey, it's not real. He just wants to bareback bang you.
The problem with being a pathological liar is that, you know, if you do research on it, they really believe their lies, and they see it as though it had happened, and that's why it's.
I'm with you, Rich.
I'd really like to believe that Emery's ET stories are real. However, it's difficult. It's difficult because there is so much lies.
If you say so.
Around this person and his life and his stories. Everything is a lie. So it makes it very difficult for me to believe his stories. Intuitively, I'd like to believe that some of it is real. Like,
here's what I kind of have a problem with. She kind of mentions like intuitive abilities. And wouldn't she know that he was a complete total fraud as soon as she met him and felt his energy? I don't know. Just put that out there.
It's very detailed descriptions, you know. But I struggle. I struggle of whether or not believing his stuff. Now, maybe.
Here, I got a rule that this girl Kim, she can listen. Here's how you can tell, honey, if Emery Smith is lying to you. If his lips are moving, he's lying to you. It's very simple. That's all you gotta do, honey. Is his lips moving? Yes, he's lying. Come on, I mean, what more do you need? I can't believe that she's still wondering if anything he says is true after hundreds of times that he's lied to her.
Could be that some of these things did happen. You know, his girlfriend said that her entire time that they've been together, she's never seen one. She says that he's never been on a mission. There is no fucking missions. There is no projects. All he does is drink all day. He does activities.
So poor Emery Smith is telling everybody he's going on secret missions, and then he goes on a secret mission down a bottle of vodka for the whole day. And then he does it the next day while he's still supposed to be on a secret mission. I feel for the guy. I hope he gets the help that he deserves, that he truly needs, too, apparently, from what we're hearing.
You know, once a week for 2 hours, and then, you know, every few months he does Gaia. That's all he does. And that brings me back to Gaia. You know, many people, I'm sure, are now wondering, like, what's the dealio with Gaia? I won't give names because I'm, like, very conflicted. I really want to give names, but maybe I shouldn't give names because I don't.
No, there's no missions.
I don't want to ruin or discredit anybody that I personally don't know and personally didn't encounter. Obviously, Emery's a huge liar. And so he could be lying about these people, but intuitively...
It is. That's the worst channel.
I know that he's not lying about these people. But also because I did encounter 2 of these people and spoke to them personally, and I do know that they're cons. So, is everyone on Cosmic Disclosure real? No.
Oh my gosh, I'm so shocked. People on Cosmic Disclosure are fake? You mean that great show that had fake David Wilcock and fake Corey Good? That's where it all started? And then they have fake Emery Smith. Let's see, fake Clifford Stone. Let's see. Who else? I'm not aware of anybody that's credible that's ever been on that show. Just my take. So this is not a huge revelation. But it's still nice to know because she's saying that Emery Smith is saying that these people are frauds. Emery Smith is saying that the people on his own show that he's interviewing are all fake. Great. Great, Emery Smith.
You know, Emery said...
Oh, again. This should be the last time, friends. Let's try that again. That's great. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. We just covered Stephen Greer's latest video, and that was like that. Everybody's a fraud except for Stephen Greer. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, back to the video. And we're going to take a break in a short amount of time and go to our musical guest.
Not everyone gets like a really good background check on them. And he has said many times before I even found out about all this shit that a lot of them are cons. They're just con artists, you know, and great pathological liars that have great stories. And, you know, the people that he had mentioned.
I would think that in order to be on Cosmic Disclosure, you had to take a test to find out if you were a narcissistic, sociopathic, pathological liar first. And if you can check all three of those boxes, they schedule you. They put you right on. Look at the history of the people involved in this Cosmic Disclosure garbage show.
One of them I really believed for a long time was real. And then when he said that, I was like, oh. And then it's like, oh, that's why that person stood out for me. You know, sometimes people stand out for like good or bad, but you're not really sure where you stand with them. So I just want to say that not everyone on Cosmic Disclosure is real. They might have really amazing stories, but it's not real. I know personally that this really bothers Emery, because obviously, you know, it's his show and, you know, it's his name on there.
I think they made it up.
There's other weird things that happened on the show.
There'll be a lot of video editing.
I don't know if anyone's ever worked on TV. I've worked on TV as a makeup artist and behind the scenes and on camera and off camera. But okay, so one of the things that bothers Emery the most about Cosmic
he's hammered and mix those on secret missions in his mind.
A lot of things get edited out, meaning that a lot of times there'll be somebody in front of him who is a fake person, a con artist, and Emery would not be agreeing with him. But then through editing, it shows as though that Emery was shaking his head and being like, yeah, totally right about that. Or yeah, like that really resonates. And that's actually edited and it's not real. It creates the illusion that it's real. And I know that really bothers Emery a lot. It's definitely made Emery.
What do you know? One alien UFO con artist is upset that he has to interview other alien UFO con artists.
Want to continue being on Gaia and being on Cosmic because he doesn't want to be associated or you know, connected with like lies. And that's so fucking weird.
As big a liar as he is, that's stupid.
I'm just saying what I was told. But like when I say that out loud, I'm like, but you are a liar. So what can I tell you guys? Not everyone on Cosmic is real. I'll say this though. I'll tell you who I, as Kim Cohen, think is real. I believe that Clifford Stone is real. I believe that John Lear is real.
Probably doing better than us on Super Chat still, Rich.
I also think that Dr. Robert Wood is real. This is just me personally. And the rest, I will just not say anything about. So
okay, I'm just going to stop her there for the benefit of anybody that doesn't know who she's talking about. But Clifford Stone came out with a fantastical story about being involved in Project Moondust and helping the United States government recover crashed alien spacecraft and bodies. And his job was to interface and telepathically communicate with them. And he was part of the Disclosure Project in 2001. He's not credible. Was he in the military? Sure. Can he prove anything he says with even a single solitary shred of evidentiary support? No. And later, as people tired of Clifford Stone's original story of crash retrievals, he came up with new and more fantastical stories as time went on. Even at one point claiming that he helped break an alien out of prison because he felt bad for the alien. You know, so he helped break the alien out of the alien prison so that his alien friends could come in a flying saucer and pick him up. Later, Clifford Stone would go on to talk about his past lives being Napoleon or other such famous historical characters, and his ever-expanding list of superpowers and psychic powers that he just kept adding. Sound familiar? Robert Wood has been pushing the MJ-12 documents for, I don't know, 20 years, and those have been largely discredited as fake and false. So even the people she thinks are real on Cosmic Disclosure are extremely problematic.
You guys be the judge. You make your own decision and your own discernment on whether or not you want to continue on watching this sort of thing. Anyways, guys, that's the story about me and Emery and how I lost my house and how I was almost pregnant and how I was engaged to a con artist. It's very hard for me to believe and wrap my head around it, as I've said this numerous times. Now, I do know that there is a lot of people, you know, trying to help Emery, people that are in his close circle, we'll call it.
All right, well, that's good news. At least maybe somebody's trying to get this alcoholic, you know, the help that he truly needs. And I will pray for him myself.
And I think, and these people are good people. I'm going to put his girlfriend aside for a second. These people, I believe in my soul.
Seeing the person, but the other ones
I believe that they have good intentions. But I think that they don't know the full truth about Emery because he hides it really, really, really well. And I think it's just at a point where he's doing so much.
Because Emery was banging her.
Conscious,
Trump wanted to help her out.
Mentally conscious, but he's been doing this for so long that it's just
he worked for
normality
Trump.
to him. This is like what's normal to Emery. As crazy as all of this is, I don't think that he's a bad person. I don't think that his roots are evil. I don't.
They're not. Shut up.
I don't.
Oh, there's a dog in the
I
background.
just
Looks
think
like
that
Michael
he's
Baxter.
a really, really, really lost soul that's hiding in darkness. He's hiding behind an insane amount of masks that he wears. Masks, characters that he, you know, portrays and creates for himself so that people don't find out the truth about him.
Well, I have a thing for masks. Just because you like masks doesn't mean you're crazy. All right, I'm a little crazy.
But in reality, Emery needs a lot of help.
That I'll agree with.
You know, I mean, the craziest thing is that, you know, he's telling people that he's sober right now when he's not, and I know that he's not. Sadly for them, they just don't know what a good actor he is. And it's very unfortunate, and it's very sad that his actions have hurt so many people. And I'm not the first. I know that for sure. And sadly, I don't think that I will be the last. I think that something terribly wrong had to have happened
He's trying to be a
him
real
in order
person.
for him to be this way. This is not an excuse. I just can't rationalize with this
Thank you,
madness. Even though
Genocide.
there
I'm
is no
still
way to
doing them
rationalize
now.
with this
I got
madness.
some. I
I
just
till this
don't have on this
day
computer. I do have
don't
slots.
know and will never know if Emery actually loved me.
Oh, this is where it gets sad because she's going to get
When I
emotional
play
here.
back,
And if she cries,
but when I
might
play
start
back
crying.
those messages, it
I do feel
sounds so
bad.
real to me, and it sounds so genuine to
Felt
me.
for a magician, basically.
It's really
A lot of
hard to
deception and
believe
misdirection.
that all of this was a lie. I don't know. Like, you know, when I hear back his messages, I can't believe this kind of like wasn't real to him, especially
Oh, comment of the
our
night
daughter
from
and
David
our
Wilcock.
future family and how I'm so significant and how I'm so important. You know, it breaks my
Not right
heart
news.
because there's questions to things that I'll never know. And I'll never know if he, you know, really loved me or if he was even conscious enough to like know what he was doing. But, you know, he like really stole a half a year of my life and a year and a half, you know, a year prior to that. And it hurts and it breaks my heart and it's hard to wrap my head around.
Right now, I feel bad for her. And, you know, for all the people, you know, some people are kind of making fun of this girl or saying she wants to be famous. I don't know that she wants to be famous. We have to remember that there's a human part to this story, and the girl obviously fell in love with this guy. Thought he was someone special. And then it all came crashing down around her. After he bareback banged her, then she thought she was pregnant. Then she lost her house. This girl's been through a lot. You know, it's a shame. I feel bad for her because I'm no fan of Emery Smith. I think he's a con artist and a liar. But, you know, there, but for the grace of God, go I. We all, you know, if somebody hits the right buttons, you know, it's easy to say, like, oh, I can't believe she got conned by this guy. Well, we've all been, you know, maybe in a relationship that there was deception at play. And sometimes the heart and the mind do not work in tandem. And it's even worse if you're a man and the penis gets in the way. You will make the dumbest decisions ever based on your little brain, right? I've been there. And you know, I've also been in situations where I let my heart get in the way and I let somebody mistreat me or lie to me. And it doesn't get better, friends. It gets worse when somebody treats you with disrespect like that. So I feel for him.
I know that he's obviously not very fond of me currently, you know, in relation.
Well, you're dropping all this dirt. He's not going to be a big fan.
It's just, I have to stand up for injustice. Like, it's not okay. I really hope that Emery finds peace somewhere in his heart. I hope
that she does, that's even sadder.
He finds help and he gets help and that he does it for himself. Like, honestly, even with all the shit show of the show that he has put me through, and there's so much more, you guys, but it's just...
Go again. If I'm not getting paid for commercials, neither is anybody else. I am not rebroadcasting commercials. So just give me 1 second. We will get it past the point of those ads and bring it right back. Better at this. Okay, 1 second. All right, here we go.
I just hope that he gets help. And that he gets better, and that he doesn't end up killing himself, because that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid worry that somebody might drink themselves to death. Do you know how easy it is for somebody to suffocate on their own vomit when they drink themselves into a coma like that? People have done it.
What he has been doing for the last few years. I hope that he really seeks out help. I do, and I still have compassion for him, and it's like, I don't know why, but I do know why, because I know who I am. And I know what he meant to me. I really believed that Emery was the love of my life. And I sacrificed so much for him. And I don't think I've ever in my entire life... I don't think that ever in my entire life that I ever loved somebody so much. And I believed everything he said. I need to stop crying.
She really did believe everything he said, and that makes me definitely feel sorry for her. You know, hook, line, and sinker, she fell for this guy. She went, met him somewhere at a hotel, had sex. Then, right after she has sex with the guy, the very next day, she finds out that he's got a girlfriend he lives with, and the very next day or two, finds out that everything that he's been telling her this entire time is completely and totally fake, made up shit. There's no secret missions. He doesn't work for Donald Trump or the United Nations. He's not developing secret medical technology. He's not saving the mole children. He's not going on secret missions. He's just a drunk.
But it breaks my heart that this is who he really is, and this is the outcome of everything. And it's obviously sad and hard to let him go. Again, like, it's not something I would have wanted. It's not something that I ever thought was gonna happen. Sometimes life just kind of throws weird shit at you, and
there's nothing you can do to get involved with a crazy psychopath that lied to you from day one. You just gotta cut your losses and run. That's my advice. Cut your losses and run.
I don't know why.
She dodged a bullet here. She could end up with that crazy drunk weirdo living with her and sponging off of her, because apparently that's his pattern. He did it with this Olivia girl and sponged off her family, right? He couldn't pay their rent. And so this last girl, one of his last girlfriends, Olivia's father, the points on the curb guy, was paying their rent. She dodged a bullet here. This could have been much worse if she had moved in with him, and then suddenly this dude would have been all her problem. She should be happy he's gone, and he's no longer her problem.
I had to go through this.
It's somebody else's problem, honey. You should be happy about that.
You know, maybe it was to tell the world, and I don't know, in a weird fucking way, like, maybe me making this is gonna eventually force him to get some help, because he really needs help. It's sad. It's sad, you know? I wanted to give him everything that he never had or hasn't had. You know, him not having a family for so long is something that always broke my heart about him.
Yeah, by the way, Emery Smith tells everybody that his family are all dead or have been murdered. And meanwhile, he's got family members chiming in on YouTube videos saying, you know how he says everybody's dead? I'm his nephew. You know, I'm his cousin. So he even lies about his family being killed or murdered or dead.
Losing his dog and not having his family. And I do want to go back to that real quick, because that too isn't fully true. You know, Emery does have a sister that's alive. He's just not in contact with her. And the cabal did not kill Emery's family, and the cabal is not after Emery. All that is just literally nonsense. It's just different things keep popping up that are true and not true, and I just kind of, you know, sometimes have to say it, but it's really weird. I feel like I'm saying like as if someone died. Like, I feel like I'm making this such a drastic, I'm making this video and I'm crying like as if someone died, and it kind of feels like it to me, because
yeah, the fantasy that she had of this, you know, love of her life secret agent man that was someone special and important in the world, that's what died. The illusion died. The illusion is what died.
I know I'm never going to see him again, and I'm not going to talk to him again. So after, you know, going live with this story.
Okay, 1 second, friends. So we're going to bounce out of this now. I'm going to spend some time with the live chat, and then we're going to play our musical guest, and we're going to finish the late. We're going to make it through. There's only 10 more minutes left. We're going to make it through. We're going to make it through. David Wilcock says, I know she is watching this. Well, maybe. Yes, maybe. Yes. Sand Blue says she pursued him and fell in love with an image. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I think she fell in love with the image that he portrayed to her, which a lot of guys do. You know, that fake you try to be, that's like, you know, a lot more like you think the girl wants than you actually are. I always try my best not to pretend very much. You know, I mean, I'm a lot more polite on a first date than I would be on a second date. You guys know I have sort of a strange sense of humor, so imagine me out with a brand new girl that doesn't know me, or, you know, my sense of humor could not go well. Do you think Emery is watching this? Of course he is. He's such a narcissist, he couldn't not watch this. He could not watch this. So, friends, boy, which one am I going to play here? All right. 1 second. I'm going to change our banner for our musical guest. We have a musical guest tonight, Dance or Die, and it's a song called Aliens Electric. Somebody sent me. I thought, well, this is very appropriate. So the artist is Dance or Die, and the song is called Aliens Electric. So we're going to take a short break here so we can play our musical guest for tonight, Dance or Die, with their song Aliens Electric. We'll be right back, friends. And we're going to finish. We're going to make it through. There's only 10 more minutes of this. We'll be right back.
Don't you remember?
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
That is God penetrating your heart. It's burning on the inside of you, and you need to make a vow of faith of $1,000. Oh, Bob, couldn't you say 25? No! You can't make a $1,000 vow of faith. I'm saying in faith. So we got people that don't have, teenagers that have hardly nothing going for them. They got enough faith to make a $1,000 vow and send a little $5 here and $10 there as God begins to move like a whirlwind in their life. Because they don't have that old programming of religion. But this isn't the way we do it in my church. Forget your church. I'm talking about what God says. And if you want the kind of miracles that are in the Bible, you're going to have to do what God said to do. And I've got the faith to believe they'll come to pass. This is hot soil for anyone that's got the faith to sow into it right now. I mean right now. I mean right now, not tomorrow. That's part of your problem. God's already spoken a word to you and told you to do it. You need to do it right now. If you'll start now and get your seed of faith into the ground, it'll begin to grow and God begin to move. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. This is somebody's day of harvest. See, there's a time to fast and a time to feast. There's a time to sow, so there'll be a time to reap. Many people want to reap and they want to feast, but they're not willing to pay the price to sow in order that they can reap. You can't see what's not seen until you let go of what is seen. And I'm talking about your money, because your money is you. It's your blood, it's your sweat, your tears. It's driving down the freeways, it's going to work, it's believing, it's you. And letting go of it makes room for the new. Lot's wife didn't want to go on, and that was the end. Thank you, Lord. I have said your word, and now I'm going to pray for those that's got the faith to do something with what they believe. Thank you, Jesus. Here's a $1,000 vow. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You say you want to make a $500 vow? Then do it. Then do it. If that takes faith for you, do it. You want to make a $100 vow or two? If that takes faith, see, I like 1,000. Because I know I got you. I got you.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the
gas. Thank God Almighty. Praise the cash. And thanks to all the generous supporters of the show. Well, things just got a little, looks like the Matrix in here. Let me turn that off. I apologize. There we go. So we're going to get back. We're going to do the last 10 minutes, and then we've made it through. We've made it through the entire As the Flying Saucer Turns mini-series, starring Kim Cohen, Emery Smith, and various other unnamed girls that Emery Smith is banging. Yeah, we're going to make it through. Oh, 1 second, friends. Let me share my screen. Oh, let me get my fair use banner back up here. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. We're educating the public about Emery Smith bareback banging girls and lying to them and telling them that he's a secret agent, works for Donald Trump and all that stuff. And we need this video in order to educate the public about bareback banging Emery Smith. Okay? So fair use. All right, friends, here we go. We're going to make it through.
I ended up getting DMs from all sorts of women. Nothing insane, but still. That Emery was doing kind of a similar thing with, not to the point where he said he was engaged and wanted to have babies with them, but to the point where he was you know, talking to them and dating them while dating, I don't know, like flirting with them, dating them, talking to them, doing these weird things while he was with me, while he was with his girlfriend. There was more women at the same time, which surprises me and also doesn't surprise me. At this point, it's almost comical because the insanity level of this entire story is just like, it's just ridiculous. Like,
so apparently Emery Smith is a horn dog, and while he's banging the main girl and he's trying to bang and marry the side girl, this girl, he's got other girls that he's chatting up. Nice. Nice. Maybe, just maybe, alcohol addiction and drug addiction are not his only addictions. Just saying, I've got some very good friends, male friends, that I think have a huge problem with women. They just have, you know, problems with women. They cannot stop themselves. They cannot be faithful. They cannot be monogamous. Very common problem among some men. And unfortunately, she found one that had like all the check boxes most women don't want. Pathological liar, yeah, you don't want that check box. Alcoholic, yeah, you don't want that check box. You know, not a good thing. Drug addict, you don't want that box, right? Poon hound that can't keep his stuff in his pants and stay with one woman, you don't want that check box, do you, ladies? Nope. She got a raw deal. After he barebacked her raw, she got a raw deal on this deal. I do feel bad for her.
it almost sounds made up, like to the point of just the insanity that went on. So again, it doesn't surprise me, but it does surprise me. I'm like, what the fuck? And again, like, does the story ever fucking end with this human? Clearly not. So, you know, and I do want to reiterate this because some people watched, you know, part 2 and didn't watch part 1, or I don't know what the heck, but all I want to reiterate is the fact is that this story that I'm telling you guys isn't just because I'm like a fucking bored ex-girlfriend who has nothing better else to do with her life. I've dated
no, I think she's a little bit of a bored ex-girlfriend.
In the past, when I was 22.
Or a bitter ex-girlfriend, but she has a right to be bitter.
Because shit didn't get psychotic like this. I've been in many serious relationships, like 9 serious relationships, and those who have been following me for the last 7 years know that I have never shared another boyfriend in my stories, in my feed, never tagged. I don't even tag, like I don't even show them, never done it until this year. Never done that my entire career. Because I do think that certain things are personal, but the reason why I decided to share this story with you guys, the story wasn't meant to be shared because I am a sad ex-girlfriend or anything like that. You know, it's been a couple of weeks now. I've moved on. I'm not interested in this human, like, ever again. But it's not just the gist of the cheating. It's this person who comes off as one thing, who comes off as a whistleblower. I mean, his job is being a whistleblower. What the fuck's a whistleblower? A person who tells the truth and comes out with the truth. That's what he's supposed to be. And the irony in that is that the man is a pathological liar. But at the same time, he is also a whistleblower. Like, the irony in that is just so ridiculous to me and insane to me and just nuts. You know, and so a lot of people are like, how did you believe him if you saw all these red flags? And it's like, because you know, I always operated with my heart and soul. I thought that Emery was a compassionate human being who was trying to save the world. That's what I felt. That's why and how I fell in love with him, because I thought he was just a compassionate, good-hearted soul. And that kind of shit impresses me. Like, good heart, that impresses me. Lying, cheating, drugs, no.
Imagine that. It was his fake stories that impressed her, not his lying, cheating, drug use, and alcohol abuse. Yeah.
So that's why I fell in love with Emery, because of his compassionate heart that I thought he had, only to find out that that was an illusion. You know, if Emery had a different career and it had nothing to do with being a truth speaker, which, by the way, is very ironic because Emery knew about my history of being a truth speaker and, you know, uncovering and exposing truths, and he knew like how much that shit blew up, and like in a good way. And I just don't understand what the fuck he was thinking. A person like me, knowing that I literally exposed.
Yeah, I don't think that Emery Smith was expecting this girl to like get with all these other girls that he's talking with, get with his ex-girlfriend or his current girlfriend that he's still apparently living with, and exchange notes.
Truth for a living. So I just find that very interesting and bizarre, to say the least. And it's not about cheating, right? I mean, cheating is one thing, but pathological liar, drug and substance abuse, alcohol abuse, like all this stuff, and all the other stuff that's going on.
Yeah, some advice for the men. You can have a bad checkbox and a woman may forgive you, but you cannot have all the bad checkboxes checked off, because that's too much, right? They'll give you one, something.
It's just, that is insane. And that's what you should be concerned about, because, you know, even if we put aside for a moment the fact that Emery cheated on me, and I...
Last one, I promise. We're almost through it. All right, 1 second, friends. Stupid. Okay, here we go. Final part.
Still, there is so much there that is not real. There's so much there that is a lie. There's so much there that's made up. The cabal is not trying to fucking kill him. The cabal probably doesn't even know he fucking exists. That's my personal opinion. Honestly, I mean, we've been sold stories that the cabal killed his family and all this shit. And the reality is, and he told me the real truth, you know, the real story behind, you know, what happened to his parents,
Hold on, we're almost done.
To other family members. And it's like, when you hear the stories, you're like, why did you say about that? You know, why did you say this on national television? I mean, if you watch his special on George Norrie, he's like crying and saying that his whole family is dead because they were killed, they were murdered. Like, and that is not fucking true. But Emery has this thing where he tries to get sympathy from you and like plays on your compassion and your heart to gain sympathy and to gain trust. And, you know, he pretends to be vulnerable. And in reality is that he's not being vulnerable with you. He's just not being authentic, but you have this illusion that you think that he's being vulnerable with you. And so you open your heart and you operate with compassion, only to find out that this person is not anything you ever imagined him to be. And so again, I just want you guys to take a close look and look at the patterns. I mean, you know, he told me that his girlfriend, he told me that she does drugs. He told me Olivia does drugs and her whole family does meth and drugs and all this crazy stuff. And, you know, recently I've been finding out that that's not true. But he just projects everything that he is on others. Anyways, the moral of this story is that it's not about the cheating. It's just about thinking that this person is the most honestest person I've ever met. And I'm sure a lot of you guys trust Emery, those of you who have been following him for years or, you know, watched any.
No, I'm sure many people in here do not trust Emery. But for those that do, here's a message for you people who trust Emery.
Pissed off. People really believe this man. And the reason why I chose to create this was because it is not okay what he's doing. He's taking advantage of people's compassion and their heart. You know, I cannot handle seeing people getting taken advantage of.
Because she did have a wardrobe change in the middle of the video, or at the end of the video.
People just, you know, literally just taking advantage. So the
no,
Emery has
she is not on OnlyFans. I talked to her and asked.
Spiritual advice. That's the
most.
This person is probably not
I gotta
licensed.
stop this. So the most popular question that people are asking me about this girl is if she has an OnlyFans. I got more messages about this girl asking me if she has an OnlyFans than any other person that we've done commentary on I've ever gotten messages for. And everybody all wanted to know the same thing. Does she have an OnlyFans? So I reached out and asked, and no. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone who wants to see her OnlyFans page. She does not have an OnlyFans page. Sorry to disappoint.
To give medical advice, that's A. And B, I think that one of the most evilest and cruelest thing a person can do is take advantage of someone in the field of spirituality or religion. Like, that to me is one of the most messed upest things you can do, because you can literally fuck up someone's entire belief system that applies to every single category in life, right? Like, you know, if somebody, you know, and we've seen this happen, like, you know, in the Catholic Church where they used to molest children and stuff like that. And then these children don't believe in God, and like they have all these traumas and fucked up things because somebody took advantage of them.
Yeah, I agree with her that it's very problematic for a so-called spiritual guru to be going around bareback banging chicks and lying to them, doing drugs, drinking alcohol, while pretending to live some kind of clean, high vibe, love and light lifestyle. it's very betraying, and it's disingenuous, and it's just this guy's living a lie, and he's profiting from that lie that people have believed in
a spiritual and a religious, circumstance, and now they're traumatized and they don't believe that there's a God, and they believe, it fucks up with people's belief system, and I'm not okay with that. I think that's literally one of the most dangerous things that a person can do.
Yeah, me too. I don't have the attention span for two.
Consciousness and spirituality, when in fact they don't do any of it. In fact, they do the complete opposite of it.
Honest,
that's wrong.
No,
that's wrong in my opinion, and especially making money from that is fucking times 2, times 10. That's just wrong. I don't know how people that do that sleep at night, and obviously there's many people that do that, but I just think it's literally one of the most disgustingest, cruelest things a person can do.
Out there, channel.
It can really.
Yeah, I knew that. I was going to talk about that.
People. So again, back to the main point of this. I trusted Emery.
Chris wants 2 of her.
Trust Emery.
You know what, Chris?
Money for him.
Well, why don't we go to Emery Smith? Because he's got to have access to alien cloning technology, and we can make a Kim Cohen for every one of us, right? I think that would be cool. We could just clone her and keep cloning her. Anybody that wanted one could get one, right? But Chris Johansson in the live chat, shout out to Chris Johansson, says, my world could use a couple girls like her in it. Yeah, and let's go back in time here, and we're going to do the shout outs. And welcome to the show. Dark Sky Files is here. Welcome to the show. Bridget Ladd is here. Out of Mind is here. Moose 1911. G.S. Crippler is here. Jolly Bridgeburner is here. All Around Arbiter is here. Reamsey is here. Grandmaster UV is here. Jonaside is here. Bernard Conkin is here. Bee Gees is here. Reamsey, I mentioned, is here. Check out our song on Patreon together. Lee Veltman is here. I mentioned All Around Arbiter. Bee Gees. Haven't seen Bee Gees in a while. Let's see. AJ is here. The Out There channel is here. Welcome to the show. V is here. Welcome to the show. Philip Blair is here. Welcome to the show. Shout out to Philip Blair. We mentioned Jonaside. Renee Miss Jonaside is here. Welcome to the show. Rich Giordano from Goofon was here earlier. Shout out to him. And yeah, there we go. So let's get back to this. Let's try to get through it. I'm losing. Look, this soap opera was good when it started, but I'm not sure I like the finale, which is just Emery Smith is a complete, total pathological liar, drug addict, alcoholic, liar, running around trying to bareback bang chicks, telling that he's their soulmate and that, they belong together and they're going to have children together. By the way, he told her that he was going to genetically modify their children so that they would be perfect, never age, never get cancer or any disease. Sure, Emery Smith. Just like you're a secret agent going on secret missions working for Donald Trump.
For his Q&As, for his medical device, for his spiritual device, for his ET advice, for all these freaking advices from Emery. They pay him money. They watch his shows. They attend his events. This is not okay.
Yeah.
This person,
broken record.
As you can tell, he literally lies about everything. I don't know if the ET thing is true. Is it true? Is it not true?
Reamsey says, I like this pretty lady almost as much as flying saucers.
Anyways, I think that people like this are very dangerous.
Quite easy on the eyes, Reamsey.
Enter the world. It's not funny. It's not a joke. Obviously, Emery needs a lot of help.
David Wilcock is
regardless
here,
of that, and anybody who thinks that this is just a story about a girl who's trying to talk shit about her boyfriend, open your fucking eyes, and maybe you need some conscious awareness, because it's just ridiculous.
Well, you got to kind of get. Oh, look, we got a third costume change. Jesus Christ, this girl's been through 3 costume changes, all of them accentuating, her assets, I suppose. Third costume change.
I'm gonna end this video right here, right now. I can't stop crying, and I'll probably sit here and cry for another hour and a half.
Oh, now I feel bad for it.
But anyways, guys, I wanted to say thank you so much for watching this insanely ridiculously long series, explaining to you everything that's been going on in the last year plus. It's been 7 months at this point. and I know that I'm gonna be okay. I'm always okay. Life has thrown at me some fucking crazy ass shit, but I'm always okay, and I'm grateful and blessed to be alive and healthy and well. I really wish
Reese's admiring her decorating.
I hope he finds what he's looking for. I hope he finds himself. I hope he finds God. And that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will keep you guys posted. If you guys have any questions or anything, please leave them in the comments below. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, those were costume changes. Those were group sets.
Supporting me through this last half a year, through these last couple of weeks that have been very difficult to wrap my head around. I love you all very much, and I will see you in the next video, and hopefully it'll be a bubbly one. Bye, you guys. Love you.
I'm almost disappointed it's over, friends. I'm almost disappointed. I have been following this story, and you know, it's kind of like the end of Game of Thrones, right? It wasn't quite a satisfying end to this whole miniseries, right? But I feel terrible for her, and I feel bad as well for Mr. Smith. And I hope that he does indeed get somebody close to him, take him to an AA meeting, you know, get him in a rehab, get him some help, because it's really sad that he's in that situation, right? It's really sad, and I hope that he does get help. He says Gaia should hire her. Wow, yeah. Oh, and Renee's commenting on her 3 wardrobe changes. Said, I think that is the shirt that was under the other one. Okay. All right, but it's still 3 costume changes for 1 video. So that's, well, it works for her though. Three very well chosen blouses. I will say that. Right? You gotta accentuate. Look, you gotta accentuate your assets in life, okay? Right? Yeah. Yeah. She definitely has some assets. But, you know, I wish her the best, and I hope that she is going to get the help that she needs. Oh, look, UFO Jesus is here. UFO Jesus in our chat room. Imagine that. And he says, as Jesus, I would say she was revealing way too much. Well, that's your opinion, Jesus. Did you know, Jesus, that I got in trouble because my intro has dancing girls? And someone commented that I mentioned previously that I'm a Christian, and somebody said, well, how can you have strippers in your intro? And I have to correct them and tell them that those are all nice Christian girl dancers. They're not strippers, okay? They're Christian girls, and Christian girls got to eat, right? So people should not be upset that I have, you know, got some Christian dancing girls to help us with the show. They got paid, right? Yeah. She will be on UFO Jesus next dancing. Oh boy. If I forget UFO Jesus out there channel, if I could get her in a cage and yeah. Oh no. Mr. Hansen says we are surrounded by bullshit. V says my favorite girl is no longer dancing. V, you know what? I'm confession time. You bless me, V, for I have sinned. It's been this long since my last confession. No, I have a confession about dancing girls. If I were to go to a gentleman's club, I love V to just sit and watch them dance. I love that. It's very, you know, it's fun. And it's, yeah, as a man, boy, I love it. But what I do not like about gentlemen's clubs is I don't want to couch dance, and I sure don't want them to talk to me because it ruins the entire fantasy that I build up in my brain while I watch them dance. You know, they come over and they start telling me about their kids and stuff. Yeah. So I don't enjoy that. So we have some time. I have time here for the live chat, and questions or comments from me, put them in the live chat. Oh, I did not fire that girl. No. No, you mean the girl in the middle from the last intro. No, we're going to use her again. We're definitely going to use her again.
Bernard Conkin says, I don't think the good Lord gave her those as much as she added them herself, but no judgment here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan. I've never been a breast guy. I'm really, I'll be a leg, you know? Anyway, to each their own, right? Yeah, so let's see. AJ is here. My name is Genocide says belly dancers awesome. David Wilcock says he needs to meditate on this. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, Reemsey with a super sticker. I did not see it, Reemsey. I apologize. Thank you, Reemsey. The kind and generous $10 super sticker purchase. I appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your support as always. Longtime supporter. Thank you both for this and for your previous support. It really, really does. It really does help. Keep the ball moving forward here. That's what we're trying to do. Gain some momentum and keep the ball moving forward, right? So, Reemsey, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Anybody else? We're going to be signing off soon, so get those super chats in before we're out of here. I hate it when I miss one. We read every single one, but we will. If you give it during the outro, then I shout it out on the very next show. But thank you, Reemsey, for helping us here. As we say, praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank God Almighty, praise the cash. There are people all over the world helping us to continue the show. All over the world. Thank you, Reemsey. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
So you've heard of a cash cow, Reemsey. We got a cash clown. And every time some cash comes in, we get a cash clown praising the cash, Reemsey. I think this is a genuinely good idea. And I'm going to continue to develop cash clowns, okay? So, yeah. So I want to thank everybody for coming and joining us tonight. We had a good time. We got through it, and we did a double shot today. Double duty I did today. You know, a second helping of Truth Seekers, which we're going to try to keep up because I'm way behind, having taken some time off at the club. Downs Jones Muller is here. Shout out to Downs Jones Muller, who says Portland had the most strip clubs, almost one per block. They're low key and super cool. Yeah, I grew up in Philadelphia where we would have one in every neighborhood. But you had to be careful which ones you went to, Dale Jones, Muller, because some of them were dirty and gross. And you were not going to have a good time in a dirty and gross strip club. Yeah, good times as I was younger. Yeah. By the way, I got thrown out of my own bachelor party at a strip club because we booked it someplace, and then one of my musician friends was dating one of the strippers there. And they didn't allow boyfriends at all. Like if you were the boyfriend of a stripper, you weren't allowed to enter the club. So we basically got thrown out by a bunch of mob-looking guys, and it was scary. But we ended up in another one, which was kind of like, we went to the worst one in Philadelphia on purpose, like the scummiest one. But we drank and had a really good time. It was fun. Yeah. So we are gonna bounce out of here. We've done good work today, folks. We've done the best that we could do, doing 2 shows. Yeah, it's kind of a balancing act. But lately, I've been thinking that I have been lazy, and now with my situation with my children, I should be able to do a show in the morning or afternoon and a show at night if I have sufficient material to do so and sufficient energy. Okay. Yeah, Reemsey says, I like to go to the gentleman's club and kick back cocktails and watch the pretty lights and hear lively music. Yeah, it's a fun night if you go to a good one, right? You get entertainment, you get some cocktails in you. How do you not like that, right? You're making me want to go find a strip club, Reemsey. I haven't been to one since the pandemic. Yeah, maybe that has something to do with our intro here, right? Maybe it's like some deep psychological longing or something I missed through the pandemic, maybe? I don't know. Whoa, that sounds good to me. North Beach, San Francisco has great gentlemen's clubs. $100 cover charge and free chicken wings. I think the best one I've ever been to was in Atlantic City because it was like a super, super high class one. You know, those ones where they serve like $100 steak dinners. And it was a big cover to get in, but it was a gentleman's club, or I'm sorry, it was a bachelor party. So, and that was a full nude and bring your own liquor. So people were walking in there with cases of beer and bottles of liquor, and you get a table and full nude. It was a good time. I still remember that because that was probably, I was used to Philadelphia V, where they're, you know, they got to keep their bottoms on, so that's basically just topless in Philadelphia. And I don't know that I'd ever been. Maybe that was one of the first times I've been to a full-on nude one, and I was like, whoa, this is different. Whoa, 13 dislikes? Are you kidding me? Really? Oh my gosh, I got to check in on this. Wow, yeah, got 13 dislikes. Well, you never know. Listen, Jonas, I saw a lot of people kind of trashing this Kim girl, right? So a lot of people don't like her. Then, of course, a lot of people don't like Emery Smith. Or a lot of people do like Emery Smith, and they're mad at me because, you know, we're talking about him being a con artist, right? That's the highest number of dislikes. What do you mean, rookie? That's like the highest number of dislikes I've gotten in months, Jonaside. Maybe there's a message in there for me that I should pay attention to, right? Renee says burlesque shows are the best. Yeah, I like burlesque shows. As a magician, I've done a lot of shows where they had one or two burlesque girls. I used to do a variety show at the Manhattan Arts Center in Times Square, New York. And I was the magician, and there would be two comedians, me, and two burlesque girls, and two singers. And that would be the whole show. And we'd each do like 15 minutes. It was a good time. V says, I love burlesque, Miss Jonaside. I did one for my bachelor party and took a class. Well, that's interesting. Reepsy says, they have ladies who dance with their black legs at the Venus Club, but they do not take off all their clothing. Well, it's still fun, though, right, Reepsy? I would think so. Yeah, Phil Clare, I got sticker shock, too. $100 cover charge. No, thank you, right? And that's before you even get to the $20, 2-minute lap dances, right? He says, I gave a thumbs up, even though I dislike both Emery and Kim. The downvotes are their friends. Yeah, probably. 14 dislikes because David Wilcock would look so cool. The mustache would be more believable, too. Yep. Reemsey says, before the Riviera closed in Las Vegas, they had the best dancing ladies who wore beautiful clothing with feathers and sequins and shiny fabrics. I always went to that show. Yeah. I have done a lot of shows with dancing girls. Maybe that's another reason why I like dancing girls in our show intro here, right? It's just nice. Who doesn't like beautiful dancing girls, right? I like it. I definitely like it. All right, friends. It's been a long day. We did double shot today. I'm going to bounce out of here, drink some cold beers, and work on some things. Coming up, we have Linda Moulton Howdy Doody making her worldwide debut as guest host of Truth Seekers. That's right, friends. You heard it here first. Linda Moulton Howdy Doody will be guest hosting Truth Seekers, okay? Very soon. I've got it all together just about. I'm going to do some screen tests and share it with the Patreon folks first and work out a few bugs, and then she'll be good to go. We've also got a couple of different guests coming up, which I'll share more about tomorrow. And we may have Bernard Conkin. Bernard Conkin is trying to race me to 2,000 subscribers. I'm not paying attention, but then again, I am. Hold on. Let's look at this, Bernard Conkin. You're supposed to come here and do a show on alchemy. Let's make it happen. Let's get it. Yeah, I have 1,971 subscribers. I'm trying not to look at it because I was looking at it every couple times a day, like, come on, get it to 2,000. But now I just like, it's going to coast in there, Bernard Conkin. I'm okay. Oh, by the way, Bernard Conkin, thank you very much for reminding me. Please, friends, there's two ways to support us. If not with a couple of bucks, then the other best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and sharing these videos. Share our channel address or video links with your friends on social media. DM them, PM them, tweet them, retweet them. Get these out there in the internet. Every time somebody retweets one of my videos, I smile. Every time somebody sends their friend a video and I get an extra subscriber, I smile. Every time that count goes up a little bit, I smile. We're really trying to grow the show. And the very best way to grow the show is for people to like, comment, and subscribe. Leave a couple of comments, right? Or, leave some questions. If you have questions for me, put them in the comments section of this video. All around Arbiter says, I love New York, Hotel and Casino. They have 9-5 Irish pub in there, and I love it. The only thing I miss about my old neighborhood in Philadelphia, all around Arbiter, is my Irish pub. There's just nothing like it here in the suburbs. Not an old, good, traditional Irish bar. So I do miss that. FGF has been married since 16. What were you thinking, bro? Couldn't even imagine. Get married at 16, could barely take care of I could not even take care of myself at 16 after 72. But listen, the hour is growing late, so now that I've reminded everybody to try to help us by liking, commenting, and subscribing, I could remind everybody, if you want to make a donation or become a Patreon supporter, it's in the About section, in the links here on our page. In the About section of our YouTube channel. And I want to remind everybody listening to Podcast Land, once again, you're missing half the fun. The live chat is half of the show, the interaction here. So go over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers in the search bar, and look for that weird guy with the sunglasses. That would be me, your host, Stephen Campion. Come over to the live chat. Come and subscribe here. Hit that notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a live show and a live chat. And you can come, ask me questions, interact with me, comment on what we're covering that night. We read every super chat. We share many, many comments and questions on the screen and interact with the live chat. All of you people listening in audio podcast land are most welcome. And by the way, for those that don't know, you can now get every episode of Truth Seekers anywhere you get your podcasts. That's right, anywhere. Podcast, anywhere. Spreaker, Apple Podcasts, we're everywhere now. So if you do want to listen to the audio version, please do check us out on Spreaker. The link to that is in the About section of our video. All right, friends. I got to tell you, I'm always happy when there's an audience. We had a great audience tonight. And I'm always happy when there's a good audience. Thank you so much for coming here and for being a part of my great audience tonight. This was a fun ride down a strange rabbit hole. I have to say that, right? Just a fun but crazy ride down a rabbit hole. Everything unravels at the end, right? And I'm left wondering, sort of what's next for the participants of As the Flying Saucer Turns. What's Emery Smith going to do next, right? Is he just going to roll on and pretend that he didn't get revealed to be a complete and total fraud? What's next for this Kim Cohen? Is she really trying to get famous? Or was this just about getting some things off of her chest, helping other women in the community from being taken advantage of, and helping those people who were suffering from some kind of, mental defect that believe that Emery Smith's fake alien superhero science fiction stories are real? Time will tell, friends. So, thanks for joining us. Thanks to all of our donators, supporters. Thanks to everybody who is retweeting, tweeting, sending these links out, and helping us spread the message. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Campion. Good night. God bless all of you.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.